Human loading in progress. Deployment area initialized successfully. Please choose a name for your character. After the Nasdaq bell finished ringing, Li Ji declined all invitations, shut down her devices deliberately, reserved a full day off for herself, and curled up at home to play games. The last card, Old Man Time, had already appeared in the deck. Then her computer screen and the world before her eyes went dark at the same time. Li Ji clutched the keyboard in a death grip. Give me back my 3-star 5 cost. Give me back my 3-star 5 cost. Player, give me back my 3-star 5 cost. Loading into initial world. Talent generating. Talent D-draw. Press the D key on the keyboard to refresh and reveal 5 cards. Note: a player's talent is generated from the player's strongest current emotion or obsession. In the next second, Li Ji, still hugging her keyboard, appeared in a strange room. Her grief-stricken expression instantly hardened into vigilance as she instinctively surveyed her surroundings. The room was less than 10 square meters, all wood construction, the ceiling leaking drafts, and the only door rattling loudly in the wind. Something was off. She had just heard the words D-draw. She seemed to have seen them as well. Before she could think more deeply about it, another line of text appeared before her eyes. First batch of humans ages 1855 successfully loaded. Welcome to the Sky Ark survival game. Please keep the following game rules firmly in mind. 1. This is a real-world death. Here means true death. 2. The Sky Ark is both your shelter and your vehicle. Do everything you can to upgrade and strengthen it. 3. Flight altitude is linked to resources, danger, and climate. Adjust your height with caution. 4. During the novice protection period, there will be no external attacks or natural disasters. 5. The Sky Ark comes with a cloud net. The cloud net can haul in supplies, but may also bring danger. 6. All players start from the same point, but talents differ. Make full use of and develop your own talent. 7. For more information, please consult the player panel. The text gradually faded away. Confusion, shock, and doubt flickered across Li Ji's face in succession. In the end, she suddenly pushed open the wooden door that had been banging in the wind. Outside the door was a corridor roughly 1.5 meters wide, encircling the entire wooden cabin. To the left of the door hung a white net-like object. Clouds like thick mist coiled around the wooden house. Through the gaps in the railing, mountain ridges far below, high in the sky, could be seen. At this height, it had to be at least 500 meters. Expressionless, Li Ji backed into the cabin. With a bang, she slammed the door shut, then shuffled on trembling legs to flop down heavily onto the iron bunk bed. It was not that she could not accept a survival game. She ran a tech company, she understood perfectly well that the realism of the outside environment could not be faked by mere technology. Survival games and mass transmigration scenarios were not unfamiliar to her. Back in school, she had read novels of this genre, and after graduation, she had even invested in similar game companies. She herself had started out by founding a game company. In a sense, she could probably adapt to this place faster than 99% of people. But she was terrified of heights. If she had been thrown onto the sea, into a forest, or even into the wilderness to survive, she could have accepted it all far more calmly than this. Li Ji regulated her breathing, using the cycle of inhale, hold, exhale to gradually calm herself. What was done, and the only thing that mattered now was solving the problem. What did protagonists in novels or games usually do first after being dragged into a survival game again? Li Ji thought for a moment. They should start by gathering information. She had already gathered most of the environmental information. Her gaze shifted to the flashing regional chat icon in the lower right corner, but instead of opening it immediately, she carefully recalled the text she had just seen. Gradually, her thoughts fell into order. For now, there were only 3 crucial points: upgrading the shelter, gathering supplies, and making good use of her talent. Thinking this through, she opened the player panel. Player, give me back my 3-star 5 cost. Level 1 view, attribute, species, rank D6010. Shelter. Shelter, floating wooden cabin, upgrade details, talent, refresh, D-draw, second talent, none, class, none, currency, 0, region, initial status, novice, period, 3 days. As she pondered, her fingers unconsciously found and touched the D key on the keyboard. Click. 5 cards appeared in front of Li Ji. 0. 1 unit of apocalypse, dust, 1 can of salt, anti-inflammatory medicine, copy card, 1 quilt. All the card faces were gray, with a yellow-brown 1 in the lower right corner. That 1 was most likely the currency cost to purchase these things. But, currency 0. Li Ji fell into thought. Generally, the answer was always on the face of the card, or rather on the surface of the puzzle. Li Ji glanced around. The entire room was visible in a single sweep. Aside from a grimy little stove and an iron bunk bed, without even a mattress, there was nothing. However, the game rules had stated that the Sky Ark came with a cloud net. The cloud net could fish things up. Li Ji searched the cabin again, and in the end had no choice but to open the door. When she had opened the door earlier, she had seen the white net hanging on the corridor railing, and had already guessed that it was most likely the cloud net. Her repeated searching inside had actually been a form of psychological preparation, for survival supplies were paramount, and the cloud net could haul up resources. If she kept refusing to act, she would remain wrapped in fear. For things, one has no choice but to do. It is best to abandon time-wasting, self-consuming overthinking and just do them without hesitation. Besides, was a great height really more frightening than death? Li Ji's eyes hardened in an instant. She crawled forward, prying the crack of the wooden door open with her fingernails, inched her way out on her belly, picked up the net as carefully as if it were her life, clamped herself to the guardrail, and little by little lowered the net downward. An information box popped up: current altitude, tier shallow sky layer, high altitude divided into 7 tiers, 0, 500 m shallow sky layer, 500, 1500 mobile, cloud mine layer, 1500, 3000 mobile, enriched layer, 3000, 5000 mobile, storm layer, 5000, 8000 mobile, jet layer, 800, 12000 m, thin layer, 12,000 m, edge layer, altitude 499 m, resources, basic cloud, or netcasting, countdown 15959. That should do it. Li Ji slowly inched her way back into the room. As soon as she shut the door, she let out a long breath of relief. The dialog box appeared again. First batch of player talents has been fully generated. Novice period 3 days. Initial quest: collect 1 unit of apocalypse dust. Failure penalty: sky cabin crash. Novice gift pack has been issued. A chest materialized out of thin air. No auto chess player could see a chest and not feel the itch to open it. But Li Ji held herself back. She reopened her talent interface and the 5 cards appeared before her once more. It really was apocalypse dust. Li Ji immediately opened the chest in front of her. Congratulations, player has obtained 10 copper coins, 1 bag of toast, 1 bottle of water. Only 10 copper coins. Li Ji could no longer contain herself. She slammed open the long flashing regional chat in the corner. Instantly the screen filled with people voicing exactly what she wanted to say. Initial map, zone 15. Players 100000. That's it. That's it. That's it. Can't this game afford to be more generous? Forget a bag of toast and a bottle of water. What can 10 coins even do? I don't even have a single hair to my name. There isn't even a system shop. Or what am I supposed to buy with this money? Anyone with apocalypse dust, private message me. High prices offered. Can your price be higher than 10 copper coins? Or are you going to throw in that toast and water as well? Who's more miserable than me? I got pulled in halfway through taking a dump. And the talent I rolled is infinite toilet paper. Bro, did you clamp it off? Bro, don't tell me the poop came along too. Bro, lend me a sheet. Get lost. None of you are borrowing so much as a single sheet of paper from me. And you're Grand Aunt here is a woman. Never constipated. Grand Aunt, can we ask about your secret to never getting constipated? The discussion veered completely off topic below that. Li Ji scrolled upward a bit, just as she had expected. Most people were talking about what exactly a survival game was, typing wildly to vent their fear or trying to find acquaintances. There was no truly useful information. She closed the chat window and opened the player panel again. Currency 10. Without batting an eye, Li Ji bought all 5 of the virtual cards floating before her. 10 copper coins became 5. She tapped on the copy card to view its details. Copy card can duplicate any card costing 3 copper coins or less. Some miserly capitalist would rather die than copy cards that cost 3 coins or under. Li Ji suspected that the parenthetical comment was taking a jab at her. What do you mean rather die than copy cards costing 3 coins or less? That was called using resources where they mattered most. Her muscle memory slipped and she accidentally hit refresh one more time. Her 5 copper coins instantly dropped to 3. Clicking her tongue, Li Ji's attention, however, was drawn by the new set of cards. 1 unit of dragon spume, moss, 1 fire feather, 0. 1 unit of apocalypse dust, cold medicine, 1 pillow. To her surprise, there were actually items worth 5 copper coins, dragon spume, moss, and fire feather. She did not yet know what they were used for, but they clearly looked like good things. However, no matter how good they were right now, nothing was more important than 0. 1 units of apocalypse dust and the cold medicine. Li Ji remembered that someone in the regional chat had been buying items, so she searched through the player panel. Sure enough, she found the trading zone in the 3 horizontal bars in the upper right corner. Below the trading zone were 2 more functions, friends and settings. Further down was a gray line, and under it a line of text: new functions will unlock after the novice period ends. Li Ji did not linger on it and opened the trading zone directly. At the moment, there were only a handful of listings there, mostly the bread and water from the novice gift packs, but there were quite a few buy orders for apocalypse dust. The highest bid was 5 copper coins. Li Ji immediately filtered out all the buy orders for apocalypse dust. She had bought her apocalypse dust for 1 copper coin, as selling it for 5 might look like a profit, but in truth, it would be a huge loss. She had refreshed twice, and each time, she had only drawn a single card of 0. 1 unit apocalypse dust. Each refresh cost 2 copper coins. Calculated out those 0. 2 units of apocalypse dust had already cost her 6 copper coins. Anyone who played draw card games knew this. The deck was finite, refreshes had no pattern, and gambling on any single card could easily end in losing your entire stake. Next time, she might not be able to draw apocalypse dust again. If she invested another 2 copper coins in a refresh and failed to pull apocalypse dust, her cost would rise to 8 copper coins. And the time after that, there would still be no guarantee of drawing the dust. Yet she had to make sure she had at least 10 of those 0. 1 unit portions in order to complete the quest. This meant that even if she took in 6 copper coins now with bad luck, she might have to spend 60 copper coins just to draw that same apocalypse dust card again. The return was too low and the risk far too high. It would be a losing deal. Fortunately, aside from apocalypse dust, she still held something even more profitable: anti-inflammatory medicine and cold medicine. The 1 million people in a region are in exactly the same condition now as they were before entering the game. There are bound to be people who are currently ill. On Blue Star, an inflamed throat or a common cold is just a minor ailment. But in this survival game, such issues become dead weight that slows one's progress and often lead directly to death. No one can refuse life-saving medicine. Li Ji promptly listed the anti-inflammatory pills for sale, pricing each at 4 copper coins. The moment they went up, her private messages began chiming incessantly. By the time she muted the notification sound, her private messages were already at 99 plus. She casually opened one of them. Stafer, that's daylight robbery. The newbie gift pack is only 10 copper in total, and you want 4 for a single anti-inflammatory pill. Stafer continued, how about this? I'll pay 1 copper per pill for 10 pills, and you throw in 1 extra. 10 copper for 11 pills, okay. Another message popped up, return my 3-star 5 cost. Why don't I just throw in the flying boat for you as well and swing by to cook you 2 dishes while I'm at it? She had seen plenty of greedy people. There were also many who were shamelessly greedy, yet felt entirely justified. But this person actually dared to call her a scammer. How was she being unfair? Each refresh already cost her 2 copper coins. And there was no guarantee the pills would appear again in future refreshes. Even if they did show up after dozens of tries, wouldn't it still work out to practically selling at cost? What? He wanted to argue that a single box of anti-inflammatory pills contained 24 tablets. Then what about the Tianchi dust? She wanted to buy the flying boat. She dreamed of upgrading the thick padded coat. She wanted to wear the heavy quilt she wanted to sleep under, and the manual clicks she spent every time she refreshed the list. Were all those supposed to cost nothing? Besides, anti-inflammatory pills were undeniably a scarce resource now and would remain hard currency for a long time to come. 4 copper coins was a fair price to young and old alike. Li Ji blocked all those who begged, morally blackmailed, or hurled abuse, then opened the next chat window. Tansheng Pass. Hello, I only have 10 copper right now. I'll buy 2 pills first, but could you reserve 1 more for me? I'll come back to buy it tomorrow. Li Ji replied under her username, return my 3-star 5 cost. You're my first customer, so you get a discount. 10 copper for 3 pills. That was how business worked. When she met someone straightforward, she was happy to be straightforward as well. Tansheng Pass replied at once, that's wonderful. Thank you, thank you. Li Ji opened a box of pills, pulled out 1 entire blister from 2 strips, then pried out 3 tablets from the 12. After clicking trade, they appeared out of thin air on the platform. 3 anti-inflammatory pills, verification, successful transaction completed. The platform and the 3 pills vanished simultaneously. The number in Li Ji's wallet shot up from 1 to 11 in an instant. She soon found another decisive buyer and sold 2 anti-inflammatory pills and some cold medicine. Her wallet balance quickly climbed to 19. Earning money felt exhilarating. Earning continuously was endlessly exhilarating. Unfortunately, everyone else in her messages only asked about the price and then chose not to buy. Still, in business, one could not just sit back and wait. One had to take the initiative as well. Li Ji opened the regional chat. Does anyone have extra Tianchi dust? Please help me. I really need it. As if you're the only one who needs it, someone replied. Others don't need it. I just said I'm a college student, and someone gave me a whole unit. What's wrong with me asking for some Tianchi dust? Whether others are willing to give it is their business. Why are you butting in? So what if this auntie curses you out? If this auntie is willing to educate you, that's this auntie's business, and you still dare talk back. Nice one, Li Ji murmured to herself, then quickly ignored the ongoing spat, scanning the rapidly refreshing chat for what she needed. A new line flashed by, offering a high price for cold medicine and paper. My child's snot is running into their mouth. I'm begging you, TOD. Li Ji tapped the person's avatar and chose to message them privately. Under her username, return my 3-star 5 cost. She wrote, I have cold medicine, 3 copper coins per pill. Disgusting as it was to imagine snot running into a mouth, it still was not as critical as anti-inflammatories, and the dosage was 2 pills per day. At 3 copper each, she left room for bargaining. Her ideal closing price was 2 copper per pill, the same as for the anti-inflammatory medicine. For copper a day, and the illness would be cured. She treated everyone equally. It was perfectly fair. The other party replied, give me a sheet of paper, thank you. I'll take 6 pills first. A trade notification and the platform interface popped up at the same time. Li Ji could hardly believe it. Everyone started with only 10 copper coins. They had been in the game for just a few minutes, and someone had already spent 18 copper without batting an eye. How on earth had they earned it so quickly? Suppressing her curiosity, Li Ji pried out 6 cold pills and placed them onto the platform. Her wallet balance soared from 19 to 37 in an instant. Return my 3-star 5 cost. Thank you for your patronage. Looking forward to your next visit. Hard. Give me a sheet of paper, replied. Don't mention it. If you get any paper, remember to trade with me, okay? Return my 3-star 5 cost. Added, I saw someone earlier whose talent is infinite tissue drawing. You can look for them in regional chat. The moment she saw give me a sheet of paper asking to buy tissue, Li Ji had thought of that infinite tissue talent. Clearly, give me a sheet of paper had not been watching the chat earlier and had missed this piece of information. Give me a sheet of paper, exclaimed. There's actually a talent like that. Why wasn't it given to me? Then quickly added, do you know that person's ID? I'll go find them right away. Return my 3-star 5 cost. Replied I do. The ID is don't yell when you poop, and by the way she's a girl. That same girl had been furiously cursing on the screen just a moment ago. Give me a sheet of paper answered. You've saved my life. Thanks. A system prompt popped up. Give me a sheet of paper has sent you a friend request. Do you accept? Yes. As she accepted the friend request, Li Ji also bought up all the remaining Longxiantai fire feather and the pillow. Staring at the wallet that now held only 26 copper, she suddenly felt a sense of urgency she had not experienced in a long time. The pressure of not having enough money. Fortunately, buying Longxiantai and fire feather was not a loss. Longxiantai core material for an ecological conversion furnace, as the name suggests, mold grown on a baby dragon's drool. Fire feather core material for an ecological conversion furnace, feathers shed by the feather spirit race. You can use them to start a fire, but don't let them find out. Both were essential for upgrading the wooden cabin. Li Ji had skimmed the materials required for upgrading the flying boat when she previously checked her status panel. She remembered that the ecological conversion furnace needed for the wooden cabin upgrade required 3 components: a heat-resistant alloy Longxiantai and fire feather. To make sure she missed nothing, Li Ji opened the wooden cabin upgrade details again. Materials required to upgrade the wooden cabin into a flying boat: 1. Ecological conversion furnace entry-level. Furnace body, heat-resistant alloy, catalyst core Longxiantai, igniter fire feather. 2. Basic fuel wood dry grass fuel oil. 3. Dragon bone ironwood. 4. Outer shell dragon scale powder, tree resin slag. 5. Sealing system rubber tree sap, or purified velvet grass fiber. 6. Flying boat upgrade blueprint. As expected, she had already gathered 2 of the materials needed for the ecological conversion furnace. Those 11 copper coins had been well spent after all. Comforting herself with that thought, Li Ji refreshed the card pool once more. 5 new cards fanned out before her: 1 unit of slag, 1 bundle of wood Li Ji grade origin card, 1 unit of ironwood, and hot pot base 500 grams. Li Ji grade origin card. What on earth was that? A grade card that actually graded her herself. Just as puzzlement began to surface, Li Ji remembered something and reopened her player panel. Race level D6010. Level. By alphabetical order, that should not be too bad, right? But what does the question mark after the numbers mean? Li Ji dismissed the question after a moment. Clues were too few and her energy limited. Until the problem of survival was solved, pondering deeper mysteries would be a waste of both energy and mind. No point dwelling on distant matters, but the present required careful thought. The Li Ji level Benyuan card. She would certainly buy it. Luckily, the card cost only 10 copper. Though the most expensive card so far, it concerned herself. Whether she could afford it or not, she had to spend the money. Besides, she could afford it. After buying it, Li Ji immediately checked the information. Li Ji level Benyuan card. A Benyuan card uniquely belonging to the human Li Ji. 3 Benyuan cards will elevate Li Ji to D2 level. 1 luck-blessed weakling. Her talent can even generate Benyuan cards. If other races learned of it, they'd want to dissect you. Li Ji ignored the taunt that followed the information. She seized the core information at once. Leveling up. What mattered most in the game? Advancement, of course. Even for non-combat players who merely wished to roam the map, for scenery level was equally crucial. In the game, insufficient level could bar access to certain regions, and this was a real world of survival. Level would only grow in importance. Low level equaled high risk, which meant a faster death. There were no respawn points here. Rule number 1: player death is real death. Li Ji had no intention of using her life to test whether the game's rules were true. Thus, leveling was without question the single most important long-term priority. But collecting 1 unit of Tianqi Weichen was the most urgent task at hand. Li Ji suppressed her excitement, stowed the Benyuan card away, and fell into thought. According to the Benyuan card's description, it seemed not only she but other races in this world also used Benyuan to upgrade, though most likely not in card form since this was a talent unique to her. She did not know what others' Benyuan might be like, but the parenthetical, if other races learn of it, they would surely want to dissect you, was warning enough for Li Ji to be on guard. Benyuan would be dreadfully hard to obtain. She must not let a second person know that her talent could spawn Benyuan cards. Many thoughts flashed through Li Ji's mind, but they ultimately turned into relief. She was uncertain of others' talents, but in a perilous new world, a gift that could raise strength and refresh resources certainly qualified as a golden advantage. At that thought, Li Ji suddenly remembered she had yet to check her own attributes. She opened the player panel and clicked the attributes beside her: level health 1515, not even enough for a rockbeak bird to peck twice. Spirit 710, the human ceiling trampled by countless races. Strength 7, pathetic. Speed 8, rubbish. Overall combat power 7. 5. Li Ji's brow twitched. She would not quibble with this damned information, but if everything else was at full value, why had her spirit been reduced by 3 points? Li Ji pondered for a moment. The only thing she could think of related to 3 was that she had pressed D 3 times. Whether that was the reason, she would test it. She pressed the D key. Click. 5 new cards appeared before her: an Iron Walk, a copy card, a protective shield, one-time talent, an orange, and a discarded dagger of the Rongduanzu. She could even refresh talents. And they cost only 3 copper. Li Ji immediately bought it. Protective Shield one-time talent for shelter use. It can repel 1 night's worth of monsters beneath the cloud mine layer. For personal use, it can withstand 10 minutes of attacks from races below C1 level and 1 strike from AB1 level. A little useful, the note said. Its utility was immense. Since seeing the rule during the protection period, there will be no external attacks. Li Ji suspected that after the newbie protection period, she might face assaults. And this dilapidated wooden shack, which could not even keep out the wind, was obviously incapable of warding off external attacks. A sense of urgency rose in Li Ji's heart. The protective shield now meant an extra day to prepare. That granted her leeway to weigh other matters. Li Ji looked at the remaining 4 cards. The Iron Walk, the copy card, and the orange were each 1 copper, but the Rongduanzis discarded dagger demanded 10 copper. The same price as her Binyuan card, and merely a discarded dagger. A vague bad premonition stirred in Li Ji. Perhaps humanity's level ranking was far lower than she had imagined. But humanity's plight was not something she should meditate on now, as she only had to decide whether to buy this 10 copper card. Li Ji did not dither long. Anyone who had read novels or played games knew that items which looked dilapidated yet sold dearly were either opportunities or hidden plot lines. Instead of cutting costs, better to increase income. Li Ji opened the trading area and reluctantly listed her hot pot seasoning. No sooner had she posted it than a friend request popped up. La Bi Jiao requests to be your friend. Do you accept? After accepting, La Bi Jiao quickly messaged, thanks friend. Zhang Ji said you recommended me to her. I don't have anything better at the moment. Hey, race a roll of toilet paper to ensure your bowel movements are pleasant and not constipated. La Bi Jiao offers you a roll of paper. Do you accept? Li Ji immediately took a liking to La Bi Jiao, who would not like a polite girl who also knew how to insult. Li Ji clicked accept at once. Huan was Sanxing Wu Fei, too bad there's no toilet, otherwise I'd pay respects with a grand gesture. La Bi Jiao, how do you know I have blueprints for a bathroom? Huan was Sanxing Wu Fei, too bad I don't have a phone to film it, what a pity. La Bi Jiao, if you can't produce it, don't shout. Li Ji laughed aloud. La Bi Jiao was truly a character. Time was short, and everyone had things to do. After a few lines, Li Ji closed the chat window. She took a deep breath, lay on the ground, and crawled forward. Sliding out through the never-closed wooden door, she clung to the railing and painstakingly hauled the net up little by little. A few small stones rolled out, and her panel popped up. Congratulations, you have fished up 0.3 units of iron. Li Ji bolted upright, one hand on the railing, the other trembling with the net. That's it. That's it. That's it. 2 hours of salvaging 2 crawls, and only 0.3 units of iron. She had no use for it now, but she could not discard it. Li Ji regained her composure, lay down again, and struggled back to the house, carrying a few iron fragments. Fortunately, she received good news as soon as she returned. Someone was trading Tianqi Weichin for anti-inflammatory medicine. Jiao Wafeng Out Yin asked 0.2 units of Tianqi Weichin can be exchanged for how many pills? They were offering as much as 0.2 units of Tianqi Weichin. Having been in the game only 2 hours, Li Ji was certain that a human holding 0.2 units was rarer than 1%. Less than 1% of humans possessed 0.2 units of Tianqi Weichin. Moreover, since Jiao Wafeng Out Yin could produce 0.2 units for trade, he certainly did not own only that amount. Huan was Sanxing Wu Fei 3 pills. Jiao Wafeng Out Yin a bit pricey. Huan was Sanxing Wu Fei. Huan was Sanxing Wu Fei explained, my anti-inflammatory pills sell for 4 copper each. Currently, Tianqi Weichin trades at a maximum of 5 copper per 0.1 unit in the market, in pricing at the market top. That was indeed the highest price Li Ji could pay. Anti-infection pills were consumed one by one. She could not be certain when she might need them. She wanted to keep at least 3 to 5 for peace of mind and trade the rest away one by one. Jiao Wafeng Out Yin, you know well that no one trades at 5 copper. Huan was Sanxing Wu Fei, so I'm offering at 6 copper. An honest trader, fair to all. Jiao Wafeng Out Yin. Fine, let's trade. Li Ji traded 3 anti-inflammatory pills and instantly gathered half of the required Tianqi Weichin. At that moment, a dialogue popped up. Congratulations, player. Huan was Sanxing Wu Fei. As the player who earned the highest net profit within 2 hours on the starter map, you are granted early qualification for a vocation transfer. Blackheart Merchant. Do you choose to change vocation? Yes or no? Anyone who has played games understands the importance of a profession. Moreover, Li Ji is a merchant in the real world, so she feels no resistance to reclassifying herself as a merchant. She selectively ignored the term Blackheart and tried to communicate what are the benefits of changing professions. It turned out that communication was indeed possible. Li Ji said, but I can trade right now. In just a few words, there was a wealth of information. Without mentioning Area 15, Li Ji already knew that there must be other areas from the chat she had seen. The terms initial map and humans made one ponder. Does the initial map imply that humans are isolated from the real map? And does the mention of humans signify that outside the initial map is where other races reside? Which races are those? Based on humans being rated as class, how much stronger are the races above class compared to humans? How much weaker are the races below class compared to humans? Where do humans stand in this coordinate system? Li Ji voiced all these questions, yet the game only responded with that single statement and no further answers. She could only give up and say, I choose to change professions. Li Ji pondered. A merchant is based on sincerity, integrity is paramount, and treating customers with honesty, so I shall name my shop Black Shop. Shop Black Shop. Merchant Li Ji. Shop Level 0. Shop Status Free Stall. Shop Equipment Merchants Cloak Merchants Backpack Fair Scale. Currently, there are 19864 temporary stall points in the initial area, of which 41 stalls have a rent of 7 copper coins or less. Please choose a rent tier. As soon as Li Ji shifted her gaze from her name and shop equipment, she noticed the rent 7 copper coins. In an unfamiliar world, spending a little money can often save one from minor troubles. However, free. I choose free. She only had 7 copper coins in total. Selection complete. Teleporting. Wait for me to prepare. Li Ji's vision went dark. Her body felt light. A sharp pain shot through her rear. She fell into a pile of rubble. If it weren't for the merchant's cloak wrapping around her completely and the rolling motion she made upon landing absorbing some of the impact, it wouldn't have just been a simple pain in her bottom. Dog game. Li Ji cursed inwardly while observing her surroundings, not forgetting to check her backpack. Fortunately, it was intact, and everything inside was still there. The biggest benefit of changing professions at the moment was this merchant's backpack, which was connected to her cloak. Though called a backpack, it was actually a 12-slot storage space. The same item could be stacked infinitely in one slot. The cards she obtained were all in one slot, and it was already quite sufficient. Li Ji took a breath and couldn't help but frown. A cacophony of smells mixed with blood rot and other unidentified odors assaulted her senses. Oftentimes scents serve as a warning. When humans are in a cafe or tea house smelling strong or delicate food aromas, they unconsciously relax. In contrast, if a place is filled with foul odors or carries a bloody scent, it naturally raises one's alertness. Li Ji was no exception. She steeled herself, quietly getting up and navigating around a few collapsed stone walls and tilted stone columns, peering through the gaps in the stone walls to look outside. In an instant, her pupils shook. Beyond the stone walls lay an endless wasteland scattered with animal skin tents, twig huts, and old pickup trucks. What shocked her was not the fusion of primitive atmosphere and modern technology, but the creatures bustling around these stalls. Creatures with human faces, yet possessing animal ears and tails, dressed in animal skins, standing upright like foxes and wolves, tree roots, undulating tree trunks, with faces, selecting goods, small red-skinned dwarves bouncing about, and half-fish half-human beings selling fish and shrimp, and giants towering over 5 meters tall, obscuring much of the sky. As Li Ji absorbed this magical world before her, she observed the creatures and stalls outside. They were all potential customers. Hey, what are you looking at? Li Ji was startled and looked up to meet a pair of slit pupils. It was a lizard lying against the wall, standing at a height of 1.8 meters. What's the difference between this and a crocodile? Li Ji felt goosebumps rise on her arms and instinctively took several steps back. However, when the lizard saw her black robe, its tone softened considerably. Are you a merchant? What do you sell? Li Ji's footsteps halted for a moment. Her mind quickly churned through various phrases, and she finally replied somewhat reservedly, I am indeed a merchant. I am currently surveying the market to see what is scarce here before I come to do business. Really? Can you bring us what we need? The lizard's tone was filled with excitement, drawing the attention of many nearby creatures. Li Ji boldly stepped out from the enclosure. The noise and various odors hit her like a wave. But at the moment Li Ji appeared, the area was at least quiet for 2 seconds. The lizard exclaimed, a new merchant. The wasteland market finally has a merchant again. Hearing his overly excited tone, Li Ji inexplicably felt a hint of unease. Merchant, what do you sell? She said she is here to survey the market. What survey? How to roast? To find fault in the market. Is she here to find fault? Tear her apart. A group of orcs averaging 2 meters tall glared viciously, baring their fangs and assuming aggressive stances, exuding an undeniable sense of intimidation. Li Ji immediately felt her scalp tingle. Her instincts screamed for her to escape quickly, but she steadied herself. Li Ji said slowly, surveying means determining whether there is market value in your area, whether it is worth my effort to come here to sell goods. Without giving the orcs time to react, Li Ji continued, I've observed that you are severely lacking in salt and water. Luckily, I have ways to obtain these. I just don't know what you can offer me in exchange for salt and water. As soon as Li Ji finished speaking, the fox race orcs who had been lounging or lying around in nearby tents all raised their heads. Their eyes gleamed with a cold light. While hiding in the corner, Li Ji had been observing what was being sold at the stalls, but the items here were as bizarre as the creatures, and besides wood, wild fruit and jerky, she recognized very little. However, she had been paying special attention to one stall, the fox race orc tent directly opposite the wall hole. This stall had only a tiny jar, yet the orcs and other races loitering in front of it were the most numerous. Later, Li Ji witnessed a fox race girl guarding the stall scoop out a small spoonful of salt with a crude spoon and receive 5 copper coins. This instantly excited Li Ji. She had a bag of salt weighing 250 grams in her backpack, while the spoonful the fox race girl scooped was at most 10 grams. Based on the local prices, this bag of salt could earn her 125 copper coins. The excitement that had just risen in Li Ji was doused like a bucket of cold water as soon as her gaze landed on the animal skin tent behind the girl, instantly sobering her. The fox race girl, unmoved by the greedy and covetous gazes around her, was not just relying on a jar of salt, but the dozens of foxes lying or sitting behind her in the animal skin tent. Their emerald green eyes occasionally darted outside, extinguishing the thoughts of many of the creatures that were ready to act. This also helped Li Ji calm down. Whether there was only this jar of salt here, or if the salt had been monopolized by the fox race orcs, she could not ascertain. Therefore, she needed to devise a plan. It had to draw attention, avoid direct confrontation with the fox race orcs, and simultaneously let other races know that she had salt. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of an irregular bulge in the corner. Li Ji's hair stood on end, and upon realizing what it was, her entire body broke into goosebumps. Yet a plan quickly formed in her mind. Advertising. Advertisement. As the name suggests, it is to widely announce. In this small market where various races are on high alert against each other, even if she were to shout through a trumpet, they would only become more wary. Moreover, the fox tribe, which has the same goods, might see her as a direct competitor. However, when these words came from the mouth of a lizard, also a beastman, the curiosity they sparked would lead to a different result when she announced her goods. Additionally, she had kept a backup plan. She noticed that the fox tribe did not accept trades of goods for goods, except for water. The fox girl exchanged a spoonful of salt for a jar of water and hurriedly handed the water into the tent behind her. Li Ji then discovered that behind the many young and strong fox beastmen there lay an elderly fox beastman. Lying in the center of the tent, he was barely alive, his face pale with cracked lips, and it seemed he had injuries. Injuries meant urgent need for anti-inflammatory treatment. Li Ji immediately set aside her last bit of worry and deliberately made some noise to attract the lizard's attention. The lizard's words smoothly led to the advertisement Li Ji wanted to make. Water and salt indeed stirred up a commotion in this market. Beastmen further away, even tree people and giants, turned to look this way. The group of fox beastmen who initially showed fierce expressions also softened their demeanor. The fox girl asked, "You say you have water. What will you exchange for it?" Li Ji noted that the previous small jar of water, about 100 milliliters, could only be exchanged for a spoonful of salt. Calculating it, that would only be 5 copper coins. And she actually only had a 1.5 L bottle of water. Exchanging it wouldn't be worth it. Li Ji smiled and said, "What I meant was I have a way to obtain these, not that I have them right now." Letting others know she had many things in hand increased the risk of being robbed. She had never made her words absolute from the start. The fox girl, however, glared angrily and said, "Are you playing me?" Li Ji glanced at the tent behind the fox girl and said, "If I am not mistaken, there is an elderly person inside the tent who needs medical attention. If I say I don't have water, but have an anti-inflammatory medicine that can treat her injuries, how much would you be willing to pay for it?" The fox girl's breath instantly became heavy. Or rather, it wasn't just the fox girl. Most people's eyes in the market turned green with greed. Most of them lived by hunting, and fighting for resources was a common occurrence, yet the chances of receiving treatment were few and far between. The profession of a doctor rarely appeared among races below level. Medicines were more precious than salt, water, and food. Not to mention the wild market. Even in a larger beast market or a beast alliance market, finding a single medicine was incredibly difficult. Yet this merchant claimed she had medicine. The fox girl made a quick decision, dashed into the tent, took out a leather pouch, and rushed out, stuffing it into Li Ji's hands. "There are 57 copper coins in here. If that's not enough, we can exchange with other things." 57 copper coins. And she could add more. What did that mean for her selling at 4 copper coins each? Li Ji replied, "Deal." A square metallic object appeared between Li Ji and the fox girl with a small screen on both the front and back and a tray on top. It was indeed one of the merchant's tools of fair scale. The screen facing Li Ji displayed, "Do you accept the trade of 1 anti-inflammatory medicine for 57 copper coins?" The screen facing the fox girl showed anti-inflammatory medicine used for inflammation caused by bacterial infection, suitable for redness, swelling, heat, pain, and fever. The last trace of vigilance in the fox girl's eyes dissipated upon seeing the fair scale and the effects displayed in Beastman's script. After Li Ji chose to agree, an anti-inflammatory medicine appeared above the fair scale. The fox girl grabbed it and said, "Thank you." Other fox beastmen had long surrounded Li Ji and the fox girl. After she received the anti-inflammatory medicine, they encircled her even more tightly, staring fiercely at the lurking others, quickly administering the medicine to the elderly fox. "Merchant, I also need anti-inflammatory medicine. I also have copper coins. Here." As the fox girl left, other beastmen, dwarves, and even tree people and giants rushed over. Li Ji felt an overwhelming sense of danger. These people were all pushing forward, clutching their money pouches, their expressions filled with a kind of desperate madness. Li Ji's sense of crisis surged. Earlier, seeing the injured elderly fox and the backwardness here, she had anticipated that medicine would be very valuable. However, upon careful observation, she noticed that the market only had this one elderly person injured, while the fish seller had a smooth upper garment and a modern pickup truck was parked in the distance. The coexistence of primitive backwardness and modern technology left her somewhat unsure of the specific situation here. Yet the fox beastmen were indeed an obstacle on her path to sell salt, and using anti-inflammatory medicine to break the deadlock was currently the best method. Adhering to the principle of caution, she regarded the anti-inflammatory medicine merely as a tool for reconciliation with the fox tribe, emphasizing that she only had one. Yet she never expected that medicine could be so scarce. The bloodshot eyes of these beastmen told her that had she said the wrong thing at that moment, she could have fallen into an irretrievable predicament. Indeed, it was a temporary stall that did not charge rent. The free was truly the most expensive. Li Ji took a few steps back and raised her voice. Sorry, everyone, I have already said that I only have one anti-inflammatory medicine. You should know how scarce medicine is. I went through great difficulty to obtain 3 anti-inflammatory medicines, and to prevent accidents, I only brought one with me. If you really want it, I can auction it here. The fox girl instantly squeezed and shouting, I bid. How do I bid? Li Ji turned and climbed onto a low wall. Everyone, listen to me. There are only 2 anti-inflammatory medicines. The highest bidder wins. She raised a finger. Starting bid is 100 copper coins, with each raised not less than 10 copper coins of 50 deposit up front, and the remaining 50 to be paid on delivery. Now let the bidding begin. 110 copper, 120 copper, 130, 200 copper. Li Ji wasn't surprised to see the bid reach 200, but she didn't expect it to be placed by the fisherman, who had seemed to be merely watching the show with a cold expression. She quickly withdrew her gaze. 200. Is there anyone else? The previously lively scene instantly cooled down. The fisherman's long, dry scales glistened without any sheen under the sun. As he glided, it resembled a twisting snake's tail. Yet wherever he went, all beastmen lowered their heads and stepped back a few paces. The fisherman extended his scaly hand. 200. I want both of those. Li Ji's expression turned cold, yet her voice remained gentle. Dear customer, I mentioned that the starting bid is for one you know. The fisherman sneered disdainfully. You are just a D1 level merchant. Although I am still uncertain of your race, are you sure you want to offend my kind, the Scale Clan, over 2 medicines? Li Ji's face completely turned cold. Her worst fears had come true. In this world, race levels were not only very important, but also distinctly hierarchical. It was a survival of the fittest. Humans seemed to occupy an extremely low position. Fortunately, having spent a long time in high positions, she never forgot how to struggle and survive in low positions. Li Ji instantly switched her emotions. My lord, you jest. I would never dare to offend the Linny clan. However, as you know, the anti-inflammatory medicine is not with me. This is merely a pre-auction, and the transaction will have to wait until my next visit. Would you like to pay a deposit now? The fisherman sneered. You think you can make me pay a deposit? Li Ji replied with a flattering tone. Of course. How could I be worthy? How about we postpone this transaction? Next time I come, we can exchange goods for payment directly. Integrity for esteemed guests, deceit for villains. After completing this business deal, she would not come back to this cursed place until her strength had grown. The fisherman pointed at the fair scale. I remember that merchants can sign a certain contract. You prepare the contract, and next time you come, we can trade directly. Unexpectedly, this primitive person was not easily deceived. Li Ji glanced around at the orcs, some watching the spectacle, others glaring with intent, maintaining her smile. Sure, but I just promised other customers to sell salt. Could you wait a moment? The fisherman coldly stared at her. Facing Li Ji's ingratiating smile, he eventually scoffed and slid aside, guarding her as she sold salt. Li Ji immediately displayed a bag of salt. Ladies and gentlemen, a scoop of salt for 5 copper coins, and I accept barter. However, the value will be determined by me. The other orcs, who were originally preparing to leave because the anti-inflammatory medicine had been auctioned off, suddenly brightened at the mention of barter. I want a scoop of salt. They'll trade it for beast skin. Li Ji placed the beast skin directly on the fair scale. At this moment, a line of text appeared on her screen. Jagged tiger beast skin, cutting completeness 80, can be made into quilts, carpets, or clothing. A single piece of beast skin can resist cold temperatures around 15. Li Ji smiled. This piece of beast skin is worth only 2 copper coins. If you have anything else, please place it on the scale. The orc scratched his head and placed another bag. Here are 10 pounds of jerky, usually sold for 3 copper coins. Though he said that, his tone seemed somewhat guilty. Li Ji directly stated, I remember that 10 pounds of jerky is only worth 2 copper coins. Hiding in the corner, she observed not only the Fox clan orcs. Without a general grasp of the situation, she would not have dared to come out. The orc's shoulders slumped, instantly pleading, My lord, please give me a scoop of salt. My child will fall ill without salt, and I truly need it. I am not deceiving you. That jerky tastes awful, all taken from dead wild cattle, and some of it is from worms, which are worth even less. This jerky is from a mud pig I hunted in the thorn forest specially for my child. It's truly worth this price. Li Ji gestured for him to place the jerky on the scale. Mud pig jerky. The meat of mud pigs living in the thorn jungle is tender and rich in protein, making it a favorite ground meat of the Feather Spirit clan. It is supplied by the Beast Alliance every year in limited quantities. Li Ji did not expect a piece of jerky to provide so much information. Thorn Jungle, Feather Spirit Clan, Beast Alliance. Each was a term she had never heard before. Supplied made her once again feel the distinct class divisions in this world. Li Ji said, All right, let's trade. The orc's previously dim expression brightened instantly at her silence. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. You are truly a good person. Li Ji lowered her gaze to collect the items. I am not a good person. I am merely a merchant. After completing this transaction, Li Ji looked at the other orcs who had obediently lined up due to the fishman's intimidation. I have several items with fixed buyback prices, such as Tianqi Micron Dust 0. 1 unit of Tianqi Micron Dust can be exchanged for a scoop of salt. 10 bundles of wood can also be traded for a scoop of salt. 50 pounds of beast bones can likewise be exchanged for a scoop of salt. Besides that, if you have ironwood dragon scale powder tree, glue mineral slag rubber tree sap, or pure fluff grass fibers, you can also trade with me. She listed the materials needed for upgrading the flying boat one by one, but to her surprise, while the orcs reacted to other materials, they all had blank expressions regarding Tianqi Micron Dust. What is Tianqi Micron Dust? Only the fishman's eyes flickered slightly. Why do you need Tianqi Micron Dust? That is something found only in the heavens and certain special places. Li Ji unexpectedly received a valuable piece of information from the fishman. Her dislike for him faded a bit. She smiled. As a merchant, I naturally acquire whatever the market demands. As for why I need it, that is for my customers to answer. She could not disclose any information related to herself or humans. The merchant's cloak effectively concealed her figure and appearance, but the fishman could see her level at a glance. It seemed that higher races should have a certain sense or method to judge lower races. In a world so lacking in resources, although flying houses were floating in the sky and most humans were empty-handed, who could tell whether other races would develop covetous thoughts? Moreover, with so many races on the ground, were there none in the sky? Wasn't the mud pig meat just the favorite of the Feather Spirit clan? Judging from its name, the Feather Spirit clan was likely a high-altitude race with a considerable rank. If contact were to be established between the ground and the sky, discovering the existence of humans would definitely not bode well for the humans who were still in their early developmental stages. Li Ji only wanted to live well herself, but as a human she absolutely did not wish for her race to fall into crisis. The fishman had no doubts. Only disdainfully frowned, a bunch of opportunistic merchants. Li Ji remained non-committal, smiling as she continued trading. Soon the copper coins on her person soared from 64 to 124. Her backpack was filled with wood jerky, beast bones, mineral slag, wild fruits, and various ores. During the trading, she realized that these orcs could not see her panel or her current card pool. So during the trading breaks, she would occasionally refresh her card pool, hoping to draw another pack of salt to trade here. Crack. A mattress, 1 antibiotic, and apple copy card, a quilt, all purchased. 0. 1 units of Tianqi Micron Dust 0. 1 units of red or cabbage seeds, a cream bread toilet blueprint red or 0. 1 unit for 10 copper. Li Ji hesitated for a moment, but curiosity overcame her poverty. She wanted to see what kind of exorbitant ore it was capable of matching one of her origin cards for just 0. 1 unit could rival one of her origin cards. The toilet blueprint was not expensive, only 3 copper. Other items were all just 1 copper. Li Ji directly bought all 5 cards. While drawing cards, she sold salt. Li Ji quickly earned a fortune, her backpack filled to the brim. As there remained only 30 g of salt, a timid voice came from below. Excuse me. How much salt can pure fluff grass be exchanged for? Li Ji looked left and right, finally spotting a rabbit, caramel-colored, only as high as her thigh. It did not possess the human features typical of orcs. Instead, it retained its primitive form, small in stature and furry, resembling a talking floppy-eared rabbit from the AI animations of Blue Star. Upon noticing Li Ji's gaze, it shivered, its fur bristling slightly, but soon settled down submissively. The floppy-eared rabbit's eyes glistened with tears of fear, its voice soft and trembling. Esteemed, honored sir, may I ask if clean fluff grass can also be exchanged for salt? Li Ji's eyes lit up. Although she had listed many materials that could be exchanged for money, the materials obtained through barter were still quite limited. The only material that reached full value was wood. Some orcs even trekked long distances to retrieve it from home, resulting in a substantial amount of wood in her backpack. Although this wood could later be traded with other humans, she quickly adjusted the price of the wood, which led those orcs to trade more than just wood for salt. She managed to acquire some other materials as well. However, there were still several types that had never appeared before, with clean fluff grass being one of them. Of course it can be exchanged. Li Ji pointed to the fair scale. If you give me the grass, I will see how much salt I can exchange for it. In the details for upgrading the flying boat, every required item was listed only by name without specific descriptions. Unless she drew from the card library, Li Ji could not view any information. Items not in her possession had no known value. Thus, she listed these items without indicating their prices. She needed to know how much these items were worth from the fair scale before she could determine her potential profit. The caramel floppy-eared rabbit tiptoed forward, presenting a grass-woven basket. Li Ji was taken aback, only then realizing that nestled beneath the furry belly of the floppy-eared rabbit were several even smaller floppy-eared rabbits. The little floppy-eared rabbits huddled together, clutching the legs of the caramel floppy-eared rabbit, and when they suddenly met Li Ji's gaze, they all shrank back in fear. The caramel floppy-eared rabbit was taken by surprise, as well, quickly squatting down to shield the 3 little rabbits beneath her, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. My younger siblings are still small and can't be sold yet. Li Ji's expression grew more astonished. Sold? Just then a fox girl approached, handing Li Ji a mineral. Is this the red ore you were looking for? As she spoke, she casually glanced at the floppy-eared rabbits and said, These fluff tribe members are slaves and cannot gather their kin automatically. If there are more than 5, they must be sold separately, but this litter isn't fully grown yet. If you wish to acquire them, you might want to discuss it with the fluff tribe's leader. You should be able to purchase them, though the survival rate is low. While the fox girl spoke, the caramel floppy-eared rabbit lay on the ground, trembling all over, not daring to run away or make any excessive movements. Li Ji frowned slightly. She pressed her lips together. I don't want to. Picking up the grass frame from the ground, she poured the fluff grass onto the scale, and the screen quickly displayed information. Clean fluff grass produced by the fluff tribe after being processed into clean fluff grass fibers. It exhibits excellent sealing properties and is a top-tier material for the flying boat sealing system. Li Ji opened the details for upgrading the flying boat to check the required amount of clean fluff grass fibers. To upgrade from a floating wooden house to a flying boat, 10 units of clean fluff grass fibers or 20 units of rubber tree sap were needed. Li Ji asked, can you process clean fluff grass into clean fluff grass fibers? The floppy-eared rabbit lay on the ground waiting for a while before cautiously lifting its head. Are you asking me, esteemed sir? Yes. The floppy-eared rabbit's ruby-red eyes brightened. Yes, I can. My parents, the tribe leader, and my aunt's sister's brothers, and the entire tribe can. Li Ji nodded. Wait a moment, I'll estimate the value, and we can sign a contract. Next time you can trade 10 units of clean fluff grass fibers to me. She paused, her peripheral vision catching the varied expressions of the surrounding orcs, and she said lightly, we'll discuss the price again. The floppy-eared rabbit's excited demeanor instantly dampened. It still respectfully lay on the ground. We will definitely deliver the clean fluff grass fibers you require on time. The floppy-eared rabbit waited aside. The fox girl curiously asked, what use is clean fluff grass? Isn't it just grass used by the fluff tribe to build nests? Li Ji placed the red ore on the fair scale. Red ore, a specialty of the rock nest tribe, can only be produced in special red ore mines. Coupled with the rock nest tribe's unique ancient fire tempering technique, it can enhance metal toughness by 20 to 50. The fair scale never displayed the value of items. It was solely for negotiation between the two parties. When Li Ji drew the red ore from the card library, she had anticipated its high value, but she did not expect it to be worth even more than she had imagined. An increase in metal toughness by 20, what does that mean? If she were still on Blue Star, this technology could almost reshape the physical world, instantly becoming a nationally strategic secret. It was not something that could be measured by mere monetary value. Even in this world, without knowing the level of technology here, Li Ji could be certain that the value and potential of red ore were immense. She calmly stored the red ore away. I can settle the red ore at 0. 1 units for 1 copper. Then this can be exchanged for 70 copper. The fox girl counted on her fingers, her eyes shining. It's actually worth this much. In this world, 1 unit roughly equates to 1 gene from Blue Star. The red ore sent by the fox girl weighed a full 7 gene. Without hesitation, the fox girl chose to finalize the deal. After the transaction, Li Ji found her salt supply dwindling. Previously, she had also seen in the list 5-pack sour soup, beef, instant noodles 1. 5L water, 5 gene rice, 250G, salt 1 unit, heat-resistant alloy. Finally, she had obtained some salt. Moreover, the instant noodles, water, and rice were all in large quantities, enough to last a week if rationed, totaling 9 copper, which was quite a bargain. She decided to take it all. Crack. 1 unit rubber tree sap. 1 can luncheon meat 0. 1 unit apocalypse dust 0. 1 unit apocalypse dust copy card apocalypse dust. Copy card. Get it. A pair of sneakers, 550 milliliters cola, 250G salt, flying boat upgrade blueprint 1 cabbage. The flying boat blueprint costs 15 copper, but it is essential for upgrading the wooden house. After buying everything, Li Ji drew from the list again: windproof stove, intermediate copy card 1 unit, heat-resistant alloy 0. 1 unit apocalypse dust 1 unit, fresh wild beef, intermediate copy card. Li Ji eagerly grabbed it and checked the details. Intermediate copy card can copy cards with a value of 10 copper or less. Some stingy folks. I don't need to say what I mean. Li Ji's breath hitched. Does this mean she can also copy her original card? If so, she would only need to draw another original card or an intermediate copy card to upgrade. Li Ji carefully stored it in her backpack, suppressing her excitement as she drew from the list again. Card. Why is the talent bar gray? Li Ji paused for a moment. She quickly recalled that her earlier experiment had been interrupted by trading and job changes, and she had forgotten to check the results. Opening her player attributes, Spirit 010. Li Ji felt relieved, but quickly grew worried again. Would her spirit be fully restored the next day? Would she only be able to refresh this 10 times before leveling up? If we speculate based on Blue Star's game mechanics, it would make sense for the spirit to be fully restored the next day. But this is not Blue Star. Li Ji did not dwell on it further. What has happened has happened. A worrying wouldn't change anything. Overthinking would only increase anxiety and deplete her energy, affecting her judgment. She was currently in a strange and dangerous environment and needed to keep herself in the best condition to handle any unexpected situations. Li Ji quickly shifted her focus, looking at the impatient fishman beside her. Sir, we can sign the contract now. The fishman snorted coldly, carefully examining the text on the fair scale, and after a long while he wrote down his name. The fair scale's dual screens simultaneously displayed a simplified electronic contract long-term contract effective date within 10 days parties Li Ji 2. Transaction details: 2 purchases 2 anti-inflammatory pills from Li Ji for a deposit of 50 copper and a balance of 150 copper. Party A, Li Ji, Party B2. Li Ji did not expect to sign a contract on her first day in the survival world, especially a long-term contract. She had initially planned to default. She saw nothing wrong with defaulting. Coercive trading inherently lacks fairness and respect. She could not overpower them and had to stabilize the situation before fleeing. This was currently the most suitable strategy. However, the market here was larger than she had anticipated. Moreover, with the presence of red ore and clean fluff grass fibers, and although the fishman looked displeased, he had helped deter many who were eager to cause trouble, which was somewhat of a favor. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, Li Ji decided to honor the contract. However, she modified the deposit to leave room for negotiation. To her surprise, Tu signed immediately. Li Ji seriously suspected that Tu had initially refused because he did not have enough money, but regardless, she did not want to be coerced any further. Before coming back next time, she must improve her strength. But currently, the only way was to draw another original card. For something so unpredictable, Li Ji could only pray and refresh multiple times to hope for a favorable outcome. May the gods bless, for she truly wanted to progress. As dusk approached, the caramel-colored floppy-eared rabbit was still waiting nearby. The fishmen had departed, leaving only scattered, uncollected stalls in the market and a few lingering customers. After Li Ji had packed everything away, she handed the last small bag of salt, excluding her own reserve, to the floppy-eared rabbit. Here is the contract, take a look. The fair scale automatically lowered to the height of the floppy-eared rabbit. On the screen facing the floppy-eared rabbit was also an electronic version of the contract long-term contract effective date. Within 10 days parties Li Ji. Transaction details: Li Ji purchases 10 G of pure fluff grass fibers for 100 copper deposit, 10 G salt, remaining payment to be settled on the day of transaction. Party A, Li Ji. Party B, Li Ji said, fill in your name in the blank. Can you produce 10 G of pure fluff grass fibers within 10 days? The floppy-eared rabbit stood dazed in place. From Li Ji's height, she could only see the fluffy top of its head and its soft ears, unable to discern its expression. She squatted down and looked at the floppy-eared rabbit. Little rabbit, you. Her voice trailed off. I'm so sorry, my lord. Tears rolled down the fluffy cheeks of the floppy-eared rabbit. We will definitely complete your order on time. But I don't have a name. The Fluff tribe cannot have a name until they find a master, otherwise it would be an offense to the future master. Only the master has the right to name the Fluff tribe. The floppy-eared rabbit wiped away its tears, its ruby-like eyes filled with caution and servility. If my lord grants me a name, I can sign the contract with that name. Li Ji replied, then just fill in Fluff tribe. The floppy-eared rabbit seemed to be slow to respond. Li Ji repeated, it's fine since you all are completing this order together, Fluff tribe works too. The floppy-eared rabbit's mouth moved in 3 parts, dazed for a long time before nodding vigorously. Thank you, my lord. This is the first order for the Fluff tribe, and we will definitely fulfill it well. Li Ji lightly acknowledged. Where do you live? The floppy-eared rabbit pointed towards a distant patch of grass. The caves in that grassy area are the Fluff tribe's territory. All right, see you in 10 days. The floppy-eared rabbit hopped away with 3 other little rabbits. Li Ji also prepared to return. A line of text appeared on the screen of the fair scale. Are you sure you want to end today's business? Li Ji clicked yes. Another line of text popped up on the screen. Please exit the wild market from the east side. You will see the teleportation array once you leave the wild market's range. Li Ji was taken aback. Isn't it supposed to be the same way back? Only merchants with fixed stalls are allowed to teleport. People truly do laugh when at a loss for words. The biggest pitfall of free stalls was right here. When the floppy-eared rabbit left with a bag of salt, she worried that the roaming orcs would come to rob. A golden glittering warehouse moved through the wilderness. Who wouldn't be foolish not to rob it? If it were her, she wouldn't be able to resist either. She wondered why the afternoon had been so calm and smooth. She had thought it was the fishman's intimidation. Now she realized how many robbers must be lurking on the way. Li Ji looked towards the east as indicated by the fair scale. The sunset's rays fell upon the wilderness, the wind flattening the wild grass, revealing lurking figures in the grass. 1, 2, 3. Li Ji had good eyesight. At a glance, she spotted 3 groups. One of them locked eyes with her, revealing a grin filled with bloodthirst. Li Ji, confident in her chi cultivation, couldn't help but curse at that moment. This is absurd, you dog game, I'll remember that. She took a deep breath instantly, putting on a flattering smile as she ran towards the direction the fishman had left. Sister 2. Sister 2, I still have a business to discuss with you. The fishman was not far from Li Ji, but was heading in the opposite direction. When Li Ji caught up, the fishman crossed her arms, looking at her leisurely. You aren't looking for me to be your free bodyguard, are you? Didn't they say fish weren't smart? Why was this fishman so sharp? Li Ji responded, how could that be? You truly misunderstood me. How could we be that kind of person? Actually, I noticed that Sister 2 was looking for someone to trade for grains. I happen to have a bag of flour made from wheat. I'm not sure if Sister 2 is interested. 2 turned her face to the dim sunlight, casting on her profile, revealing hints of her hidden gills on her cheeks. It was only then that Li Ji noticed the 3 scars on Tu's left cheek, long-healed, only visible from specific angles where the flesh wasn't smooth. Tu spoke. You're not just opportunistic, you're quite cunning. Her gaze towards Li Ji carried a hint of mockery. But after a moment's thought, she still chose to nod. You can trade a bag of flour for me to protect you for a distance, but if we encounter a strong enemy, a bag of flour isn't worth me risking my life for you. Li Ji immediately opened the fair scale to generate the contract. Tu chuckled and ultimately signed. Li Ji let out a sigh of relief. 1 copper for a bodyguard. A profit. The two walked eastward, keeping a distance apart. Tu's fishtail flattened the wild grass, making rustling sounds with every step. Li Ji, already somewhat psychologically affected by reptiles, couldn't help but glance a few times out of the corner of her eye. Just one look left her stunned. The wild grass was yellow and green, but the ground where Tu passed was marked with a blend of mud and crimson. Your tail is injured. Tu did not turn to look at her fishtail, calmly saying, Don't worry, my combat ability remains unaffected. Li Ji wanted to say that wasn't her point, but saying that also seemed pointless, so she decided to keep her mouth shut. The wilderness was vast, and the wild market occupied only a tiny area. Only after Li Ji stepped out did she realize that the beastmen able to set up stalls and shop in the wild market were already relatively well off. The further out she went, the more she could see various beastmen curled up in the wilderness, their fur tangled and messy, filthy, and even scantily clad. The last rays of sunset faded, and the night wind quickly filled with a chill. Beastmen huddled together for warmth while flying insects circled them, waiting for their chance. As Li Ji and Tu passed through, some watched them warily while others could hardly hide their greed and murderous intent. Yet Tu's intimidation still lingered. Halfway through they hadn't encountered too much danger. Li Ji let out a small sigh of relief. Don't celebrate too early. Tu's icy voice held an undeniable gravity. The wild market is jointly governed by the fox tribe, wolf tribe, and tiger tribe. Ordinary beastmen don't dare to cause trouble there. But we are about to leave this area. As if to echo Tu's words, distant rustling sounds and the noise of grass being stepped on reached them. It was fleeting, yet Li Ji instantly became alert. The sky had darkened, and the round moon seemed to press down upon the wild grass. As the wind blew, shadows swayed under the moonlight, resembling fierce, beastly figures waiting to ensnare prey and devour it. 2. A chilling voice was carried by the wind. You shouldn't meddle in others' affairs. The wind blew this voice far away and echoed back. Each utterance became more chilling, meddling in others' affairs. Affairs? Li Ji was startled, instantly tightening her cloak and scanning her surroundings. However, within her line of sight, there was nothing but wild grass. Cold sweat broke out on her back, and for the first time she felt regret. She couldn't afford a 7-copper stall. At least she could have spent 1 copper. Free was truly expensive. Yao, you cannot defeat me. As Tu Aoran's voice rang out, Li Ji instantly relaxed her grip on the protective barrier. A rustling sound stirred once more. Something slithered swiftly toward them. Li Ji tightened her hold on the barrier again. A serpent man emerged from the withered grass. His vertical pupils swept across Li Ji, raising gooseflesh along her arms. Fortunately, the serpentman's attention remained fixed primarily on Tu. The wound you sustained in your last battle against the Scale clan has yet to heal. You are hardly invincible. And who said I stand alone? Footsteps echoed. 2 towering figures blocked out the moonlight. Li Ji drew a sharp breath. 2 brown bear men. She clenched the barrier tightly once more. Tu's voice turned glacial. Has it truly come to this, that any rabble dares bar my path? Whether illusion or not, Li Ji noticed Tu's dry, jagged scales appearing smoother and softer beneath the moon's silvery filter, almost luminous. A deep cerulean shimmer. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 gusts of wind sliced past Li Ji's ears. She crouched to evade, but kept her gaze lifted, tracking those fleeting silhouettes. Tu and Yao had already clashed. Yao's serpentine tail stretched far longer than any fishtail. He lunged close, seeking to coil it around Tu's tail, only for Tu to strike back with a single brutal lash of her own, carving a gash so deep bone gleamed white. Li Ji had no time to observe further. The 2 bear men were closing in. She harbored no doubt either could crush her to pulp with a single swipe of its massive paw. Just as she reached for the barrier, a fishtail lashed past, sending both bears flying several meters away. The heavy thudding impact shook the earth. Li Ji nearly cheered aloud. As the bears crashed down, Tu's scaled hand clamped mercilessly around Yao's throat. Leave or die. I will not repeat myself. Yao rolled across the ground and fled with the 2 bears' tail tucked low in humiliation. Li Ji had not expected the battle to end so swiftly, nor that her single copper coin's worth of flour would buy her such a formidable protector. Just as she prepared to offer thanks, Tu pointed, using her hands still dripping blood from serpent fangs, to her waist, bruised and purpling where Yao's tail had coiled. Add 1 anti-inflammatory pill as compensation. Li Ji instinctively opened her mouth to haggle, then met Tu's calm, detached gaze, utterly indifferent to her wounds, and found herself speechless. She withdrew a single anti-inflammatory pill. Here, cash on delivery. Tu frowned suspiciously. Did you not say the other 2 were not on you? Li Ji replied, there aren't 2, but there is 1. Merchants truly lie as easily as they breathe, Tu muttered. Li Ji clicked her tongue. Just take it. This pill costs 100 copper coins. I'll charge you for every extra glance. Tu shot her a skeptical look, then carefully placed the pill beneath a single iridescent fish scale on the back of her hand. Li Ji had noticed before whether innate talent or something else that scale served as a storage space. Her traded goods always vanished and reappeared there. Why haven't you taken it yet? Something's approaching. Tu's expression hardened. With one hand, she hoisted Li Ji and darted silently through the withered grass. Li Ji hung suspended in Tu's arm cradle, hearing only wind and the soft whisper of Tu's fishtail slicing through dry stalks. Soon accustomed to that rhythm, she began to discern other sounds beneath it. Rustling, familiar yet coming from all directions. Tu halted abruptly. Li Ji, caught by inertia, tumbled forward twice. Before she could rise, crimson eyes ignited in the grass, one pair after another. Her scalp prickled, she scrambled backward, rolling straight to Tu's side. What are these? Tu's voice grew grave. The Rat Clan, the most numerous race upon this wasteland. Even as she spoke, countless red eyes flared across the darkness, like stars scattered across a blood-drenched sky. Li Ji's numbness spread beyond her scalp. Her entire face tingled. Tu, we're here to speak with a new merchant. You wouldn't wish to interfere, would you? An aged, rasping voice emerged from the grass. The tall, waist-high reeds parted, revealing an elderly ratman flanked by two burly adults. The ratmen stood barely a meter tall, their long tails dragging across the earth. Their faces resembled humans, yet pale whiskers sprouted from their cheeks. Tu glanced at Li Ji, then stepped half a pace backward, her silence speaking volumes. The ratman smiled, whiskers twitching. We welcome a new merchant to the wild market. I am the Rat Clan chieftain, and I seek to discuss a trade with you. Li Ji knew full well, even if Tu stood guard before her facing hundreds, no thousands, of ratmen, she would be torn limb from limb in moments. But she'd just paid 100 copper coins for that anti-inflammatory pill. Surely she could at least pretend to be formidable. Li Ji forced a radiant smile. I adore striking deals. What matter did you have in mind? Nothing grand, a simple plea. Our clan has dwelled on this wasteland for generations, yet food remains scarce. One litter after another starves. O merciful merchant, surely you would not allow such unspeakable tragedy to persist. Are you Shakespeare himself? Yet a true merchant speaks human to humans, and rat to rats. Li Ji responded in theatrical lament. Oh, such an abomination against heaven's justice. Thus I humbly request your sponsorship, food enough to sustain our young. Every soul in our clan shall eternally honor your boundless compassion. A single rat burrow births 5 to 10 pups. In modern society, even a family of 5 struggles to raise one child. Now she was expected to feed thousands of rats, and their tens of thousands of offspring. Why wasn't your kind included in Blue Star's 4 pest eradication campaign? The ratman's ears pricked up. What was that? Li Ji's smile didn't reach her eyes. Nothing. Just curious how much food your young require. Not much. He raised a single finger. 1,000 units per day. Li Ji's forced smile shattered. She couldn't scrape together 1,000 units, not even if she sold herself and every item in her pack. This wasn't extortion, it was a death sentence. Her laughter froze, then vanished entirely. Since arriving at this market, she'd earned little coin and endured endless indignities. Everyone treated her as soft clay to be molded. Then there's nothing left to discuss. The ratman's eyes narrowed. Merciful merchant, do you reject the friendship of the Rat Clan? Li Ji scoffed, wretched rodent, daring to rob me. Why don't you go ask around Blue Star, where all who cross me now rest? The young plump ratman behind the elder blinked. Where? Li Ji bared a chilling grin 6 feet under. The fat ratman shuddered violently. The elder ratman roared. Do you think I won't shred you into jerky to feed my pups? A chorus of rustling erupted, ratmen pouring from the grass, emerging from every shadow. Li Ji didn't need to turn. She felt the encirclement tightening. Clutching the barrier, she sneered, afraid of a pack of vermin skulking in the dark. Tu stepped forward, shielding Li Ji. Ratman, you overreach. She overreaches, the ratman hissed, eyes venomous. To insult our clan thus is to declare eternal enmity. Tu, you speak for her. Do you two wish to be our sworn enemy? Tu's expression hardened. Are you threatening me? Tu Darren, the ratman sneered, baring sparse yellowed teeth. You are no longer the exalted captain of the Scale Clan's guard. You are a traitor cast out even by your own kin. Your body is broken, your pure blood diluted into mongrel stock. On land your old authority means nothing. You seek death. Tu exploded forward, her fishtail whipping toward the elder ratman. He knew its lethal power. While clutching his head, he rolled desperately toward his 2 guards. Other ratmen were caught off guard. Some struck midair by Tu's tail, cleaved cleanly in 2. Screams erupted, then chaos as they scattered blindly into the grass. Li Ji felt herself hoisted once more, cradled firmly under Tu's arm. Hold on tight. The speed of light. It was simply the speed of light. Li Ji's mouth had not yet closed, and his throat instantly dried out, as if it were being torn apart by the wind that rushed in. How could a fish run this fast on the ground? Li Ji didn't have time to ponder this serious question, and as the rustling sound drew nearer, he hoarsely shouted, We can't outrun them. Tu's voice remained as cold as ever, showing no signs of panic. Just 1 more kilometer, and we'll reach the edge of the wilderness. What will you do then? Li Ji asked. Tu paused her gliding motion, but quickly accelerated again. It's none of your concern. I have a plan. Tu remained silent, and Li Ji lowered her voice. The wind shattered her voice, but Tu heard her clearly. The Mouse Tribe leader is particularly afraid of death. When you stop, pretend to negotiate again, and then capture the Mouse Tribe leader. Why do you want to capture him? First tell me if the Mouse Tribe has any food that only they can produce, something that grows quickly, or resources unique to them that other beast tribes do not have. There are the Mouse Tribe's fast-growing mushrooms and a type of glowing moss spore. The fast-growing mushrooms are the main food of the Mouse Tribe, produced only by them, rich in nutrients, and beast tribes with young ones generally purchase from them. The glowing moss spores can be used for lighting and marking, frequently traded with the Feather Alliance. Tu's response was within Li Ji's expectations. The beastmen surrounding the wilderness market were barely clothed, while these mice were all dressed, clearly not lacking in food. Moreover, the mouse people claimed they couldn't afford to raise young ones, yet the mice chasing them were incredibly fast. None of them appeared malnourished. Especially the two behind her, one robust, and the other plump, clearly well-fed. Looking at how the mouse people carried themselves as if trained at a banquet, and their approach of courtesy before aggression, it was clear they often robbed and engaged in trade. She had seen many seasoned traders. This was not the first time they targeted her, but each had paid the price. Li Ji shouted, "Stop." Tu frowned but chose to comply. She merely remarked coldly, "The payment for hiring me ends here. I want help when those mice tear you apart." "You just need to capture that leader," Li Ji insisted. Tu remained silent, turning to look at the approaching mouse beastmen. She swatted away a few with her tail, and the strong mice finally caught up. In a fit of rage, he shouted, "Tu, you!" Before he could finish, his neck was already in Tu's grip. The mouse man wobbled on his thin legs, his tail flicking a few times before finally drooping helplessly, forcing a smile. "Lord Tu, what are you doing?" Tu looked at Li Ji. Li Ji walked towards the mouse man with a smile. "Leader, we stopped because we want to continue discussing business with you." "Oh." Li Ji clicked her tongue, raised a finger and shook it, saying, "It won't be easy to negotiate if I let you go." She leaned closer to the mouse man's ear and lowered her voice. "What we're discussing is the price of your life. If your life isn't in our hands, then negotiating the price won't be easy, right?" The mouse man trembled in fear. "You," Li Ji replied. "I've heard you have a type of fast-growing mushroom and a glowing moss spore. I want to trade for these two items with you. These two are indeed unique products of my mouse tribe. Based on market prices, Li Ji raised a finger. "I want 1,000 units of fast-growing mushrooms and 1,000 units of glowing moss spores at the rate of 1 copper coin per 1,000 units. I can pay the full amount up front, but you must at least trade me 10 of the goods first. The remaining 90 must be settled within 10 days. How about that?" The mouse man's smile froze. "Are you joking?" Li Ji replied. "I operate on a small scale and integrity is key. I never joke." A fair scale appeared in front of her and the mouse man. The contract had already been drafted on the screen. "Will you sign?" The mouse man's whiskers trembled quickly, and his murky yellow eyes stared at Li Ji for quite some time before he forced a smile. "The mouse tribe has many young ones to feed, and the children are already starving. I really can't provide so many fast-growing mushrooms and glowing moss spores. Can we negotiate further?" "Of course you can tell me how to negotiate," Li Ji said. The mouse man's eyes darted. "How about this? I give you 100 units of fast-growing mushrooms and 100 units of glowing moss spores at the rate of 100 copper coins. Or should I ask, how many fast-growing mushrooms can your life be worth? How much are your younger ones willing to pay to redeem you?" The mouse man's whiskers froze in midair and his eyes ceased to dart. He gritted his teeth for a moment, revealing an expression of a hero severing his wrist. "All right, but it can't be 1,000 units, at most 800 units, and not 1 copper coin. I can't justify that to my tribe. It has to be at least 1 copper coin for 10 units. Li Ji replied expressionlessly. 800 units, 1 copper coin. The remaining amount you need to cover with your own explanation to the tribe, otherwise they'll bring other mouse tribes to negotiate." The mouse man caught a glimpse of the young mouse people, and only his fat son showed a worried expression. None of the others appeared willing to come forward to help him. He could only grit his teeth, sign. Tu lowered the mouse man. He carefully scanned the contract, finding no loopholes to exploit, and reluctantly signed his name. Li Ji quickly signed her name as well. The contract took effect. The mouse man coughed, held by Tu, facing the other mouse people. "I just finalized a deal with the new merchant. You all go get 80 units of fast-growing mushrooms and 80 units of glowing moss spores." The fat mouse man clapped with excitement. "With 2 lots of 80 units, can we buy a lot of rice to eat?" Other mouse people curiously asked, "Leader, how much profit did we make on this deal?" The mouse man coughed wildly. The fat mouse man asked, "Are you okay, Dad?" The mouse man snatched the bag from another mouse person and handed it to Li Ji, saying, "The first batch of goods has been traded." Li Ji opened it, took a glance to confirm that everything inside was fine before putting it in her backpack. After solemnly handing over a bag containing 2 copper coins to the mouse man, Li Ji kindly addressed the other mouse people, "Everyone. From now on we are friends. What I agreed with the leader is that every transaction will be calculated at 1 unit per copper coin, prepaying 10, and the remaining 720 units of fast-growing mushrooms and 720 units of glowing moss spores will be traded in 10 days. I hope we can cooperate happily. Oh, a new business. New partners. That is the best. Leader, leader, leader. The mouse people huddled together cheering. The mouse man held the light bag of coins, trembling, his whiskers, tears flowing before he could speak. Li Ji felt a bit uneasy in her heart. The mouse tribe indeed did not seem wealthy. The leader's out-of-pocket expense of 1598 copper coins had already caused him such pain, it seemed there wouldn't be much profit to squeeze from him in the future. Thinking she had found a treasure trove only to discover there wasn't even a gold brick inside. How could she not feel sympathy for herself? Chi failed to utter a single word until they reached the edge of the wasteland and beheld the merchant-exclusive bronze coin sigil teleportation array. Only then did she speak hesitantly, as if the words themselves were unbearable. Say, if I raided the Rat Clan chieftain again right now, how much would he give me? Li Ji didn't hesitate. He'd fight you to mutual annihilation. Tu frowned skeptically. Out of respect for her diligence, Li Ji suppressed her longing to return and explained, the Rat Clan is populous and prolific. Raising their young isn't easy. Though the chieftain surely lines his own pockets, the younger rats show no signs of malnutrition, proof that his greed remains restrained. My extraction already dealt him a grievous blow, yet even so the funds ultimately recirculated within the Rat Clan's coffers. Painful, yes, but bearable. Moreover, assessed by raw material value, his actual loss was minimal. But should you strike again so soon? He's just been swindled. Another blow would ignite even a clay statue's temper. He'll likely unleash both fresh wrath and old grudges upon you alone. Tu's expression hardened. He dares not. Then, brow furrowing anew, must one overthink a simple raid? Li Ji bristled. What do you mean, raid? I conducted a transaction, a binding ink and paper contract, fair and reciprocal. Tu rolled her eyes. With a cold, sardonic warning, she added, next time you arrive, fortune may not smile so kindly. Li Ji stepped into the teleportation array. As golden light flared, she waved farewell. Who can say? In a flash of gold, she tumbled into her shabby wooden cottage. Pitch darkness swallowed all, so absolute that her outstretched hand vanished before her eyes. The door rattled violently in the wind, as though something monstrous would burst through at any moment. Without delay, she drew forth the bioluminescent moss spores, acquired strictly speaking, not extorted but purchased from the Rat Clan. The moment she released a single bloom, a soft cerulean radiance illuminated the immediate space. The hue was oddly unfamiliar, but infinitely preferable to suffocating blackness. She produced several more blooms, placing them precisely at the four corners and the center of the room, ensuring not a single shadowed recess remained. With illumination secured, hunger struck, belated yet insistent. Too weary to boil water for instant noodles, Li Ji retrieved water, cream, bread and apple, and dried meat, and began to eat. Though the cerulean glow dulled appetite, she hadn't eaten all day, and the meal, balanced in vitamins and protein, proved surprisingly savory. As she ate, she opened the chat panel, its interface blinking insistently. Has anyone retrieved a chest higher tier than the silver chest claimed by O Huang de Lao? Wooden chests are standard, bronze ones are rare. O Huang de Lao earned that title for good reason. Starving. Netcloud yielded nothing. I've exhausted my toast. Any kind soul willing to share food. It's so dark, I'm terrified. I want to go home. I did snag a bronze chest, worth roughly 50 copper coins, but its contents are utterly useless. It's now listed in the trade zone. Oh, feel free to browse. Does anyone possess lighting equipment? We'll pay premium. Why is it so frigid tonight? I'm only wearing a short-sleeve shirt. Anyone trading heavy clothing? Li Ji scrolled rapidly through the chat log and learned that in just one afternoon, players had hauled up mineral resources and chests of varying rarities via the Netcloud. A player named AAA, first O Huang, had drawn a silver chest, yielding half a unit of apocalyptic dust and 200 copper coins. Li Ji's eyes flared crimson, blood red with envy. She'd labored tirelessly all day, bottling fury, surviving 2 ambushes, narrowly escaping being torn apart by a pack of rats, only to find her remaining copper coins nearly indistinguishable from what others effortlessly fished from chests while lounging in cottages. Where is cosmic justice? Li Ji crept shadow-like to the door, forgetting both darkness and height, yanked it open and cast her net. Congratulations. You have retrieved 1 bronze chest. Li Ji, so the true O Huang is me. Without hesitation, she scrambled back inside and pried the chest open. Congratulations, player. You have obtained 2 units of apocalyptic dust vitality elixir and starship upgrade blueprint. Where was the promised minimum value of 50 copper for a bronze chest? Was this haul even worth 20 copper? True, the 2 units of apocalyptic dust completed her set of 1 full unit. Yet even at the market's current peak price that amounted to only 12 copper, the starship blueprint fetched 15 copper, but she already owned it. And what exactly was vitality elixir? Li Ji's face fell as she lifted the bottle. Vitality elixir, a beloved beverage among molten forged infants. 1 bottle restores 10 points of spiritual energy, Molten forged toddlers require 10 bottles daily to replenish their reserves. What about you? Restores spiritual energy. Instantly, Li Ji felt revitalized, as if withered would had met spring rain. Her entire being surged with renewed vigor. A true treasure. A pillow arriving just as drowsiness descended. How had she never considered the possibility of such a restorative item? Immediately, she opened the trading platform and searched for Vitality Elixir, and indeed listings appeared though none displayed prices. Return my 3 stars 5 cost. Hello, how much for Vitality Elixir? Shit while you sit 10 copper per bottle. Was it really shit, wasn't it? Shit while you sit promptly offered a friend's discount. It's you. 8 copper then. Return my 3 stars 5 cost. Deal? Return my 3 stars 5 cost. Don't you need it yourself? Shit while you sit, it's useless to me. I possess the infinite toilet paper. Talent 1 point of spiritual energy generates 10 rolls. I don't need that much paper. And with only 5 points of spiritual energy, drinking 1 bottle would waste 4. Letting it sit unopened nullifies its effect entirely, equivalent to wasting 5 points. Better to sell it. That made sense. Though the game mocked her spiritual energy as the lowest among all races, it had also affirmed hers ranked at the very apex among humans. In today's market, those capable of consuming Vitality Elixir without waste were likely exceedingly rare. Li Ji mused everyone was struggling, prudence and calculation defined the era. She too would need to weigh broader economic conditions in future trades. Closing the chat, she placed the newly acquired elixir beside the earlier bottle, only for the two to tilt and spill, knocking against a nearby timber block. The block tumbled into her stack of cards, triggering an unknown contact. A dialog box flash detected 3 units of ironwood. Synthesize into tempered ironwood. Tempered ironwood, a premium material forged through sacred rites and steeped in the battle blood of Orcish shamans, commonly employed in hull modifications for high-tier starships. Li Ji froze. She'd long pondered whether 3 origin cards could be upgraded. Might other cards follow suit? Yet she possessed no triplet of identical cards, and the bustle of the Wasteland Bazaar had driven the thought from her mind. An accident had delivered the answer: 3 identical cards could indeed be upgraded. Li Ji tapped no. Tempered ironwood was superior, but her ironwood reserves were scarce. Uncertain whether she'd even require it, she'd synthesize only when necessity demanded. Moreover, her inventory teemed with synthesizable items. She'd begin with the most abundant resource, timber. Li Ji did not panic. Instead, she first listed the glowing moss spores in the trading area. The pitch-black heights were an utterly unfamiliar realm. Even those untroubled by vertigo would likely crave a little light for comfort. The glowing moss spores would surely be a hot seller. Sure enough, no sooner had she posted them than a dozen private messages arrived asking the price. After a moment's thought, Li Ji decided to be modest and sell them for 1 copper apiece. On the first day, no one was wealthy, though as a merchant with a conscience, she felt obliged to share a little now and then. 1 unit of spores contained 100 pieces. She expected to sell half over 3 nights, and through gritted teeth, net 3999 copper. Hardly a vain reward for having been robbed and chased. The back end chimed as automatic transactions completed. The number in the income column climbed rapidly. Humming, Li Ji began to do the accounts and sort today's harvest. In the afternoon, she sold 700 g of salt and 1 anti-inflammatory pill. 10 grams of salt were reserved as a deposit for the Roan clan, and 150 g of salt had been exchanged with the beastfolk for hides, jerky, wood, and other supplies. Salt sales netted 270 copper. The anti-inflammatory pill earned 57 copper. Including the 50 copper deposit, her wilderness market takings should total 377 copper. But she had spent 70 copper on red or lost 2 copper to a ratfolk robbery, spent 12 copper on 6 refreshes, and 76 copper buying cards, leaving her with only 205 copper. After finishing the accounts, Li Ji first arranged the goods acquired by barter from the Beast Clan: 117 bundles of wood, 48 gene of jerky, 9 units of beast bone, 3 hides, 50 units of slag, 21 wild fruits of an unknown but edible kind according to the fair scale, and about 5 gene of assorted ores. These items were valued at a total of 75 copper. Aside from the jerky and wood, most of the other items were slapped together by the beast folk, stuffed into shortfalls of jerky and wood to make up the numbers. Even so, Li Ji had profited handsomely. In the card deck would cost 1 copper per bundle, yet she had acquired 10 bundles for 5 copper. Compared with other items, the gain seemed modest, but wood in the trading area had already been speculated up to 3 copper a bundle. Some people were still fixated only on Tianqi microdust, but many far-sighted buyers were already preparing to upgrade their airships, collecting various upgrade materials in advance. Her original plan had been to resell the wood after 3 days and fetch a high price. Now that she knew combining 3 items could upgrade goods, she had to reconsider whether to keep the wood for upgrades or sell it. Then there were the jerky and the wild fruits. Although some had looted boxes and found food, the majority had none. Protein and vitamins were indispensable to sustain human life. This was not only a basic need, but for the moment a luxury only a minority could afford. She could hold them back and sell when the price rose. Having sorted the market barters, Li Ji turned to other supplies. First and foremost, Tianqi microdust. Herd cards had been drawn down to 0. 7 units of Tianqi microdust trade gains of 0. 2 units and 0. 2 units from a bronze chest as she already had 1 unit. 1 unit of Tianqi microdust. The novice task was completed ahead of schedule, lifting a great weight from her chest. She then classified the remainder into energy materials, tools, and equipment, food, medicine, and daily supplies. Energy materials, 2 units of heat-resistant alloy, 11 units of rubber tree sap, 1 unit of slag, 0. Tools and equipment, 4 replication cards, 1 intermediate replication card, an obsolete dagger from the smelting clan, an iron pot, a windproof stove, 2 airship upgrade schematics, 1 latrine schematic, a disposable protective shield. Food, 50 g of salt, 5 g of rice, 5 packs of instant sour soup, beef noodles, 1 can of luncheon, meat, a pack of unsold hot pot base, 1 citrus fruit, 1 cabbage, a packet of cabbage, seeds, of 550 milliliters bottle of cola, 1. 5 liters of water. Medicine, a box of 16 anti-inflammatory pills, and 1 syringe of antibiotics. Daily supplies, 2 quilts, 1 pillow, 1 mattress, 1 pair of sneakers. The materials required for the airship upgrades, ecological transmuter, were already assembled, and food should not be scarce within a week. This slightly eased Li Ji's survival anxiety. The pleasing surprise was that the replication cards she had planned to use to duplicate Tianqi microdust could all be kept. Li Ji immediately used a replication card to create another protective shield, one-time talent. Had she owned more than a single shield during the Ratfolk robbery, she would not have been so passive. As for the remaining 3 replication cards, Li Ji stacked them together with eager expectation. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds passed. Nothing happened. Frowning, she rearranged the 3 cards in a different order. 10 seconds went by, still nothing. Unwilling to concede, she tried yet another sequence. She swapped orders and formations until she even built a triangle. After countless attempts, 2 dialogue boxes clanged open. Except for energy cards and material cards, other cards cannot be upgraded. Replication cards are a special class and cannot be upgraded. Li Ji smiled wryly. Even the messages have attitude, she murmured. From the first failed attempts, she had suspected the game would not boast such a glaring bug to hand her a free advantage. Still, the impossibility left her disappointed. Li Ji probed aloud. Is the 3-item synthesis upgrade exclusive to me, or can everyone do it? The answer flashed. Except for energy cards and material cards, other cards cannot be upgraded. 3 glaring red circles appeared on the screen. Li Ji felt the game's impatience keenly. Yet it also proved that the skill belonged solely to her. She stacked 3 bundles of wood together. 10 seconds. 15 seconds. Nothing happened. Just as she readied another try, a dialogue box popped up. The message repeated, except for energy cards and material cards, other cards cannot be upgraded. Li Ji stared at the highlighted red text, her expression growing grave. All these bundles of wood except for one that had been drawn from the card deck were purchased at the wilderness market. Wood was the material she had most of. If wood could not be synthesized, she would have little left to experiment with. More importantly, it meant that materials she acquired through trade in the future would be worth far less than those from the card deck. Inability to synthesize upgrades would ripple into a series of problems. It would especially affect decisions in trading and in the use of resources. Her gaze swept over the cards and the wood, and Li Ji suddenly sensed something amiss. The earlier rolling or animation resurfaced in her mind. Those 2 iron ores had been reclaimed from the wilderness market, not drawn from the card deck. How had they been combinable then? Her eyes flicked between the stacked wood and a pile of cards. After a moment, she fished a wood card from the deck and placed it atop the other 2 bundles. A dialogue box sprang up, detected 3 bundles of wood. Synthesize into 1 bundle of hardwood. Synthesize. A white light shimmered. Previously rough timber became smooth and dense in an instant, its quality leaping several grades. So synthesis upgrades require at least 1 card from the card deck. But the card deck's energy and material cards were limited. Whether she could draw drank cards later, which kinds, and how many would be a matter of luck. If direct upgrading was impossible, she would need to hoard various categories of materials just in case. Stockpiling often becomes the ruinous spark for a business and easily creates bottlenecks when supplies are urgently needed. This skill was thus rendered largely useless. As Li Ji opened the player panel, a message abruptly appeared. Player returned my 3-star 5 cost. Her panel displayed level 1 view attributes, our race level D6 and O shelter floating wooden hut upgrade details, talent card upgrade details, second talent none, profession Blackheart merchant, region initial, status novice period 591226. Her talent could actually be upgraded. Li Ji immediately opened the upgrade details to upgrade the card. Talent, the requirements were 1. Card used 30 times, 1032. Reach D2 level D1 D2 3. 500 copper, 205,500. The upgrade would add the ability to convert items into cards. 500 copper is not a problem. The bioluminescent moss spores can definitely earn a good profit. D cards are also not an issue. With the energy elixir, even if her mental power doesn't fully recover the next day, she can still refresh 20 times. The problem lies with D2. Anyone who has played before has experienced the frustration of losing money for a certain card. She has no idea if there is a dealer in this world. But whether or not there is, she cannot determine when she will be able to draw the second source card or an intermediate replication card. Li Ji did not allow herself to be engulfed in worry. Instead, she proactively focused on organizing her supplies and backpack, categorizing everything. As the clock quietly struck 1 a.m., everything was sorted out, and the area chat remained lively. Li Ji made her bed comfortably nestled under the covers before opening the chat box. It's so cold dark, and I'm hungry. How much enlightenment dust do you all have? Does anyone think the noises outside are a bit strange? Has anyone gone to check? You fool, if you think there's noise outside, wouldn't you check yourself? Trying to get others to be your cannon fodder. Enlightenment dust is being bought at a high price. I have a high-level flying ship upgrade blueprint. Created a group to share information with the Big Shots group number 0006. Li Ji searched for the group number, and the chat box popped up. Joining this group requires a verification of 188 copper. Just a screenshot will do. Li Ji raised her eyebrows slightly. Finding the screenshot tool, she took a picture and sent it. Instant approval. AAA professional player, how sure. Welcome newcomer, give me back my 3-star 5 cost. AAA first lucky player, welcome. Greedy player, familiar face. Li Ji didn't expect greedy player to be here as well. In the morning the trading price was only 10 copper. Now it's suddenly verified at 188. What kind of nonsense is this? AAA professional player, how sure. Welcome newcomer, give me a piece of paper. AAA professional player, how sure. Welcome newcomer, call me Feng Aotian, give me a piece of paper. Hello everyone. Call me Feng Aotian. I wasn't really interested, but once I saw the verification requirement, I found it a bit interesting. AAA first lucky player, call me Feng Aotian, you're a bit too arrogant. Call me Feng Aotian, look at my name. AAA professional player, how sure. Welcome newcomer, titanium alloys, phase grain size exceeds standard. AAA professional player, how sure. Welcome newcomer, call me Feng Aotian. AAA first lucky player, welcome the one with the longest name, titanium alloys, phase grain size exceeds standard, and the one with the shortest name, Jia. AAA professional player, how sure. Welcome newcomer, magician. AAA professional player, how sure. Welcome newcomer, you are very safe. Li Ji didn't expect to see 3 acquaintances in one group. Especially greedy player, who immediately sent several messages in private chat. Greedy player, did you sell the anti-inflammatory medicine for 188? Greedy player, big shot, do you have any anti-inflammatory medicine left? I still feel a bit feverish and need to take it for another 2 days to be safe. Greedy player, big shot, are you going to respond? Give me back my 3-star 5 cost. Weren't you the one who couldn't even afford the 10 copper medicine before? How did you suddenly verify 188? Li Ji wasn't deliberately prying into others' privacy. She was just unable to contain her curiosity. She had previously eavesdropped on the area chat and saw many strange talents. However, most talents were quite ordinary, and if they were applied to Li Ji, she would find them utterly useless. Of course, some talents are better and likely kept private out of fear of attracting envy, but overall it must be that ordinary talents make up the majority. She felt that her D card could be considered a bit of a cheat. It made her somewhat pleased. As a result, in the group requiring verification of 188, 10 people joined in 10 seconds. It immediately crushed her little pride. Greedy player, you see, the lucky player is my sister, and the professional player is my childhood friend. They helped me gather 188 to get in, so this shouldn't count as going through the back door, right? Li Ji. These two already have 188, and they can also gather 188 for greedy player. What does that prove? It proves that these two made the money she couldn't earn even after exhausting herself all afternoon. Li Ji collapsed onto the bed, suddenly kicking the air, bicycle spinning 360 degrees, a rolling, smothering herself with a pillow. She vented all her frustrations from the afternoon and the discomfort of this moment until the iron bed creaked ominously, and then she lay back down. Indeed, in this life, she couldn't rid herself of greed, anger, and ignorance. But this is also the reason she believes she can always climb back up even after falling to the bottom in her company. So what if her posture looks awkward? So what if she seems a bit clumsy? In the end, she will always get everything she desires. After finishing her self-psychological counseling, Li Ji hugged her blanket and opened the private chat. Give me back my 3-star 5 cost. I still have anti-inflammatory medicine. Let's trade directly. Greedy player, great. After trading 3 anti-inflammatory medicines to greedy player, Li Ji took down the anti-inflammatory medicine from the trading area. But she didn't plan to sell these anti-inflammatory medicines at the wild market. Through a day's observation, Li Ji found that the wild market was far less tumultuous than it seemed. Selling some salt and a small amount of anti-inflammatory medicine had already attracted quite a few envious eyes. Selling a large quantity of anti-inflammatory medicine would likely mean earning money with no life left to spend it. Moreover, she had already earned 1791 copper from her bioluminescent moss spores in one night, and the 3-day profit would likely exceed her expectations. She thought about how she struggled all afternoon just to earn 200 or 300, and with a stroke of luck, she became a copper millionaire. She decided to retract her earlier reminder to 2. Mouse people, surely there are still profits to be squeezed. After taking down the anti-inflammatory medicine, Li Ji reopened the group chat, which still only had 10 people, and they were already discussing the materials for the high-level flying ship blueprint. AAA professional player, how sure, shared 2 images, each showing a dialog box. Please choose an upgrade. Direction 1. Residential 2. Armed 3. Exploratory 4. Agricultural 5. Fortress, please choose the functional ratio residential function 10100 armed function 090 exploratory function 090 agricultural function 090 defensive function 090. Li Ji looked on intently, and no one in the group spoke. She had previously studied ordinary blueprints, and the flying ships after upgrades primarily covered residential and storage functions. Although the shell would be reinforced, there was virtually no armament. In contrast, high-level blueprints not only allow for different directions, but also let one freely adjust the proportions of various functions, completely enabling the creation of a customized flying ship. Li Ji could already envision how utterly vulnerable a flying ship upgraded from an ordinary blueprint would be when faced with one upgraded from a high-level blueprint. AAA professional player, how sure everyone who can join the group is smart. I don't need to say it, everyone should be able to see the gap between high-level flying ships and ordinary ones. This is my sincerity to you all. Oh, I hope everyone can exchange information and improve together. Magician, of course, but I really want to know, where did this high-level flying ship blueprint come from? Was it from a treasure chest or something? AAA first lucky player friends, let's be sincere, you haven't provided any information yet, and you are directly asking us for 2 lines. Li Ji pondered over the first message, and after a few seconds, opened the trading market. She wanted to verify her guess. Soon she found someone selling a flying ship blueprint for 10 copper. Li Ji bought it directly. Taking out the 2 blueprints from earlier, she overlapped the 3 blueprints together, and in the next second, a burst of white light erupted. A dialog box popped up. 3 identical blueprints, detected upgrade. Indeed. At that time, when the game had reminded her that she could only upgrade energy material type cards, she had a question: is card upgrading a unique talent of hers, meaning that the upgraded energy materials are entirely new materials exclusive to her, or are they simply upgraded according to the material levels of this world? If it's the former, then the ordinary flying ship blueprint clearly states the required materials. Can a brand new material still be upgraded with this blueprint? If it's the latter, then it proves that there should be another blueprint corresponding to a higher level material. How should one obtain it? At that time, Li Ji had thought that this dog game had blocked even the bug of her card talent, so it wouldn't allow for a bigger bug to occur. Until she saw a AAA professional player Hao Shi's high-level flying ship upgrade blueprint, Li Ji's heart was enlightened, and a hypothesis instantly arose. The existence of blueprints is special. Anyone can upgrade blueprints. Her high-level blueprint validated her hypothesis. The high-level blueprint in AAA professional player Hao Shi's hands was most likely also upgraded from an ordinary blueprint. This should become the second piece of information she shares with the lucky player. After carefully putting away the advanced blueprints, Li Ji reopened the group chat. The atmosphere in the group seemed still awkward due to the conversation between AS first lucky player and the magician. No one spoke up. Li Ji knew that at this moment she could easily upgrade the blueprints and share the news, breaking the silence, while also taking control of the situation. But she wouldn't do that. The most crucial aspect of business is dealing with people, knowing when to cooperate and when to compete, which benefits to pursue and in which situations to concede. She must make the right judgment at the right time. Collaborators and competitors are not eternal, but at least for now she leaned towards cooperation. However, there are many ways to cooperate. Li Ji quickly searched for all blueprints and purchased every flying boat blueprint available in the trading market. She also found some interesting blueprints such as warehouse blueprint, planting warehouse blueprint, and toilet blueprint, and bought a few at reasonable prices. After purchasing the blueprints and returning to the group chat, she discovered that it was the magician who broke the silence. Magician, haha, that's right, I was a bit anxious, so let me share a piece of information. Magician, between the wooden houses the distance is actually quite close. Li Ji looked at this message, her brow gradually furrowing. Doubt arose in her heart. Earlier, while observing the regional chat, she had already confirmed that everyone's wooden houses were high in the air, surrounded only by occasional clouds, and there was no way to see a second house. The wooden houses cannot move, and people do not have wings. In this case, how did he know the distance between the wooden houses? Greedy Life Pass, how do you know that? Magician, that's the second piece of information. You are safe, then I'll provide a piece as well. The initial area is an independent region outside this world. After the 3-day protection period, we will be completely thrown into this world, which is vast and filled with numerous races. Above the high skies, there are different sky overlords. When choosing the direction for flying boat upgrades, it's best to focus on defense and speed for stability. Magician, that's too generous. This is not just one piece of information. Indeed, generous, almost revealing all the information Li Ji had prepared. Wang, my 3-star 5 cost. This world has a strict hierarchy, severe class consciousness, and a significant disparity in combat power. Humans are rated as class, which is considered a low-level race in this world. It's best to avoid high-level races. Greedy Life Pass private message came immediately. Greedy Life Pass, how do you all know this information? It's only been a day. No way. It was transmitted over at noon. Now it's only been half a day until 2 in the morning. Are you all gods? Li Ji replied with a smile. Another new friend request popped up. It was AAA Professional Stand-in Master Hao. Li Ji chose to accept. AAA Professional Stand-in Master Hao, hello, I am a friend of Sheng Sheng's. She mentioned you and wants to exchange some information privately. Previously you said it's best to avoid high-level races. Can I ask what races you encountered and what characteristics they have? Li Ji had a good impression of the small group led by Greedy Life Pass and was eager to befriend them. Won my 3-star 5 cost. I've encountered class and class races. What characteristics do you want to know? AAA Professional Stand-in Master, how I want to know their combat power and personalities. I will exchange another piece of information with you. There is a place in this world called the Trial Ground that requires tickets where various races become stronger. That's more than just one piece of information. AAA Professional Stand-in Master How's eagerness to know the combat power and personalities of other races likely indicates preparation for this trial ground. Either she has already been or is about to go, or both. She has already been and will go again. Regardless of which scenario, exchanging information with her would be beneficial for Li Ji. Li Ji organized the information about the Beast Alliance and the Beastmen she had encountered at the Wilderness Market and sent it to AAA Professional Stand-in Master How. AAA Professional Stand-in Master How, thank you so much. I encountered werewolves and tiger people today. Be careful when you meet them in the future. The wolf and tiger clans may have conflicts. Today the fox clan members in the trial ground were the fewest but the most cunning. Many disputes were instigated by them. In short, be cautious when encountering these 3 races in the future. Li Ji realized. 2 said that the Wilderness Market was jointly managed by the wolf, tiger, and fox clans, but she hadn't seen many wolf clans today, let alone a single tiger clan. So they must have all gone to the trial ground. This also explains why anti-inflammatory medicine is so scarce in the Wilderness Market. In the trial ground, injuries are common. The 3 major clans couldn't even manage their own, let alone the beastmen from other races. With this in mind, Li Ji recalled Greedy Life Pass, wanting to buy anti-inflammatory medicine from her. It's hard to say whether these anti-inflammatory medicines are for Greedy Life Pass or for AAA Professional Stand-in Master How, but she is just a businesswoman. Silver and goods are exchanged. She doesn't concern herself with other matters. She hopes that tomorrow's class can stock up on more medicines. During Li Ji's private chat, several new messages had already appeared in the group. Give me a piece of paper. This world has many peculiar plants. Some plants' fruits can increase attribute points. I know this because my talent is related to farming. If anyone has seeds, come find me. I can accelerate their growth. Greedy Life Pass. Wow. A druid. Greedy Life Pass. My information is 3 ordinary blueprints can upgrade to a higher level blueprint. Magician. So that's how it is. Call me Feng Aotion. Completing a special or hidden task may allow for early job transition. Upon reading this message, Li Ji was slightly surprised, yet felt it was reasonable. With 100 people in a region, it couldn't just be her who obtained the opportunity for early job transition. She just didn't know what job Call Me Feng Aotion had, and whether there would be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Humans are not the first race to be drawn into this world to participate in the survival game. Magician. Do you have any evidence for that claim? Or do you know what the previous race was? I can only tell you that it's related to my talent. Magician. Then who knows the truth of your words? You need to judge for yourself, just like the distance between your wooden house. I can only judge for myself. AAA Professional Stand-in Master How. Everyone, it's only the first day today, and it's indeed hard to verify the truth of the information. But one day it will be validated. Once someone is found providing false information, not only will they be kicked out of the group chat, but they should also be prepared for retaliation from me. Titanium alloys phase grain size exceeds standard. The technological level of this world is at 2 extremes. The technology level of low-level races is similar to that of primitive society on Blue Star, while the technology level of high-level races is temporarily undetectable and is known to be above the highest technological standard of Blue Star. AAAS first lucky player. Finally, it's my turn. Chests above bronze level may yield some special items such as weapons. AAA Professional Stand-in Master How. Everyone, the materials needed for upgrading high-level flying boats are all in this image. Does anyone have information about these materials? Li Ji glanced at it. Most of the materials were unfamiliar, but the Fire Spirit Feather and Dragon Flame Moss seemed to be upgraded versions of Fire Feather and Dragon Saliva Moss based on their names. However, she didn't rush to send a message. She didn't have enough Fire Feather and Dragon Saliva Moss herself, let alone their upgraded versions. She had not yet established a preliminary trust with these people. Rather than discussing it in advance, it was better to wait until she actually acquired these 2 items, assess their value, and then talk. The first transaction related to future cooperation still needed to be handled with caution. Moreover, the amount of information she had just received was indeed overwhelming. Li Ji needed to digest and organize it a bit. The only thing she could be certain of was that joining this group was indeed worthwhile. Not to mention this information, just these 9 individuals themselves all had their unique adventures. They are undoubtedly the top powerhouses in the current region, representing the most valuable connections and customers for her early accumulation. After Li Ji recorded this information, the time had already reached 3 in the morning. She turned off all message notifications, yawned, and wrapped herself tightly in the quilt to sleep. The sound of the wooden door swaying in the wind became white noise. Li Ji had a night of sweet dreams, and when she woke up again, it was already 10:30. She immediately checked the player panel. Her mental state was still at 0 without a reset. Li Ji felt a slight heaviness in her heart, yet she did not lose her composure. The survival game pulled humans into this world at noon. According to the 24-hour calculation of Blue Star time, it was not yet time for the refresh. When feeling down, one should eat something good. But before that, she needed to collect the net. The cloud net could be harvested once every 2 hours. It was pointless to do so while sleeping or when not in the wooden house. When she woke up, she had to seize the opportunity to collect the net every 2 hours. Congratulations, you have caught 0.1 units of Tianqi micro dust, an unknown bone, 1 unit of copper ore, and 1 unit of oil algae. Besides the unknown bone, the others are all common items. Li Ji returned to the house and took out the bone to examine it. It seemed to be the skull of a bird, who, although most parts were damaged and shattered, the sharp beak was well preserved. Li Ji took out the fair scale and placed the skull on it directly. Skull of a hybrid bird containing the genes of the rock-beak bird. The rock-beak bird is a common bird in the shallow sky layer, and its beak possesses fire poison attributes suitable for weapon crafting. This beak, due to hybridization, contains mixed toxicity, doubling the lethality. When made into a weapon, if you dare to take it out, the rock-beak bird can peck your brains out. A hybrid rock-beak bird. It seems quite ferocious. Li Ji stored the skull in her backpack for now. There was still space, and it might come in handy at some point. After collecting the net, Li Ji took out instant noodles with spicy beef soup, added dried meat and cabbage, ignited the wood with fire feather, and placed it into the windproof stove. Before long, a bowl of fragrant noodles was ready. She also took out a cola as a drink. 1 sip of cola and 1 bite of instant noodles instantly lifted her spirits. While eating, Li Ji opened the regional chat, which was as lively as ever. Is it true that Tianqi micro dust is easier to catch at night? Really, I gathered 1 unit of Tianqi micro dust after fishing all night, and now I'm preparing to take a nap. If I had known, I wouldn't have slept. I was hungry and cold all night, so I might as well have fished all night. Even if there are 3 blueprints, we still need enough upgrade materials. We can't even gather materials for ordinary blueprints, let alone advanced ones. A bunch of lucky stars don't know the hardships of the world. The above can't be said like that. The official statement is that there are conditions to upgrade advanced ship blueprints, and it didn't say that everyone should upgrade. Do you remember that yesterday someone with advanced ship upgrade blueprints asked everyone to join the group? Join the group and verify capital 188. It's only been a day. Who exactly can make 188? I'm really curious. Curious one. A bunch of lucky stars, I guess. Do you think the officials mixed into that group and leaked the news to us? Li Ji had guessed that You Are Safe was most likely someone from the official side. The survival game required everyone to use nicknames, which to some extent ensured players' identities were not disclosed, but it also revealed some clues. For example, her name came from the last sentence she said when she was suddenly transported to this world during a computer blackout. Anyone who has played chess would understand. As for the name You Are Safe, Li Ji also inclined to think it was the last sentence this person spoke when entering the game. What kind of person would say to another You Are Safe? Li Ji could only think of official professions like police officers or negotiators. There was also the player with the longest game name in the group, Titanium Alloy Beta, phase grain size exceeds limit. Li Ji also inclined to think this was an unfinished statement. Combined with the information this person provided in the group, it was related to the technological level of this world. Before entering the game, they were most likely involved in manufacturing or the military industry. As for titanium alloy, they might be in the aerospace field. It may not be entirely accurate, but manufacturing or the military industry should be close. So this person may not be an official, but could have connections to them. In a group of 10 people, 2 official personnel could infiltrate. Li Ji naturally was cautious and restrained, not saying a single extra word. It was the worst strategy to be overly eager with outstanding individuals from various fields and the regulators who maintain order. Li Ji opened the group chat and scrolled through the chat records she hadn't seen yesterday. Most of them discussed how to find materials and fuel without talking about the release of blueprints. However, Li Ji also did not believe that the officials would disclose information without the consent of the informants. It was likely done privately. Finding the conversation with Tan Shengpass, Li Ji sent a message directly inquiring, "Give me back my 3-star 5 cost. I just saw someone in the regional chat say that the officials announced the synthesis method for advanced blueprint screenshot." Tan Shengpass, hehe, you probably guessed it too. Indeed, an official contacted me asking if this information could be shared and gave me some money, so I agreed. Getting the answer she wanted, Li Ji traded 3 anti-inflammatory pills with Tan Shengpass. "Give me back my 3-star 5 cost. I don't have many anti-inflammatory pills left and won't trade them externally anymore. If you finish yours and aren't healed, come find me again." Tan Shengpass, thank you so much, sister. You saved my life. I've been weak since childhood, and I probably heal slowly. If you hadn't sold them to me, I would have been afraid I'd die here. Naturally, treating someone specially distinguishes them from outsiders. The other party will subconsciously enter the atmosphere of a familiar person, fostering more closeness and trust. It's a small technique for building closer relationships. Li Ji faintly smiled. What can I say? We are destined. You are my first customer, and seeing you in the group means I should treat you a bit differently. The tone was casual, but emphasized the special position of the other person in her heart, consolidating their goodwill, while casually mentioning coincidences, further deepening the sense of fate in their relationship. Destiny is not exclusive to couples. As long as it is utilized well in any relationship, it can make the other person more convinced that they are the right match for each other. Friendship is fine. Familial bonds are fine. Business relationships can also apply. Tansheng Pass, I unilaterally declare that you are my friend. Tansheng Pass, to be honest with you, I need anti-inflammatory pills not for myself, but for sure. She might get hurt, so I'm preparing some for her in advance. Give me back my 3-star 5 cost. Then why doesn't she buy for herself? Tansheng Pass, she wants to buy, but it seems you didn't respond to her. Tansheng Pass, and my sister wants to buy too, but at that time she was in a hurry to fish for boxes and sent me to buy. I asked you and you replied right away. Tansheng Pass, otherwise how could I say we are fated? Li Ji. She found the chat from the trading area. After scrolling for a long time, she finally found the message sent by teacher How among the hundreds of chat records she had cleared. AAA professional substitute player teacher How am really poor, can it be cheaper? While chatting and eating it quickly reached noon. Li Ji checked her attributes right on time. Player attributes health 15 spirit 1010 strength. Fully replenished. Li Ji suddenly stood up. She turned around several times in the wooden hut, stepping on the warped plank, making it creak before bouncing a few times in place. The corners of her mouth nearly reached her earlobes. She knew it. It would definitely be fully replenished. Li Ji rolled up her sleeves with ambition. Today, she had to do a source card or an intermediate copy card. Tomorrow she would upgrade her talent. The day after tomorrow, upgrade materials. The day after that, upgrade the flying boat. Crack. The plank broke under her bouncing. Li Ji's lofty ambitions remained undiminished, her fervor translating into her speed at ding cards. 420 G of hand soap, 5 units of ceramics, 1 unit of heat-resistant alloy strawberry, seeds, 1 unit of iron. It's fine, just AD. Ceramics and heat-resistant alloys are good items too. 18 copper secured. Crack. 1 pair of underwear 0. 1 unit of revelation dust, 1 tomato, 5 pounds of rice, 1 bundle of wood. It's fine. Revelation dust is also very important. 9 copper secured. Crack. Slow down 1-time talent 5 G laundry detergent washing machine blueprint 1 down jacket 4-piece set 1-time talent. On the third try she got a 1-time talent. How far could a source card and an intermediate copy card be? Li Ji opened the details of the slowdown talent. Slow down 1-time talent. Using this skill on a single race below C3 level will put the target in a slowed state for durations of 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 60 seconds, 120 seconds. The last number corresponds to your D1 level trash. Li Ji could completely ignore the game's criticism. She grasped the core of this information precisely. First level can reach a maximum of D3. Second, the difference between D3 and C1 is not as significant as imagined. Third, there is a qualitative leap from D2 to D3. The key is that she must first reach D2. After purchasing the other items, Li Ji immediately refreshed again. Crack. 3 buckets of pickled beef noodles, 2 units of rubber tree sap 0. 1 unit of red or 1 unit of iron flying boat upgrade blueprint. It's fine. Pickled beef noodles are also quite delicious. Li Ji quickly dead cards, taking everything she could. At 10 o'clock her mental energy was quickly depleted. She had 8 bundles of wood, 20 units of iron, 27 units of rubber, and ceramics had reached 15 units, and she even refreshed a fire feather and a new blueprint closed-loop water circulation system blueprint. The remaining daily necessities like down jackets, socks, tables, chairs, and food would also come in handy. But Li Ji's straight back had already slumped. She diligently categorized these cards. She took out a bottle of water, hesitating between opening and not opening it. Was it too wasteful to wash her hands when water resources were so scarce? Before she could decide, she noticed the group messages flashing continuously. Call me Feng Ao Tian, who has extra blueprints. I searched the trading market all morning today, but didn't see any blueprints. After finding one with great difficulty, it was priced at 188 copper. Speechless. Greedy life passed. Didn't you buy it last night? Call me Feng Ao Tian. I was too tired and went straight to sleep. The frustration of not being able to D cards instantly dissipated. Money is coming. Li Ji felt invigorated, waiting for the opportunity. Call me Feng Ao Tian. I went to look yesterday and didn't see any blueprints, only managed to squat and find 2 in the middle of the night. Give me a paper, me too. Call me Feng Ao Tian. The officials probably haven't announced it yet. Which heartless person bought all the blueprints? Greedy life passed. Not me. I indeed hoarded some during the day, but I didn't buy any last night. Magician, I went to the trading market the moment I mentioned blueprints in the group chat, and it was already empty then. Give me a paper. Indeed, I want to check too. Magician, greedy life pass. It shouldn't be you, it could be someone from the group. AAA professional stand-in teacher, how not necessarily that person might have bought it before greedy life pass announced the upgrade method. It could also be someone else. The area is so large that it's unlikely only we could discover this matter, and seizing the opportunity to hoard is also a skill. Nothing wrong with that. Call me Feng Ao Tian. I don't think it's wrong. I just want to purchase. Asking a question in the group. If someone has it, great. If not, I'll look elsewhere. Magician, yeah, I don't think it's wrong either. Everyone has their own skills. It's just that we are all in one group. If someone buys it, it's better to help each other, right? A Feng Ao Tian. Greedy life pass. Do you have extra blueprints? Greedy life pass. I have 2 copies. Magician, I want it. A Feng Ao Tian. I asked first, are you competing with me? Magician, just relying on skills. The opportunity had arrived. Li Ji immediately sent a private message to Greedy Life Pass. Return me 3 stars 5 fees. Just say your blueprints are all sold to me coincidentally. I have other blueprints, we can sell them together later. Greedy Life Pass, is it really okay to say this? Isn't it bringing the flames of war to yourself? They both seem to have bad tempers, don't get scolded later. Return me, 3 stars 5 fees. Don't worry. Li Ji switched to the group chat. Greedy Life Pass, everyone don't quarrel, I'm giving that blueprint to return me 3 stars 5 fees. Magician, return me, 3 stars 5 fees. Are you turning it around? I'll buy it at a high price. A phone AOT on Greedy Life Pass, I asked first why give it to return me, 3 stars 5 fees. Return me, 3 stars 5 fees. Magician, how much can you offer? Magician, 50 per copy. Call me phone AOT on, I'll offer 60. Return me, 3 stars 5 fees. Then let's compromise 55 per copy. Additionally, all the blueprints in the trading area were purchased by me. Although I indeed guessed the blueprint upgrade before Greedy Life Pass mentioned it, I wouldn't have realized it in advance without entering the group. So I will give 10 of the profits to the group owner. Return me, 3 stars 5 fees. At the same time, I have some jerky and wild fruits for sale. If anyone wants, feel free to ask for the price. Magician, so it's you. I knew our group is filled with smart people. I want 2 copies. Give me a paper, I want 1 blueprint, and I want to see what wild fruits you have. Return me, 3 stars 5 fees. Wait, I'll add you privately. Give me a paper, okay. Call me phone AOT on, I also want 2 copies. Do you have any other blueprints? Return me, 3 stars 5 fees. Yes. Call me phone AOT on, I added you. Call me phone AOT on, I also want 2 copies. Return me, 3 stars 5 fees. If you need blueprints or want to purchase other materials, you can add me privately. Friend requests popped up with 8 messages. Greedy Life Pass was still sending exclamation marks. Sister, you were too nice. You thought of this beforehand, and you still share the profits. My sister and I discussed it. You don't have to share with us. This is what you deserve. Thinking about how much she could earn, Li Ji happily lay back on the bed, accepting all friend requests one by one. Return me, 3 stars 5 fees. Brothers should settle accounts, clearly making sure it won't affect feelings, and who knows, we might have more cooperation in the future. This little money isn't much to me. I'll send you a contract, just sign it. Greedy Life Pass, this game can still send contracts. Return me, 3 stars 5 fees. My profession is a merchant. Signing contracts is one of my professional skills. Greedy Life Pass, you even advanced your job. So amazing. How come I feel like I'm the only one in the group without any luck and getting scared? Li Ji smiled. If Greedy Life Pass is considered unlucky, then there shouldn't be many lucky people in the world. However, at this moment, she was certain of another thing. The silver box opened by the European Emperor definitely contained more than 200 copper. It is even very likely that what she obtained was not just a silver box, or not just one silver box. Otherwise, it would be impossible to gather 188 copper for Greedy Life Pass. The money from AAA professional stand-in teacher, how might also have come from her. Of course, it is also possible that the 188 copper was passed around and everyone took a picture. But when Li Ji reviewed the speaking styles and personalities of these people, the likelihood of them faking was low. Return me, 3 stars 5 fees. What kind of scare did you receive? Greedy Life Pass, I forgot to tell you my talent is related to perception. I feel like something has been lurking around my wooden hut, very dangerous. That feeling is even stronger at night. Trust me, when upgrading the flying boat, make sure to pull in a bit more defense value. Li Ji pondered. Got it, thanks Greedy Life Pass, no need to thank. We are good friends. By the way, I still don't know how to address you. My real name has a sheng in it, you can just call me Sheng Sheng. Return me, 3 stars 5 fees. My last name in reality is Li, you can call me Shaoli. Greedy Life Pass, that sounds too strange. It's like calling a colleague. Can I call you Senwu? When I see your name, it reminds me of 3 years of college entrance exams and 5 years of simulations. Return me, 3 stars 5 fees. Anything is fine. Give me a piece of paper. Hey buddy. Chatting again. Do you have anything other than wild fruits and jerky? Refund my 5-star fee. This is all I have for now. Other items are either useful to her or not yet the best time to sell. Throwing out wild fruits and jerky serves 2 purposes. She has plenty of them, and it leaves the impression in the group that she has access to resources beyond just net fishing and opening boxes. In the future, when these people want to find or buy something, she will be the first one they think of. Give me a piece of paper, let me see the wild fruits. Li Ji pulled up the player panel and took a picture of a bunch of fruits to send over. She chose 3 from the paper. Li Ji sold them for 5 copper each. Adding the price of the blueprints, she collected a total of 70 copper. After replying to the paper, a message from the magician popped up, followed by being called phone out yin and armor. She collected 38 blueprints yesterday. She basically collected them between 9 to 12 copper, spending a total of 429 copper. After all transactions, she had already received 385 back. You are very safe, was the last message to pop up. You are very safe. I want to ask how many blueprints you have left. Refund my 5-star fee. 31 blueprints. You are very safe, they'll take them all. Li Ji's lips curled up. This was the big fish she had been waiting to acquire. Retailers can't compete with professional institutions. Refund my 5-star fee. You want a lot, it'll give you a 10 discount, 49. 5 per piece. You are very safe, okay, a total of 1534. 5, it's transferred to your account. Refund my 5-star fee. Pleasant cooperation. Li Ji was indeed very pleased. Private transfers do not incur third-party fees. After returning yesterday, she had only 205 copper left and planned to withdraw the money from the trading area. To her surprise, withdrawing over 100 copper actually incurs a 10 fee. She was puzzled why the game didn't open a shop, but was willing to set up a trading platform. It turns out that was the purpose. Fortunately, internal trading in the trading area is unaffected. Li Ji gave up on the withdrawal and directly used the money earned in the trading area to buy blueprints. But in the morning for the D card, she still had to withdraw the remaining 1819 copper. As a result, she only ended up with 1637 copper. This damn game is even more of a scam than her it rounded up. As soon as the money arrived, a dialog box popped up in front of Li Ji. Detected that the unscrupulous merchant Li Ji's account balance has reached 3,000, granting access to the trading area. Would you like to enter the trading area immediately? Trading area. It requires access qualifications and should be much more formal than the market. Without hesitation, Li Ji responded yes. Currently, in the initial area, you have gained access qualifications which are divided into 5 categories: food trading area, or trading area, crystal trading area, weapon trading area, and special resources trading area. Please choose one trading area and bind your access qualifications. Li Ji pondered. Food and crystal were the first to be eliminated. She couldn't use them for now. Or weapons and special resources all had the potential for materials needed to upgrade the airship. These are all things she urgently needs, making it difficult for her to choose one. Can I only choose one? Can I choose 3? Please make a single choice as soon as possible. Li Ji clicked her tongue and thought for a long time. I choose the weapon trading area. Or is the most basic material too primitive? She might be able to find it in the wilderness market as well. Moreover, special resources are too vague. She hopes to upgrade her spaceship before the novice period ends and cannot afford to waste time running to a trading area that might be useless for upgrading the spaceship. Only the weapon area is most likely to have the parts and materials listed on the blueprints. After all, one of the directions for upgrading the spaceship includes arming it. Weapons also need to be debugged, assembled, and refined. Thus, she might have the opportunity to obtain information about the refined parts in the weapon trading area, even if she cannot buy them. Selection complete. Filtering. Anchored to the weapon trading area, Black Iron Port. Would you like to enter immediately? Li Ji, no. She still has 2 bottles of energy potion left to drink. Even if the D card doesn't yield the source card and intermediate copy card, having a little more resources in hand is better for trading. Time isn't early, setting off sooner is better. Li Ji opened the energy potion and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Burp, the taste is surprisingly good, like berry-flavored sparkling water. Her spirit was fully restored to 10 points. Li Ji took a deep breath. Snap. 1 bundle of wood bathroom blueprint, 1 set of cold-resistant clothing transmitting, 1-time talent, 1 bag of snail powder, 1-time talent. Li Ji immediately checked the details. Transmitting within 100 meters, can transmit sound to any person in sight, and the default recipient can use this card. 1 sentence consumes 1 use 050. Although it seems useless for now, but 1-time talents are never too many. This bit of luck isn't bad. Let's go again. 1 unit of iron, 1 fire feather, 1 antibiotic, 1 pair of socks. Crossbow, discarded by the forging clan. Why is this discarded crossbow even more expensive than the discarded dagger? 18 copper. After Li Ji bought everything, she opened the details of the crossbow, discarded by the forging clan. Crossbow discarded by the forging clan, an early work of Master Odin, does not require arrows, but needs special crystals to provide energy range of 700 meters, effective range of 300 meters. The effective range reached 300 meters. It's a pity she doesn't have crystals, otherwise it would be a great self-defense weapon. Li Ji neatly stored the crossbow away and dead again. After 7 tries, raw materials, food, and daily necessities increased again, but she still didn't get the source card and intermediate copy card. Gritting her teeth, Li Ji drank the other bottle of energy potion. 0. 1 unit of apocalypse dust copy card, 1 unit of insulation material, 1 bottle of colafat beef roll, expressionless. She took it and refreshed again. 1 unit of iron, 1 unit of ceramics, 10 units of stone temperature control system, blueprint planting, warehouse, blueprint. Li Ji's gaze fell on the last 2 blueprints. They are both 15 copper, and they are useful items. Feeling a bit better, Li Ji bought them all and took a deep breath again. Snap. Thermometer 2M, sofa, 1 unit of ceramics, 5 gene of rice, set of bowls and plates. Snap. 1 unit of stone, 1 bag of toast, airship operation manual, 150G, chocolate, 1L milk, no more ding. After refreshing 14 times, no source card and intermediate copy card, let alone any resources to trade. How can a person's luck be this bad? Li Ji, with a gloomy face, stored the set of bowls and plates and drank the last sip of energy potion, pocketing the chocolate, and opened her profession panel shop. Black market, merchant, Li Ji shop, level 0 shop, anchor point 1. Wilderness market, 2. Black Iron Port, a shop, state free booth shop, equipment, merchant, cloak, merchant, backpack, fair scale. Clicking on Black Iron Port, a dialog box popped up. Would you like to deduct the access fee of 100 copper and be teleported to Black Iron Port? Yes. Transferring. Please make way. A peculiar tone echoed nearby. Li Ji instinctively stepped aside, and as the cloaked tramp brushed past her, she finally caught a glimpse of the surroundings outside the teleportation array. It was an island. The island was covered with jagged rocks forming a flat arc-shaped area. It appeared to be a transportation hub. Surrounding it were flying boats and sailboats, docked along with various different teleportation arrays. The gold coin-marked teleportation array beneath Li Ji's feet was one of them. Stepping out of the teleportation array, she climbed up the only main road and passed by a black tent. Just then a cloaked merchant emerged from inside, and Li Ji took a few glances. However, her attention was quickly drawn to the signpost beside the tent. It clearly indicated the routes: raw material area, parts area, finished product area, semi-finished product area, custom area, and auction area. Li Ji followed the crowd upward and soon arrived at the nearest raw material area. It was very quiet. There were hardly any customers, only merchants cloaked in robes. Their voices were low as they seemed to be gesturing at something beneath their cloaks. She turned her head to another path: parts, semi-finished, finished product area. Sounds of hammering and gears turning came from that direction. Most customers arriving by flying boats or from other teleportation arrays were heading that way. In stark contrast to the quiet raw material area, the atmosphere there was quite noisy. Moving further up, she would reach the custom area and auction area. Her main purpose for today was the raw material area. With a clear goal in mind, as soon as Li Ji stepped into the territory of the raw material area, the scent of metal grease, as well as charcoal and sawdust, filled her nostrils. Here the raw materials piled up like mountains, yet there were clear boundaries. Customers and merchants selecting materials weaved through the paths left open. If someone paused or began selecting materials, the owner of those materials would unconsciously appear. The exchanges were still conducted in hushed tones with gestures under the cloaks completing the transactions. As Li Ji silently observed, a tall, lean figure cloaked in a robe brushed past her and approached a nearby raw material merchant, whispering something. The merchant pointed toward the pile of materials and casually picked up a few of the smallest stones. The tall merchant's tone rose slightly. "I told you I want the heavy green crystal." The raw material merchant sneered. "Newcomer, you'd best lower your tone, or you won't be able to buy anything in Black Iron Port." As soon as the merchant finished speaking, all the raw material merchants turned to look. This included those who were also selecting materials. The silent, unseen gazes brought pressure. The tall merchant's straight back gradually began to hunch inward. But soon he emphasized with a stronger tone, "I am of the Scale Clan." Li Ji raised her eyebrows slightly, and then heard the raw material merchant scoff. "Even if a starborn comes, they must abide by the rules of Black Iron Port." "Little one, didn't your elders warn you before entering Black Iron Port not to offend merchants in the raw material area?" The tall merchant slowly lowered his head. The raw material merchant pried the few green crystals from his hand. "Trust me, from now on no merchant in the raw material area will sell you anything. Get lost, rude little Scale Clan brat." The raw material area returned to its previous relaxation and quietness. Only the tall merchant stood alone, seemingly digesting his emotions. Li Ji took only a glance before quickly averting her gaze, though her heart grew increasingly wary. If the wild market was primitive and savage, then the raw material area of Black Iron Port was extremely exclusive. If one was unfamiliar with the rules here, they could easily suffer significant losses. She needed to find a way to locate an intermediary among these cloaked figures of various sizes and shapes, someone who could help her understand the jargon and know the rules. However, as she moved from the raw material area to the finished product area, Li Ji couldn't find anyone who looked like a reliable intermediary. There were two whose identities she was uncertain about, and one she had seen directly leading the new merchant away, picking up the green crystals that the tall merchant had rejected. With no other choice, Li Ji had to visit the auction area first. The auction area was built atop a mountain. It was an 8-sided structure 2 stories high, seemingly made of transparent crystal. Sunlight refracted on the sea surface, and the reflected waves were cut into varying shades of blue-green by the crystal surface. It looked like a gemstone, translucent and sparkling, yet not at all harsh on the eyes. The auction area was large, not just as Li Ji had imagined, with an auctioneer standing on a platform and people below competing for bids. The area was divided into many small auction platforms. The auctioneer was the owner of the goods. Unlike the silent transactions in other areas, here the auctioneer needed to introduce their goods. Customers could bid freely from below. After a round of exploration in the auction area, Li Ji's eyes were opened. She finally understood why Beta said that the technology in this world might far exceed that of Blue Star. A crystal the size of a glass bead had the destructive power comparable to an electromagnetic pulse bomb. If thrown, it could incapacitate the entire electrical system. According to what the auctioneer said, even Qi Yuan would be paralyzed. Although Li Ji still didn't know who Qi Yuan was, just by observing the excitement of the customers raising their bidding cards, she knew it must be something difficult to obtain and not very popular. After watching several auctions, Li Ji noticed that the trading methods of merchants and customers were different. Customers could freely call out their bids using normal currency, while merchants would raise a black plaque with each bid. The plaque had a currency symbol printed in the center. It was exactly the same currency that Li Ji had seen merchants use during transactions in the raw material area. She speculated that the merchants here likely had their own universal currency. The exchange point was most likely in that inconspicuous little tent at the port. Having mostly figured out some of the rules of Black Iron Port, Li Ji returned to the port and walked into the small tent. Inside sat a wrinkled dwarf. She wasn't wearing a cloak, had sparse white hair, wore a single mechanical eyeglass, and 4 prosthetic limbs protruded from behind her, rapidly assembling parts on the table. Hearing the noise, she didn't even lift her head. How much do you want to exchange? Li Ji placed 1,000 copper coins on the table. The dwarf's prosthetic limbs continued to assemble parts as her wrinkled hand lifted another lens, aiming it at Li Ji. The lens extended and retracted like a camera, seemingly adjusting its focus automatically. Li Ji, wrapped in her cloak, remained as still as a mountain. The dwarf hoarsely asked, "Are you exchanging money or looking for an intermediary?" Li Ji, with a heart full of hope, slid half of the copper coins across the table. "Senior, please guide me." The dwarf's hand holding the lens trembled, and the prosthetic limbs assembling parts began to shake as well. Before long, she let out a raspy laugh. "It's been a long time since I've seen such a poor yet generous newcomer." She jumped onto the workbench, shoved 500 copper coins into a bag, and turned around to pull out 5 gray iron plates from a drawer. "Take these. Today I'll be your intermediary." This gray iron piece is the currency that Li Ji had seen earlier on the auction board. However, she had roughly grasped its value by observing others during their transactions. These 5 small iron pieces couldn't even buy half of the materials she had after her demotion. The dwarf, unfazed, remarked, "It seems you have already gotten a grasp of the local prices." Li Ji swallowed hard and asked, "Senior, could you tell me how many black iron coins would be needed to purchase all the materials for a lightweight crossbow system?" After synthesizing the advanced blueprint, she adjusted the proportions for habitation, armament, defense, and speed, which are essentially the exploration ratios, to habitation 10, armament 15, defense 35, speed 40. She did not consider planting. For the time being, she did not have the time for that, and choices always come with trade-offs. Given the vast technological disparity in this world, she had to be prudent. Often she thought that the armament she considered might be no different than a child's slingshot for certain races. Thus, she did not allocate a large proportion to armament. Instead, she focused on defense and speed. If she couldn't win a fight, she would run, and if she couldn't outrun her pursuers, she could use her merchant profession's characteristic to teleport to a previously marked anchor point. But even with a small proportion, there still had to be some armament. This was not to fend off foreign races, but to combat the potential monsters lurking outside her wooden house, and to deter any humans she might encounter in the future. After much deliberation, Li Ji ultimately chose the lightweight crossbow that had the highest cost-effectiveness, with an effective range of 300 to 500 meters and accurate shooting within 150 meters. The blueprint also provided detailed materials for different versions of the lightweight crossbow assembled on the flying vessel, including the semi-finished version, component version, parts combination version, and raw material version. Li Ji wandered around the Black Iron port, wanting to see which version offered the highest cost-effectiveness. As a result, she struggled to even ask about prices in the raw material area due to her lack of understanding of the terminology. However, she had formed a preliminary idea. The most economical way was to purchase lower-level raw materials from the raw material board weight, until her talent upgraded the materials into cards, then synthesized them into the materials needed for the flying vessel, and finally upgrade to a high-level flying vessel. But the component version had too many and too varied materials, making it very time-consuming to gather them all, and synthesizing them one by one would take even longer. Time cost is the most expensive cost. At present, what she lacked the most was time. Li Ji did not hesitate to abandon this plan. After a round at the Black Iron port, Li Ji's final plan was, aside from directly purchasing the raw materials that could be synthesized and upgraded using her talent, the rest should be materials that were plentiful, easy to find, and relatively expensive, saving the remaining funds to buy larger components or combined parts. Combining both methods offered the highest cost-effectiveness. However, she still needed to gauge the dwarf's bottom line. The dwarf said bluntly, "If you figured out the value of the black iron coins, then you're just asking for confirmation. If you haven't figured it out, I won't do business with foolish people." Li Ji, having been publicly exposed, felt no embarrassment. She took out the remaining 2,000 copper coins and pushed the 5 iron pieces she had left across the table towards the dwarf. "Senior, I'll double the intermediary fee as a gesture of goodwill. Also exchange this money so you can take me to find reliable raw material merchants and craftsmen. As long as we get all the materials on the list, you can help me choose the components afterward." The dwarf's eyes held a scrutinizing and doubtful gaze. "This should be all your money, right? What you gave me is enough to buy a decent component." Li Ji replied, "Isn't this a gesture of goodwill?" Moreover, she took out a piece of red ore from her backpack. While observing the merchants trading, she had seen situations where items were exchanged more than once. On one occasion, she saw a craftsman who had initially looked down on it suddenly straighten his posture. A corner of a merchant's black cloak fell, revealing a rock the size of a thumb covered in red fungus. "How much do you think this ore is worth?" A sound echoed as a mirror fell to the ground. The dwarf's breathing became heavy instantly. She extended her wrinkled hand to gently touch the surface of the red rock, feeling its layer of red fungus and rock dust. "You actually have red ore." Her hoarse voice carried a hint of sharpness. As she lifted her head, emotions flickered in her eyes that were devoid of lenses. Li Ji, cloaked in a black robe, felt a chill run down her spine. At that moment, she sensed an overwhelming sense of crisis, murderous intent. Did this dwarf want to kill her over this 0.1 unit of red ore? Cold sweat broke out on Li Ji's back, yet excitement surged within her. The value of the red ore was far greater than she had imagined, and she had a full 7 pounds of it. The dwarf, however, misinterpreted her trembling and slowly withdrew his gaze, muttering, "It's time. It's not surprising for a new race to have fortuitous encounters." She picked up the fallen mirror and pointed to the chair next to Li Ji. "Sit." Li Ji scrutinized her cloudy eyes. After a moment's deliberation, she chose to sit down. The dwarf's gaze remained fixed on the red ore in Li Ji's hand. "Do you have any more of this red ore?" Li Ji was too excited, her voice trembling slightly as she tightened her grip on the red ore. "No, I don't." The dwarf's suspicion lessened somewhat as he hoarsely replied, "This is a specialty of the Rock Nest tribe. 100 years ago, the Rock Nest tribe was also in Slevel race. The reason for their fall to Clevel in this century was precisely because of this red ore. If you carry this and can't recognize the Rock Nest tribe, you will definitely be killed by a Rock Nest merchant, even if the Black Iron Port prohibits violence." Her green eyes emitted a faint glow. Li Ji felt her hair stand on end, as if a warning signal had gone off. The dwarf said, "If you sell me this red, or I'll take you for free to find the best raw material merchants and help you identify the best components. Of course, you can refuse, but you should know that 80% of the merchants in the raw material area are from the Rock Nest tribe." Under the cloak, Li Ji narrowed her eyes slightly. Old fox. He was actually trying to trick her. However, it was still uncertain who was tricking whom. Li Ji pretended to put the red ore into her backpack. Upon hearing the dwarf's heavy breathing, she paused her actions and said cautiously, "How much can you give me?" There was doubt in her heart. While trading with red ore might not be common here, it certainly wouldn't be rare, otherwise she wouldn't have seen it. Why did this dwarf look as if he couldn't do without the red ore in her hand? The dwarf responded, "I'll give you 30 black iron coins." Li Ji retorted indignantly, "Earlier when I saw someone trading this red ore, they were trading it for a finished product, and that finished product was priced at 500 black iron coins." The dwarf smoothly changed his words. "Then I'll give you 480, and the remaining 20 will be considered as intermediary fees. I guarantee you'll get the best price in the raw material area, and I will help you find the most reliable craftsman." Li Ji, still skeptical, took out the ore. "Really? However, I can't trust you completely unless you take me shopping first. After we buy, I will give you this stone." She thought for a moment and added, "To protect both parties' interests, I will place it in the transaction transfer area." The dwarf showed no doubt that works. An oral agreement between merchants counts as a contract. A flash of light passed, and the ore vanished. Li Ji extended her hand. "What about my 480 black iron coins?" The dwarf said, "I know why you were able to advance your profession ahead of schedule." And with an exasperated sigh, she rummaged through a drawer and pulled out a pile of black iron coins, casually weighed one in her palm, then tossed it into a dusty coin pouch and flung it to Li Ji. Li Ji opened the pouch and glanced inside. Not satisfied the count was accurate, she slipped it into her pocket. Not a flicker of surprise crossed the dwarf's eyes. "Hand me your requisition list." And after only a cursory glance, she donned the cloak hanging nearby and lifted the cloth curtain. First, the raw materials district. And no sooner had they entered than she strode purposefully toward the supplier who had previously driven away the scaled merchant. Li Ji overheard her murmur to the supplier, "We'll need some hot iron." And the supplier pointed toward a small segregated section behind him. "Hot iron must be purchased alongside cold iron. You must forge it yourself upon receipt, and it must be rust-free guaranteed. And I trust you implicitly." And the dwarf led Li Ji to the designated sector indicated by the supplier. Hot iron signifies high-demand commodities, cold iron stagnant stock, forging denotes finalizing a transaction, and rust refers to counterfeits or substandard goods. Here trade is conducted exclusively in coded jargon. Anyone unable to understand or speak it is instantly marked as an outsider. And Li Ji silently committed it all to memory. And the dwarf casually scooped up a lump of ore and weighed it in her palm. "Scales are forbidden here. You must rely solely on eye and hand." And she picked up another piece. These 2 copper ores fluctuate between 0.9 and 1 units, yet their listed price is identical. Whether you profit or lose depends entirely on your own discernment. Though units in this world can be converted to blue stars gene, they more often denote density or mass quality. Even seasoned experts rarely penetrate the dull, ashen exterior of raw or to gauge its true worth. Li Ji could not do so either, yet she offered a smooth compliment. "You're clearly a master among masters." And the dwarf snorted softly. "Only because you've met me. Other intermediaries would never guide a novice like this. And it's not just refined iron that demands careful selection. Cold iron requires even greater scrutiny." She dropped the ore into a basket and selected another from a different pile. Sometimes treasures hide even here. Li Ji crouched low, mimicking the dwarf's gestures, weighing, observing, then placed the required green crystals alongside the unidentifiable or mandated for bundled sale into the basket. The dwarf occasionally glanced sidelong at her, but most of the time her gaze remained fixed and meticulous as she sifted through the ore heap. Raw materials for weapons should now be nearly complete. In 5 baskets swelled into 5 miniature hills. One stood entirely composed of the unidentifiable or acquired via bundled sale. The supplier approached, glanced once, and raised 5 fingers. Li Ji knew better than to assume the price was 5 black iron coins. And sure enough, the dwarf declared 500, and though she'd anticipated it, the sum still stung. From selling bioluminescent moss spores and blueprints, after deducting costs and other expenses, she had brought 3438 copper coins to Black Iron Port. After full conversion, that amounted to a mere 34 black iron coins. Though the dwarf had returned 480 black iron coins after taking the red, or spending 500 at once, left her with only 14, little better than absolute zero. Yet these baskets contained the bulk of the raw materials needed for the entire sky vessel. All things considered, the price was fair. Still, she needed propulsion system components and parts, weapon assemblies, defensive system modules, semi-finished navigation and control systems, hull segments, and structural keel materials, all to be purchased. After roughly calculating the total cost of upgrading the sky vessel, Li Ji sighed. Looks like I'll have to visit the auction district. Not that the dwarf halted mid-step. Naviri lot entering the auction district must first undergo formal appraisal, and must be both unavailable in the trade district and officially recognized by the auction district as possessing intrinsic value. The dwarf's gravelly voice emerged from beneath her hood. Do you still hold red, or? And Li Ji replied, not red, or something else. And she opened her palm. Na translucent levitating crystal hovered above it, emitting a faint yet sacred radiance that illuminated the dwarf's face hidden within the hood. Her eyes sharpened, divine dawn shards, and Li Ji closed her fingers. The shard vanished back into her satchel. Back at the Wilderness Bazaar, when she'd requested purchases of Divine Dawn, Dust 2's reaction had hinted at its extraordinary significance. Later, having surplus Divine Dawn dust, she simply experimented, using her innate talent to refine it further. Externally, the dust resembled fine grit, the shard's lentil-sized granules. What truly astonished Li Ji were the item descriptions of the Divine Dawn shard and dust. In Divine Dawn dust, one of the essential levitation fuels for aerial conveyances. Divine Dawn shard, the most fundamental and uniquely anomalous crystal of the Divine Dawn civilization. To this day, Chiyuan remains unable to decipher its atomic structure. It serves as a universal enhancer across all matter-related domains: energy, material science, fuel, elevating quality, and reinforcing foundational functionality. In her understanding, placing it in an automobile's fuel tank transformed it into premium fuel, integrating it into an engine's architecture enhanced overall performance, embedding it within a hull increased tensile strength, and truly transcendent. Such a substance wouldn't merely draw attention on Blue Star, it would ignite fierce contention anywhere in existence. And she dared reveal it only because this shard was exceedingly small. Just 0.1 unit. And even if it attracted notice or covetous glances, it was unlikely to invite mortal peril. And merchants pursue profit. Adventure is instinct. And Li Ji's sole objective was upgrading her sky vessel. All other non-lethal crises were to her opportunities cloaked in challenge. The dwarf's fleeting surge of murderous intent and greed served as Li Ji's anchor of reassurance. And she feigned ignorance. Do you think it qualifies for the auction stage? Na's subtle shift colored the dwarf's tone. You carry quite the collection of rare treasures. And Li Ji smiled, disarmingly casual. Surely a single Divine Dawn shard holds little value for someone like Yui. Within that tent lay countless marvels. Yet the dwarf had stepped out with nothing more than a careless tug of the flap, revealing staggering wealth. And that was precisely why Li Ji had dared display the shard openly before her. But for a fledgling merchant like yourself, such items are already peerless. Her tone shifted, almost wry. Then again, I wonder whether your fortune is blessing or burden. Both red ore and Divine Dawn shards are currently the rarest materials on the market, commanding exorbitant prices. Yet scarcity breeds peril, unwanted attention, unwarranted entanglements. I'll escort you for appraisal, but I won't shield you from consequences. Nonetheless, you tell me where you sourced your red ore and Divine Dawn shard. Li Ji lowered her gaze and met the dwarf's stare directly. And she smiled faintly. I'm new, not naive. In through the hood's deliberate distortion of features, each saw the other's hunger and calculation laid bare. And suddenly the dwarf burst into hearty laughter. Chiyuan clearly favors you. Go forth, seize your novice window, and turn the auction hall upside down. Li Ji's brow lifted slightly. And Chiyuan, was it a title? A name? And she had heard it repeatedly in the components district at the auction grounds, and now from the dwarf's lips. Li Ji asked, what is Chiyuan? The world's sovereign. Its highest tier race. And the dwarf paused mid-stride and turned back. This world has no sovereign, only enforcers of order or executioners. As for Chiyuan, every soul carries their own answer. She clearly did not wish to say more and quickened her pace, entering the auction area first. The auction area was as bustling as ever. Their arrival drew no attention. They arrived at the appraisal area. An appraiser clad in a golden cloak greeted them. What would you like to auction, ladies? The dwarf looked at Li Ji. Li Ji opened her hand, revealing a dagger in her palm. The dwarf was taken aback, but said nothing. The appraiser took the dagger and began to examine it. This is a dagger forged by the forging clan, seemingly a style from many years ago. It can be put on the auction block, and I suggest a starting price of 100 black iron coins. I believe it can fetch a higher price. The appraiser smiled as he placed the dagger on the appraisal table, saying, all auction items deserve higher prices. The suggested price is merely a suggestion, and the auction house will not infringe upon the merchant's pricing rights. She took out the identification certificate for the dagger from beneath the appraisal table and stamped a golden seal beside it. The appraisal fee is 5 black iron coins. Li Ji paid the money and then took out a Tianqi fragment. The appraiser examined it closely, and after confirming it was indeed a Tianqi fragment, his tone softened significantly. The current market price for a Tianqi fragment is 1,000 black iron coins starting from 0.1 units. 1,000 black iron coins. 100 copper can only be exchanged for 1 black iron coin. And as far as she knew, the currency conversion in this world was as follows: 1 gold, 100 silver, 10,000 copper. 1,000 black iron coins also equal 10 gold. She had never even touched silver coins, and now she could directly have gold coins. Li Ji suppressed her excitement. What is the usual transaction price? The appraiser replied, recently a Tianqi fragment of the same unit was sold for 7,510 black iron coins. Beneath the cloak, Li Ji gasped. What is sudden wealth? This is sudden wealth. The appraiser said gently, would you like to issue an identification certificate? If you auction this Tianqi fragment today, I can mark it in red for you. Mark it in red. The appraiser nodded slightly, explaining softly, the most scarce and in-demand auction items in the auction area will be marked in red by the auction house. Once marked, projections of the item will appear in the indoor and outdoor spaces of the auction area, and the auction house does not charge an appraisal fee for marked items, nor take a commission. Li Ji understood. Marking it in red was essentially a promotional tactic by the auction house, allowing the item to gain maximum visibility while also enhancing the auction house's reputation among merchants and customers, mutually benefiting both sides. After understanding this, Li Ji nodded decisively, please issue it. She walked out of the appraisal room with the identification certificate. The dwarf expressed some skepticism. The money from the Tianqi fragment is enough for you to buy flying ship materials. Why waste time auctioning another dagger? Li Ji replied firmly, with this dagger I can attract more customers, and my Tianqi fragment will fetch a higher price. The dwarf clearly did not believe her. Just find an available auction platform. Li Ji had already spotted one. She rushed over in 3 steps, slamming the identification certificate onto it, and a beam of golden light shone down from above. This proved that this auction platform already had an item for auction. The merchants who failed to secure this auction platform did not leave, but instead approached curiously, watching the projection of the dagger displayed in a 360-degree view above. Is this a dagger? Li Ji replied modestly. One of the early works of Master Odin from the Forging clan. During lunchtime, she had found a discarded crossbow from the Forging clan and immediately thought of the dagger that had also been discarded previously. Taking a look at it, it indeed came from the same source, the discarded dagger from the Forging clan, the first work of Master Odin during his childhood. Master Odin once felt inferior because of this dagger, one of his least desired memories. Master Odin buried it in the ground, and who knew which unscrupulous person dug it up, thus coming into your hands. Since it was from a master, it would surely have a brand effect. Taking it out to attract interest was the most suitable move. The Tianqi fragment had last been auctioned for 7,510. Who knew she couldn't auction it for 8,000 this time? 500 black iron coins were more than 10 times the balance of her wallet before coming here. Master Odin, the dwarf who had been somewhat impatient, suddenly raised his tone. His old body straightened up, nearly jumping onto the auction platform. You say this is a work of Master Odin? Li Ji did not know why the dwarf was so excited, but seeing more and more people looking over, she smiled and replied, the auction area does not allow for deception. This is the rule of the auction area. You can exaggerate to the heavens or boast to the sky, but basic information cannot be fabricated. Once deception occurs, one will be immediately blacklisted by the auction house. The auction house is not merely the auction house of the Black Iron Port, but the auction house of all trading areas in this world. Being blacklisted essentially means cutting off one's career path. No one dares to do such a thing. As more and more people gathered, they gradually surrounded the auction platform. Li Ji immediately cleared her throat. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now auctioning one of Master Odin's early works. Everyone knows the quality of Master Odin's works, so I won't elaborate here. What I want everyone to see is right here. Li Ji pointed to the tip of the dagger where the magma-colored letters Adin were inscribed. This is Master Odin's mark, and it is the first mark he engraved on his work, because this is not just an early work of Master Odin, it is also his first work. The dwarf found it hard to believe. The first work. How could it be in your hands? Li Ji immediately replied, there is absolutely no falsehood. If this is a falsehood, immediately blacklist me from the auction house. As for why it is in my hands, that is beyond my explanation. Li Ji turned her head, locking eyes with all the cloaked figures as if targeting each one. Please recall your very first successful order in your career, the first thing you sold, how cautious the process was, and how you felt uncertain throughout. After success, what a sense of accomplishment it brought. The first work, the first sale is not just a memory, but a beginning. It is a surge that cannot be compared to any moment thereafter. It is the cornerstone of the future path. Now Master Odin's initial aspiration is here, Holding this dagger allows you to feel his excitement at that time. If you are fortunate enough to collect it, you will surely attract the powerful fortune of Master Odin's successful path, and the future is limitless. Now the starting price is 500 black iron coins, and each increment is 100. Let the auction begin. 1,000. I bid 1,000. 1,100. 1,200. 1,500. 2,000. Master Odin's first work and fortune are all mine. No one can compete with me. 2,100. Li Ji raised the auction hammer about to bring it down, but then quickly lifted it again. She appeared to be seriously waiting for the moment to finalize the auction. In reality, beneath the cloak, she was already grinning widely. In this world of technology, without mysticism, she was still a bit uncertain if the concept of fortune could attract interest. Surprisingly, lighting incense had its uses everywhere. Indeed, no merchant could refuse this mystique. Neither could the passing customers. 2,100 black iron coins were 21 times more than the suggested starting price. Just as Li Ji was about to bring down the hammer, a voice called out, "I am a disciple of Master Odin. Ooh, please let me see this dagger." Li Zhao turned his gaze towards the direction of the voice. He looked around and then down. With curly hair, freckles on his cheeks, tan skin, and a round face. He had a youthful appearance, yet his attire was quite luxurious. Wearing metallic woven gloves, a heat-resistant silk white robe adorned with energy crystals that glowed faintly with body heat, and a metallic circlet embedded with 3 differently colored gems. At first glance, one could tell he was of noble status. The previous appraiser was also accompanying her. The appraiser said, "Miss Riley is indeed a disciple of Master Odin." Li Ji nodded, bending over to hand the dagger to Riley. Riley took it and examined it closely, her hands trembling slightly. However, Li Ji felt something was off. She certainly looked excited, but for some reason Li Ji sensed a hint of unease. "Have you made up your mind?" Riley nodded, but did not return the dagger. "This is my teacher's dagger. Please sell it to me." Li Ji cared not for who her teacher was. She was here for business, not favors. She reminded her with a smile, "This is an auction area. I understand, but what I mean is you can make an offer, and when I mention being a disciple of Master Odin, others will be less likely to compete with me. If the auction stops here, you will lose out. I am willing to pay a high price to buy it." She thought for a moment and added a bit stutteringly, "After all, this is Master Odin's first work. Its significance is different." Li Ji's eyes flickered with suspicion, but her tone instantly turned cheerful. "It would be wonderful to sell Master Odin's work to his disciple. This is akin to a legacy. If Master Odin were to know, he would surely be delighted." No, he doesn't need to know." Riley jumped up in a panic. Her nose turned red. "What I mean is I want to give my teacher a surprise. It's better if he doesn't know for now." She looked up at Li Ji and then quickly lowered her head, speaking rapidly. "The works sold by my master when he was young generally cost around 10 gold coins. Do you think that price is acceptable?" 10 gold coins. The Tianqi fragment hadn't even been auctioned yet, and the dagger bought for 15 copper was being sold for 10 gold coins. What extravagance is this? Li Ji maintained a steady tone. "All right, let's trade directly. 10 gold coins isn't a large sum in the auction area." It was the same for Riley. She casually transferred the money to Li Ji, turned to whisper a few words to the appraiser, waved goodbye to Li Ji, and prepared to leave. Li Ji climbed back onto the auction stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, now I will auction my second item." Riley paused suddenly, turning her head back, her expression flickering between nostalgia and vigilance. Li Ji paid no mind, simply placing the authentication document of the Tianqi fragment on the auction table. The lights on the auction table lit up, and the auction house's announcement followed. "Auction table 199 is now auctioning the highlighted item 0.1 unit of Tianqi fragment." Amidst the looping announcements, a projection of the Tianqi fragment appeared above the auction house. Customers wandering around stopped and turned their footsteps, all heading this way. Many merchants who were auctioning their own items also halted their auctions. The 8 doors of the octagonal hall simultaneously welcomed a surge of customers. Riley's pensive expression vanished in an instant as she jumped up excitedly. "Tianqi fragment." Li Ji smiled. "As you can see, my second item is the Tianqi fragment, starting at 1,000 black iron coins with increments of 100 black iron coins. The auction begins." The customer in the front raised his card without hesitation. 2,000. 5,000. Shouted a merchant from the adjacent auction table. Riley jumped up, raising her hand. 7,000. A customer of an unknown race with wings. 7,100. A dwarf. 7,500. Li Ji glanced at her in surprise. Given the character of dwarves, if she wanted it, she should have taken advantage of her ignorance of market prices to swindle her earlier in the tent. Why was she now willing to bid high at this auction? Soon waves of increasing bids distracted her from her thoughts. The lights of the small auction stage in the hall were completely extinguished. A beam of light from a crystal ceiling descended, illuminating the high platform at the front. Standing on the platform was a merchant cloaked in a robe, but without a hood. She had exquisite features with golden scales on both sides of her cheeks. Her long golden hair fell over her shoulders, giving her a strong rather than elegant appearance. Above the auction stage by her side floated a delicate feather, pure white and fluffy. An excited dwarven voice exclaimed, "Indeed, it is the essence." Nearby others whispered, and Li Ji perked up her ears. The essence of noble origin. Yuling and Nightwing. I wonder about the second prince of the Yuling clan. There were too many people and too much noise, and with the translation device, even pulling back her hood could only reveal snippets of conversation. As you all can see, my first auction item is the essence of the Yuling clan. The merchant smiled as he surveyed the crowd below. Li Ji keenly noticed that her gaze lingered in one spot for a particularly long time. She instinctively wanted to follow that line of sight, but her hood was suddenly yanked. Don't blame me for not warning you. At some point, the dwarf's prosthetic limb had taken on the shape of an octopus leg, allowing her to stand at Li Ji's height and grasp the brim of her hood. Among merchants, there isn't much racial distinction, but between professions, a higher-ranked race can crush you without a second thought, just like squashing a worm in the dirt. Since you seem to be a promising candidate, I'll give you some advice. Keep your hood on and avoid direct eye contact with most of your customers. Li Ji paused for a moment and then naturally pulled her hood down. Thank you. The dwarf seemed momentarily stunned, showing a look of curiosity. I thought you would at least be a bit angry. Li Ji retorted, do you want me to be angry? The dwarf replied meaningfully, the last new race that emerged a century ago seemed to live in an overly peaceful era and once sparked a rebellion for refusing to participate in racial ranking. This was a world background Li Ji had never heard of. It was crucial information both for her and for all of humanity. She widened her eyes, slightly feigning curiosity. What happened to them now? The dwarf shook his head, his tone ambiguous, either regretful or gleeful. They were all left behind in the last century. Li Ji's heart skipped a beat as she tightened her grip on the card in her hand. As everyone can see, this is an essence, and it is the essence of the Yuling clan. Her thoughts interrupted. Li Ji lifted her gaze to see the scaled merchant touch the floating feather. She casually looked down and declared, the starting bid is 1,000 gold coins, with each subsequent bid not less than 100 gold coins. The auction begins. The auction hall fell silent. The essence was too specific, entirely belonging to a single person. Others bidding could only hold an auction like today's scaled merchant. Now that everyone was at the auction, they were all here to watch the excitement and naturally wouldn't interfere. Li Ji adjusted her hood and instinctively shifted her gaze toward two tall figures in the rear. She was taken aback. It was actually the Yuling clan who had purchased her Tianqi shattered crystal. The surprise had not yet faded when it was quickly overshadowed by a greater astonishment. Slap. The Yuling clan member beside her slapped the Yuling clan member who bought the Tianqi shattered crystal across the face, causing her head to tilt to one side, quickly swelling with a high imprint of the hand and several blood streaks from her nails. The auction hall instantly fell into silence. Li Ji held her breath. She remembered the dwarf mentioning that the Yuling clan member who bought the Tianqi shattered crystal was a noble from the Yuling clan, which was why she used feathers for trading. Born of noble descent, but publicly humiliated. It was hard to swallow such a bitter pill. Yet she merely straightened her posture nearly indifferently and slowly bowed to the Yuling clan member who had hit her, showing respect. It's my subordinate's fault. I will accept the punishment when I return. Slap. Another slap followed, closely striking her other cheek. She silently resumed her respectful bowing posture, seemingly waiting for another slap to come. The crowd stirred slightly. Li Ji heard whispered conversations. Second prince. Illegitimate daughter. I wonder if. Essence. These words were interrupted by the scaled merchant above. Is there no one willing to bid? Her gaze fell brightly upon the two Yuling clan members. The one who struck the other Yuling clan member bore a look of fury, not backing down as she locked eyes with the scaled merchant. After a long moment, she coldly diverted her gaze, donned a pair of transparent silk gloves, and addressed the bowing Yuling clan member. You better be able to completely make up for your mistake. If this essence falls into someone else's hands, I will make you. And your father. Wish you were dead. She left without looking back. Only after she exited the octagonal crystal auction house did the bowed Yuling clan member slowly straighten up. Calmly and naturally, she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked up at the merchant on the stage. 1,100 gold coins. The merchant smiled, but said nothing. Li Ji sensed that things wouldn't be so simple. Sure enough, in the next moment, another bid rang out. 1,200. Yuling clan member, 1,300. 1,400. 1,500. 2,000. Li Ji gasped while she also heard the sound of someone beside her inhaling sharply. 2,000 gold coins. That's a considerable sum no matter where it is placed. The dwarf spoke with sarcasm. Indeed, the Nightwing clan are just a bunch of mice who dare not show their faces in the light. They only bid after Sue leaves, thinking that Lin cannot stir up any waves. It was clear there was gossip involved. Li Ji, combining the previous overheard conversations, asked in a tone of inquiry, is Sue the second prince of the Yuling clan? The dwarf gave her a sidelong glance. You seem quite well informed. Li Ji raised an eyebrow naturally. The seemingly overly astute young person evoked a sense of intimacy in the dwarf. She suddenly became chatty and lowered her voice. That one called Lin is the illegitimate daughter of the Yuling royal family. Look at her wings. What's different from the previous second prince? Li Ji had already noticed the colors are different. The one who slapped had golden wings, while the one who shattered the crystal had silver wings. Exactly. The dwarf wore an expression of appreciation for her insight. They are all born of the Yuling clan's royal family. If not for her wings not being the royal gold color, others wouldn't even realize she is not of the same father as the other princesses and princes. Unfortunately, she is just unlucky inheriting the genes of a lower-ranked father. Otherwise, by order, she would be the youngest princess of the royal family. Indeed, gossip was the stimulant for all races. The dwarf's previous words combined probably didn't amount to as much as the few spoken just now. Li Ji discreetly inquired, what exactly is the essence, and why is the second prince of the Yuling clan so angry? The dwarf naturally followed her question. The essence is the core of power capable of breaking the shackles of genes, significantly enhancing attributes. If it reaches level 3, it can heal all physical ailments and may even give rise to a second talent. She shifted her tone. These are too distant for you. You just need to know that the essence drives everyone mad. A merchant holding the essence, if they lack a strong racial background and powerful strength, will become incredibly dangerous. The merchant above is called Chun, one of the few A3 powerhouses among the Scaled clan, ranking on the world's power list. If it were another A-grade merchant, this essence would definitely not make it to the auction stage. It would be torn apart by the royal guard of the Yuling clan on the way. Moreover, this essence was not found by Chun himself, but was submitted by the Nightwing clan. The Nightwing clan is only a Crade race and does not dare confront the Yuling clan directly, so they must seek an ally from the Scaled clan, which also has conflicts with the Yuling clan. She spoke meaningfully. If one day you acquire the essence of other races or other rare resources, you can contact me. I will negotiate the highest price for you and ensure your safety. Of course, I can also hire you to become one of the affiliated merchants of the Forging clan. All major trading zones will grant you access, and with my recommendation, you will only need to pay 20 of your transaction volume each year. What do you think? She remarked on how easily the old fox could be led into conversation. It turns out she was waiting here. Li Ji's eyes sparkled with clarity. It is indeed my honor. If that day ever comes, I will certainly seek the protection of the Forging clan. The dwarf's eyelids drooped, and just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by the raised volume from the stage. 13,000 for the first time. 13,000 for the second. 13. Chen deliberately slowed his voice, mockingly looking at the increasingly swollen cheeks of Ling below. Ling stared at the floating feathers, seemingly pondering something, her expression still largely unchanged. Noticing Chen's gaze, she shifted her eyes away from the essence on the auction table, and as she withdrew, met Li Ji's gaze, who stood at the midpoint between them. Without pausing, she calmly averted her gaze. It was as if she accepted fate and reality with tranquility. Li Ji's eyes flickered slightly. A disposable talent card vanished from her hand. I'll lend you 100 gold coins with a return of 130, meaning I'll lend you 111 gold coins. In 10 days, you must return me 144 gold coins. What do you think? Ling's indifferent face showed some fluctuation. She did not look at Li Ji, merely stating in a tone devoid of much emotion, I'll raise the bid by 100, and Chen still won't give me the essence. Li Ji confidently replied, she will. This kind of essence is useless to anyone but its owner. If it cannot be liquidated, that feather is no different from a feather on the roadside. It would truly offend the royal family of the Feather Spirit clan. Li Ji was aware of the deep-seated conflicts between the two clans. However, unless it was a deep-seated blood feud, anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't exacerbate ethnic conflicts over something fundamentally useless. Li Ji believed the probability of a blood feud between the two clans was extremely low. Once it reached that point, there would be no need for an auction. If one wished to insult the Feather Spirit clan, there were many other ways. Creating a stir at the auction house, inciting public opinion, would insult not only the Feather Spirit clan, but also the auction house itself. If people could treat the auction as a game and a platform for provocation, would the auction house still have a reputation? Would it still be able to make money? How would genuine customers and merchants view the auction house? From Li Ji's perspective, if this essence could not be auctioned off, the ones who should be most anxious would be Chun and that merchant from the Nightwing clan. Next would be the auction house, and only last would be Ling. Moreover, based on her observations, Chun, who seemed indifferent at the moment, was actually quite anxious. From her earlier teasing and Yi's now deliberately elongated tone, and the increasingly frequent eye contact with the merchant in the corner below, one could tell. She did not want this essence to crash down into her hands. Unfortunately, Ling probably had never played such psychological games. Otherwise, she should have been the one in control from the very beginning. Li Ji increased the stakes again. If this essence cannot be auctioned off, consider this 100 gold coins a gift from me. After all, you won't lose anything. She believed this was a transaction that required no consideration. Yet Ling remained calm. You might not be able to get what you want from me. Li Ji's tone shifted slightly. You don't even have 144 gold coins. Ling's eyelashes trembled, revealing a hint of surprise. I do. Li Ji replied, then that's settled. Plus, we need to sign a verbal contract with a return of 130. If you can't win it, it counts as my investment failure. Professional merchants can sign all kinds of contracts. As long as both parties verbally agree, a recording version of the verbal contract will automatically be generated by the fair scale. However, Li Ji was not worried about Ling breaching the contract. She trusted her judgment of people. On the auction stage, Chen's expression could no longer maintain its ease. Her gaze flitted between Ling and the hidden merchant from the Nightwing clan among the customers, her eyes carrying a certain warning and killing intent, though the Nightwing merchant was cloaked. Upon closer inspection, one could see the signs of trembling. Indeed, 13,100 gold coins. Li Ji had compared the purchasing power of this world's currency. 1 gold is roughly equivalent to 1,000 yuan in Blue Star. 13100 is equivalent to 131 million. Which arrogant fool would dare to carry such a heavy burden? Even Li Ji, who had early access to the young wealthy list, could not casually produce over 100 million in liquid funds, not to mention for something that held no value to her. How anxious the Nightwing clan must be. One could tell from the increasingly rapid trembling frequency. Chen also lost confidence and stared straight at Ling. Is there no one else to raise the bid? Ling's voice rang out, thank you. Even if I can't win it, I will still return you 144 gold coins. The contract was successfully generated the moment she agreed. Li Ji's casual posture of crossing her arms paused slightly. Under the hood, her gaze subtly fell on Ling, who was lifting her eyes to look at the auction platform. The several blood streaks on her profile had already scabbed over, but her cheeks were even more swollen. In the auction hall, thousands of eyes from different races fell upon her, each with its own meaning. She was like a perfectly sealed crystal dome that could neither refract nor reflect a single ray of light, visible to all from the unknown gaps, yet untouchable, unchangeable in her trajectory. The previously suppressed thought leaped back to her mind. Do you want to spend 13,200 gold coins to obtain the essence, or take a gamble, and I can let you acquire it for less than a third of the gold? Ling was taken aback, instinctively wanting to look over here, but she merely fluttered her eyelashes. Thank you, but I don't need anyone to take risks for me. She raised her gaze. 13200. Her voice was faint, yet it instantly eased the tense atmosphere at the auction table. Chen's nearly suppressed gloomy expression also lit up instantly. But she still restrained herself, looking in another direction. Is there a higher bid? The Nightwing merchant's cloak finally ceased its trembling. The crowd began to murmur again. Yet Li Ji suddenly felt disinterested. 13200 for the first time. 13200 for the second. As the auction hammer fell, she and the dwarf walked out with the crowd that had seen enough passing by Ling, without pausing, leaving directly. The dwarf's attitude was cold. Since you have plenty of money, now there's no need to be picky. Just go to the semi-finished product area and buy everything you need. Li Ji replied. It's better to be frugal. If I say I only plan to spend 1 gold to buy the remaining materials, what will you do? In the moment they brushed past each other, she acquired a loan note, and the 100 gold had already reached Ling's hands. She only had 2 gold and 9 black iron coins left. She had to watch her spending. Moreover, she had calculated that aside from the more expensive navigation and control system semi-finished products, which were around 3 silver coins, the rest were parts and components that could be obtained for 7 silver coins and would basically meet her requirements. Of course, the budget doesn't have to be strictly adhered to, but it's just that it should be controlled as much as possible. The dwarf looked at Li Ji. You're more composed than I expected. Your mechanical prosthetics are making you walk quite quickly, let's go. But if you want your flying boat to perform better, you need to raise your budget to at least 5 gold. Li Ji replied. Let's see, save where we can. Senior, do you know any acquaintances who can offer direct costs? In dreams, everything is possible. Coming out from the parts area, Li Ji was left with only 5 silver. However, she not only bought all the upgrade materials, but also many useful little things. Plus, as most merchants in the parts area were from the forging clan, each one recognized the dwarf, leading to better cost performance than she had initially planned. Returning to the tent, the dwarf coldly stated, hurry up and give me the red, or then leave my tent. Just thinking about how Li Ji used her identity to haggle and sweet-talk the forging clan merchants into believing her made her angry. Li Ji revealed a cheerful smile. The transaction is complete. The ore should be in your backpack. The dwarf looked at her suspiciously. Why does it show that you have a record of 1 withdrawal and 1 deposit? Goods at the transfer station need to be confirmed by both parties before being placed in. All dynamic actions of the goods are displayed on both parties' fair scales. Li Ji said, I put in a bigger one for you. The dwarf took out the red ore and carefully checked it, finally verifying it with the fair scale. Confirming there was no problem, she waved her hand to shoo her away. Go away. Li Ji pulled back the curtain, turning to smile. Li Ji, that's my name. The dwarf paused, holding the red ore, then nonchalantly began fiddling with it. Celia. Li Ji did not wait long at the port before spotting Ling. The bruise on her face had turned a deep purple, making her fair complexion appear particularly grotesque, drawing the attention of passers-by. She wore a calm expression, her gaze unwavering. Upon seeing Li Ji, a slight ripple crossed her face as she said thank you. Li Ji was busy fiddling with the player panel. She recalled someone mentioning in the regional chat that the player panel could be materialized, taking the form of a wristwatch, but she was unsure of its purpose. At the time, she paid no attention to that message. However, at Black Iron Port, she noticed that merchants and customers of various races all wore bracelets or watches, and they would take them out for transactions and to add friends, which made her realize their function. After a short search, Li Ji found a symbol in the settings indicating that the panel could be switched from private to materialized. Besides that, there were versions for mental commands, external connections, and virtual keyboards. Li Ji had always used her own keyboard in the wooden cabin and a virtual keyboard when outside, so she had not paid attention to this feature. Now it seemed that the game panel was smarter and more high-tech than she had imagined, capable of switching versions according to the player's status. After changing the panel from private to materialized, a golden wristwatch appeared on her wrist. Li Ji shook her hand and said, "Add me as a friend." A silver bracelet also materialized on Ling's wrist, and the bracelet lightly tapped against the watch. Li Ji saw Ling's avatar in her friend list, a small white bird, round and plump with silver wings resembling a long-tailed, silver-throated mountain sparrow. Ling said, "I will pay you back when I return. Thank you for today." Li Ji replied, "No need to thank me. Ooh, I made a profit from this deal." Ling pursed her lips, her gaze drifting past Li Ji to the ship behind her. She nodded slightly and said, "I must go now. You can contact me through the bracelet if needed. Thanks again." With her back straight, she walked steadily towards the golden ship, soon disappearing from Li Ji's sight. Li Ji did not linger any longer and returned to the wooden cabin through the teleportation array. The sky was nearing dusk. She promptly collected the resources caught by the cloud net. "Congratulations, you have caught 0.1 units of apocalypse dust, 1 unit of iron, 1 unit of copper, and a wooden box." Dragging the items into the cabin, Li Ji could not afford to organize them. She had more important matters to attend to. Decard. 6 attempts left. Li Ji carefully washed her hands with water, clasped them together, and prayed to all the deities she could remember from all directions. "May the gods bless me." She devoutly took out her keyboard. Her fingers pressed the D key. Taking a deep breath, she clicked. Li Ji received a level origin card, a bundle of bandages, vitamin D, a blueprint for a water recycling system, and a towel. She could hardly move her gaze, incredulously circling the Li Ji level origin card. Though she had always longed for it, each time she anticipated the next refresh with excitement. The fact that the origin card really appeared felt surreal. Only after confirming it was real did she, with trembling and slightly cold hands, click to purchase the origin card. A card appeared in her palm. Li Ji carefully placed the origin card beside her bed and took out another card and a mid-level replication card from her backpack. The 3 cards were placed at a distance from each other. She looked at them again, ultimately reluctant to put them away. "Upgrading now isn't worth it. I still have 5 points of mental power. I must use them up before upgrading." Li Ji sat cross-legged, looking relaxed. The level origin card had arrived, or whatever came next didn't matter. The important thing was that after completing the D tasks, she could upgrade her talents, and the material cards could be upgraded for her airship. Li Ji casually pressed the D key again. 0.1 units of red ore, a kitchen blueprint, a steak, a set of thermal clothing, and a meat floss bread. Another red ore. Previously at the wild market, she had bought 7 pounds of red ore at the base price. Li Ji had not bought red ore from the card library since then. However, today's Celia's attitude towards red ore made her reconsider. While red ore in the card library was indeed much more expensive than what she had bought from the wild market, she was not short on money now. Moreover, she had a feeling that the more red ore she had, the better. Thinking of this, Li Ji recalled the red ore she had placed at the transfer station. It was actually a small stone formed from a fusion of red ore's rock, dust, and moss. Its appearance was almost indistinguishable from that of red ore. The fair balance had failed to detect it, glitching for a few seconds before finally identifying it as red ore. Only Li Ji noticed something was off. The fair balance had never exhibited glitches before. After weighing it several times, the fair balance finally displayed a new description: unknown mineral contaminated with red ore's rock, dust, and moss, possessing properties of both red ore and moss. Its inherent characteristics and functions cannot be determined. Li Ji was instantly alert. The fair balance did not always scan the correct product information. If she relied too much on the fair balance, she could easily end up in trouble. At the same time, she found it quite interesting. This was not a deliberate mix from the Fox tribe. If the fair balance couldn't recognize it, then if the Fox tribe had the ability to forge it, why would they need to sell salt for medicine in the wild market? Li Ji accepted this small mineral at the acquisition price of red ore, not intending to do anything with it, just planning to keep it as a souvenir. She set it aside in a separate box and did not pay it any more mind. Until Celia tried to swindle her, she remembered this fake mineral and planned to turn the tables. However, later on, even though Celia's attitude was average and she showed hostility a few times, if it weren't for her, Li Ji might have been trapped in the material area. Knowing the trade lingo was one thing, recognizing a familiar face was another. The merchants at Black Iron Port all wore cloaks, yet one could identify acquaintances by their posture and voice. Celia headed straight to the raw material merchant who had chased away the Scale Clan merchant, and the raw material merchant turned a blind eye, allowing her to teach her how to select ores. This was the treatment reserved for acquaintances. Later in the parts area, it was the same. These merchants almost all knew Celia, and their quotes were lower than others. Plus, during the auction, Celia's advice was also well-intentioned. Overall, the things Celia did were worth a 0.1 unit red ore. She quietly swapped back that counterfeit. Li Ji bought all 5 of these cards and pressed the D key again. Blueprint for airship module modification, a bundle of wood, a bottle of water, a mirror, and an extreme temperature spaceship maintenance system. Module modification blueprint. Extreme temperature maintenance system. Both cards cost 50 copper, the most expensive cards since Li Ji started using D cards. but they were clearly cards that would be useful now and in the future. After buying all of them, she pressed the D card again. Click. Blueprint for Airship Space Expansion Deck Reinforcement Blueprint Light Crystal System Blueprint Replication Card and a box of toothpicks. 3 blueprints. Forget it, just buy them first. Upgrading her talent would only take 2 more D presses. A box of vitamin D, a notebook, a pack of spicy strips, a microwave, and a set of thermal clothing. Last chance. A pack of wet wipes, a nail clipper, a pack of lollipops, a summoning card, and a pack of warmers. As the 5 cards appeared before her, a dialog box popped up. The upgrade conditions for the D card have been met. 1. 30 D card uses 3032. D level 2, D2, D2, 3. 500 copper, 301, 5500. The D card has been upgraded. New feature: item cardification. Item cardification allows energy and materials to be cardified. Finally, it's time to level up. Li Ji took out the origin card and the intermediate copy card. The 3rd origin card appeared. Li Ji held her breath and gently stacked the 3 cards together. Golden light flickered, increasing gradually. The golden points spun and condensed, resembling a tiny golden tornado, gradually solidifying into a gold coin that floated in midair, surrounded by golden light, while spinning and radiating brilliance. Li Ji felt a powerful attraction, igniting a strong desire from within. Like a traveler trapped in the desert, every cell screamed for water, and now the oasis was right before her eyes. Her vision, her mind, could no longer hold anything else. Li Ji extended her hand. The gold coin naturally fell into her palm, and at the same time a dialog box popped up. Congratulations, player, you have earned a 3-star 5 cost. Level up to D2, earning 6 attribute points to allocate as you wish. Player attributes: health 15, 15 not enough for the rockbeak birds, pecking spirit 7, 10 human ceiling beneath, all races strength 7, pull speed 8, trash, overall combat power 7. 5 easily pulled, even the underground worms could swallow you in 1 bite. Spirit is closely related to the D cards in the early stages, whether hoarding resources or doing business. Increasing the D card count will lead to greater benefits and security, which is essential. But strength and speed cannot be ignored completely. Li Ji recalled the various races at the Wild Market and Black Iron Harbor. Although she did not know their specific attributes, she could tell from their size that she could not compete with them in strength and health. As for speed, can humans outrun tigers and wolves? Not on Blue Star, and not on the Tianchi continent either. Moreover, Li Ji was now more wary of humans after the novice period rather than other races. When wooden houses become flying boats after encountering others, Li Ji speculated that a part of the humans who could not defeat other races would likely turn against their own kind to survive. She had to consider not only future development, but also the immediate reality. In the end, Li Ji decided on 3 spirit, 2 speed, and 1 strength. Strengthening the strong points, while not letting the weak points become too weak, thus lowering the overall quality. This was the most cost-effective plan she could devise based on her own situation and the current environment. Point allocation successful. Player attributes: health 18, 918. 9 not enough for the rockbeak birds, 3 pecs, spirit 13, 13 human ceiling beneath, all races strength 8, human excellent level, but still lacking speed 10, human ceiling beneath, all races overall combat power 9, pulled not as good as those armed human compatriots. Even the underground worms could swallow you in just 2 bites. How come there are decimals in the health? Li Ji calculated and discovered that health is the result of strength speed multiplied by a coefficient of 1.05. So health increases based on points allocated to strength and speed. Then she had to be more careful in allocating attribute points to strength and speed in the future. Li Ji's gaze fell upon the last sentence. Not as good as those armed human compatriots. Although this game sounds harsh, it never tells lies. So there must be humans who entered the game armed. But thinking about it, it makes sense. She was drawn into the game while playing chess holding a keyboard. She was pulled into the game while going to the restroom holding toilet paper. Then soldiers on the border holding guns, or even more extreme, some people from certain countries in the midst of war could very well have entered the game in tanks or fighter jets. But shouldn't tanks and fighter jets be counted as part of their overall combat power? That would be too outrageous. And can a small wooden house even accommodate them? Li Ji forcibly pulled her scattered attention back. Thinking about these things now was pointless. All she could do was upgrade the flying boat as soon as possible to prepare for potential dangers that could be anticipated. As for those that couldn't be anticipated, her professional skills could also save her life. Casting aside others' combat power, Li Ji bounced up and waved her fist, feeling the difference in strength. However, besides feeling like she could jump higher and her arms and legs were stronger and more agile, she had no way of judging how much she had actually improved. Speed was also hard to test. This room was too small and filled with things. There was hardly any space to step, let alone run a few laps. Excitement was constrained by the cramped space, yet it did not diminish Li Ji's sense of achievement. She had gathered all the materials for the flying boat today. She earned 102 gold coins. She upgraded her talent from D1 to D2. This called for a celebration. She took out the luosafen she had earned today and lit the stove to set up the iron pot. She also took out cabbage luncheon meat, fried tofu mushrooms, and wild fruit, then opened a bottle of cola. Once the pot boiled, she softened the luosafen, added the seasonings, and then put in all the vegetables except the wild fruit. A rich aroma filled the wooden house. Li Ji blew on the luosaphone and casually opened the regional chat acting as electronic pickled vegetables. Where are you, mom and dad? Im Lingling. Date of birth address. Remember to reply when you see this. Image. Is it still possible to add sausage to instant noodles at this time? Do I need to say more? Is there really someone who doesn't plan to gather 1 unit of Tianqi micro dust? Selling spaceship blueprints. High price for private messages. I won't gather it. The money from selling Tianqi micro dust bought me clothes, blankets, and instant noodles. Even if I die, I can at least be a stuffed ghost. Seriously, our group has already reached 17 members, and none of us are saving Tianqi micro dust. We want to see if the game dares to really kill us all 3 days later. Everyone listen to me. Tianqi micro dust is not hard to obtain. Talents cannot help. We can use cloud nets for fishing. There is data analysis that shows if we collect more than 8 times a day, at least 2 times will yield Tianqi micro dust. Together with the ones caught during the day, we can definitely gather enough. Once every 2 hours. Don't you need to sleep or eat? Working like an ox or horse on Blue Star is only 996, and here it's directly 007. If you really care about the lives of ordinary people like us, you should give us the collected Tianqi micro dust. That's right. We paid so many taxes just for you to eat and drink right. Otherwise, you should find a way to send us back to Blue Star. I just moved and haven't even experienced being a second-generation demolition yet before being sent to this broken house drinking the northwest wind. Send me back. Damn, the one who sent instant noodles above. If you have the ability, marry me. Let's see if your dad will rob you after 2 days. Everyone calm down, and the organization is thinking of solutions, but the masses should not give up on self-rescue. Collecting every 2 hours with reasonable planning will not affect rest. This is a special period. We hope everyone can work together through the tough times. Li Ji was enjoying her noodles while reading the messages with great interest. At that moment, a message popped up in the small group. You are very safe. Everyone, a creature called the night bat is circling in the shallow space layer, active at night, with keen sense of smell and thermal sensing ability. After the novice period ends, these night bats are very likely to appear at night and attack wooden houses, so everyone be cautious. When the group message popped up, the regional chat displayed the same notification. Everyone, there is a creature called the night bat circling in the shallow sky, active at night and sensitive to smell, with thermal sensing abilities. After the novice period, these night bats are likely to appear at night and attack wooden houses, so please be cautious. Night bats. What's the difference from regular bats? When we are on the brink of starvation, who cares about night bats? I just want to know if we can get some food for the common folks. People are starving. I feel the same, and it's getting colder and colder. If it were up to me, I would arrest all those who are buying spaceship blueprints. They are obviously wealthy, and after catching them, the resources should be equally distributed among us ordinary people. That's what the authorities should be doing. Yes, and those who verified their assets at 188 on the first day, how did they get their money? Let's investigate them. That person who flaunted their instant noodles definitely has money. Arrest him too. Li Ji almost spat out her bowl of snail noodles from laughing. Humans have been pulled into the game for too short a time. Although the environment has changed, wooden houses will be safe for 3 days. With the cloud network, we can gather resources, and there is a chat channel for communication. Some people don't even realize the brutality of this game and have not adjusted their mindset, still using their previous experiences from a peaceful environment to face this world. The main reason for this phenomenon is that some people are cold, some are hungry, and some are sick, but so far no one has died. Without death, there can be no alarm raised. Most people are just in a different place and mode, staying at home while scrolling through an alternative version of their phones. They have seamlessly brought their moralistic attitudes and animosity towards the wealthy from Blue Star into this world. They are completely unaware of the differences between the two worlds. Li Ji speculated that after the novice period of 3 days, the number of deaths would not be the highest. The highest death toll occurs when humans can make contact with other races. Whether on land or in the air, as long as there is contact with other races, humans will suffer mass casualties. The current actions of the government aim to minimize these casualties. However, in Li Ji's view, it is all futile. Instead of expending manpower and resources trying to save those who will die in a few days anyway, it would be better to invest all resources into the official itself and those with investment value. These individuals, once they grow, will be able to save more people in the future. And those who survive while waiting for official rescue are to begin with the ones who actively sought to save themselves. Survival has always been a process of selection. These people are worth saving with manpower and resources. But ultimately, how the government chooses to do so is none of her concern. She will sell information to the government and can cooperate with them in business, but she will not become too entangled with the government, nor will she join them. What she needs is the latest and most comprehensive first-hand information from the government. The group also clearly saw the message from the regional chat magician, a bunch of incompetent fools only thinking about dragging others down when death is imminent. I can't wait for the scene 40 hours from now. Lifesaver pass. Is there really someone who isn't saving the apocalypse dust? Isn't the game very clear? If you don't save, won't the wooden house lose power and drop 500 meters? Call me Feng Aotian. That group is real. I've been in there and seen it. AAA First European Emperor. Ever since I mentioned that I found a silver chest every day, I get friend requests with 99, each one asking for exorbitant amounts. One even directly asked me to help upgrade their advanced flying boat, as if the whole world was their parents. AAA Professional Stand-in Teacher. How they don't see you as their parents, they see you as a wishing well turtle. Magician. So with all the noise outside, how do you see you are very safe? The group instantly fell silent. Li Ji stopped enjoying her noodles as well. You are very safe is a government person, and this has become an unspoken understanding in the group. This is also one of the reasons why the group is usually very quiet with almost no idle chatter. Although everyone knows the government cannot genuinely engage in wealth redistribution, as those players in the regional chat claim, they still want to use this matter to probe the government's stance. You are very safe. I believe everyone has guessed it. I am indeed a member of the organization. Everyone can rest assured that the organization treats every human compatriot with a stance of freedom, equality, fairness, and justice, and there will never be situations of forced resource requisition. You are very safe. The organization is developing a special device targeting birds and creatures that like to attack at night. If anyone needs it, feel free to order from me. You are very safe. If anyone has suitable business, they can trade with the organization. The organization definitely does not occupy a single thread from the people. All transactions are fair and just and can be made public. You are very safe. Suddenly sent 3 messages. Although they seemed unrelated, each sentence showcased the power and sincerity of the government. So far, it still seems quite reliable. Someone in the group began to speak. AAA First European Emperor. You are very safe. Does the government have the materials to upgrade flying boats? Call me phone Aotion. Does anyone know the weakness of the rock-beak bird? This thing is like a crow, holds grudges, and is painful to deal with. If it weren't for the initial area being separated from others, I suspect that bird could peck through my house. Li Ji also sent a message accepting orders for flying boat raw materials, components, and semi-finished products. Price is private chat. AAA First European Emperor. Can all materials be ordered? Magician. Return my 3-star 5 cost. Even if upgrading the advanced flying boat only requires components, there are 108 sets. Can you find all of them? What is your talent? Li Ji noticed that the magician was very interested in prying into others' privacy. She directly ignored the magician and replied to the European Emperor. Orders can be placed, but the time is still uncertain and the price is very high. You all better be prepared. Call me phone Aotion. How high? Li Ji. It depends on your upgrade direction. The estimated price is between 5 to 10 gold coins. Her flying boat upgrade only cost about 2 gold coins. But to achieve this price, there are 3 essential factors. First, most of the raw materials were purchased at a lower grade. Second, having a middleman familiar with other merchants who can negotiate prices. Third, comparing the compatibility and cost-effectiveness of various components, meticulously calculating. Achieving the first point is possible because after her talent upgrade, the raw materials can also be upgraded, which others cannot. Others cannot achieve the second and third points either. Today she can follow Celia to gain favor, but it doesn't guarantee that next time they will offer her the same price. Under normal circumstances, to upgrade to an advanced flying boat, the base price is above 5 gold coins. She takes about a 50 commission on each purchasing plan, so the estimated price is roughly between 5 to 10 gold coins. In a monopolized market, Li Ji felt like she was practically a reincarnation of a saint. Lifesaver pass gold coins. Did I miss something? Isn't everyone still using copper coins? How did it suddenly turn to gold coins? You are very safe. Directly messaged Li Ji. Hello comrade, I want to confirm, are you able to gather all the raw materials for the flying boat? Return my 3-star 5 cost. I'm not sure about the materials for the planting direction, but for defense weaponry, speed, and dragon bone shells, I can obtain those materials. You are very safe. Turn to the person next to him. The 3-star 5 cost can obtain all the raw materials. The person nodded. Let's see how many raw materials can be purchased. They were in the middle of a not small cabin. Inside the cabin, there were dozens of desks, each occupied by at least 4 people, all busy with their tasks. On the deck, vegetables and fruits were planted, and on both sides, nets full of caught resources were hanging. The flying boat hovered in the air. The red flag with Exploration Team 15 fluttered in the wind. Some were recording the wind direction, some were recording resources, and others were solemnly gazing into the distance. This boat cannot withstand any attacks from hot weapons. Upgrading the armament and defense systems is urgent. At that time, we were short-sighted. Chief, given the shortage of raw materials, we have done our utmost, and there is still time. We will definitely find a solution. Someone burst through the door, rushing in with an unmistakable excitement in their tone. Chief, we found someone who can solve the raw material issue. Li Ji was not only chatting safely with you, but also replying to others in the group one by one. Li Ji glanced at the group name displayed on the old man's phone in the subway. AAA First European Emperor Tan Sheng Pass. Can we change the group name? AAA Professional Substitute Teacher. How this group name looks quite miserable at first glance. Tan Sheng Pass, but this is a survival world. Isn't living the most important thing? AAA First European Emperor. I think we can be a bit bolder. AAA Professional Substitute Teacher. How I think we can be a bit bolder. Return my 3 stars 5 fees. I think we can be a bit bolder. Tan Sheng Pass. Change the group name to, of course, living is the most important. Tansheng Pass, if you don't like it, feel free to change it yourselves. AAA First European Emperor, change the group name to of course luck, is the most important. AAA Professional Substitute Teacher, how change the group name to of course combat power, is the most important. Change the group name to of course making money is the most important. The name was changed back and forth and finally became of course living with luck, and making the most money to be the strongest in combat power is the most important. All four were satisfied. Return my 3 stars 5 fees. Can you list a checklist for me? AAA Professional Substitute Teacher, how is there a discount for group buying? AAA First European Emperor, if I order now, when will the materials arrive? I can't wait to upgrade the flying boat. Tansheng Pass, I want to max out the defense points. While chatting in this small group, others also sent messages. Call me Feng Aotian directly listed a checklist and said, I don't have enough money here, when are you going to buy the materials? I'm trying to find a way to earn it before then. Li Ji's eyebrows twitched slightly as she suddenly remembered she still had some money that hadn't been collected back. She opened her friend list. Found the avatar of the white little sparrow. Li Ji, are you okay? Ling did not reply, and Li Ji didn't care, clicking on the newly popped up message. You are safe, here is the list of materials we need. Some are not for upgrading the flying boat, but if you can help find them, we can negotiate a suitable price. Li Ji clicked it open and a massive virtual checklist appeared before her eyes, penetrating through the ceiling and floor with no end in sight. Li Ji, return my 3 stars 5 fees. How much money have you prepared? You are safe enough to cover the costs of the materials on the list. Truly official. Many hands make light work. The materials on this list, not counting what she would earn, were already over 300 gold just for the raw materials. As a middleman, she could make a decent profit. Return my 3 stars 5 fees. The wholesale price is 10 off the retail price. I will calculate the price and send the bill and contract to you. Maintaining major clients, an appropriate discount can also be given. You are safe, okay? Li Ji calculated quickly. The cost of raw materials was roughly as she estimated, but adding components and parts, the total cost reached 427 gold. Taking a 50 cut and then applying a further 10 discount results in 619. 15 gold. Return my 3 stars 5 fees. Deposit of 310, the contract has been sent. You are safe was as swift as ever in sending money. As soon as the contract was signed, the deposit had already arrived in the account. Seeing the numbers in her wallet, various ways to make money flashed through Li Ji's mind, and the more she thought about it, the better her mood became. She decided to do business with the officials again. Return my 3 stars 5 fees. I have 2 pieces of information for sale. You can choose to buy the right to know or the exclusive right. The right to know is that you can inform those above you, but cannot spread it downwards or outwards. The exclusive right means you can handle this information as you wish. Return my 3 stars 5 fees. One piece concerns the survival of all humanity, and the other concerns the future of all humanity. You are safe, and the colleague beside him exchanged glances. The colleague stood up. I'll go call the chief. The chief was right behind him. What's the problem? You are safe revealed the chat records and detailed the situation, including the previous exchange with Li Ji when selling the blueprints. The chief pondered for a moment. Go let her take a look. Li Ji was unaware that You Are Safe side was currently feeling a grave threat, calling in a psychological expert to analyze her past words and actions. She had already used this money to open a loan business. Call me Feng Aotian, when are you planning to buy the raw materials? I currently don't have enough money, but I will save enough before you go. Return my 3 stars 5 fees. How much do you lack? Call me Feng Aotian, about 3 gold I think. Li Ji, what difference does that make to having no money at all? Return my 3 stars 5 fees. You can take a loan from me 5 interest within 10 days, and after 10 days, for every additional 10 days, the interest increases by 1. Extending the repayment period may very likely result in usury. But in the survival world, there are no legal interest rates. Moreover, this world has too many risks, let alone 10 days. It's unpredictable what will happen in just 2 days. Li Ji also had to control the risks. To put it pessimistically, if these people in the group couldn't earn enough money for the flying boat upgrade and loan repayment within 10 days, of humanity would have little hope. Call me Feng Aotian, is a loan still possible? Then I must take it. I will directly take a loan of 7 gold. Return my 3 stars 5 fees. The contract has been sent. While she was lending money here, the officials had already held a small meeting. At the end of the meeting, psychological expert by Gu summarized 3 stars 5 fees should have opportunities to interact with other races, not limited by region or racial levels. This player is cautious and shrewd with a business mind, and the organization has already developed a certain level of trust with her. It's best to maintain a good relationship and contact, gradually dismantling the player's defenses. Even if we cannot get the player to join the organization, we must not become enemies with her. The chief pondered. Then, let's go by the rules of 3 stars 5 fees, but first we should probe to see if the information is truly as 3 stars 5 fees said concerning the survival and future of humanity. You are safe, yes. His steady voice suddenly changed. 3 stars 5 fees has sent both pieces of information directly. By good thought, it seems that 3 stars 5 fees is confident enough in the value of these 2 pieces of information, and moreover, 3 stars 5 fees believes that the value she can provide in the future far exceeds the value of these 2 pieces of information. Directly releasing the information is a way to test our stance. According to the rules of 3 stars 5 fees, there can still be cooperation in the future. If we don't follow the rules, 3 stars 5 fees can completely hide the first-hand information obtained through her unique channels. The chief said sternly, first, let's discuss the content of these 2 pieces of information. You are safe. The first piece of information: in the last century, a civilization race was drawn into the Tianqi continent. Due to dissatisfaction with the racial hierarchy system, they refused to participate in the century raiding of the Tianqi continent and initiated a rebellion, with the final result being the annihilation of the entire race. The cabin fell into a dead silence. You are safe. The second piece of information is the source of power for all races on the Tianqi continent comes from something called the origin. The origin is the core of power capable of breaking the shackles of genes, greatly enhancing attributes. If one reaches level 3, they can heal all diseases and possibly give birth to a second talent. Gasps rose one after another. The chief's hand resting by his side also began to tremble. He slipped his hand into his pocket and said solemnly, in just under 2 days, the value of the information obtained by 3 stars 5 fees has already surpassed the total intelligence value of 3 intelligence groups with limitless potential for the future. He commanded an Shao Jiang, and by Gu, you form a team, then go to select a few from group 3 specifically to analyze 3 stars 5 fees. The organization must know all of 3 stars 5 fees movements and determine her psychological state and inclinations. Remember, we can only befriend 3 stars 5 fees, not become enemies. We must try to win her over. Understood? Yes. During the official meeting, Li Ji was preparing to synthesize the raw materials. Little did she know that the officials had already formed a specialized analysis team targeting her. She cleared the wooden cabin, leaving a large area open, and released the first wave of ores from her backpack, instantly creating a small mountain before her. She wondered if it was her illusion, but there seemed to be a moment of weightlessness just now. Could it be that the ores were too heavy for the wooden cabin to bear, causing it to drop slightly? Li Ji suspiciously opened the information about the wooden cabin. When she first cast the net, a height information about the wooden cabin popped up, and at that moment she thought, would she have to climb out first to check the shelter's information in the future? She was not discouraged and searched around the cabin for a while, finally discovering that touching the wooden door would display the detailed information of the wooden cabin. Current level: shallow sky layer. Height 489 m. Resources: basic cloud or fishing. Countdown 001858. It really did drop by 10 meters. If that's the case, does it mean that as long as the weight is properly controlled, the wooden cabin can actually land safely? Then, those without the revelation dust wouldn't fall to their deaths. This thought appeared for only a moment, quickly dismissed by Li Ji. Not to mention, how to control the weight is a problem. Even finding the right stones to let the wooden cabin descend smoothly step by step is also a challenge. Moreover, she had a merchant's backpack, allowing her to release stones in batches which others did not have. The most important thing was that the wooden cabin was too small. This pile of ores already occupied nearly 1/3 of the wooden cabin's area. Stacked up, it was even taller than Li Ji herself. Li Ji was 172 centimeters tall, and the cabin was approximately 3 meters high. With so many ores, the height only decreased by 10 meters. To safely land the wooden cabin, even if the stones burst the cabin, it wouldn't be possible. As for denser stones, who would go find them? How would they find them? Once found, how to deliver them to these 100 people? And how to ensure they could execute this in under 25 hours? Determining the plan was infeasible. Li Ji directly cast this thought aside. It was just that she hadn't contacted you safely. You had contacted her first. You are safe. Hello. After estimation, these 2 messages are quite valuable. The organization is willing to provide all available resources for you to choose from, including, but not limited to, weapons, food, living supplies, special materials, latest research products. This is a set of invitation codes. Enter this link to view items in the official store. You are safe. If there's nothing you want here, you can also choose to receive 1,000 points. Points never expire and can be exchanged for items in the official store, as well as some confidential materials. 1,000 points. Li Ji entered the invitation code and opened the link to the official store. The store had a lot of items: food, weapons, and supplies. Most food items were around 3 points, and weapons were a bit higher, but even a gun only cost about 50 points. It seems the official sincerity is indeed substantial, and the value of 1,000 points is quite high. Li Ji fixed her gaze. Shallow sky layer, area 15 east, 1 air exploration map. Only 2 points. Li Ji immediately purchased it and searched for other exploration maps while replying to, you are safe. I'll take these 1,000 points. Looking forward to our cooperation. After discovering a blank area, Li Ji did not linger in the points store. Her most urgent task now was to upgrade her flying boat. She tried and found that the card transformation method was actually quite simple. As long as her hand touched the same type of raw materials, while thinking about card transformation, these ores could be transformed into cards. The ores before her instantly vanished, turning into hundreds of cards that fell to the ground. However, Li Ji did not pick them up. She discovered a new problem. Her mental energy decreased a bit. This meant that each time she transformed raw materials into cards, it also required consuming her mental points. Although she had just leveled up and her mental energy was at full capacity, she now had 19 points left. But she needed to synthesize 33 types of raw materials. Even using all the mental energy she had after leveling up wouldn't be enough for synthesis. Moreover, there were no energy potions left in the trading area. Li Ji caught a glimpse of the exploration map that appeared before her after purchase. She opened the official store again and searched for energy potion. Indeed, there was only 5 points per bottle. Li Ji immediately ordered 10 bottles. With no more worries about mental energy, she released another wave of raw materials. Card transformation. Release more raw materials. Card transformation. After repeating this cycle more than 10 times, she finally succeeded in transforming all the lower-grade raw materials into cards. The next step was even simpler: directly synthesize. 3 cards would synthesize into a higher-grade raw material. Once everything was synthesized, all materials for upgrading the advanced flying boat were ready. Li Ji took out the advanced flying boat blueprint and placed her hand on the wooden door panel. A dialog box popped up. Upgrade conditions met. Can upgrade to advanced flying boat. Would you like to upgrade now? Yes. A 3D virtual model of the flying boat appeared before Li Ji. It looked somewhat like a miniature ship. In front was the deck. The central area was the cabin with 2 levels in the upper structure that could be resized and repurposed, and the back was an open space. Unlike a ship, the flying boat's overall contour was smoother to reduce wind resistance. At the center beneath the cabin was an immovable ecological converter power system and fuel system making up the propeller. Both sides of the hull had deployable rapid sails. Above the cabin on the roof of the second floor structure was a light crossbow. The crossbow could rotate freely to ensure strikes could be made from any position. Please adjust the flying boat layout and select key defense areas. Li Ji made minimal changes to the layout, only selecting the second floor of the upper structure as the living area. Here the view was the best, and if there were an enemy attack, she could man the turret immediately. Additionally, by focusing defenses on the central area, it ensured that the structural materials of the entire flying boat and the power room beneath the cabin were given the strongest defenses. This way, even if attacked, it could guarantee her safety and the normal operation of the flying boat. The 3D virtual model changed based on Li Ji's selections. The original dashed lines turned into solid lines and countless materials merged, spliced, and assembled before her, ultimately forming a sturdy outer shell. Once the overall upgrade was complete, she could add and modify details. Li Ji took out all the useful blueprints: deck reinforcement blueprint, light crystal system blueprint, flying boat space expansion blueprint, flying boat module renovation blueprint, water circulation system blueprint, constant temperature system blueprint, bathroom blueprint, planting chamber blueprint, kitchen blueprint, and toilet blueprint. She checked the materials required for these blueprints. Except for the light crystal system blueprint, which was insufficient, the space expansion blueprint and module renovation blueprint could not be used for now. Other blueprint materials were sufficient and could all be utilized. Li Ji first reinforced the deck. She installed the water circulation and constant temperature systems. Then she divided the 20 square meter living space into a room, kitchen, and bathroom. Seeing that the toilet and bathroom were 2 blueprints, she also crafted a 3-segment bathroom. Although it was not large, it finally looked like a place to live. Finally, she placed the 3 square meter planning chamber at the stern, completing the major task. Are you sure you have finished the adjustments and want to upgrade the flying boat? Yes. Please fasten your seatbelt. Maintain balance. Upgrading the flying boat. Li Ji rushed to the bedside, but before she could secure the safety belts on both sides of the bed, a dialog box popped up in front of her. Upgrade of the flying boat completed. Was that it? Li Ji glanced around. The color of the wooden boards had deepened, the space had expanded, and the pit she had stepped on was repaired. However, aside from that, nothing had changed. Where's her kitchen and bathroom? Li Ji felt something was off and pushed the door open. It was pitch black outside. She pulled out a glow spore, and the blue light illuminated the way ahead. It was a corridor about 1.5 meters wide. About 2 meters ahead, there were 2 opposing doors. The first door had a sign that read power cabin. Li Ji pushed the door open and saw the ecological converter fuel chamber and the winch for the rapid sails. As she walked further in, she also spotted a maintenance passage. The second door had a sign that read waste processing cabin, which contained an automatic compressing and burning system connected to the adjacent fuel chamber. Li Ji turned around, and indeed the door she had exited from had the word storage hanging on it. A few steps further, there were stairs. Next to the stairs was a small door labeled backup cabin. Li Ji opened it and found nothing inside. The backup cabin was distinct from the others because it had a skylight. The window seemed to be positioned at the stern of the ship. Li Ji climbed up the stairs and finally caught sight of the moonlight. She could also see the layout of the upper-level building's first floor. Without needing a door plate, she could tell this was a control room. At the very front was a large window, allowing a 180-degree view of the surroundings. On the central control panel, there were a steering wheel, airflow sensor, navigation, and data panels. Behind was a small staircase. Li Ji ascended the stairs again, and on the highest door was a sign that read Captain's Quarters. Pushing the door open revealed a 1.5 square meter foyer space. Directly opposite the door was a wall. According to Blue Star's foyer design, there should be a shoe cabinet here. But the flying boat was so small that changing shoes up and down was too cumbersome. Li Ji planned to put a cabinet in later, so any small items could be placed on it when entering and exiting. To the right was a kitchen counter extending to the door. Right next to the door was a large sink suitable for washing dishes and personal hygiene. In the middle was the counter used for cutting vegetables and placing items, and to the right was the stove. Behind the wall of the foyer was a three-part bathroom. To the left was the toilet room, in the middle was a washing machine, and to the right was a bathroom combining a shower and bathtub. The bathroom conveniently covered 2/3 of the kitchen counter. The remaining 1/3 left a passage of about 1.5 meters. Exiting here led into the bedroom area. Due to the addition of the kitchen and bathroom, the bedroom still only measured about 12 square meters. However, directly facing the kitchen was a floor-to-ceiling window the same size as the one in the control room below. This made the entire space look much more spacious. Li Ji placed the iron-framed bed against the wall behind the bathroom, then put the previously acquired sofa next to the floor-to-ceiling window and set a dining table with 2 chairs by the kitchen exit. She placed pots, bowls, and other easily storable items in the kitchen. Then she hung a mirror on the wall of the sink, organizing towels, hand soap, and laundry supplies. In an instant, the entire room was filled with a sense of homeliness. Li Ji leaned back and fell onto the sofa. Looking at the gradually filled little room, she felt a surge of accomplishment. This place was very small. Compared to the large flat she owned and her villa, it seemed insignificant. However, the latter was merely a resting stop for her, devoid of any special meaning. This place was different. Perhaps it was because she had built it herself, or maybe it was due to its hard-won nature, giving her an unprecedented sense of safety and satisfaction. It also made her feel a hint of laziness for the first time. Perhaps she could go to bed early today. Just as she thought this, Li Ji remembered it was time for the Cloud Network's harvest. She jumped up from the sofa and hurried down the stairs, quickly locating the Cloud Network on both sides of the deck. She then realized that the number of Cloud Networks had also increased. It had changed from 2 to 6. There were 3 on each side of the deck. Moreover, there was an automatic net collection machine in the center of the deck that could automatically collect the harvested goods with just one button press. What pleased Li Ji the most was that the railings surrounding the deck were high enough she could finally stand on the deck and feel the wind instead of crawling. Congratulations. You have caught 0.3 units of apocalypse dust, a floating sack worm carcass, 1 blanket, 3 units of copper ore, and 1 unit of iron ore. To catch 0.3 units of apocalypse dust all at once, she could synthesize another piece of apocalypse fragment. Li Ji put away the apocalypse dust, and her gaze swept over the other materials, gradually giving rise to a strange feeling in her heart. This feeling had been there since she returned in the afternoon, but if asked to pinpoint what was wrong, she couldn't articulate it. Li Ji laid out the items she had previously caught from the Cloud Network in front of her and opened the wooden box she hadn't opened before. Congratulations. Player has received 1 bottle of water, a bowl of pickled cabbage beef noodles, and a blanket. The sense of strangeness intensified. Li Ji sat cross-legged on the deck, quietly contemplating. Moonlight cast shadows on the deck, slowly shifting, and her expression grew serious as she pondered. She had previously noticed that the game seemed to consciously control the resources players received. On the first day, when the beginner's gift pack still contained food, everyone caught very few items. By evening and night, when the food had been consumed, the number of boxes increased. By today, the likelihood of catching food had become very high. Apocalypse dust was no longer so rare. Just as the official chat had previously stated, the more times you fish, the higher the chance of encountering apocalypse dust. What felt off to Li Ji was not this. Rather, it was that after fishing out a thick blanket, another thick blanket had appeared from the wooden box. People had begun saying they were cold since the first day. At that time, she had come over wearing loungewear, and although the door had been banging in the wind, she hadn't felt much coldness. When night fell and it got colder, she had her obtained blankets, mattress, and pillows to sleep soundly without much thought. However, before the flying boat upgraded, when she went to collect nets, she felt a much fiercer wind, even while crouching and wearing a cloak. At that time, Li Ji had vaguely developed some thoughts. Only after she had just opened her 4th blanket did everything gradually become clearer. Most of the daily necessities she had obtained from the card these past few days were related to cold protection. Blankets, down jackets, windproof, stoves, hot pot base. Even the wood in its detailed description mentioned its first function was fuel. So why was she acquiring so many cold protection items? What was the thick blanket caught by the Cloud Network implying? Stock up on cold protection supplies in advance. Li Ji realized with a sudden clarity. She immediately opened the trading page. Besides materials, the trading area indeed had many orders selling blankets, warm loungewear, down jackets, snow boots, gloves, and thermal underwear. The money in her hand would only clear those orders with little effect. Yet each time she tried to make the payment, her hand hesitated. Li Ji got up and walked back and forth several times on the deck, stepping on the scattered seaweed on the ground, causing her foot to slip. Li Ji clung tightly to the guardrail of the flying boat, her gaze landing on the pitch-black void below. Cold sweat broke out. Had it not been for the upgrade of the flying boat, that step would have sent her straight to hell. Li Ji swallowed hard. Forget it, let's accumulate some virtue. Choosing selectively, she kept the cold protection clothing, gloves, and snow boots, prepared 2 sets of clothes, and opted for payment. A total of 12 copper transactions successful. The cold wind howled. It caused the rapid sails on both sides to flap loudly, also giving Li Ji a chilling breeze. She returned to her room wrapped tightly in the blanket and pulled out her keyboard. There's one more message. I guess you may have already analyzed it, but I believe you would be willing to spend money to buy this message. Is it news about the 3-star 5 cost again? Yes. Li Yanquan's game panel interface after trading with Li Ji had disabled the anti-spy system and displayed it to everyone. Jiang Yu read out Li Ji's message. The commander happened to be there. This 3-star 5 cost is quite interesting. Ask what the news is. We've analyzed it and still need to pay for it back. At the same time as you are very safe, Li Ji had already sent out a prepared line of text. The game rules state that during the novice protection period, players will not encounter external attacks or natural disasters, but the protection period is about to end, and the first wave of natural disasters is also coming, likely a drop in temperature. Everyone saw this line of text. The commander's expression gradually became serious. Bai Gu said, Commander, the intuition and analytical ability of the 3-star 5 cost are even stronger than we guessed. The commander nodded, asked the 3-star 5 cost what they want. Lian Xuan was preparing to concentrate and respond. Wait a moment. The commander raised a hand to stop. Be sincere in your wording, indicating that the organization is indeed purchasing cold-resistant supplies, and to avoid causing panic, we haven't made large-scale acquisitions. Tell the 3-star 5 cost that we are willing to offer a hush fee. Jiang Yu muttered, I feel that this 3-star 5 cost is a bit greedy and lacks a broader perspective. It is said that with great power comes great responsibility. The 3-star 5 cost dares to do business worth 600 gold, claiming to be the richest in District 15. This kind of person, when faced with a national disaster, thinks not about how to help their compatriots, but about getting money from the organization. What difference is there from bloodsucking? You cannot say that. The commander disagreed. If the 3-star 5 cost truly wanted to suck blood, they would just need to clear out the cold-resistant items in the trading market and issue a large-scale acquisition notice. That would lead to real chaos. Lian Xuan nodded. It is precisely because they have a conscience and bottom line that the 3-star 5 cost is discussing with us. Bai Gu said, I also agree, and I believe the 3-star 5 cost is likely to only ask for a little, not be overly greedy. Li Ji did not know that someone was discussing her conscience and bottom line. She was pondering what to ask for to compensate for her wounded heart that watched a large sum of money slip away. You are very safe. What do you want? When Li Ji saw this message, you are very safe, was being criticized in turns. Your question lacks any level. It sounds very rigid. What is the difference between what you say and questioning? Safety. Your wording still needs practice. Li Ji did not think much as she directly asked for what she wanted most and needed most. Return my 3-star 5 cost. I want the empty maps of all the areas explored in the shallow air layer, and if new empty maps appear in the future, I must retain my right to know. Inside the Exploration Team 15 cabin, it was quiet. You are very safe. What do you all think? By good, this doesn't count as being overly greedy, right? Jiang Yu, is this a small opening of a lion? The Exploration empty map. What she asks for is the most crucial strategic data. How can we give that? The commander pondered for a moment. Tell the 3-star 5 cost that we can provide all the empty maps of the areas they have explored so far, but any new empty maps will require a new transaction. Jiang Yu, Commander. This is our. The commander interrupted in a deep voice. Jiang Yu, if you bring personal emotions into this, you are not suitable to continue working in this group. Jiang Yu was taken aback, his face gradually reddening. I understand, I won't do it again in the future. Li Ji had already received a reply from you are very safe. It was a result she did not expect. She certainly knew what exploring empty maps meant. Thus, when she saw it in the points mall, she bought it without hesitation, feeling that if 1,000 points could buy all the empty maps, it would be a profit. However, when she searched for the other empty maps, not a single one was found. Li Ji realized at that moment that this was likely bait intentionally thrown out by the officials waiting for fish like her to bite. She indeed took the bait, but she would not be caught. If the fishermen cannot catch fish, they either have to throw out more bait or set up a feeding ground. Now she is this fish, and the officials are the fishermen who do not want to catch Air Force fish. The point of contention is how much bait will the fishermen be willing to offer to catch this fish. What Li Ji did not expect was that the outcome far exceeded her expectations. Her lowest expectation was to get 3 empty maps of the Eastern District, and her highest expectation was half of the empty maps. As for the future exploration of new empty maps, she wondered what expression the officials would have upon seeing it. Anyway, she couldn't help but smile as she typed. In short, this was a result that Li Ji was very satisfied with. You are very safe has always been very reliable, as they promised. The empty maps had already reached Li Ji's hands. However, just as she had her big smile, it quickly closed and tightened. There are only 3 empty maps in total. That is one less than her lowest expectation. Moreover, one of them was a duplicate one she had already paid for. Li Ji pieced the 3 empty maps together and found that the officials had labeled them very clearly, including resource points, thunderstorm areas, areas where ground air currents are most frequent, various bird habitats, areas where different races are active. This part of the map covers a considerable area. The night sky shifted from deep black to deep blue. Li Ji finally stopped studying the empty maps. She stretched and opened the player panel to check the time. It was almost 5 o'clock. Only 31 hours were left until the end of the novice period. Li Ji rubbed her eyes, bought a mouthwash cup and pajamas in the trading area, and insisted on going to the bathroom to freshen up. Last night was just unfortunate, having run through the wind-stained wild market and the oil spark-smelling black iron port for 2 consecutive afternoons, as she had to wash up to sleep comfortably. After taking a shower, Li Ji changed into pajamas, and without waiting for her hair to dry, she collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. This sleep lasted for 8 hours. When Li Ji woke up again, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Her spirits were fully restored, and her stomach was growling. Li Ji took out the toast she had not eaten before, fried a few slices of luncheon meat, and poured a glass of milk for lunch. While eating, she opened her favorite variety show regional chat. When do you think the second batch of humans will be deployed? I have nothing in this broken house. I'm worried my parents will suffer when they arrive. Li Ji's bulging cheeks instantly flattened. She flipped up and found the message sent by the officials. After finishing her meal, Li Ji went to the deck to enjoy the breeze. The view from the height was monotonous, and after a while it became dull. She took out the flying boat operation manual and headed to the cockpit. The flying boat had both automatic cruise and manual operation modes. Although Li Ji had operated yachts before, her skills were somewhat overestimated for flying boats, so she could only rely on automatic cruising for now. The navigation and airflow sensing instruments had no data since the flying boat was not yet activated. Only the data panel could be opened and operated. The data panel displayed the status of the flying boat's functional areas, including the resource usage of the ecological converter and fuel compartment, whether the waste compartment was full, the state of the rapid flow sail, and the ammunition count for the light crossbow. Li Ji mainly studied the energy consumption of the ecological converter and fuel compartment in different states before running to the rear of the ship to tinker with the planting compartment. Planting compartment, capable of multi-layer cultivation of plants equipped with an integrated water and fertilizer system, increases plant maturation speed by 50. Li Ji immediately began rummaging through the merchant's backpack. The cards were all placed in one compartment. While they didn't take up much space, it was less convenient to find them compared to categorized physical materials. Fortunately, she had categorized the materials earlier, quickly locating the cabbage seeds and strawberry seeds in the food cards. Just as she planted the seeds, the screen of the planting compartment displayed a line of text: fertilizer qualified, 100 water source, connected to automatic water circulation system. Li Ji then remembered the planting compartment came with a pack of fertilizer which could be used for now, but she would need to find a way to procure more later. She found the user named Druid and sent a private message: hello, I want to ask if you have fertilizer for sale. Druid replied, no, I don't need fertilizer for nurturing plants. Are you planting something? Return my 3-star 5 fee. I used the planting compartment to grow strawberries and cabbage, and the planting compartment needs its own fertilizer. Druid replied, in that case you might want to check the trading area, there might be some there. Return my 3-star 5 fee. Thank you. Li Ji opened the trading area, but instead of searching for fertilizer, she withdrew the money she earned from selling glowing spores the previous night. It was significantly less than the previous night, with only 971 copper coins left. After deducting a 97 copper handling fee, she was left with only 874 copper. Even the smallest sum of money is still money. Watching her wallet go from 310.3015 copper to 310.3889 copper lifted her gloomy mood. Money can indeed cure everything. Li Ji dashed down from the cabin, opened the warehouse, and dumped everything from her backpack. Various and used fuels, dried meats, animal skins, wild fruits collected from the wilderness market, and cards that hadn't been categorized yet. Li Ji first repacked the fuel and delivered it to the power compartment, replenishing the fuel needed for a day's journey as indicated. Returning to the warehouse, she organized the rewards from the past 2 days' D cards. First, in terms of blueprints, there were 5 left and used. They were Light Crystal System Blueprint, Flying Boat Space Expansion Blueprint, Flying Boat Module Transformation Blueprint, and 2 Flying Boat Upgrade Blueprints. The Light Crystal System was pending due to insufficient materials. The Expansion and Module Transformation Blueprints were temporarily unneeded, while the Flying Boat Blueprints were for sale. Remaining energy materials included 0. 3 units of red, or 0. 2 units of Apocalypse Dust, 1 Fire Feather, 1 unit of slag, and 12 bundles of wood. The Cloud Network had also netted 0. 3 units of Apocalypse Dust, and now she had an additional 0. 5 units in hand. With 1 replication card, she could obtain 2 pieces of Apocalypse Crystal. In terms of tools, she had 3 replication cards, 1 protective shield single-use talent card, 1 summoning card, and 1 slowing single-use talent card. The sound transmission single-use talent card had already been used, but its usage count was not exhausted. Remaining food included 50 g salt, 15 g of rice, 5 packets of sour soup beef noodles, 3 buckets of old jar pickled beef noodles, 1 pack of hot pot base, and 1.5 L of water. Additionally, there was 1 meat floss bread, 1 pack of spicy strips, 1 pack of toast, 1 portion of steak, 1 box of beef rolls, 1 pack of lollipops, 150 g of chocolate, 1 tomato, 1 box of eggs, 1 pack of flour, and 1 pack of oats. Open food items such as milk, toast, water, and luncheon meat could not be restored to card state and were left in the upstairs kitchen. Medicines were hardly touched: 1 box of 16 anti-inflammatory pills, 9 cold medicines, 2 antibiotics, 2 bottles of vitamin D, 1 thermometer, and gauze. There were still 3 sets of cold-resistant clothing and 1 down jacket left untouched. On the upstairs sofa there were her clothes changed yesterday and clothes bought in the trading area, taking up half of the sofa. These supplies seemed plentiful yet scarce at the same time. If an extreme cold were to arrive, this amount of fuel would be entirely insufficient. Li Ji had just calculated. The fuels in her hand currently included only 3 types, one being wood, one being oil algae, and the other a mixed fuel collected from black iron port. The calorific value of charcoal is approximately 35 mJ/kg, which is equivalent to about 9.7 kWh/kg. The calorific value of oil algae is around 40 mJ/kg, equal to about 11.1 kWh/kg. Mixed fuel can reach a calorific value of 45 mJ/kg, about 12.5 kWh/kg, with a consumption rate of around 25. Effective power fuel energy thermal efficiency. A 25 efficiency means that 1 kilogram of fuel produces 10 mJ of mechanical energy. 1 kilowatt-hour 3.6 mJ. Thus 1 kilogram of fuel is approximately equal to 2.78 kilowatt-hours of mechanical energy. The corresponding fuel consumption for different powers: hovering is 1.08 kgh, cruising is 3.6 kgh, and full speed is 9.0 kgh. Adding the energy consumption of the constant temperature system along with the energy consumption changes due to temperature differences, the average heating fuel consumption is 0.3 kgh. If calculated based on the flying boat hovering for 20 hours, cruising for 4 hours, and maintaining temperature for 24 hours, the fuel consumption would be around 43 kilograms per day. Li Ji did not know when the extreme cold would arrive, nor how long it would last. She also had to consider the changes in fuel consumption caused by temperature differences. Thus, she needed at least enough fuel for 2 months, which is 3,000 units, to feel secure. The amount of fuel she had on hand was simply too little. Suddenly, Li Ji felt a sense of crisis. She had originally planned to take a good rest, study the flying boat operation manual, and wait until noon tomorrow when the novice period ended to make plans. However, now with the fuel running low, although reason told her that the extreme cold could not strike immediately after the novice period ended, Li Ji could no longer sit still. She hurriedly categorized her belongings, took what she needed, stored everything else in the warehouse, and then hurried upstairs 2 steps at a time. Changing into a new outfit and putting on the merchant's cloak, she opened her profession panel store. Black Market Merchant, Li Ji Store Level 0 Store Anchor Points 1. Wilderness Market 2. Black Iron Port. Store Status Freestall Store Equipment Merchants Cloak Merchants Backpack Fair Scale. Li Ji clicked on Wilderness Market. Would you like to teleport to the Wilderness Market? Yes. Teleporting. Returning to the Wild Market once more, Li Ji first felt a chill. Not too cold, nor too warm, a gentle breeze lifted a corner of her cloak, bringing a sense of comfort. She navigated around Roman pillars and low walls, spotting several familiar animal skin tents and stalls, though the number of passing orcs was slightly fewer than 2 days ago. The fox girl was still selling salt at her usual spot. Upon seeing Li Ji, she immediately straightened up and exchanged a few hushed words with the few orc companions behind her before walking this way. Master, do you still have any anti-inflammatory medicine? Her eyes were filled with anticipation, yet the taut muscles beneath the animal skin and her bristled fur revealed a sense of caution and readiness. Li Ji casually nodded. I still have some. A flicker of light gleamed in the fox girl's eyes as her hand hidden behind her back moved slightly, and the orc inside the tent began to stir restlessly. Li Ji waved her hand in another direction, her tone suddenly becoming warm and enthusiastic. Tu Jia. Tu had already noticed Li Ji at the first opportunity. Seeing her being stopped by the foxes, Tu felt a hint of schadenfreude. Who would have thought she would turn around and pull her into the mess, saying words that made it impossible for her to refuse. I brought the anti-inflammatory medicine to deliver early. Tu crossed her arms. Do you expect me to come over and fetch you? Li Ji brushed past the fox girl, walking straight to Tu's side. Without waiting for Tu to speak, she directly pulled out 2 anti-inflammatory pills. Here, 8 days early isn't that generous. Tu's warning gaze swept the surroundings as she accepted the anti-inflammatory medicine, saying lightly, wasn't it supposed to be 10 days? Why are you here today? Li Ji became alert. You didn't forget to bring enough cash, did you? Tu irritably tossed the pouch of money at Li Ji. Am not you? As Li Ji tucked away the pouch of money, a dialog box popped up. Complete the first transaction of the shop experience. 1. Li Ji was both surprised and delighted, instantly opening her profession panel shop. Black Market Merchant, Li Ji Shop Level 0, 110 I Shop Anchor Points 1. Wild Market 2. Black Iron Port, a shop. Status Freestall Shop Equipment Merchant Cloak Merchant Backpack Fair Scale Experience Points Progress has begun. But wait. Didn't her previous trade of anti-inflammatory medicine with the foxes count as the first transaction? Moreover, later at Black Iron Port, her dealings with Zelia regarding red or were also done through a transit station, so why didn't they count as the first transaction? You'd better not linger here too long today. Tu's voice interrupted Li Ji's thoughts. The question slipped out. Why? Tu scoffed. I don't believe you haven't noticed. Li Ji snapped back to reality. She had indeed noticed. The atmosphere in today's wild market was much tenser than 2 days ago. 2 days prior, she could still see the silhouettes of Trent's Rock Nest clan giants and other races. Today, it seemed almost entirely occupied by orcs. Li Ji's gaze swept over the nearby pickup truck where the Tiger Clan orcs were watching closely. What happened? Tu replied, the weather has turned cold. Hearing this, Li Ji instinctively glanced at the sky. There were no wooden houses visible. Looking down from the wooden house, she saw forests and grasslands, and based on the terrain, it didn't seem much different from the wild market. So is it possible that the wooden house and the wild market belonged to the same area? One was in the sky, the other on the ground. Li Ji pondered this and joked, so these orcs would choose to rob me to survive the cold winter. Tu straightened up her vertical pupils, scanning Li Ji. I also want to rob you. Li Ji took a half step back. I was joking. Tu replied, I am not joking. Li Ji remarked, I was even worried about your injury and brought the anti-inflammatory medicine early. Tu said seriously, so I didn't rob you. Thank you then, Tu said, putting away the anti-inflammatory medicine and tidying up the fish and shrimp at her stall. You should head back early. I won't be your bodyguard today. Li Ji tentatively asked, do you think I could buy wood and fuel here? Tu replied, the Tiger Clan is selling at 10 copper for half a bundle of wood. Even darker than her, and could fight better than her. Li Ji immediately dismissed the idea of stockpiling fuel here. Tu, can I ask you a question? Tu was flipping through fish fillets without raising her head. Is it just this place that has turned cold, or has the entire Tianqi continent turned cold? Tu looked up, her expression peculiar. Do you know how big the Tianqi continent is? Li Ji honestly replied, I don't know. Tu explained, only from East District 1 to District 16 is affected by the cold wave from the North District. The areas beyond East District 17 are quite warm, and those migrating orcs are heading towards District 17. Do you have a map, Oi? From District 1 to District 16, her current District 15 happened to fall within this range. Could this mean that the numbering of the starting areas likely corresponds with the numbering of the Tianqi continent? Realizing this, Li Ji was eager to obtain a map. With a map, not only could she clarify the current position of the airship, but it could also serve as an auxiliary guide for exploring the empty map. Tu spoke in a cold tone, no hurry and leave. Noticing her sudden shift in attitude, Li Ji, unsure of what had triggered it, simply said, then do you want to buy some food from me? Tu turned her head to look at her, the scales on her cheeks glinting slightly. What do you want me to do? Li Ji grinned. Accompany me to the territory of the Roan clan and the Rat clan. Having come this far, even if she couldn't collect goods early, she could at least check on the progress. Tu advised, you'd better not go to the Rat clan. They are the most frenzied when stockpiling food, and if you run into them now, you won't have the same luck as last time. Li Ji assured, don't worry, I have my ways. Tu packed up her stall and walked with Li Ji deeper into the wild. Is the Roan clan just over there? As Li Ji spoke, her hands tucked into her cloak, stretching her neck to look into the distance, as if she couldn't see Tu raising and lowering her hand. Tu slowly retracted her sharp claws. Over there, the Roan clan has many caves, and they are timid. You'll need to find a clan leader to locate the person you seek. The two searched for a while in the grass and finally found a hidden rabbit hole. Li Ji crouched down but couldn't find the entrance. She cleared her throat. How do you usually call for their clan leader? Tu stood to the side with her arms crossed. Except during the annual slave trade, no one looks for the Roan clan leader. Li Ji was taken aback, in her peripheral vision a head just peeked out from the nearby hole before quickly retracting. She immediately raised her voice. Hello, I'm Li Ji. We agreed to come back in 10 days to collect the clean Roan grass. I'd like to ask how the clan leader is doing with the progress. The wind rustled the grass, but there was no response from inside the hole. Li Ji thought for a moment and continued, the cold wave is coming. I might not be able to come over in 9 days, so I'd like to take this portion that is ready first. If it's not done, that's also fine. Still no response. Li Ji looked at Tu. Tu turned her face away, uninterested. Li Ji could only say, then let's discuss it again in 9 days. If there are delays due to force majeure, I won't require you to pay the penalty for breach of contract. After saying this, Li Ji prepared to leave. Master. The caramel-colored floppy-eared rabbit cautiously peeked half its head out, startled by Tu, and quickly ducked back in. Li Ji said, you don't have to come out and just talk to me like this. You're clean Roan grass. It's all ready. The caramel-colored floppy-eared rabbit hurriedly hopped out, placing a basket at the hole's entrance before quickly retreating back inside. Li Ji was astonished so soon. The caramel-colored floppy-eared rabbit cautiously peeked its head out, its red eyes secretly watching Li Ji without saying a word. Li Ji directly took out 50 copper from the wallet Tu had given her earlier, placing the remaining 100 copper pouch in front of the floppy-eared rabbit, and then stowed the basket away in her backpack. This is the final payment. The transaction is complete. Master. The floppy-eared rabbit called out to the departing Li Ji, clutching the pouch of money and quietly asking, do you need fuel? Li Ji paused her steps. Tu's face also revealed a hint of surprise. The caramel-eared rabbit hopped out of its burrow and bounded over to Li Ji, rubbing its ears and saying, we have a lot we can. Wait. Li Ji interrupted the caramel-eared rabbit and said to Tu, I have some commercial secrets to discuss, so please help me keep this private and don't let anyone else hear it. Tu squinted at Li Ji, rolled his eyes, and swam a little farther away. Li Ji had begun to understand Tu's temperament. He was terribly unlikable, but he had a sense of reason. She lowered her voice and asked, how much fuel do you have? The caramel-eared rabbit whispered. The clan leader said we have 3,000 units. Li Ji's pupils trembled. She was just about to stockpile 3,000 units of fuel. Could this be a setup aimed at her? That thought flashed by in an instant. Her flying vessel had just been upgraded and the fuel consumption and demand had just been calculated. No one else knew except her. Unless she had a parasitic worm that had gained intelligence and ran to the Roan clan first, it could only be a coincidence. Can you show me a sample? Upon seeing the confused expression of the eared rabbit, Li Ji explained, I need to ascertain its value before I can set a price. From a distance, a sneering voice said a crooked merchant. Li Ji clicked her tongue. You're eavesdropping on our conversation. Tu pointed to his scaled pointed ears and said, my hearing system has been modified. Don't think that this distance is an obstacle. I can hear clearly even 2 kilometers away. All right, you're impressive. That's enough. She lowered her head and quietly explained to the eared rabbit, I will give you a fair price. The eared rabbit looked at Li Ji with sparkling eyes and said, I believe you, my lord. Li Ji felt an irresistible urge and asked, can I pet your head? The eared rabbit was taken aback, then leaned its head closer, saying, sure, the heads and fur of the Roan clan are meant for the adults to pet. Li Ji slowly withdrew her outstretched hand. My lord, it's nothing. I just remembered that my hands touched something else earlier, and they're a bit dirty. Where's the fuel? Please bring it over first. The eared rabbit nodded in confusion and turned to jump back into the burrow. Just as it reached the entrance, it was startled and jumped back several steps, landing directly in Li Ji's arms. Aunt. Li Ji embraced the eared rabbit and looked at the head that protruded from the burrow. It was a beautiful orange-yellow fluffy with eyes that were redder and more transparent than those of the caramel-eared rabbit. Ni hao. Li Ji was startled by the smoky voice. Hello. The caramel-eared rabbit also poked its head out from Li Ji's elbow, its voice trembling. Clan leader, it's you. It jumped down from Li Ji. 2M, so sorry, thank you. The caramel-eared rabbit hurriedly scurried back into the burrow. The leader of the Roan clan glanced at the caramel-eared rabbit and carefully held out a container resembling a bamboo tube, saying, this is the fuel we wish to sell. Li Ji's eyebrows twitched slightly. Oil, eh? The leader of the Roan clan replied, it's oil extracted from the seeds of the pure cotton grass. Li Ji placed the small bottle of oil on the fair scale. Pure cotton grass seed oil, a product derived from pressing the seeds of the pure cotton grass, rich in oleic acid, linoleic acid, saturated fatty acids, vitamin E, phytosterol, squalene, with a high smoke point, stable flame, and a faint herbal aroma. Its caloric value is comparable to that of oil algae and can be used for mechanical lubrication, fuel candles, or even for consumption. Soft gold. This oil is not only the best fuel, but also has rich nutritional value as cooking oil. It has virtually no drawbacks. Even if the extreme cold lasts shorter than she anticipated, it can be sold or consumed, making it the best choice bar none. Li Ji suppressed her excitement and calmly asked in a negotiating tone, how much do you sell this oil for? The leader of the Roan clan rubbed his nose and said, my lord, 5. No, 3 copper coins per unit. How does that sound? Li Ji observed the trembling, 3-lobed mouth of the leader of the Roan clan and the nervous and cautious expression on his face. After pondering for a moment, she replied, 10 copper coins per unit based on the price of pure cotton grass. This price was definitely a huge profit for her. The cheapest fuel at Black Iron Port costs 12 copper coins per unit, and it has a low flash point, produces a lot of smoke, and burns quickly. To achieve the same effect as pure cotton grass seed oil, one would need industrial lubricants from the raw materials area. That type of oil has a higher flash point and is clearer, but it starts at 30 copper coins per unit. Pure cotton grass seed oil could easily be sold for 50 copper coins per unit at Black Iron Port. But this is only for selling as fuel. If sold as cooking oil, Li Ji could package it and advertise its nutritional benefits, charging 1 silver coin, 2 silver coins, or even 10 silver coins per unit, and surely many high-ranking races would be willing to pay. However, all of this requires subsequent transportation, marketing, and packaging. At the very least, she needs a stall in Black Iron Port to sell it. For now, these are all conjectures and empty talks. For the initial purchase price, she could easily adhere to the price the leader of the Roan clan mentioned, and even squeeze it a bit more. Compared to Li Ji, the Roan clan was the more desperate side. She believed that even if one day these Roan clan members discovered how valuable their pure cotton grass seeds were, they would not harbor resentment. They might still be grateful. But emotions are temporary, interests are eternal. The hierarchy of races won't remain unchanged forever. What Li Ji wanted was exclusive agency and a long-term partnership, so she offered a relatively reasonable price. 10 copper coins per unit. The leader of the Roan clan was rubbing his face excitedly, his smoky voice sounding less harsh. Really? Li Ji replied. The fuel at Black Iron Port is 12 copper coins per unit, but entering Black Iron Port requires a permit, and setting up a stall incurs a fee. These are all costs, so I can't trade with you at Black Iron Port's prices. She had already informed him up front, so when the Roan clan discovered the purchase price was low later on, they couldn't complain. The leader of the Roan clan's 3-lobed mouth trembled. You are truly the best, most generous, and most respectable merchant I have ever seen. Li Ji anticipated that the Roan clan was very much in need of this deal, but receiving such praise still made her cough lightly. Not at all. The leader of the Rome clan said, "My lord, I have a litter of the finest young ones. They will be ready to leave the nest in 5 days, and they have not been reserved by other adults. Please pick 1 or 2 to take back. I believe they will have a good life with you." The leader of the Rome clan spoke sincerely, clearly believing this, and truly wanting to give the young ones to Li Ji. Li Ji, who was originally pondering how to negotiate cooperation, felt her thoughts overshadowed by more complex emotions. She couldn't put her finger on what it was, and didn't want to think about it for now. She simply changed the subject, saying, "Where is the pure cotton grass seed oil? Take me to see it, and if everything is okay, we can sign the contract right away." Just after speaking, Li Ji thought about her height, and realized she probably couldn't fit into the rabbit hole of the Rome tribe. She added, "If it's inconvenient." The leader of the Rome tribe had already jumped a few steps forward, saying, "My lord, please follow me." Li Ji looked at Tu, who had her eyes closed and clearly had no intention of following, and quickened her pace to catch up with the leader of the Rome tribe. "Can I enter your cave?" The leader of the Rome tribe hopped as he replied, "You can enter. The oil is stored in the cave where the lords come to select slaves every year." Hearing this, Li Ji ceased her inquiries and quietly followed behind the Rome tribe leader. The cave was not far. It was just a small earth slope about several meters high. In the center of the slope was a large hole with a rocky structure. Illuminating crystal stones were embedded in the rock walls, and the ground was covered with a thick, fluffy carpet, clean and warm. However, Li Ji only took a glance before following the leader of the Rome tribe around to the other side of the entrance, descending further below. The further they went down, the smaller the entrance became. Eventually, Li Ji had to bend down to enter. The leader of the Rome tribe said, "We've arrived." Only then did Li Ji see a rock pool of about 5 cubic meters filled with pure Rome grass seed oil. The fresh fragrance of the pure Rome grass lingered in the cave, bringing a refreshing and calming scent. Li Ji's emotions began to settle. In a good mood, she said, "Let's sign the contract directly." The leader of the Rome tribe's 3-part mouth moved. "My lord, for this 3,000 units of pure Rome grass seed oil, I will only charge you 2 gold coins. In exchange, I ask that at the slave selection meeting in 5 months, you take away 3 children from the Rome tribe to serve you as slaves." How does that sound? Li Ji was still processing this when the leader of the Rome tribe continued, "These children don't eat much. They are easy to raise and very docile. However, some of them are not so good looking. Besides, the 2 that I promised you that are good in appearance will still be given to you. If you like, you can also choose 2 more good looking ones you won't lose out when you sell them later." Li Ji frowned. "I don't understand your meaning. Clearly you want me to take care of the ones you are letting me take, while the ones you are giving me as a gift are ones you want me to sell. This is contradictory." "It's not contradictory." The leader of the Rome tribe sat down by the oil pool, his fur matted with oil, seemingly unbothered. "Children with good looks will always have a chance to survive if sold, while those who are never chosen will ultimately become meat for the higher races." Li Ji's pupils shook, her eyes widening in disbelief. The leader of the Rome tribe pleaded, "The child we previously traded with you is one of those who have not been selected for 3 consecutive years. If no lord chooses her next time, she will be sent to the dining table. My lord, please have mercy, or I will only charge you 1 gold coin as long as you are willing to take those children away." "Why me?" "If you are willing to offer 2 gold coins, there should be many who would be willing to take them away. Tu, who was waiting outside, would likely be very willing. Moreover, Tu was quite trustworthy." The leader of the Rome tribe rubbed his face. "Over the years, only you have been willing to trade with us. Without these 3 gold coins, where would I get 2 gold coins?" Li Ji turned her head. In the dozens of small caves nearby, colorful little heads peeked out. Fluffy ears were tightly pressed against their skulls, revealing pairs of round eyes, with a caramel, droopy-eared rabbit among them. Li Ji lowered her gaze. "I will purchase these pure Rome grass seed oils at 10 copper per unit, though I cannot agree to any other demands." She looked into the eyes of the leader of the Rome tribe. "You can use the money I give you to find someone to take them away. I guarantee those children will all—" Li Ji interrupted the leader of the Rome tribe. "Will you do this deal or not?" The leader of the Rome tribe fell silent for a moment and sighed. "We will do it." A fair scale hovered above the oil pool, detecting 3,108 units of pure Rome grass seed oil. Li Ji collected all the oil into a compartment of the merchant's backpack. After signing the contract, the settlement was made at 3 gold coins, 1 silver coin, and 8 copper coins. The leader of the Rome tribe held the money, hesitating to speak. Li Ji turned to glance at the caramel, droopy-eared rabbit hiding in the corner. "You can continue producing pure Rome grass seed oil. If the cold wave doesn't come in 10 days, I will come to purchase again. If the cold wave comes, I will come after it passes." The leader of the Rome tribe's eyes lit up. "Good, good. My lord, take care." Li Ji did not let the leader of the Rome tribe see her off and left the cave on her own. When she found Tu, she was lying in the grass with her eyes closed, only slowly opening them when Li Ji approached. "Are you really going to find the mouse tribe?" "Let's go," Li Ji replied. Tu looked Li Ji up and down, saying, "If we're going, let's go." The territory of the mouse tribe was still a distance away from the center of the wild market. Li Ji and Tu tacitly chose not to return to the market guarded by the tiger tribe, instead taking a detour from the Rome tribe towards the mouse tribe. Along the way, neither of them spoke. It wasn't until they reached the territory of the mouse tribe and saw the patrolling rat men that Tu finally spoke. "I want to see how you're going to deal with me." Li Ji put on a smile and walked towards the patrolling ratman. I am the merchant Li Ji. I just made a big deal with your tribe leader the day before yesterday, but with the cold wave approaching, I want to move the transaction date forward. Can you take me to find tribe leader me? A big deal, eh? The ratman scrutinized Li Ji as if suddenly remembering. You are the merchant we robbed. Li Ji maintained her smile. Am I not your friendly partner? The ratman immediately changed his tone. Yes, yes, yes. Friendly partner. He called to the other ratman. Our friend is here to do business. Hurry and find the tribe leader. Me arrived very quickly. When he saw Li Ji, his eyes instantly turned red. Oh me, my old friend. I'm so glad to see you. Do you remember our deal for 800 units of fast-growing mushrooms and luminescent moss spores? I have brought the final payment. Let's hurry and make the trade. We can't let the children of the mouse tribe suffer from the cold and hunger. Miss Crimson eyes instantly darkened. He lowered his voice menacingly. My dear friend, how dare you step into the territory of the mouse tribe and insult me like this? I will make you pay a price you cannot imagine. Li Ji lowered her voice as well. Me, my friend, I assure you, I only brought 1 bag of rice as a gift today, though I didn't bring anything else. I am empty-handed. What price do you want me to pay? Me was shocked. Impossible. This ratman was indeed planning to rob her again. Li Ji sneered inwardly, but appeared very innocent. I can open my backpack for you to see. The merchant's backpack can be invisible, but its ultimate attribute is not storage, but selling, so as long as Li Ji opens the permissions, the merchant's backpack can display its contents to the outside. Me narrowed his eyes. You open it. Li Ji directly opened Ms. Permissions. Then me saw 10 empty compartments with only 2 remaining, one holding a bag of rice, and the other stacked with useless cards. I wasn't lying to you, was I? Me said, you did that on purpose. Li Ji smiled and asked, tell me if you shout for your little friends to tear me apart, but find I have nothing on me, and just before I die I shout that you have a spatial backpack and took away my things, what will be your fate? Me broke out in a cold sweat, his whiskers trembling violently. Li Ji took out the small bag of rice from her space and handed it to me, asking very kindly, tribe leader me, can I take the goods now? As she stepped out from the territory of the mouse tribe, Tuss' expression was somewhat blank. She glanced at Li Ji several times before finally unable to hold back. How on earth did you do it? Everyone knows how stingy and greedy me is throughout the wilderness. Not only did Li Ji rob him once, but she also succeeded a second time. Moreover, she managed to obtain 720 units of fast-growing mushrooms and luminescent moss spores for me, who was hoarding food to face the extreme cold. It was nothing short of a miracle. Li Ji took out 20 units of fast-growing mushrooms, saying, here the food I promised you, just give me 20 copper coins. As Tu took out money to receive the food, her slit pupils remained fixed on Li Ji without blinking. Li Ji clicked her tongue. I told you he is afraid of death. You just need to identify the weakest point of your enemy and keep attacking it with various strategies repeatedly. Seeing Tu still looking confused, Li Ji wore an expression of disbelief. His premise for dealing with me is that he won't have any issues himself. But if I let him know that if he kills me he will suffer even worse, do you think he would dare to strike at me? Tu asked, then how do you let him know he would die worse than you? Li Ji replied, if you want to know you must pay tuition, 1 gold coin per lesson. Tu thought for a moment and nodded. When I save enough money you must teach me. Li Ji was taken aback noticing Tuss' serious expression, and her shoulders began to shake with suppressed laughter. As Tuss' face darkened and the scales on her cheeks glimmered with a cold light, Li Ji managed to stifle her laughter, saying, ahem, all right, when you've saved enough money, I will definitely teach you, okay? Tu shook her blade like nails. You better be honest and keep your word. Li Ji replied, of course a businessman is based on honesty. I have always been an honest merchant. She waved her hand. I still have business to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. See you later. In a flash of light from the teleportation array, Li Ji had already appeared at Black Iron Port. The sky over Black Iron Port had darkened, the sea breeze brought a warm salty odor, and bonfires were lit in the harbor. Patrols could be seen every few steps, and the number of guests and merchants was greater than during the day. Navigating through the somewhat crowded crowd, Li Ji spotted a small market on the way up the mountain before she even reached the raw material area. Beast skin cloaks lined both sides of the mountain path, and nearly all the passing guests entered the market. However, merchants wishing to enter had to verify their identities. Li Ji was also curious about the market, but her purpose today was to gather materials, so she headed straight for the black tent. Cecilia was not present today. In her place was another smith merchant. Without any exchange of words, they quickly exchanged money, and Li Ji headed straight for the raw material area. Finding the merchant with whom Cecilia had previously traded, Li Ji stated, I need cold iron, no preferences, collect 1,000 units. And he'll pay 20 off the regular price. The merchant scrutinized Li Ji, seemingly puzzled, but since it was a good deal, and using proper terminology, he replied, at most 10 off, you do the work yourself. Doing it myself meant that the merchant wouldn't assist, but Li Ji could choose her own location. Deal. Li Ji immediately found the required material and began shoveling it into baskets. Soon she had collected 1,000 units. 900 black iron coins. Li Ji paid the money, gathered all the materials, and moved on to the next raw material merchant. Thus, moving from one merchant to another, Li Ji quickly spent the 1 of 0 black iron coins and had nearly completed her purchases. To reach the parts area, one must pass through the market. Over an hour had passed, and the market seemed even livelier, as if something was being auctioned. Li Ji suppressed her curiosity and made another trip to the parts area. The parts area was starkly different from the bustling market, enveloped in silence. Smith merchants were gathered together, and right in front of them was Cecilia, who wasn't in the tent, sitting next to a somewhat bewildered Riley. Li Ji halted her steps, just about to turn away, when Cecilia called out, "I see you." Her voice was hoarse and eerie, echoing, as if it were whispered right behind Li Ji. Li Ji had no choice but to turn back. "Are you having a meeting in the Smith tribe? As an outsider, I am not really in a position to participate, so I won't disturb you." "No, we need you very much." Cecilia's green, eerie eyes fixed intently on Li Ji. "You came to the raw material area to buy something, right?" Knowing she couldn't escape, Li Ji admitted, "What do you need me to do?" Cecilia continued, "Did you see the market outside? That is the market of the Rock Nest tribe, and they do not allow the Smith tribe to join." Li Ji had indeed learned a bit about the feud between the Smith and Rock Nest tribes through snippets from other merchants. It is said that both tribes had a common ancestor, but later, for certain reasons, one became Slevel while the other became Clevel, creating a vast divide. Li Ji did not know the specific reasons. All she knew was to avoid getting involved in the struggles of any tribe, especially those with a shared ancestry from hundreds of years ago. Getting entangled would only bring harm. "I see." I arrived and immediately bought things in the raw material area without having visited over there yet. Li Ji looked bewildered and slightly regretful. "It's a pity I have an appointment with Ling later, so I don't have time to visit over there. But next time I will definitely help you check it out. Time is running out, so I won't disturb your meeting any longer. See you." As Li Ji spoke, she began to back away, and just as she reached the corner, a door made of lava energy with a temperature soaring to 1,000 degrees blocked her path. Even from dozens of meters away, the heat seemed capable of igniting her cloak. Li Ji quickly retreated a few steps, and when she turned around, she saw Cecilia seated on a mechanical limb less than 2 meters away. "Cecilia, this is getting a bit boring." Cecilia looked at Li Ji, her aged face bearing an undeniable command. "You will go to the Rock Nest tribe's market and obtain the microcrystal energy converter to bring back to me. Once you complete this task, I will allow you to leave." "What if I refuse?" Although she still hadn't figured out the feud between the two tribes, she realized that Cecilia's forceful insistence on involving her indicated that the enmity was deeper than she had anticipated. As a Dlevel tribe, she had no idea how she might perish amid the conflicts between Slevel and Clevel tribes. Yet Cecilia offered her no room for refusal. "If you refuse, you will die here." The mechanical limb at her feet divided, fused, and restructured, finally transforming into a silver cannon. Inside the barrel, she could see a red energy that twisted, split, and was ready to unleash itself, containing a certain power. Just one glance, and Li Ji's scalp and face tingled simultaneously, with a layer of cold sweat forming on her back. It was not due to the weapon, but rather an instinctive, intense sense of crisis surged in her mind, making her feel as if she were pinned in place by some force unable to resist. This was Li Ji's first true experience of the taste of being at the mercy of others. If before she had merely seen the so-called class distinctions, today, when Celia truly exerted her hierarchical pressure on her, she realized it was an instinct inscribed in her genes, an instinct from which she could not escape. Her body went limp, cold sweat broke out, as if all her strength was drained by the intense beating of her heart, rendering her utterly immobile. This was the absolute power of life and death held by a predator over its prey. Just as Celia once told her, an advanced species can crush you as easily as squashing a worm underfoot. There wasn't a hint of falsehood. Li Ji no longer resisted. Celia detected her submission, withdrew her cannon, and pressure, and her hoarse voice carried a hint of reassurance. "Once you complete this task, I will make you a subsidiary merchant of the Forging clan and exempt you from the required transaction amount." Li Ji adjusted her breathing. The fierce heartbeat gradually slowed, and the blood that had rushed madly into her brain and muscles returned to various parts of her body. She curled her nails into her palms, feeling the tension and soreness of her muscles, and only when her breathing stabilized completely did her mind begin to race. "I can help you procure the microcrystal energy converter, but I won't become a subsidiary merchant of the Forging clan." Celia's gaze turned slightly cold. "Suit yourself. I have a list of parts. You will prepare everything on the list as my reward." Celia stared intently at Li Ji, this time not exerting her hierarchical pressure. Li Ji met her gaze without flinching or avoiding it. Celia suddenly spoke. "If I make you a formal merchant of the Forging clan and personally train you, would you be willing?" Li Ji paused for a moment. "Had it not been for what just happened, I might have been willing." "You openly express your hatred towards me. Aren't you worried I might just kill you?" Li Ji retorted. "If I didn't express it, would you believe that I hold no grudges against you? If it weren't for what just happened, I wouldn't be able to determine if you're worth training, and I wouldn't propose such terms." Li Ji took out the list. "Once the items are ready, I will head over immediately." Celia sighed. Her mechanical arm took the list and handed it to a Forging clan merchant behind her. The Forging clan merchant quickly gathered all the parts on the list. Li Ji waved her hand, carting everything into her inventory, feeling a fraction of her pent-up frustration dissipate. Celia said, "You may go." Li Ji extended her hand. Celia looked puzzled. Li Ji, incredulous, asked, "You can't expect me to pay for the microcrystal energy converter myself, can you? Are you sure I have that much money?" Celia paused for a moment, realizing her oversight. But seeing Li Ji's tone of entitlement and reproach, her mechanical arm wavered between pulling out money and transforming into a cannon. How could there be a person who always made her want to hit them? In the end, the mechanical arm pulled out a wallet. "This is 1,000 gold coins. The microcrystal energy converter is worth around 600 gold coins. Do as you see fit. But if I find out you've tampered with it, you know the consequences." Celia's words carried a hint of threat. Li Ji replied, "Rest assured, I am not that kind of person." Exiting the material zone and entering the territory of the Rock Nest clan, she stepped into the bustling market, and the breath she had been holding finally escaped. The back of her clothing was completely soaked with cold sweat. Fortunately, the sea breeze was warm, dispersing some of the chill from her extremities. As Li Ji passed by various stalls, she saw many peculiar parts and ores, as well as the Rock Nest clan crafting equipment and weapons on site. The Forging clan and the Rock Nest clan indeed looked very similar. They resembled Yordles quite a bit. The difference was that the former had skin and hair of various colors and many had mechanical modifications. They appeared like modification fanatics. The latter mostly had red skin and brown hair, showing almost no signs of mechanical alterations, appearing rather robust and simple. Li Ji instantly took a liking to the Rock Nest clan. Who wouldn't enjoy dealing with honest people? She bought a few trinkets and was about to head to the auction site when she spotted a warning mushroom lamp and couldn't resist buying it. Taking a few more steps, she saw a portable small folding turret. Who could resist that? Li Ji walked and bought until she heard Celia's furious voice. "The microcrystal energy converter is about to be auctioned. How can you speak to me? And can you see me?" Li Ji was startled, her face filled with surprise as she looked around. "Don't look around." Celia lowered her voice. "Hurry over, don't waste any more time." Under her cloak, Li Ji scanned the area and finally settled her gaze on a seemingly ordinary spider in the corner. "Got it, heading over now." Item 17, Microcrystal Energy Converter. Starting price, 300 gold coins. Minimum bid increment, 50 gold coins. Auction starts now. Li Ji squeezed into the crowd at the auction, apologizing as she pushed forward, unaware that she had stepped on an insect on the ground. 350. 550. Li Ji finally reached the front. 600. 650. 700. After Li Ji quoted 700, the previous bidders fell silent, leaving only a similarly cloaked merchant across from her to compete. The merchant said 750. Li Ji replied 800. The merchant countered 850. Li Ji declared 900. The merchant hesitated and a communication card appeared between Li Ji's fingers. On the stage, the Rock Nest clan member announced 900 going once, 900 going twice. The merchant glanced at Li Ji and spoke again. 950. 1,000. Li Ji declared without hesitation. The merchant said 1050. Li Ji fell silent. 1,050 once. 1,050. Keep bidding. Celia's voice came from the pouch, gritting her teeth. "You must acquire the microcrystal energy converter." Li Ji replied 1,100. 1,150. 1,200. The merchant seemed to have taken a personal vendetta against Li Ji, bidding right alongside her until the price reached 1,600 gold coins before finally stopping. 1,600 gold coins. Sold. The Rock Nest clan merchant on stage grinned widely. Beneath her cloak, Li Ji quietly asked, "What if I don't have that much money?" Wait. The item transfer took place in a tent behind the auction stage, and as Li Ji navigated through the crowd, a pouch was stuffed into her hand. She caught a fleeting glimpse of the person who had handed her the pouch, a customer of an unfamiliar race. Humanoid, covered in black fur with long and powerful limbs, appearing almost invisible in the darkness and crowd. Li Ji withdrew her gaze, brushed past several figures in black cloaks, and accidentally dropped 500 black iron coins into one of their hands unnoticed. "This is your microcrystal energy converter. Would you like an instruction manual?" And Li Ji replied, "Yes, very much so." The Rockniest merchant was exceedingly considerate. "Here is the manual, and here are several other Rockniest specialties. Please feel free to sit and peruse them here. Should you need anything further, simply call for us." "Thank you." And Li Ji was genuinely fascinated by the microcrystal energy converter, so much so that it had drawn Celia's intense attention. Yet the moment she opened the first page, she found herself utterly baffled. Although the game interface automatically translated spoken languages across all races, it offered no assistance with written scripts. Fortunately, though the numerals of the Tianqi continent differed from those of Earth, they were standardized, and Li Ji, having conducted business in the market over recent days, had already mastered their use. Thus, by interpreting diagrams and numerical data, she roughly deduced the device's function to recover, purify, and reconvert residual energy from shattered crystals into standardized usable energy. Though Li Ji lacked formal scientific training, her success in listing a company on NASDAQ attested to her acute intuition for cutting-edge technology. Boosting energy utilization efficiency beyond 85% could ignite nothing short of an energy efficiency revolution, its implications vast and far-reaching across every domain. Consider, for instance, Tianqi dust and Tianqi shards. Tianqi dust contains only trace amounts of pure Tianqi energy adulterated with chaotic ambient energies. Its applications are limited, primarily serving as one among several buoyant fuels. Tianqi shards, by contrast, serve as universal fusion matrices for material synthesis, enhancing intrinsic quality and reinforcing foundational material properties. Their price disparity and scarcity levels are astronomical. Just 0.1 unit of Tianqi dust can be harvested effortlessly via CloudNet. Though not ubiquitous, nearly every human possesses at least a few grains. Yet 0.1 unit of Tianqi shard commands a staggering 92 gold coins at auction. And the microcrystal energy converter narrows this chasm, endlessly elevating the latent potential of Tianqi dust relative to Tianqi shards. Indeed, in the future it may even extract Tianqi energy directly from dust, unlocking capabilities once exclusive to shards. Such a breakthrough would irrevocably reshape the entire energy architecture of the Tianqi continent. Its influence, however, extends far beyond energy alone, encompassing every industry dependent upon it. Ships, weaponry, defensive installations, strategic resource depots. None would remain untouched. And with the century assessment approaching, the Forge clan dominates the skies, and the Rockniest clan rules the depths. But armed with this converter, the hierarchy of the next century remains profoundly uncertain. No wonder Syria guarded it so fiercely, determined at any cost to secure it. Li Ji accepted the manual without hesitation, paused in quiet contemplation, then summoned a nearby Rockniest merchant. If I wish to purchase another microcrystal energy converter, where might I place an order? The Rockniest merchant smiled. Currently our converters cannot be mass-produced. Thus we offer them exclusively through auctions, not retail. Should you truly wish one, please monitor announcements from major auction houses. Before Li Ji could respond, someone lifted the tent flap. It was the unfamiliar alien species who had earlier delivered Syria's payment. And he merely parted the fabric, slightly feigned confusion, as if having entered the wrong tent, then apologized and withdrew. Li Ji understood instantly this was Syria's veiled warning. May I add you as a contact? She raised her golden wristwatch. Should the microcrystal energy converter ever enter mass production, or become available for direct purchase, please contact me immediately. I hold profound conviction in its potential, and am eager to serve as your authorized distributor. Having exchanged contacts, Li Ji wasted no time. She departed the tent at once. After wandering the bazaar and acquiring several intriguing small inventions, she joined the crowd ascending toward the mountaintop auction hall. She passed the raw materials district without pause, continuing upward until reaching the auction house, where she discreetly handed her purchases to Syria, who happened to brush past her. Once the exchange was complete, Li Ji turned to leave. And after an evening fraught with coercion and espionage, all she craved was solitude, to retreat to her modest chamber, soak in a warm bath, and sink into deep restorative sleep. Yet her first step forward was halted by a grotesque, bone-crunching crack. Her scalp tightened, though she saw nothing. Her hair stood on end. And within a heartbeat of that scream, chaos erupted inside the auction hall. Merchants and patrons of every race scattered wildly, only to stagger backward moments later, faces contorted in terror, retreating into the central chamber. Sea beast, it's a sea beast assault. Nonly then did Li Ji glimpse it, coiling above the octagonal hall's crystalline dome, a colossal cephalopod, its hue indistinguishable from the azure crystal itself. Its tentacles spiraled around the perimeter of the auction house. A single sweep could snatch 4 or 5 fleeing patrons into its grasp, hurling them toward the gaping maw at its center, lined with tightly wound spiraling teeth, where that same sickening crunch echoed anew. Li Ji's face blanched instantly as she retreated toward the hall's center. And she could swear that before this leviathan, every sea monster, beast, or xenomorph from Earth's cinema paled into insignificance. Its sanity-shattering horror lay not only in its immense scale or its spiraling tooth-lined maw, but also in its adaptive dermal membrane. Li Ji watched horrified as a tentacle, previously camouflaged in the night, snatched a fleeing figure and instantly reverted to its true pigmentation. A garish, malevolent brilliance, violet-blue rings interlaced across gradients of orange-green, like a blue-ringed octopus magnified 10,000-fold with hypersaturated contrast. Such patterns did more than raise goose flesh. They summoned death itself, stirring primordial dread encoded deep within the genome. And the longer Li Ji stared, the more vertiginous her dizziness grew. Nausea surged in waves. She clapped a hand over her mouth. Yet before she could vomit, retching sounds rose all around her, overlapping in nauseating chorus. Ugh! And she dry-heaved several times, grateful she'd eaten only a few bites of bread at noon, and barely sipped any milk. Everything had long since digested, now there was nothing left to expel. But beneath the spreading stench of bile permeating the auction hall, the suppressed nausea surged back, overpowered anew by odor, triggering involuntary rhythmic, dry heaves. Whoa! Li Ji felt this was the most helpless moment of her life. And to shrink into the crowd meant stepping on vomit. To flee outward meant becoming another crunch, swallowed whole by the colossal octopus. All she could do was stretch her neck upward, desperately seeking a pocket of untainted air. And tragically, aside from the Forge clan and Rockniest clan, every other species towered over her. Not only could she claim no breath of freshness, she was invariably the first to inhale the acrid, sour reek of others' vomit. And from childhood onward, no matter how dire the hardship, Li Ji had never ceased struggling, firmly believing that as long as one lived, a path forward remained. Now, however, she truly wished to die. Chaos was not the only option for the crowd. Soon the guards of Black Iron Port and merchants with higher combat power began to resist. Li Ji spotted Celia among them. She charged to the front with the merchants of the Forged Clan, aiming the cannon that had previously threatened her at the octopus tentacle. The extreme heat instantly melted one of the tentacles, causing it to emit a piercing scream and go into a frenzy. The tentacles began to squeeze into the auction hall, forcing Celia and the others who were counterattacking to retreat. The space became increasingly cramped, and Li Ji was shoved around by the crowd. She witnessed the higher races pushing the lower races to the ground, trampling over them, and using them as stepping stones to evade the octopus tentacles. There were also those who in their panic used others as shields, or relying on their size and strength, threw weaker individuals aside to attract attention. The smell of blood grew stronger, mingling with the pungent odor of vomit, forming a catalyst that drove the crowd into further madness. A 5-meter turtle giant went berserk, charging forward to grab the octopus tentacle and biting its suckers, but was corroded by the liquid within, letting out a scream. The tentacle lifted the giant and threw it back into the auction hall. The loud thud was accompanied by the sound of bones shattering. It was not the giant's bones. It was an unknown race crushed to death by the giant. Li Ji's view was blocked, preventing her from seeing the horrific scene beyond. But she could imagine it, and felt a chill run down her spine. She suppressed the rising acid in her stomach, trying to maintain her balance, while searching for a high point to climb to. The auction table was too narrow and unstable. If she fell into such a dense crowd, it would be the end. The crystal pillars were also unsuitable. They were too smooth, lacking handholds, and she might be knocked down before she could even climb. However, the auction hall had simplified its decor and furnishings to facilitate simultaneous auctions, making the entire space appear more expansive and leaving no room for climbing. The only possible place to hide. Li Ji looked towards the evaluation rooms that had been occupied early on. The evaluation rooms were located in the center of the octagonal hall, forming a proportionally reduced octagonal space. Though it was said to be proportionally reduced, the height was at least 10 meters to accommodate guests from various races. Each room had a single door, totaling 8 evaluation rooms. This was the safest place and also the first to be occupied. However, very few would ask the people in the evaluation rooms to open the doors for them, because most inside were higher races and even nobles of those races. Inside, Li Ji spotted the merchant who had previously auctioned the origins of the Feather Spirit clan, Chun. She sat in the evaluation room closest to Li Ji. Through the irregularly carved crystal door, Li Ji could not see her exact appearance, but could tell from her calm posture that she was completely unconcerned about what was happening outside. Celia had mentioned that Chun had ranked in the combat power leaderboard of the Apocalypse continent. Li Ji was unsure if Chen's intervention could ease the efforts against the sea beasts or lead to an overwhelming victory, as she did not have a clear understanding of the combat capabilities of the various races on the Apocalypse continent. Yet she could discern from Chen's ease that whether to stay or leave, there was no threat to her whatsoever. The sea beasts outside posed no threat to her, and the crowd killed by the sea beasts had nothing to do with her. Absolute strength allowed her to have a choice at all times. Li Ji retracted her gaze, secretly gathering her strength. At the moment the crowd pushed her against the crystal door of the evaluation room, she leaped and stepped onto a recess of the irregular crystal door, gripping tightly onto another protruding piece of the irregular crystal. Following her pre-planned climbing route, Li Ji focused all her strength on her fingers, gripping the crystal forcefully, swinging herself to a higher grip. Behind her were screams, gunfire, and the smell of blood. Each tremor of the ground represented the clash of weapons and the fury of the sea beasts. Li Ji cast aside everything behind her, including the dangers approaching from the rear, placing all her attention on every muscle in her body. From one foothold to another, each ascent relied on extreme adrenaline. Sweat mist grips slipping. Any mistake could cause her to fall from this crystal climbing wall. Soon she reached the final foothold. There was only a protruding, less than 3-centimeter cone of crystal. A slight miscalculation in angle could pierce her palm. Li Ji adjusted her breathing, her gaze fixed on the crystal, every muscle exploding with power as she leaped upward. She gripped the sharp edge of the crystal tightly, blood dripping from her palm onto her eyelashes, stinging her eyes, blurring her vision. She gritted her teeth, using her other eye to aim for her target, disregarding the pain from her torn nails and the sharpness in her palm forcefully flipping upward. Finally, she lay on the crystal top of the octagonal evaluation room. Li Ji gasped for breath, her muscles aching and trembling all over. The pain in her palms and fingers surged in waves. Only at this moment did Li Ji truly comprehend the enhancement in her physical abilities after leveling up to D2. Without the upgrade, her amateur climbing skills would never have allowed her to reach this point. Li Ji did not rest. Lying on the roof above the evaluation room, she observed the situation below and outside, while retrieving bandages and water from her backpack to wash her wounds, wrap them up, and take an anti-inflammatory pill. From her elevated position, Li Ji finally got a clear view of the situation outside. The giant octopus was still guarding the entrance. Dozens of its tentacles had lost more than half, But the reason the crowd remained trapped in the auction hall was not only due to the octopus, but also the bizarre sea beasts that continued to surge in from outside. The merchants and customers carrying weapons had run low on ammunition and energy after prolonged combat, showing signs of retreat. Li Ji's expression grew serious. If this continued, those unable to break through would inevitably be trapped and die here. Can I ask you a question? A voice suddenly rang out. Li Ji's muscles tensed again as she quickly scrambled to her feet, identifying the source of the voice, and slowly let out a sigh of relief. It's you. What question? Riley, controlling a small flying device, flew beside Li Ji and leaned in to ask her in a low voice. Can you tell me where you got Master Odin's dagger? In exchange, you answer me first. Why have you all been hesitating to kill the sea beasts when you clearly could? Oi. Riley's expression was one of confusion and doubt. Who said we can kill them? Li Ji replied. The component area is filled with Forging Clan merchants, and there are also your people in the semi-finished and finished product areas. With so many weapons, can we not kill the sea beasts? Riley said, the component area and the semi-finished and finished product areas are all occupied by sea beasts. We cannot replenish our weapons and energy, and this octopus is a sea beast from the deep sea trial area, one of the oldest species in the Tianqi continent aside from the Tianqi clan. Below the SS level, no one can easily kill them. Li Ji quickly processed this information and then asked, why do the sea beasts from the deep sea trial area come ashore? Riley lay down next to Li Ji, turned over, and pointed at the gigantic mouth of the sea beast above. Did you see its eyes? Following her finger, Li Ji looked up, but aside from the dazzling and disgusting mucus and that abyss-like massive mouth, she saw nothing else. No, Riley said. The red in those blue circles is its eyes. Li Ji felt goosebumps all over her body. Could that blued intertwined color actually be the octopus eyes? How many eyes does it have? No wonder it causes a loss of sanity. Riley said, their eyes should originally be yellow. The red is the effect of the frenzy potion. They were deliberately lured ashore. Li Ji instantly became alert. Are you saying this attack is man-made? Riley leisurely swung her legs. Everyone stayed because they want to know the purpose of the mastermind behind this. Now all of Li Ji's doubts were resolved. Why has the Forging Clan been resisting but not killing the sea beasts? Why did these high-level races who could clearly escape choose to stay? Why did some people seem so relaxed and at ease in the face of crisis, as if watching an IMAX blockbuster? So that's it. Li Ji's heart, which should have relaxed because the situation was under the control of a small number of people, tightened even more. Before knowing the truth, she felt this place was like a hell on earth. After knowing the truth, she felt that this world was a meat grinder. Lower-level races, weaker individuals would all become part of the meat filling. To avoid being at the mercy of others, one must climb to the very top. Riley heard Li Ji suddenly ask, what level is the Tianqi clan? Li Ji listened to Riley's serious and longing answer, SSS. 3S. So humans really are beneath all the races. Li Ji's gaze swept over the various race powerhouses battling the sea beasts, then passed over the incomplete corpses of different races below, all contaminated with vomit and blood, finally landing on the assessment room below, shrouded in crystal and seemingly serene. Her iris reflected and refracted all the colors of the transparent crystal, but the deepest part of her eyes flickered with a dim light. SSS. As long as she had enough money with unlimited D cards, could she one day elevate herself to SSS level? Your Highness, Riley. A hoarse voice pulled Li Ji back. She turned her head and found that Celia and other Forging Clan merchants had all sat on the aircraft surrounding the roof of the assessment room. Riley asked, what's wrong? Celia replied, it seems those sea beasts want to destroy the auction house and trap us all inside. We must retreat now. As she spoke, the door of the assessment room below opened. Chun and another scaled merchant were hurriedly retreating from another direction. Riley jumped onto the aircraft ready to leave and saw Li Ji beside her. Come with us, she said. Li Ji was already thinking about how to climb down, but upon hearing Riley's words, she replied, without hesitation, thank you so much. Celia shot her a glare but still adjusted the size of the aircraft, extended a new seat, and opened the hatch. Get on my ship. Li Ji quickly sat inside. Although she had to curl up her arms and legs, she managed to sit steady. The moment Celia closed the hatch, the aircraft surged forward. The blue octopus tentacles occupied most of the auction house space, and Celia could only weave through the gaps between the tentacles. Li Ji soon saw Chun, who was wielding a particle knife, severing one of the octopus tentacles. At that moment, Chun also turned back, locking eyes with Li Ji in the aircraft. She casually turned her gaze away after slicing another small sea beast in half. Li Ji frowned. For some reason, she felt that Chun's glance just now seemed intentional. Celia also saw this scene. You were lying on top of Chun's assessment room just now. Did you ever think she might kill you because of that? Li Ji's heart sank. Why? Celia shot her a glance. Do you know that Chun once had a subordinate she trusted and cared for very much? Li Ji shook her head, waiting for Celia's next words. Celia continued. That subordinate had great talent back, then she could rank on the combat power leaderboard, and it had something to do with that subordinate. But one day she discovered that the subordinate was not a pure blood of the scaled race, but rather a low-level scaled being who had gained pure blood power through modification. Li Ji asked, and then? Celia replied. Then Shin personally injected that low-level scaled being with a potion that would cause genetic collapse, expelling the scaled being and leaving her to fend for herself. As she spoke, Celia's aircraft accelerated to the limit, threading through the gaps between the blue octopus' two tentacles and burst out of the auction house. Li Ji felt a flash before her eyes, and she was already outside. Press that red button. As Celia's voice sounded, the aircraft began to descend rapidly. Li Ji had observed the aircraft when she entered, especially the structure of the seat, and quickly found the red button, pressing it directly. Celia said, I thought you would hesitate for a while. It seems you are destined to live today. Before Li Ji could ask Celia what she meant, a tremendous impact hit her, and she blacked out. When she woke up again, she found herself in an oval pod with knocking sounds coming from outside. Press the blue button. If you don't come out, you'll have to go down the mountain yourself. Li Ji fumbled to open the pod door. Celia and Riley and the others had already come out from the protective pod. You're too weak. Celia put on her goggles, her mocking tone lasting only halfway before she abruptly changed the subject. We must leave here immediately. Li Ji looked around, seeing nothing. A forging clan merchant said, but the aircraft has crashed and we lack weapons and energy. We can't fight these sea beasts at all. Then just wait to be eaten by these bugs until not even your bones remain. She shielded Riley behind her and retreated swiftly. As rustling sounds came, Li Ji still saw nothing. But this made her even more terrified. You all get closer to me. Celia gritted her teeth. Who cares about you at a time like this? Despite saying this, Riley still grabbed Li Ji's cloak, forcing her to get closer. The one-time protective shield was activated. A dim oval light circle enveloped a 3-meter radius around Li Ji. She looked back at Celia. It seems you are destined to live today. I can't see it that way. Li Ji followed Celia's gaze. Instantly a chill ran down his spine. Countless tiny creatures resembling cockroaches swarmed over 1/5 of the protective shield in the blink of an eye. They climbed and gnawed at the protective shield, producing a chilling sound. Li Ji said, could these also be the sea beasts from the deep sea trial zone? Riley replied, no, but they must have been contaminated by the frenzy potion as well. Celia said, stop talking nonsense, hurry down the mountain. Riley, Celia, and a group of forging clan merchants closely followed Li Ji, rushing down the mountain with the protective shield. However, the number of creatures on the protective shield kept increasing, soon threatening to cover half of it. Throw away this protective shield. Celia aimed her cannon at the creatures. In the instant Li Ji's protective shield vanished, the 3,000-degree heat ignited the swarm of sea worms, releasing the scent of burnt protein. Run! Li Ji had the longest legs, yet he was the slowest. The forging clan merchants all had prosthetics, allowing them to navigate the rugged rocks as if they were on flat ground. Fortunately, she had leveled up, once increasing her speed significantly. Although she ran the slowest, she managed to keep ahead of the ignited worms. She had no idea how long they had been running. Celia and the others halted. Li Ji had no choice but to stop. A giant python coiled in front of them, completely blocking the path down the mountain. Upon seeing Li Ji and the others, its eerie green eyes flickered with red light. Hiss! As the tongue flicked out and the massive mouth opened wide, Li Ji threw something at it sluggishly. What are you standing there for? Use whatever you have. Let's take it down. Li Ji yelled, the crossbow hidden in his sleeve glowing coldly as it shot toward the python's eyes. Celia and the forging clan merchants snapped back to reality. Although they no longer had their powerful weapons requiring high-level energy, their other weapons could still be used. After a round of fire, Li Ji's crossbow shot off target. The weapons from Celia and the merchants did inflict a few more wounds on the giant python, but compared to its massive body, it was like just scraping the skin. Once the slowing effect wore off, the damage was nearly zero. Celia said, use another one of your items. Li Ji replied, do you think that's as easy as grabbing a cabbage? They're all gone. She had used up all her stored items here. Give me the crossbow. Riley's voice rang out from behind. Without a second thought, Li Ji handed over the crossbow. Riley embedded a red crystal into the core of the crossbow's limb. The red energy extended forward, merging with the bowstring at the tip, transforming into sharp golden arrows made of energy ready to be unleashed. She aimed the crossbow at the giant python, and golden energy arrows streaked through the night sky, precisely piercing the python's eyes and penetrating its head. Hiss! The giant python writhed in pain, hissing while sweeping its tail. Aim for its 7 inches. Li Ji, still marveling at the crossbow's true power, immediately activated another shield and loudly reminded Riley. Riley turned back in confusion, asking, what do you mean by 7 inches? Li Ji replied, quick, give me the crossbow. The crossbow returned to Li Ji's hands, and she aimed at the giant python, but couldn't find the right spot. The giant python, writhing in pain, began to roll left and right, its tail wildly smashing everything around, shattering the rocks and sending them raining down like hail. Its enormous body already occupied the entire mountain path, and as it rolled and twisted, it forced Li Ji and the others, who could only huddle in the corners, to retreat further. Meanwhile, the sea worms were closing in. A weary voice from a forging clan merchant said, there's no way out. We're out of energy. The aircraft crashed, and our weapons are useless. If we can't wait for rescue, well, just have to wait to die. Celia's face also darkened. She clenched her weapon tightly, her tone resolute. No matter what, we can't let His Highness Riley come to harm here. You few come with me to distract the sea worms. Celia looked at Li Ji. Once the shield is activated, it lasts longer if the area is smaller. You must protect His Highness Riley. Help will surely come. If she dies, the entire forging clan will hunt you down. Li Ji frowned. You don't need to threaten me. Riley saved me. Ooh, I could never abandon her. Since help will come, we might as well wait together. Just the few of you won't be enough to distract those worms for long. How far can you really lead them away? She truly thought so. If these forging clan merchants could indeed use their lives to enhance her and Riley's chances of survival, she wouldn't oppose their willingness to die for their faith and loyalty. After all, she benefited from it as well. But if it would be utterly useless, why create meaningless sacrifices? Celia said, I have a plan. Riley disagreed. We should hold on a little longer. Help will arrive soon. Celia shook her head. Your Highness, trust me. Boom. The sky suddenly brightened. The ground trembled. Li Ji and the others turned to look. The giant python's head was blown off by a cannon shot. The voices of the forging clan merchants changed to surprise. It's the Feather Spirit clan's guard team. Li Ji, Celia, and Riley looked up together to see an airship flying toward them. Surrounding the airship were the orderly guards of the Feather Spirit clan, led by Ling. They wielded firearms or quantum bows, each strike killing a swarm of sea worms. Soon over half of the sea worms were dead, and the giant python's carcass was also collected by other members of the Feather Spirit clan. Ling landed in front of Li Ji and the others. Li Ji immediately retracted the protective shield. Ling looked somewhat surprised. It really is you. Li Ji was about to speak. Celia was even more astonished. You really did make an appointment with her. Li Ji suddenly remembered that not long ago she had pulled Ling's tiger skin to intimidate Celia for self-preservation, only to be shocked by a cannon and forced to become a spy. She spoke before Ling could. Of course, I never lie. Ling, whether due to misunderstanding or something else, did not respond, tacitly accepting Li Ji's answer. Captain, everything is cleared up. Ling nodded slightly. The sea beasts at the harbor have been completely eliminated, and it is very safe. However, the teleportation array has been destroyed, so we cannot leave for now. You can wait over there until the array is repaired. Celia said, on behalf of the Forging Clan, I thank you and the Feather Spirit Clan for your rescue. I believe that after today our two clans will reach more cooperation. Ling replied, the Black Iron Port is under the jurisdiction of the Feather Spirit Clan's 13th Patrol Team. The rescue is part of our duty. However, I believe the Emperor will also be pleased to establish a deeper friendship with the Forging Clan and achieve longer-term cooperation. Celia looked at Ling flying into the sky, her eyes filled with contemplation. Do you think Ling has the potential to become the next Emperor of the Feather Spirit Clan? Li Ji withdrew her gaze. I don't even know how many children the Emperor of the Feather Spirit Clan has. How would I know who the next Emperor will be? Celia said, so you claimed that Ling made an appointment with you. Was that indeed a lie? Li Ji and Zelia, along with others, descended the mountain. The further they went down, the more silence enveloped them. The bustling market they had encountered upon arriving at the island was now in utter disarray. All the stalls had collapsed, goods scattered across the ground, and corpses were strewn everywhere. Injured individuals of various races were being carried to the port by the rescue team of the Feather Spirit tribe. Looking out, the vast platform was nearly filled with casualties except for the area where they were repairing the teleportation array. Zelia and the merchant from the Forging Clan headed straight to the tent belonging to the Forging Clan. For some reason, Riley did not leave, but instead followed closely behind Li Ji. What are you looking at? Li Ji replied, I'm looking at those injured people. Almost all of them belong to lower races with no race above B rank injured. Riley, confused, asked, what's so interesting about that? Li Ji redirected his gaze. Why did your aircraft suddenly crash? Logically, Zelia's aircraft should have flown directly to the port, allowing for a departure via the teleportation array and obtaining sufficient energy from the port to leave Black Iron Harbor. Yet it crashed immediately after leaving the auction house, which seemed quite suspicious. Riley, however, was unconcerned. The aircraft must have been tampered with. This disaster was aimed at the Forging Clan and possibly at me as well. She sat on her rock legs, crossed, her ornaments jingling softly. Her luxurious robe remained unsoiled despite the hasty escape, and under the moonlight its material appeared even more exquisite. Li Ji asked curiously, aren't you afraid? Riley pondered for a moment and replied, I am a disciple of Master Odin, the second heir of the forging royal family, possessing exceptional forging talents. Of course, I will encounter many dangers, and my origin is about to manifest, which makes many fear that I will awaken my second talent after advancing to level 3, including my sister. Li Ji casually remarked, will there be a premonition when the origin manifests? Yes. Riley tilted her head to look at Li Ji, the ruby on her circular headband hidden beneath her curled hair. I thought you would be more curious about whether my sister was involved in today's events. I'm not curious about matters that don't concern me. How ironic. Who knew that probing into so-called royal secrets would lead to such trouble? Especially with Zelia, who was as cautious as guarding against a thief. It was as if she were a fervent believer of the forging royal family. Who knew if Zelia would retaliate if she found out about the inquiries regarding the Forging Clan's royal family? She enjoyed gossiping, but didn't want to stir up trouble. It seems so. Riley shook her foot. Everyone feels something when their origin manifests, like an invisible force drawing you in. You can sense the direction and unconsciously want to get closer. Have you ever felt that way? Li Ji seriously contemplated and replied, yes. Riley sat up straight so soon. Li Ji said, I feel that way every time I see gold coins. Riley was taken aback, her expression blank for several seconds before bursting into laughter while holding her stomach. Li Ji also swung her legs, gazing at the moon above. The atmosphere grew quiet. The two stopped talking, lying on the stone to gaze at the starry sky. After an unknown amount of time, voices drifted nearby. Hurry up and eat, don't get caught later. So annoying. Out of nowhere, we got an extra shift. Black Iron Harbor is already on the edge of our patrol area, pretending not to see it without anyone being held accountable. Ling insisted on coming, and in the end we gained nothing and had to work all night. Never mind, who needs to care about her? Does the sixth prince count? Ha ha ha, the sixth prince. An illegitimate daughter who doesn't even know what she's putting on a show for every day. No matter how the throne rotates, it won't land on her head, performing dutifulness for whom? Who are you saying that for? Didn't you hear the second prince sent her to prison yesterday? At this time, if she doesn't try to show off, how could the emperor pity her? I heard about that too. I also heard that she is currently completing tasks from various patrol teams, claiming she owes someone money. She doesn't even bother to come up with a reasonable excuse. So she hasn't had a break since she came out of prison. She's working hard for a better position. I also heard that her squad has been disbanded and reassigned to lower-level teams. If I were one of her team members, I would hate her for life. To save a civilian who accidentally entered the trial area, not capturing the fifth prince's origin, such a significant achievement was lost, and the entire year's effort went to waste. The two feather spirit guards quickly ate a few bites before leaving. Riley looked at Li Ji curiously. Did you know Ling before? Did she come to Black Iron Harbor today because she promised to meet you? But if you were friends, why didn't you stand up for her when you heard others speaking ill of her? One answer, one gold coin. You didn't give me money for the several questions I answered before. You didn't ask me for it. Then I'll ask you for it next time. You need to return my crossbow first. Riley hugged the crossbow. Can you sell this crossbow to me for 10 gold coins? No way. Riley puffed her cheeks. Fine. She stuffed the crossbow into Li Ji's hands, jumped off the rock, and angrily walked away. Li Ji followed behind her and leisurely returned to the port. Just as she was about to check the progress of the teleportation array's repairs, she heard lively commotion behind her. Turning around, she saw Ling and the other feather spirit guards leading down the last batch of rescued individuals. To Li Ji's surprise, among them was Chun, who had evacuated at the very beginning. It was unclear if it was coincidence, but Chun also noticed her at that moment. Then she pulled out her particle blade. Just as Li Ji wondered what she intended to do, a sharp, killing intent surged with the blade's glow. Bang! The clash of blades. Ling had appeared unexpectedly, standing protectively in front of Li Ji. Her expression was stern. Chun, what do you intend to do? Chun sneered, just a drink insect. I can kill it whenever I want. What reason do I need? It was only at this moment that Li Ji felt cold sweat breaking out. Without Ling, she would have been dead by now. There was no warning, no grudges. It was simply because a higher race found her displeasing. Chun asked, what? Are you planning to oppose me over an insect? Or do you think that because you saved me I will let you off? The clash of blades continued. Chun scoffed, retracting her blade. However, when she looked at Li Ji, she released her level suppression. I want to kill you. Do you have any objections? The feeling of being at the mercy of others overwhelmed her again, sending chills down Li Ji's spine. The cold sweat that had just surfaced soaked her clothes, and the warm sea breeze could not penetrate the chill enveloping her. But perhaps it was because she had recently been threatened by the Shrank Zelia. Chin's suppression, though immobilizing her body, did not evoke such intense fear. Moreover, she found she was still able to speak. Ling said, you activated the level suppression. She cannot speak at all. If you wish to kill someone this way, don't you think that's too low? Chin coldly laughed. Am I not practicing the fairness you advocate? You used this method to save two. This time I want to see if this drank insect has the same luck as two. Li Ji stated, I have objections. Li Ji had not expected two to be involved. She could not deal with Tuss affairs for the time being, but she resented, unequivocally, the constant threats and the sense that her life could be extinguished at any moment. No one present expected Li Ji to be able to speak. Chen in particular blurted out, aren't you drank? Then immediately dismissed her own speculation. Impossible. You are drank. How did you get past level suppression? Li Ji replied, I did not get past it. I can merely speak. Chen's expression was as somber as her name. You should not be able to speak. Ling said, Chen, you must keep your promise. Chen sheathed her blade but fixed a cold stare on Li Ji. I will remember you. She had inexplicably drawn a knife to kill, then inexplicably gone off to find a place to rest. Li Ji could not help herself. Is she unwell? Zelia's voice came from beneath her feet. You even know that? Li Ji answered. What's wrong with her? Ling explained, it is a genetic disorder common to pure blood members of the Linzu, a lingering side effect of past modifications. It makes them prone to mania and emotional volatility. Zelia looked skeptical. You don't even know why you call her unwell. Li Ji glanced at Chun, who sat at a distance with her fin-like ears perked. Li Ji intentionally lowered her voice. Unwell is an insult back home. It means the person has something wrong with their head. Chun half rose in alarm, then fearing she had been caught eavesdropping, gritted her teeth and sat back down. Zelia caught the glance and laughed, wrinkles creasing her face. Your hometown's insults are full of wisdom. That word seems tailor-made for Chun. Ling, a little helpless, said, stop it. You'll make her angry again. She called Li Ji aside, set up a small isolation ward around them, and handed over a money pouch with an apologetic tone. I should have transferred the funds when we returned, but an emergency came up. I can only return 98 gold coins now. I will repay the remainder within 10 days. Li Ji said, our contract specifies repayment on the 10th day. Early repayment does not reduce interest. You could simply pay me on the 10th. That would better serve your financial planning and cash flow. Ling answered firmly, a promise is a promise. I must honor it. Li Ji raised an eyebrow. Very well. I have also enabled a savings function. You may deposit the 98 gold coins with me at 0.01 daily interest. Withdraw on the repayment date, and you can use those funds to automatically offset the debt. Ling, puzzled, asked, what is savings? Why are you giving me money? Li Ji explained, savings means you deposit the gold with me and set a withdrawal time. During that period, I will provide you a certain interest. For example, if you deposit 98 gold coins with me at 0.01 daily interest, after 9 days, I will return 98 gold and 882 copper. Those 882 copper are the interest you earned. Ling stared in astonishment. But why would you do this? Li Ji said, because your money will become my working capital. While it sits with me, I can use it to earn more. Rest assured, we will sign a new contract. Even if I lose money during that period, I will return every coin owed to you without shortfall. After a moment's thought, Ling's expression softened with a touch of gratitude. You needn't worry about my finances. I am only temporarily short, but thank you for thinking of me. Li Ji replied. No need to thank me. In truth, she had not been worrying over Ling's economic situation at all. Though they had known each other only 2 days, Li Ji had already made a preliminary assessment of Ling's wealth, background, character, and temperament. She seemed the likeliest candidate to become a steady depositor for Li Ji's illicit establishment. The misunderstanding worked to Li Ji's advantage, so she decided not to explain. She promptly drafted a new contract expressing her position by action. Ling fell silent for a few seconds, but still signed her name. Her voice was a touch softer than before. Thank you again. An innovative transaction was completed and experience rose by 2 points, an unexpected delight. You cannot remain unlucky forever, Li Ji thought. This was the turning point. She grinned broadly. You are welcome, you are welcome. May our cooperation be pleasant in the future. One had repaid, the other had secured her first savings deal and gained professional experience. Both were pleased. When they returned to the port, the teleport array had already been repaired. Chen was nowhere to be found. Zelia and Lily, however, were present. They were collecting the carcasses and blood of dead sea beasts alongside merchants from the Rongduan clan. Li Ji greeted them as she approached. Zelia said, I didn't expect you to come find me again. Li Ji smiled. What are you saying? You are my most important contact in Heidi Port. Li Ji thought it a joke to keep things separate. Zelia's earlier threat was of course not over, and having just offended Chen, Li Ji had to secure a protector. Zelia, as if reading her thoughts, snorted in derision, get lost. Heidi Port is being rebuilt. It's best if you do not come here for a while. Li Ji answered. Then let's add each other as contacts so we can use our wristbands to stay in touch. If I find anything valuable, I'll auction it through you and give you a one cut. Zelia sneered. You expect me to run errands for such a sum? Li Ji held up 2 fingers too. No higher. Zelia's prosthetic limb extended a panel. For the time you bought us tonight. She added Li Ji as a contact. Li Ji said no more, waved, and stepped into the teleport array. In a flash of golden light, Li Ji appeared in the Fiza's cabin. The smile had vanished from her face. The boundless night outside was reflected in her eyes. One night, 3 brushes with death. Each moment reminded her of how small she was. She had not felt so helpless and trembling with fear in a long time. And yet what of it? Helplessness and fear never cowed her. They only fueled her fighting spirit and ambition. One day she would again become someone admired, feared, and studied. Someone before whom, even if resentment existed, others would not dare display their emotions openly. Once as a child from 6 to 26, she had achieved that over 20 years. Now she would handle it with even greater ease than her younger self. This is a new world. It is also a new playground. It was already 3 in the morning. After experiencing a night of intense emotional fluctuations, Li Ji felt a surge of excitement coursing through her nerves. Unable to sleep, she decided to take a shower, change into her pajamas, and count the gains from today. First was 3,000 units of pure wool seed oil, which would secure her future for a long time. Next were 720 units of fast-growing mushrooms and bioluminescent moss spores she had plundered from Mina. The former was rich in nutrients and had a pleasant taste, whether for her own consumption or for sale during the harsh winter. It could save her some money or even earn a profit. The latter, although it was being bought less and less, didn't take up much space to store. Moreover, the primary function of the bioluminescent moss spores was not for lighting, but for marking. She believed that when the authorities noticed their significance, they would come to her for business. Then came the raw materials she purchased for the authorities and others in the group. For all the materials that could be synthesized through her talent, she bought them all at a downgraded price. Although synthesizing materials required spending mental energy, the energy potions were abundant and cheap in the official store, making her profit completely worthwhile. Most importantly, she had obtained all the components from Celia without spending a single penny. The total value of these components exceeded 400 gold coins. Moreover, 99 of these components were on the official purchase list. This meant that Li Ji had received a 310 deposit from the authorities, but only spent 10 gold coins to acquire all the materials they needed. After the delivery, the authorities still needed to settle 309, 15 gold coins with her. In addition, there was around 20 gold coins worth of income from procuring materials for others in the group, and she had also arranged loans for Feng, Aotion the Magician, and Jia. Although this interest was not high compared to the 629, 15 gold coins, who wouldn't be delighted to earn loan interest without spending any principal. Anyway, as Li Ji calculated, her anger had subsided considerably. When she recalled how she had tricked Celia while bidding for the micro-crystal energy converter, her mood instantly improved. Li Ji took out those little gadgets she bought from the Rock Nest tribe. Just as she was about to place the mushroom lamp on her bedside, she noticed that the dim yellow light suddenly turned red and began to flicker rapidly. Li Ji sprang up, looking around vigilantly. The flying boat showed no signs of abnormality, and the outside remained dark and calm. Yet Li Ji found it hard to calm down. She remembered the dangers outside that the Greed Pass had warned about, recalled the night bats mentioned by the authorities, and thought about the group of sea beasts from that night. Even though she knew nothing would happen during the novice protection period, she still descended to the cockpit and opened the flying boat's data panel. Defensive armed advanced flying boat. Status hovering. Speed 0 knots. Wind speed level 6. Fuel range 3 days. Power efficiency 90. Structural integrity 100. Check. Defense value. Main weapon light crossbow. Check. Damage value. Altitude 500 m. Shallow space layer. Maximum altitude 1000 m. Li Ji checked the defense and damage values of the flying boat. Defense value 10000 points. Weapon status fully loaded. Weapon damage value 100 points, 1010. Confirming that the light crossbow was fully loaded with ammunition and that the defense value was also full. Li Ji felt somewhat relieved, but after all this fuss, the sky was already getting bright. Only then did she remember that she hadn't collected the resources from the cloud network after her return, and she hadn't yet done her D card today. 13 points of mental energy couldn't be wasted. Li Ji collected the network with a single click, not bothering to check what she had earned, and began her D card in the cockpit. 1 fire feather copy card, 1 smoke bomb, 1 pack of frozen dumplings, fire crystal energy. Li Ji immediately took all of them, found the fire crystal energy card, and clicked on the details. Fire crystal energy, the energy source for some fire attribute weapons. Li Ji thought of something, took out the crossbow from her backpack, and materialized this card. The small rhombic crystal lay in her palm, still radiating a burning heat. Li Ji compared this crystal with the one left by Riley. They were identical. Indeed, the fire crystal was the energy source for this crossbow. Li Ji quickly stored the fire crystal and hung the homemade wooden arrows in the trading area. Whether they sold or not was aside, but at least it freed up a slot in her backpack. The first D card she got was quite good, and Li Ji refreshed it again. Low-level healing potion, 1 bottle of white wine, 1 bundle of wood, unknown invitation, 1 unknown fragment. She bought everything. Low-level healing potion restores 10 health points. Li Ji's nonchalant expression instantly turned to delight. A potion that restores health. This was the first time she had drawn something directly related to her attributes besides the energy potions. Moreover, it was a health restoration potion. Although Li Ji hadn't suffered much damage throughout the night, her health had still dropped a bit. She opened her attribute panel. Player attributes. Health 1718. 9 minor injury. Mental 1113. Human peak bottom of all races. This meant that this small vial of potion could restore half of her health. Li Ji immediately stored it away. The next few D cards were all rather ordinary. The most useful was a single wound ointment, but the only surprise was that she got small lobster barbecue set. It included 1 serving of flavored shrimp, 1 bunch of 5 flavored claws, 1 bunch of 5 flavored meat, 1 bunch of corn kernels, 1 serving of fried rice, and 2 cups of lemon tea, costing only 5 copper. This was much lower than the prices on Blue Star. For the last 3 D cards, Li Ji tore off the bandage on her hand, revealing a palm smeared with blood, and applied the ointment to the wound. A sharp sting shot through her, and she grimaced as she re-wrapped the bandage. Her hand was much cleaner now, as she hoped her luck would improve too. Crack. 1 bottle of iodine, 1 intermediate copy card, 1 pack of sanitary napkins, blindness, 1-time talent, luck, 1-time talent. An intermediate copy card. 2 1-time talents. Li Ji felt no pain in her hand and immediately opened the detailed information for blindness and luck. Blindness, 1-time talent. Using this skill on a single race below B1 level will blind the target with durations of 0. 5 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 60 seconds, 120 seconds. It could actually deal damage to level races. Although it was only for 0. 5 seconds, many times that single moment could change the situation. Without hesitation, Li Ji used the copy card to replicate blindness once more. What she regretted most was not copying more shield cards back then. The situation was urgent at the time, and she couldn't replicate a shield card in front of Celia and the others which led to her using up both shield cards throughout the night without being able to replicate them again. Luck one-time talent. Often you just need a little bit of luck. Using this card also depends on luck. I advise you not to use it when you're having a bad day. Li Ji, how am I unlucky? 3 times surviving death in one night. Who would dare say she was unlucky? Moreover, she had also drawn an intermediate copy card and 2 one-time talent cards. What is this if not the luck of a champion? Li Ji thought for a moment and used the copy card to replicate luck again. Not to mention it would come in handy for future D cards, especially for D-source cards. Thinking this way, Li Ji quickly replicated luck again. While she was busy in the cockpit, the red sun that had never appeared in the last 2 days quietly hung at the edge of the sky. The hazy mist was evaporated by the sunlight illuminating the deck and driving away the black shadows that had been circling around the ship. Beyond the fog, further away, shadows let out silent screams as they fled from their landing spots. It was a floating wooden house. Someone pushed open the door, gazing blankly into the distance, and suddenly their expression changed. Wow, what a cool ship. In about an hour, the novice period will come to an end. Li Ji heated up the toast and milk she hadn't consumed much of yesterday, and then made herself a fried egg and a steak, sitting at the dining table eating heartily, without even opening the chat panel. After a day of rushing around and facing dangers coupled with a night of staying up late, Li Ji had lost her sense of hunger, yet, as the food entered her mouth, it felt like an insatiable void in her stomach, desperately craving more. Having finished an entire bag of toast and 1 liter of milk along with the egg and steak, she still felt it was not enough. However, after a long period of hunger, overeating would only harm her stomach. With the novice protection period about to end and potential emergencies ahead, consuming too many carbohydrates could dull her mind, so she restrained the impulse to continue eating. To distract herself, Li Ji opened her friend list and began private chats. She sent to you, very safe. The materials and parts you requested are all ready. Shall we trade now? She sent to Greedy Life Pass, which of you 3 will trade with me? She sent to Call Me Feng Out Yin for early delivery. The interest will still be calculated as agreed before. You very safe replied the quickest. Let's trade now. Li Ji sent all the materials through a transfer platform to the official account. You very safe promptly transferred the remaining 309. 15 gold was transferred over. Greedy Life Pass also replied quickly, just give it to my sister, she will come to pick me up later. Li Ji privately messaged AAA, the first European emperor, here are your raw materials and parts. Just pay me 5 gold, 8 silver, and 351 copper for the final payment. The 10 bonus I promised for the blueprints totals 149 copper, which has been deducted. AAA, the first European emperor, then I won't be polite, they'll transfer the final payment to you. After completing trades with others in the group, Li Ji noticed that Call Me Feng Out Yin and the magician had not replied. She paid no mind to it. For each transaction completed, a dialog box popped up. Completed a large transaction, experience points 2. Completed a new transaction, experience points 1. Besides the official and Greedy Life Pass, she also exchanged raw materials and parts with Beta, give me a piece of paper, and A, earning a total of 6 experience points. Adding to the previous transactions with 2 the Rome tribe and Ling, she had exactly 10 experience points. The Black Shop has been upgraded. Store Black Shop Merchant Li Ji Store Level 1020 Store Anchor Points 1. Wilderness Market 2. Black Iron Port 3. Store Status Freestall Upgradable Store Equipment Merchant Cloak Merchant Backpack Fair Scale. Li Ji clicked on. Would you like to select this place as a new anchor point? Is this the option to choose a specific location as an anchor point? Li Ji closed this dialog box and opened the upgradable option for the free stall. Can register a shop at a fixed stall. Would you like to add? Li Ji chose no again. The Black Iron Port was still under reconstruction and she didn't think it was the best choice as she could wait a little longer. However, registering a shop was necessary. Li Ji had just figured out why she hadn't gained experience from trading with the Fox tribe and using Red or with Celia. The former was likely because no contract was signed, thus not entering the professional systems monitoring. The latter was because her act of employing Celia as an intermediary resembled hiring rather than trading. Li Ji discovered that this world's financial system had many outdated aspects. For instance, merchants hardly engaged in online transactions, and there were no stocks or bonds as financial instruments. It seemed even the most basic loans and savings had never surfaced. This led her to struggle to find places to invest the money she had. Li Ji's gaze fell on her wallet. 826 gold, 7 silver, and 488 copper. She originally had 310 gold, 3 silver, and 889 copper, paid 100 copper for trading with the Rome tribe, and used 1 row black iron coins at Black Iron Port, leaving her with 300 gold, 3 silver, and 789 copper. Later, Ling repaid 98 gold along with the final payment of 309. 15 gold from the official and additional settlements with others in the group, totaling 11 gold, 92 silver, and 199 copper. Excluding unreturned loans and interest, in just 3 days her assets had accumulated to a considerable amount. As Li Ji pondered how to make money, she opened the regional chat. Countdown is on 10 minutes left. Do you think those who claim not to hoard the apocalypse dust are really not hoarding? We will know once the countdown ends. Super looking forward to the new world. It feels like playing a holographic game, hee. Am I the only one curious about when the second wave of humanity will be released? I really miss my mom and dad. Trading apocalypse dust. Last 3 minutes. 50 copper per piece, no haggling. Why don't you go rob it? Can anyone take a blind guess at how many people will die? Is dying fun? What do you think life is? Li Ji suddenly realized. She had been so engrossed in counting money that she almost forgot the novice period was about to end. Stretching her body, she walked to the deck and stretched her sore muscles. As she rotated her shoulders, her gaze pierced through the thin clouds and saw a floating wooden house. Li Ji's raised hand halted in midair. On the corridor of the wooden house sat a girl who had evidently seen her too. Perhaps thinking she was waving hello, she hesitated for a moment and stood up to wave back. Li Ji hesitated for a moment and waved back. Suddenly a sound rang out and a dialogue box appeared in the sky, breaking the awkward gaze between the two. Novice protection period ended, system settling. Welcome 3603497136 humans to the Tianqi continent. Congratulations to 97136 people in Region 15 for successfully passing the novice period. Newborn race protection law officially takes effect. 3 major rankings open. The top 3 humans in each world race and regional ranking can designate protected areas in the sky, land, and sea. Details in the rankings. Other races are prohibited from invading and declaring war from April 21st, 997 of Tianqi to January 1st, 998 of Tianqi combat. Power ranking has been open. Wealth ranking has been open. Reputation ranking has been open. Click here to check your ranking. In addition to the dialog box above the sky, several dialog boxes also popped up in front of Li Ji. You have become the first in the regional wealth ranking, earning 1 point of regional reputation, 1 gift pack, and the right to designate a protected area. You can choose an unowned area of 300 in the sky, land, or sea blue. Li Ji did not rush to make a choice, carefully weighing the pros and cons. In business, the most important thing is to gain others' trust. However, in a situation where strangers are unfamiliar with each other, mutual trust is difficult to establish. At such times, endorsements and self-promotion become crucial. If a public nickname is used, the leaderboard serves as the most authoritative endorsement and the most persuasive promotion, greatly facilitating cooperation. Yet using a public nickname also brings dangers. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Before the wealth leaderboard existed, some people clamored for the officials to expose those selling blueprints and distribute wealth evenly. Now that a wealth leaderboard exists with a clear target, these people will only become more envious. However, Li Ji was not worried about these people. The barking dog does not bite. Often those who make the most noise online are the most cowardly in reality. What she worried about were those hidden in the shadows. Li Ji had just checked. Although she was already at D2 and had allocated points to strength and speed, she ranked only 12th on the regional combat power leaderboard, and on the race leaderboard, she was even outside the top 1,000. This was quite normal. Li Ji had thought about her combat power likely not making the cut after realizing that someone might have brought firearms in. She also understood why the eliminated dagger of the forging tribe and eliminated crossbow of the forging tribe she had encountered were eliminated. In this world, most equipment has attributes and can provide enhancements to its owner. For instance, the 3 gems atop Riley's head each boosted her health, spirit, and speed respectively, while her seemingly expensive robe boasted a staggering 200 defense points. What does 200 defense points even mean? Li Ji's total health was merely 18. 9. Even if she and Riley took hits together, it would take 10 of her to break through Riley's defense. Thus that day Celia had suggested drawing away the sea worms. She thought their small size was inadequate to fill the gap left by the sea worms. In reality, although the defensive gear on these forging tribe merchants could not match Riley's, it could withstand some hits for a while. As for her, she was the most fragile one among them. Throwing her out would mean certain death, but at least she could hold onto the shield, preventing those damn annoying worms from reaching their noble highnesses. Of course, all this was just Li Ji's speculation. She couldn't understand why Celia hadn't thrown her out to die back then. In any case, the fact that the eliminated dagger and crossbow of the forging tribe lacked attribute point enhancements did not mean that the weapons those people brought to the Tianqi continent were also without them. The leaderboard proved this point as well. At least a small handful of people possessed weapons that granted them comprehensive combat power enhancements. Otherwise, as perhaps the first and only human to level up, even though the majority of her attribute points were allocated to spirit, Li Ji did not believe her combat power could fail to make the regional top 10. Surely not all peak humans with base attributes of speed and strength at 10 are clustered in Area 15. Li Ji pondered with a leap and thought, her gaze fixed on the 2 dialogue boxes ahead. She suddenly asked, is it necessary to choose a specific location for the protection zone? Yes. Seeing the game's response, Li Ji immediately followed up with, can 2 protection zones be chosen separately? Yes. How is a specific location defined? Coordinates. What about movable coordinates? Movable coordinates cannot enter other sovereign areas, and the area allocated for the protection zone must reduce by 30 if I designate my flying ship as my area protection zone, but it currently doesn't cover 210 square meters. Will the excess square meters be considered as part of the protection zone around the flying ship? Yes. Li Ji decisively declared, for the area wealth leaderboard allocation, I choose my flying ship. Generating protection zone coordinates. Mobile coordinates generated successfully. Protection zone defined successfully. Do you wish to choose whether to disclose the player nicknames on the area wealth leaderboard? Li Ji contemplated the race wealth leaderboard can allocate 1 mu of land. Must it be a whole piece, or can it be separated? Separating allocations will reduce the area of the protection zone. By 10, Li Ji decisively stated, I choose to disclose the area wealth leaderboard nickname, while hiding the race area wealth leaderboard nickname. Now she was in the early stages of entrepreneurship, needing advertising to attract collaboration. The area wealth leaderboard certainly attracts envy within the region, but once the region opens, there will be a total of 3/0 zones, meaning there will also be 3/0 regional leaders. She hid among them, remaining inconspicuous. Moreover, the protection zones for the race wealth leaderboard could be allocated separately. This would facilitate her future planning and make it less likely for others to suspect her identity. Area wealth leaderboard nickname has been disclosed. The moment the dialog box popped up, Li Ji's friend messages exploded, especially in group 188. Greedy pass, is the big shot right next to me. Give me a sheet. Did the big shot ever sell me cold medicine? AAA professional stand-in teacher, how congratulations, return my 3 stars 5 cost. Also congratulations, titanium alloys phase grain size exceeded AAA, number 1 European Emperor, very safe, congratulations, return my 3 stars 5 cost. Also congratulations, titanium alloys phase grain size exceeded AAA, number 1 European Emperor, greedy pass, congratulations, return my 3 stars 5 cost. Also congratulations, titanium alloys phase grain size exceeded AAA, number 1 European Emperor, give me a sheet, we actually have 3 in the top 10 of the wealth leaderboard in our group. Magician, am very curious, return my 3 stars 5 cost. How much money do you need to be number 1 on the wealth leaderboard? Call me Feng Out Yin, why are you the only one so curious? Magician, not convinced. Call me Feng Out Yin, head, don't let me see you again in the trial area, give me a sheet, return my 3 stars 5 cost. Titanium alloys phase grain size exceeded AAA, number 1 European Emperor, why do the big shots not like to talk? Li Ji was not unwilling to speak, but her friend requests had exploded, and she was currently setting her account to refuse others from adding her as a friend. You are very safe. First, on behalf of the organization, congratulations on achieving first place in the wealth area leaderboard. We also remind you to protect your property and personal safety. The Points Mall has launched weapons with attribute enhancements. If needed, you can exchange points. If you encounter problems, you can also seek help from the organization. Li Ji did not immediately understand your very safe's message until greedy pass message popped up that regional combat power leaderboard is insane. What does our wealth have to do with him? And he even offered a bounty for our coordinates to rob us. It's infuriating. Only then did Li Ji open the regional chat to think that 7 of the top 10 on the wealth leaderboard do not hide their nicknames. They must be quite confident. Now I will offer 100 copper as a bounty for the coordinates of these 7 people, sincerely inviting the top 30 on the combat power leaderboard to join me. If the robbery is successful, the spoils will be distributed according to merit. Li Ji saw these words without any fluctuation. She had anticipated such a situation when her public nickname was revealed. Calmly, she sent her first message in the regional chat, return my 3 star 5 cost. Bounty of 1 gold for robbing the 3rd on the battle power list. The loot belongs to you. I just need to see the video of you throwing him onto the land. The main character has arrived. Big shot, look at me. I studied finance. Top 2 undergraduate Columbia Masters, I can work for you. 1 gold and 100 copper. The difference is evident. I support the 3 star 5 cost big shot. If the big shot gives me 1 gold, I will become the most loyal servant. How much is 1 gold in copper? My total assets are only 38 copper. I haven't even seen silver coins. The most sentimental and Haiching, how arrogant is having money that impressive. You wait for me, I will definitely find you. You are also taking it personally, really offering a bounty of 1 gold. How do we trade? Return my 3 star 5 cost. We can sign a contract. You are also taking it personally. You cannot add my friend, add me. Li Ji saw the last message and directly clicked to add as a friend. You are also taking it personally. Your friend request has been approved. You are also taking it personally. Is there a specified exile location? Return my 3 star 5 cost. As long as it's on land, you are also taking it personally. Is there a time limit? I have something to do later, about 2 hours. Can you wait? If not, I will go deal with him first. Li Ji did not expect that this person ranked 2nd on the regional battle power list was quite short on money. Return my 3 star 5 cost. There is no time limit, but if someone gets there before you, my bounty will only go to the first person. You are also taking it personally. Okay, I understand. Li Ji did not take this matter to heart. In terms of single combat power, she might indeed be inferior to the 3rd on the regional battle power list, but the safety level of her flying boat was absolutely the highest level currently among humans. The most sentimental and Haiching really came looking for her, and her light crossbow and the discarded crossbow from the forging clan were not to be underestimated. Li Ji blocked the still flashing regional chat and opened the newly appeared Dongxi chat area. As soon as she opened it, a line of text jumped out. 1 copper deducted for each speech. Insufficient balance. Cannot send messages. After this line of text slowly disappeared, the chat content appeared. Donchi area 19999 player 999623145 looking to buy wood and ecological conversion furnace materials. If you have resources, directly add me as a friend. Donchi area 9991. Creating a guild. Upgraded flying boat can provide food and accommodation requirements for members. Stamina above 8 looking to buy flying boat blueprints. High price 12501. Contact if you understand the code. Offering a trial area ticket. Those who understand can private message. Missing person notice. Li Lingjuan female 28 years old. Father Li Gyuan, mother Wangson. I am your brother Lianzhou, currently in area 16. Sister, save me. I am going to starve to death. Li Ji's gaze lingered on this line of text for a few seconds, then she slid to the next message without any waves. Does anyone know what happened to those who fell after not collecting enough Tianqi micro dust? Li Ji then remembered that the novice period was over and her flying boat could also move now. Why not just go down and take a look? People definitely died from falling, but she wanted to know how these people died, so she could have a more comprehensive judgment about this game and its control over humanity or this world. But before going, she had to open the gift pack and then use the card. There's no time like the present, as she would try this lucky one-time talent card today to see if it works. Li Ji activated the lucky card and took out both gift packs. The first place gift pack of the regional wealth list has been opened. Congratulations, player, for obtaining first place badge of the regional wealth list safety zone barrier space backpack qualification for subordinate citizens. 20 slave conference admission ticket fragment of the summit meeting invitation 1386. Li Ji checked the functions of these items one by one. First place badge of the regional wealth list increases speed by 1 as strength by 1 as spirit by 1. When worn, this was her first time opening equipment that could increase attribute points. It's just a bit too eye-catching. In the games on Blue Star, wearing a first or second place badge every day could still be somewhat impressive, but wearing such a badge in the Tianqi continent is no different from writing "Come rob me" on your head. Li Ji thought for a moment, opened her coat, pinned the badge on her thermal shirt, and checked her attribute points. Player attributes: health 19. 121 slightly injured and recovering. Equipment attribute bonus: spirit 1414, equipment 1 strength 9, equipment 1 speed 11, equipment 1 overall combat power 10. The strength of a mouse. The attributes increased, and others could not see her badge, which was quite good. But what does the strength of a mouse mean? Does it mean her current combat power is just enough to tie with a mouse? It sounds a bit sarcastic. Li Ji ignored it and continued to check safety zone barrier. After activation, foreign races cannot attack the safety zone and must obtain permission from the regional owner to enter the safety zone. Li Ji immediately activated it. A layer of halo appeared around the flying boat, quickly dissipating. A screen of moderate size appeared on the control panel of the cockpit, displaying the scenes around the flying boat in a 360-degree angle, almost like a flying boat recorder. At this point, Li Ji was already very satisfied with the prizes in the gift pack and discovered that the space backpack had 6 slots and could be used on equipment and vehicles, making her even happier. This space backpack temporarily solved her urgent need. The ship's warehouse cannot bear enough weight. She had many parts and goods in her backpack that could not be carted, taking up a lot of space on her, but putting them in the flying boat's warehouse would increase the load of the flying boat and increase fuel consumption. Although she currently had 3,000 units of fuel when the extreme cold would come, and how long it would last were still unknown, so saving was key. Putting things into the space backpack not only reduced the burden on the flying boat, but also relieved her burdens. Li Ji glanced at the qualifications for subordinate citizens and the slave conference admission ticket. Even without detailed information, she could guess the general purpose. She currently did not intend to let anyone on her flying boat, nor did she want to participate in the slave conference, so she tossed both pieces of paper into the space backpack. However, she was very interested in the fragment of the summit meeting invitation. Summit meeting invitation fragment 1386. Collect all 386 invitation fragments to gain the qualification to participate in the summit meeting. The detailed information only had a literal explanation, but the literal meaning already indicated its importance. The summit meeting. Leaders of various races. If she obtained a complete invitation, would she enter as a participant, or what identity? Surely not anyone who goes as a leader, right? Li Ji kept this invitation fragment safe and opened another gift pack. The first place gift pack of the racial wealth list has been opened. Congratulations, player, for obtaining first place badge of the racial wealth list safety zone barrier space expansion device construction platform qualification for subordinate citizens. 100 slave conference auction qualification ticket fragment of the summit meeting invitation 10386. The first place badge of the racial wealth list can add 2 points to spirit, strength, and speed. Li Ji was just about to wear them together when 2 dialog boxes popped up. Badge equipment quantity has reached the limit. Found same type badge. Do you want to merge and upgrade? Li Ji replied without hesitation, yes. Badge fusion in progress. Badge upgrade successful. Race area wealth badge. Wearing it increases spirit by 2. 5 strength 2. 5 speed 2. 5. As Li Ji had expected, some attribute points were washed away, but given the wearing limit, this was already the best solution. She pinned the new badge onto her autumn clothes and saw her attributes change again. Player attributes: health 22. 6,524. 15 minor injuries recovering equipment attribute bonus spirit 15. 515. 5 equipment attribute 2. 5 strength 10. 5 equipment attribute 2. 5 speed 12. 5 equipment attribute 2. 5 overall combat power 11. 5 strength of the robust mouse. Li Ji moved her tightly bandaged fingers slightly. She felt a tingling sensation in her nails and nail beds, and the flesh that had been pierced while rock climbing seemed to be recovering. Is this the benefit of increased health? Li Ji pondered. When she wore the regional wealth badge before, she felt her fingers and palms hurt less, but the healing effect was not obvious. Not until she wore the fusion badge. Although she didn't unwrap the bandages, she could feel her wounds healing quickly. She guessed that the increase in her health limit reduced the proportion of the 1.5 health lost from yesterday's injury. When adding 1 attribute point, the difference was not very noticeable, but when her health rose from 18.9 to 24.15, the overall health increase exceeded 1/5, and the recovery speed became significantly different. This feeling was quite magical, but it also made her feel wary. She was certain that when she crossed from Blue Star to the Tianqi continent, her body was her original body. However, the essence and attribute points changes and modifications to her body made her feel a sense of unfamiliarity with her own body. The powerful strength, speed, mental power, and recovery ability were all external forces injected into her body, not something she gained through her own efforts. But so what? Now she was not qualified to touch the powers and essence of this world. The only path to gain the qualifications to resolve her doubts was to become stronger. To grow stronger, she had to rely on the powers of this world. And she happened to be someone extremely skilled at leveraging strength and was quite greedy. Who knows if these external powers could eventually be turned into her own? Li Ji peeled back a corner of the bandage. The previously lifted nail had already been pushed out by the new nail, and the nail bed had mostly healed. It wouldn't be long before it was completely fine. She simply removed all the bandages to avoid the flesh growing together with the bandages, which would cause secondary injuries when torn off later. The flesh on her palm, which had been pierced by a sharp point, had indeed healed quite a bit, but it still looked a bit bloody, making Li Ji quickly avert her gaze. When she was distracted by other matters, she didn't feel much pain from the wound, but now that she knew it was healing, the bloody sight before her still doubled the pain. She thought for a moment and decided to find a new bandage to loosely wrap around her hand to avoid constantly seeing her palm. Otherwise, she would be overly sentimental and feel sorry for herself. Li Ji shifted her focus to the construction platform. This was a miniature model of a small construction site. Construction platform covers an area of 1,010. When placed, automatically constructs all buildings according to blueprints and materials. Construction based on blueprints. Accuracy not guaranteed. If the house collapses, it relates to the blueprints, not the construction platform. Do you wish to place it? Such a large item had no place on the flying vessel and could only be placed in a larger racial safety zone. Li Ji already had preliminary ideas on where to allocate it, but it needed to be determined after various investigations and assessments. Just as she stored the construction platform and the remaining 3 cards in her spatial backpack, the flying vessel's recorder alerted her that a flying vessel was approaching from the side. Li Ji immediately became vigilant, activated the defense mode of the flying vessel, checked that the weapons were fully loaded, and turned on the autopilot mode to let the flying vessel cruise. The flying vessel started up very smoothly. Li Ji only felt a slight tremor in the scenery before her changed. There were more wooden houses around her than just one. Moreover, they were indeed not far apart, with only 300 to 500 meters between each wooden house. Shortly after, Li Ji's flying vessel took off. The vessel from the side followed closely behind. Just as she prepared to adjust the angle of the light crossbow, she saw that vessel stop at the door of the wooden house of the girl who had greeted her earlier. Li Ji also came to a halt. She wanted to see what this flying vessel was going to do. This flying vessel was larger than Li Ji's. It had 3 levels with the cockpit at the top. At this moment, the cockpit door opened and a girl stepped out. She had short hair, wore a hoodie, and had one hand behind her back, looking more alert than Li Ji. But when her gaze met Li Ji's, her alertness relaxed to only 50%. You. The short-haired girl just began to speak when a head peeked out from the wooden house. Sure, you're here. Oh, it's you. She waved at Li Ji and turned back to the girl on the deck, saying, "This is the super amazing girl I told you about who lives next to me." The weapons on her flying vessel look cooler than ours. The short-haired girl politely nodded at Li Ji. Li Ji noticed the bandages around her neck and shoulders and the wounds and bruises on her face, but she didn't appear weak. Another girl walked out of the cockpit, lazily leaning on the railing, her red hair cascading over her shoulders, looking relaxed. "I said flying vessels more advanced than ours can only be girls. It's obviously a 3-star 5 cost, and you still don't believe it." Li Ji had already roughly guessed the identities of these 3 when she saw 2 girls on the ship. She just prepared to observe for a while before speaking. Unexpectedly, her identity was directly called out. She simply exited the cockpit and smiled. "I didn't expect to meet you guys on the first day after the beginner's phase." Tan Sheng Pass eyes widened in surprise. "You're Sin Wu. You live right next to me." The red-haired curly girl rolled her eyes. "If I tell you you're stupid, you never admit it. How many people in Area 15 can have a flying vessel more luxurious than ours?" Tan Sheng Pass replied, "Who asked you?" Tan Sheng Pass ran up to the docked flying vessel in a couple of quick steps, leaning excitedly against the railing next to Li Ji, saying, "San Wu, we're having hot pot for lunch. My sister bought a lot of fresh little greens from Zhangji. Do you want to eat with us?" Li Ji caught a glimpse of the other two, who appeared relaxed, but were actually not fully letting their guard down. She extended her two hands wrapped in bandages. "I would love to, but given my hands, not to mention fishing for hot pot, even picking vegetables is difficult, and it's not a good idea to eat anything spicy these days." Tan Sheng Pass was taken aback. "You're injured too. Why does it seem like every one of you is experiencing a bloody storm every day? Do you think it's just like you? Playing a survival game feels like playing a pig-raising game." The red-haired girl smiled at Li Ji. "We haven't formally introduced ourselves. I'm Ohuang Xingsheng's older sister." The short-haired girl said, "How sure is my real name?" Li Ji replied, "I'm Li Ji, but you can call me San Wu, just like Sheng Sheng. You just reunited and are about to move, so you probably have a lot to do. I won't disturb you." Not only did Ohuang and How Sure hold back regarding her, but under the premise that she didn't have an absolute advantage and wasn't familiar enough, she also didn't want to face a threatened situation. Just as she prepared to restart the flying vessel, she heard Tan Sheng Pass exclaim in surprise, "Look at the regional chat. Someone fell down but didn't die. The privacy settings have been unlocked." Seeing everyone discussing how miserable it is for those who haven't gathered enough Tianqi micro dust to die, I felt the need to speak up. "I'm currently on land, and am not dead. Falling from 500 meters and not dying. Are you a deity? This is my homemade parachute bag, but unfortunately, I didn't have enough materials. Otherwise, I could have made one for the other brothers too, so that not so many people would have to die. I can't believe I didn't think of this alternative approach even after my brain got smashed. Since a homemade parachute can successfully land, why doesn't the official team make parachutes for those who haven't gathered enough Tianqi micro dust?" "What official team? Since coming to this world, the official team has played a negligible role. It's already in an anarchic state. Why rely on them? Do you have 3 blueprints or materials for a flying boat? There are monsters everywhere. What good does it do to talk about it? They can't protect us. You guys think it's true that some people survived, or is it just a rumor? Indeed, some have landed, but how they did it is unclear. I don't know why, but something feels off. Let's go down and find out." She originally planned to first land and see the situation of those who died before searching for cloud mines based on the aerial map. She needed to assess the state of these bodies and other circumstances to gauge the extent of the survival game's control over this world and humanity. It's right to check things out when you don't know the situation. Gathering more information is never wrong. The 2 flying boats set off simultaneously, lowering their altitude while searching for a suitable landing spot. The Royal Gambler chatted casually in the unique channel of the flying boat, their tone much more relaxed than before. "It seems there's a large flat area over there." The voice of the survivalist came through the Royal Gambler's flying boat channel. Li Ji's autopiloting flying boat also discovered this suitable landing point. Her flying boat landed first. Just as she was about to exit the cabin, she noticed drag marks on the ground. Not just one set. The Royal Gambler's flying boat landed near her. She immediately said, "Don't exit the cabin yet." The survivalist replied, "Oh, okay, but why?" The teacher said, "I smell blood." Li Ji looked curiously at the Royal Gambler's tightly closed flying boat. "Can you really smell that?" She didn't pay it much mind, and instead looked toward the dense forest near the landing point. After reaching D2, Li Ji's vision and hearing were significantly improved. At this moment, she saw that in the dark woods where the treetops blocked the sunlight, there were more than just a pair of eyes hiding. The teacher's voice came through the channel, "Look at the 9 o'clock direction." A shadow quickly dragged a corpse into the woods and vanished in the blink of an eye. The survivalist's voice trembled. What is that?" "It's terrifying in broad daylight. Shouldn't we not go down there?" The teacher said, "It should be a hyena beastman. I don't know the exact name, but I've seen them in the testing ground. They eat the corpses from the testing ground." Li Ji frowned upon hearing this. However, the shadow she just saw did indeed possess some characteristics of the blue star hyena. Short face, thick neck, and skin that was somewhat gray. Yes, a one-time prop. This was the excuse Li Ji had long thought of. Ever since realizing she could synthesize the apocalypse fragment, Li Ji had considered acquiring the apocalypse dust. Later, after learning of the existence of the micro-crystal energy converter, she was even more eager to stockpile the apocalypse dust. However, at that time, the largest amount she could stockpile was after the novice period ended by acquiring from humans who had excess apocalypse dust. It was time-consuming and labor-intensive, and the quantity was limited. Until today, when the leaderboard opened, she received an unexpected surprise. The top 3 on the leaderboard could allocate a safe zone. What does a safe zone mean? It means she could designate a location to harvest cloud, or moreover, she could completely cooperate with the authorities, even negotiate terms hiring, protecting a group of humans who couldn't survive alone and were afraid to explore in this perilous world to harvest the apocalypse dust for her. She believed that the authorities who were currently in a dire situation would definitely not refuse her cooperation, and it was even likely that they would actively seek her out for collaboration. This was also one of the reasons why Li Ji did not hide her nickname. However, this would inevitably expose the area of her selected zone. Now that the 9,999 districts of Dongxi had merged, the authorities on their end must have contacted each other and surely knew that the area allocated for the top of the racial leaderboard was 1 mu. 1 mu is approximately 666 square meters. After deducting 10 of the area from her scattered selection zone, she had nearly 600 square meters left, establishing a safe zone for harvesting cloud, or which matched the area allocated for the top of the regional leaderboard. This would not raise suspicion. The flying boat served as a mobile coordinate, and the chances of encountering people were slim. Humans were not isolated by the safe zone's barrier, making it difficult to detect any anomalies with her flying boat. If an incident like today's occurred, she could also explain it with a protective shield. There are indeed props similar to protective shields in this world, and even if she couldn't obtain one later, she could always buy one. At least for a month, she had no worries. Even if the leaderboard rankings changed after a month, Li Ji had already thought of a countermeasure to cancel the flying boat safe zone and change it to a cloud or harvesting location, since both areas were similar in size. Of course, the best method was to maintain her top position on the racial wealth leaderboard. However, Li Ji was well aware that her ability to achieve first place this time was largely due to luck. Having just entered the game for 3 days, the districts were isolated and no one was aware of the existence of the 3 major leaderboards. The officials couldn't communicate with each other, and for the sake of safety, they naturally wouldn't place all their assets in one person to avoid losing everything. But now that the importance of leaderboard rankings was known, it was certain that the authorities would absolutely change their asset distribution, and among the populous team formations had already begun to appear. The competition for rankings in a month would definitely be extremely fierce. Li Ji had little concern about continuing to occupy the first position on the regional leaderboard, but for the racial leaderboard. She wouldn't be blindly confident, but she also didn't think she was without hope. So much could happen in a month. These past 3 days had been more thrilling than 3 years on Blue Star. Who knew if there would be even more exciting events and adventures in the coming month? She was not blindly confident, so she would plan her escape route in advance. But her ambition never waned, which is why she always asked herself, why shouldn't it be her? The wealth leaderboard ranking might fluctuate, but Li Ji's goal was to always hold the first place. Li Ji picked up a few small transparent stones next to a corpse. Hausher noticed and expressed some surprise. Apocalypse dust. Li Ji nodded, counted the number in her palm, 9 pieces. With 9 pieces already, the last piece should be obtainable. How could it just drop down directly? And it even used a parachute. Li Ji also didn't know the reason. She divided 3 pieces to Hausher. Everyone gets a share. Hausher replied, I didn't see it at all, you picked it up, so it's yours. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't have seen it either. Li Ji stuffed those 3 pieces into her palm. There must be more here. Don't walk more than 100 meters away from my flying boat. Look around. And if you find more, I take 70, and you 3 can share the remaining 30. With so many corpses, they spread into the woods. She couldn't possibly collect everything alone. By distributing 30, it would save time and effort, and when the apocalypse dust surged later, it would also boost her favorability. Hausher asked, what use is there in picking this up? Although she said this, she had already walked over to another corpse to search. Tanxing Pass also came down and asked the same question, isn't apocalypse dust useless now? The flying boat no longer needed apocalypse dust as fuel. What are you collecting them for? Oh Huang replied, your hand is still wrapped in gauze. How about we collect them instead? You can just sit there. Your protective shield saved Sher's life. Ooh, it's only right that we help you collect them. Until they searched through the entire 100-meter area of corpses and bloodstains, the 4 of them collected a total of 109 pieces of apocalypse dust. Tanxing Pass held them in his hands. These little things look quite nice when gathered together like fragments of diamonds. Li Ji said, if I told you that it wouldn't be long before these things skyrocketed in value, would you believe me? Oh Huang replied, I believe. She responded too quickly and decisively, leaving Li Ji somewhat bewildered. You trust me that much? Oh Huang raised her chin, crossed her arms, and smiled. I trust myself. Can you guess why I'm called Oh Huang? Li Ji suddenly thought of how she had narrowly escaped death all afternoon, earning less than she would have by simply opening a box. Li Ji said, I don't want to guess, and also your wool curl has faded. Oh Huang's smile stiffened. Tanxing Pass and Hausher both laughed heartily, one holding their stomach and the other propping up the flying boat. In stark contrast to the cheerful atmosphere near the flying boat outside the safe zone, the hyena orcs lurked hungrily. They bared their fangs, gnawing on human corpses and entrails, their eyes gleaming green as they stared intently at this side, as if ready to pounce and bite them at any moment. Tanxing Pass caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye and immediately averted her gaze, her hand already grasping the climbing ladder. We've looked enough at these corpses, let's hurry up and go up. Oh Huang pressed down on Tanxing Pass. What are you afraid of? It's just a good opportunity for you to practice your courage. You're too timid. Tanxing Pass refused to look back. Practicing courage should be done progressively. If I look back one more time, I want to eat today. Hausher suggested, if you don't turn back, it won't help, but let's lift her up and place her in front so she can see. Hausher, are you a devil? Help me, Sanwu, help. I don't want to look. Tanxing Pass was lifted into the air towards the edge of the barrier by Oh Huang and Hausher, one holding her shoulder and the other grabbing her leg. This stance clearly aimed to make Tan Sheng pass, take this opportunity to practice her courage. Save me, Sinwu. Ah, Sanwu, save me. You said we are good sisters. Li Ji watched anxiously and hurried after them. Wait. Hao Shi and Oh Huang stopped in their tracks. Tan Sheng passed with teary eyes said, Sinwu, I knew you were still good to me. Li Ji grabbed her outstretched hand and pried the 109 pieces of apocalypse dust from her palm. She sighed in relief. Fortunately, they are all here. Sanwu, I hate. Those hyena beast men are retreating. Tan Sheng's desperate struggle froze mid-motion as he twisted his head toward them only to recoil instantly at the sight of the blood-soaked ground. Put me down. Hao Shi's voice carried quiet bewilderment. They seem afraid. Tan Sheng pointed at his own nose. Afraid of me? What do you think? Li Ji followed the hyena beastman's line of sight, only to glimpse several figures vanishing swiftly into the forest. Her expression shifted subtly. Something is coming. She had disembarked from the skyboat on instinct, forgetting her cloak entirely. Her spatial backpack remained aboard. Aside from the fused insignia pinned to her undershirt, she carried nothing at all. Tan Sheng frowned in confusion. So what if it arrives? We still have our barrier. Li Ji recalled the fleeting figures she'd seen, and a cold premonition tightened in her chest. I'm afraid it won't hold. How could it possibly fail? Hao Shi's tone turned grave. As they spoke, those hidden within the woods, realizing they'd been spotted, emerged one by one from shadowed recesses. Li Ji's heart lurched. 15. Tan Sheng's voice brightened with genuine delight. They're all human. Oh Huang noticed Li Ji's increasingly ashen face, and her own expression hardened. Sanwu, your barrier should repel them, right? Her barrier remained intact, but it was never designed to stop humans. No, Li Ji said flatly. Oh Huang clung to a sliver of hope. You're joking, aren't you? Li Ji forced a wry smile. I wish I were. From now on, she would pause thrice before disembarking, and weld her cloak permanently to her body. We must get back to the skyboat. Tan Sheng finally sensed the gravity of the situation. But they're closer to it than we are. At that moment, Li Ji and her 3 companions stood nearly aligned in a straight line with the 15 figures emerging from the woods, the skyboat anchored precisely at its center. Li Ji stood at least 80 meters from the vessel. The others were already within 30 meters. Oh Huang spoke rapidly. Can you fight? How many can you take on alone? 2, Li Ji replied. Without her cloak, she had no weapons, no tools, no training in martial arts or combat. Relying solely on her D2 attribute points 2 was her absolute limit. Oh Huang hesitated. That tone makes it hard to believe you actually can take 2. Hao Shi stepped forward resolute. I'll hold them off, run for the boat, and find a way to support us from above. No, we can't. Your ability today, it's already spent. Then this is our only option. Stop arguing. Li Ji cut in sharply. If you trust me, buy me time to reach my skyboat. Hao Shi and Oh Huang fell silent at once. Oh Huang paused, eyes flickering with inner conflict. You must bring Sheng Sheng. Hao Shi added firmly, board your vessel. Li Ji nodded. Agreed. I'm staying. I'll stay with you both. And why do you look like you're preparing to sacrifice yourselves? For of us together might yet prevail. Do you truly believe we stand a chance? Tan Sheng considered it. I don't think we'll die. A palpable wave of relief washed over Oh Huang and Hao Shi. Li Ji stared in disbelief. Can't you see the axes and knives hidden behind their backs, and the gun in the central figure's hand? Sheng Sheng's talent is intuition, especially danger sense. If she says we're safe, then victory is likely. Li Ji understood the sudden shift in tone. In the span of a few words, the strangers had already reached the rear of their skyboat. One was already beginning to climb aboard. Li Ji acted without hesitation. We move forward. Forward. Forward buys us room to maneuver. Shall we abandon the skyboat and flee blindly into the woods? Leaving aside whether we'd even escape. Then what? The pack of hyena beastmen still waited poised and patient. Hao Shi gave a single terse nod. Go. The moment they stirred, several women flanking Oh Huang's skyboat raised their blades and axes in wary unison. The woman at the center lifted a hand. Instantly, the others lowered their weapons. She stepped forward from the group, not tense like the rest, but calm, almost kind. Yet her words chilled the air. You showed commendable nerve. Had you frozen in place, or fled into the woods, you'd already be riddled with bullets. A round-faced girl beside her beamed. Aunt Sue, does that mean they've passed the trial? The woman addressed as Aunt Sue was not the speaker, but a quiet, unassuming middle-aged man standing beside her nearing 40. Aunt Sue's gaze swept toward them. Li Ji immediately offered a demure, winsome smile. Aunt Sue, greetings. My greatest virtue is obedience. I go east when told, never west. My talent is speed. I run faster than anyone. I'll integrate seamlessly into our new family. Tan Sheng and the others gaped at Li Ji's lightning-fast pivot into docility. But after a shared glance, each began introducing themselves in turn. Aunt Sue, greetings. Though timid, my talent is danger intuition. I'm invaluable too. Aunt Sue, greetings. My talent is raw strength. I'll shoulder every burden without complaint. Aunt Sue, greetings. Enough. I'll spare you the theatrics, Aunt Sue said evenly. I see clearly 3 of you form a faction. My team permits no cliques. You decide how to resolve this. Hao Shi's eyes turned glacial. Li Ji seized her arm and feigned wounded sorrow. Aunt Sue, thank you for finally vindicating me. They've ostracized me for ages, yet none would ever admit it. She choked out the next words, voice breaking, tears streaming, breath ragged, neck and temples straining with visible veins. She's my own sister, yet treats other sisters better than me. Watches coldly while I'm bullied at school. Even joins others in accusing me of theft. Aunt Sue blinked, her gaze shifting between Li Ji and Hao Shi. You're her elder sister? Hao Shi's jaw tightened. Yes. Blood-related. You don't resemble each other, Aunt Sue probed gently. Hao Shi replied curtly, we share no mother. The round-faced girl murmured softly, no wonder. Aunt Sue glanced at her. She instantly mimed, zipping her lips shut. Aunt Sue paused, thoughtful. You four may remain, but hear this plainly: if I discover any factional scheming among you. Her sentence hung unfinished as a figure clambered down from Oh Huang's skyboat. Aunt Sue. They're lying. The cargo aboard belongs to 3 people. Aunt Sue's gaze settled unwavering on Li Ji. Li Ji sobbed, uncontrollably gasping between broken phrases. I didn't lie. We fought. She said she had no sister, so she moved the things over. I never lie. Hao Shi stiffened. She is my sister. And yes, we quarreled. Very well. Aunt Sue smiled warmly. Your sister may join outright. As for your 2 friends, you may choose which one dies. If neither dares strike, will assist. Refuse to choose, and all 3 perish. Understood? As Aunt Sue finished speaking, the woman at the center furrowed her brow, but uttered no dissent. The others exchanged uneasy glances, then raised their blades and axes. After the woman gave a slow, solemn nod. Choose. Li Ji's eyes shifted slightly, yet she stifled her sobs and remained silent. She had already said enough, any more would drag her down. Moreover, she still had another path to take. Within 100 meters of the original teleportation point, an anchor point teleportation could be activated at any time. Standing here, she could teleport to the Wild Market or Black Iron Port, and then teleport back to the flying boat. However, the Wild Market would teleport her to the center of the market, and it would take at least an hour to walk out. Meanwhile, Black Iron Port was undergoing a closure and reconstruction, and the status of the teleportation array was unpredictable. It was highly likely that it could either be closed or lead to a scenario from which there was no return. Too many things could happen in this time frame. Unless she was willing to give up this flying boat and buy another one at Black Iron Port. But her cloak, spatial backpack, and nearly all her belongings were on the ship. Moreover, she had invested too much effort into this ship over the past 3 days. She was unwilling to give it up without a struggle. Li Ji's hand in her pocket suddenly touched a hard corner, and her eyes sparkled. The 3 members of the royal were clearly also unwilling to accept their fate. Their expressions shifted, but facing the overwhelming numbers and weapon advantages of the opposing side, they could not move. The greedy whispered something in the ear of Royal, whose gaze went blank as if lost in thought. After a deep glance at Li Ji, she closed her eyes. The woman in the middle said, have you made your decision? Greedy had red rings around her eyes. Sister, can we promise not to form factions? I beg you. Please believe that we really won't form factions, and if you want to say anything about forming factions when the second batch of humans is dropped, everyone has family. Would you not allow everyone to reunite with their loved ones? Her expression changed slightly, and her tone was harsher than before. You have only 30 seconds left. If you can't come up with something, you'll all die together. Li Ji suddenly looked up. Aunt Sue. They'll kill her. Just kill her. She pointed at Greedy with red-rimmed eyes. As long as one person dies, right? Then let it be you. Before anyone else could react, Li Ji charged toward Greedy. At the same time, she swiftly began to draw her cards. Li Ji level source card. Li Ji level source card. Boots of Haste, slow, one-time talent. Eye of Truth, one-time talent. Li Ji was drenched in cold sweat, urgently hitting the brakes. She had almost directly played the second card of this set. 2 one-time source cards. Was this the blessing of the royal's talent? Terrifying indeed. It was a pity that her intermediate card was in her cloak. Otherwise, if she could instantly upgrade to D3, the situation might flip in an instant. Li Ji's angle of charge toward Greedy was incredibly subtle. Neither the people behind her nor those on the flying boat could see the 5 cards that appeared in her hand in an instant. Only Royal and Greedy could see, but they both controlled their expressions. Especially Greedy, who only turned to run after confirming that she had put away her cards. Why should I be killed? Your sister likes me because I am likable. My sister and I have already agreed to kill her. At that moment, Li Ji activated the Eye of Truth. As she chased Greedy, every person she caught in her peripheral vision had their talents, names, identities, and most desired wishes hovering above their heads. Real name: Su Su. Player, nickname: Years of Peace. Player, talent: coordination. Identity: former company executive, current hunter team. Leader: desire: use Yurin Tuya until her daughter can take over. Real name: Yurin Tuya. Player, nickname: Afraid of You. Player, talent: perfect. Aim: identity: former prairie shooter, current second in command of the hunter team. Desire: lead the team to occupy the prairie. Real name. Real name. As she scanned through, there was hardly any useful information apart from Yurin Tuya and Su Su. Li Ji was about to retract her gaze when she caught sight of a younger girl standing near her flying boat, seemingly indifferent. Real name: Hee-Jun. Player, nickname: No seats in the study room. Player, talent: sound, shield. Identity: former college student, current hunter team. Leaders: daughter. Desire: break free from her mother's control. She tightened the communication card left in her pocket. Grab the girl in front of my flying boat. Greedy turned her steps, and before Hee-jun could fully react, she swiftly grabbed her, pressing a dagger against her neck. Su and the other members of the hunter team changed their expressions drastically. Li Ji was also startled. Why are you grabbing her? Greedy, if I'm going to die anyway, you'll take someone down with me. Her voice trembled, but her hand was steady, already drawing blood from Hee-jun's neck. Hee-jun's confusion gradually turned to fear. What do you want to do? You let her go. Su's hand at her side began to tremble, but she quickly hid it. You want to negotiate with us, right? Then you let her go, and I'll let all 4 of you join our team. Greedy's eyes flickered with interest for just a second. I still want you to kill her. She was clearly looking in Li Ji's direction. Su looked at Yurin without hesitation. However, Yurin hesitated a bit. If we keep this girl, her loyalty will be higher than that of the others. Li Ji was so scared that tears streamed down her face again. Yes. I don't want to die. If I survive, I will definitely obey you. Please don't kill me. Su's gaze turned slightly cold, but her tone was persuasive. At least control her first. Yurin fell silent for a moment and slowly approached Li Ji. Li Ji begged while stepping back. I beg you, please don't kill me. Yurin showed some reluctance. Don't worry, I'm just going to capture you. Later we can exchange hostages, and you'll be fine. I don't believe you. Li Ji panicked and ran towards Teacher Hao. Yurin sighed and quickened her pace, catching up to Li Ji in no time. At that moment, Li Ji turned around and threw the already activated slow at her. Yurin reacted swiftly and immediately retreated, but she couldn't grab the card, and her legs felt heavy, as if they were unresponsive. Now's the time. The moment Li Ji's voice fell, Teacher Hao seized Yurin and took her gun. The situation turned on a dime. Although the hunters still held their knives and axes, their main fighting force had been captured, causing their momentum to weaken significantly. Su's pupils trembled at the sight of the wound on her daughter's neck, but years of negotiation experience allowed her to quickly regain her composure. Even if you have taken 2 hostages, we still outnumber you 3-1. A real fight would bring you no benefit. So let us each take a step back. As she spoke, Li Ji had already donned the boots of speed and taken over from Tansheng Pass, seizing Hee-jun. And Su, let's not beat around the bush. I know she is your daughter, and I am well aware of the value of the leverage I hold. Therefore, there is no room for compromise. All of you, including those on the airship, must retreat to at least 100 meters away. Upon hearing Li Ji expose Hee-jun's identity, Su could no longer maintain her calm demeanor. Her gaze turned icy. If we all step back and you board the airship directly, what happens if you don't release her? Li Ji pressed the dagger down. The wound on Hee-jun's neck instantly changed from a superficial injury to a deep cut. As blood flowed, Su's pupils constricted. I agree. Her eyes hardened, yet her tone remained gentle. Do not harm her. You are a daughter too. You have a mother. Moreover, Aunt has been protecting you all along, wanting you to join us. Have you forgotten? Li Ji smiled. Aunt Su, playing the emotional card won't work on me. I will count to 10, and if you haven't retreated to the designated position, my knife might lose its mercy. 10, 9, 8. Retreat. Li Ji spoke quickly. Su immediately ordered everyone to fall back, including those on the airship who slid down with ropes. 1. Li Ji turned back, her gaze sweeping over the still vigilant trio of the European Emperor and the tightly bound, yet calm Yurin, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Let's proceed as we discussed earlier. Teacher Hao said, don't worry. After putting on the boots of speed, Li Ji's speed attribute reached 14. In just a blink, she covered dozens of meters, climbing the cloud ladder. She noticed signs of tampering on the cockpit door, but it hadn't been opened yet. Letting out a sigh of relief, Li Ji touched the cockpit door, triggering the defense systems recognition program, and easily opened the door. Without delay, she went upstairs to put on a cloak, bringing along the crossbow and cards before returning to the cockpit to adjust the direction of the light crossbow cannon. On the plane, both sides standing at either end saw the crossbow cannon on the airship turning towards them. As the cannon aimed at the hunters, everyone, including the subdued Su, felt a surge of fear. The light crossbow cannon may not rank high among firearms in terms of lethality. However, at such a close distance, no one could withstand the onslaught. As they anxiously speculated whether the fire would descend, Li Ji poked her head out and casually said, now you can lead the way. Su let out a breath of relief, but then paused. Lead the way. Li Ji replied, the beginner phase just ended, but you don't seem like newcomers here. You must have your own base, right? Take me there. Su was on guard. What do you intend to do? Li Ji replied, Aunt Su, it's unreasonable that you can rob us, but we can't rob you in return, right? Yurin interjected, that's unacceptable. Her speech slowed considerably, yet it was firm. The supplies at the shelter were painstakingly gathered while those hyenas were caught off guard. If they take them away, we won't have another chance to stockpile supplies. When those hyenas come for revenge, we will all perish. Su softened her tone. We are all compatriots. We had no intention of wiping you out. Forcing you to take everything and leaving us to die is no different. She was not looking at Li Ji, but rather at the 3 from Tansheng Pass who were holding Hee-jun and Yurin captive. Her gaze swept around and finally settled on Tansheng Pass. Little girl, let me say something bold. My age is probably similar to your mother's, and my daughter is about your age. In a place like this, a mother only hopes for her child to have food and water to live well. Your mother here would certainly make the same choice. I truly do not want to harm you, I have no other choice. For a moment Tan Sheng Pass wavered. But soon Li Ji's surprised voice interrupted. There really is a stronghold, and it has quite a bit of supplies. Why aren't you leading the way already? Su Su looked at Tan Sheng Pass with pleading eyes. Li Ji said, Aunt Su, your helplessness means letting children the same age as your daughter kill each other, just to secure your and your daughter's positions in your team. Su Su's expression changed. Li Ji used a transmission card to say, Teach her how you and the European Emperor take Yuan Tua onto your ship. Remember to tie her up tightly and forcibly bring He Jun to my ship. Under the threat of Li Ji's crossbow cannon, the hunters dared not move. The three from Tan Sheng Pass soon led their respective hostages onto the ship. Lead the way. Su Su had no choice but to walk in front. The group moved through the forest. Li Ji's airship flew slowly in the front, and after about half an hour the view suddenly opened up. It was a canyon. In the center was a river, and on either side were plains of varying widths beneath the mountains. At its narrowest point it could only allow one person to pass, while the widest area exceeded 300 meters in diameter. Two sizable wooden houses were perfectly built at the two widest points adjacent to the mountains, relying on each other with three sides recessed, and an outer perimeter of stone walls and watchtowers fully utilizing the terrain to create a defensible position. Most importantly, not far away an airship was docked. This hunter's group was wealthier than she had imagined. The airship was large, and the woman on the watchtower immediately signaled. Li Ji saw a dozen people emerge from the wooden house, and the leader had a pair of furry ears that resembled those of the hyena beastmen seen earlier. However, apart from that, she had no other beastman features. The leader shouted towards Su Su, who was still a distance away. Aunt Su, where did that airship come from? Where is Tua? Before she could wait for Su Su's answer, she saw the light crossbow cannon aimed at the entire base. In the next second, the cannon fired, exploding against the opposite mountain. The ground shook violently, smoke billowed, and rocks tumbled, some crashing into the river and creating huge waves, instantly blocking part of the water flow. The cannon turned back again. A strange voice echoed across the plain. Bring out all your supplies, including food, clothing, raw materials, and weapons. If you hide anything, I will blow your base to pieces. Those left at the base aside from the leader seemed to be the elderly, the weak, and the sick. As Li Ji aimed her cannon at the base, a person who had just gotten up fell back to the ground trembling. The greedy pass discovered that the person had only one leg and couldn't help but say, Sanwu, it seems there are disabled people here. The Euro Monarch and Master Hao, who were following behind, also witnessed the scene. Euro Monarch, how about we forget it? We recovered the flying boat, and there's no real loss. These people are either old or disabled, but it feels a bit immoral to rob them. Listening to their sympathetic tone, Li Ji's expression was quite subtle. Her eye of truth was still in effect. The girl who fell and was pitied by everyone had the following information displayed above her: real name Wu Yin, player nickname Wu Ying, player talent modification identity, grandson of the former richest man in Engshi, now the top of the wealth list in District 16, behind Thessine, strategist of the Hunter Group, desire to install mechanical prosthetics and obtain a summoning card. Even without the eye of truth, Li Ji could see through her. Wu Yin was a classmate of hers from middle and high school, and after graduation she had seen her at various banquets a few times. Their interactions were minimal. Interestingly, they always witnessed each other in their most embarrassing and ugliest moments. Li Ji smiled. What are you all thinking? I'm definitely not that kind of person. I only chased after you to understand why others died so tragically with parachutes while you all managed to survive. Oh right, I almost forgot about that, Greedy Pass said. Master Hao added, moreover, the novice period just ended a little over an hour ago. They couldn't possibly have built these two houses in just an hour. They must have come down early. Even if they came down early, it should only be at most 2 days earlier. Building it in 2 days is a bit exaggerated. Knowing about the existence of the construction platform, Li Ji did not find the house exaggerated. However, it was good that it made her suspicious of these people. Since she was here, she couldn't leave empty-handed. Li Ji said, that's why I wanted to come see their base, to see if there's something special here. She donned her cloak and stepped out of the cockpit, gazing at the frail Wu Yin from a distance. Wu Yin immediately lowered her head, appearing very frightened. A woman with beast ears quickly stood in front of her, saying, you want supplies, right? We'll give them to you. She called to a few people huddled together. Go to the warehouse and bring the things out for them. One person with red-rimmed eyes asked, how much should we bring? The beast-eared woman was about to speak when she was interrupted by Wu Yin's cough. She hurriedly helped Wu Yin up, saying, little Wu, are you all right? Wu Yin shook her head, her expression fearful. Sister Yun, let's move everything out, I'm scared. Sister Yun's lips parted slightly, then quickly closed. Oh fine, then let's move everything out. Li Ji narrowed her eyes. Wu Yin's expression was definitely off, but it was likely she didn't want to cause trouble, but to hide something. What was in the warehouse? Li Ji raised an eyebrow and returned to the cockpit to draw another card. Clone, one-time talent, fabric, one's own invisibility, one-time talent, one bottle of alcohol, fruit of temptation, fruit of temptation. It sounded quite special. Li Ji even skipped over the 2 one-time talents to check the details of the fruit of temptation. Fruit of temptation, a special fruit that grows by the Green Lake. Eating it increases mental power by 100 for 10 minutes, and your words will have a powerful tempting effect. This is something that someone of your level shouldn't be able to obtain. The dual blessings of fortune and luck Make even the unlucky become fortunate. Mental power 100. Li Ji found it hard to believe. She was already very satisfied with a badge that increased all attributes by 2. 5 and boots that boosted her speed by 2. Who would have thought that something that increased mental power by 100 would appear? And it wasn't even equipment, just a fruit. Li Ji suddenly became very interested in this green lake. There must be at least 100 fruits on a single tree, right? If she could make a trip. Li Ji swallowed hard. After purchasing everything, she drew another card. Shield one-time talent copy card, intermediate copy card, drawing box merge card. Is that all? She certainly wanted the shield and intermediate copy card. But compared to the previous items, these seemed unworthy of her blessings and luck. Li Ji recalled when she used the communication card Euro Monarch's explanation of her talent. I can't determine the time. Sometimes it lasts a day, and sometimes only a few minutes. It depends on the person's desire for what they seek and the difficulty of obtaining it. The more they desire something rare, the faster the blessing will be consumed. Conversely, it can last longer for something easier to obtain. So, that's why she drew 3 times. Was the effect of the blessing already weakening? Li Ji hurriedly drew again. Wound Ointment, Light Armor, Yellow Essence, Stealth, one-time talent 1 Durian. It seems that only luck was still holding up. Though the increase in luck was small, it would gradually weaken. Li Ji decided not to draw again. The supply should be about ready. It was time for her to go out and take a look. When Li Ji opened the cockpit door again, the ground below was already piled high with food, fabric, and materials. There were over 50 bags of rice and grains, flour, and wheat started at 5 bags each, along with materials and fabric filling a third of the open space. Greedy Pass, holding Hee-jun on the deck, was also taken aback, saying, "How do you have so many supplies?" Hee-jun kept her mouth shut. Earlier she was crying out in pain over her bleeding neck, but now she had an expression that seemed indifferent to life and death. Li Ji's gaze shifted from her to Wu Yin, who was still looking down, facing away from her, and appeared very scared. She sighed softly and said, "I thought about it, and Aunt Sue and Wu Rentuyo are right. It's not easy for you to gather these things. If I take them, it would be no different than exterminating you all. I'm not that kind of person, and you should keep these supplies." The women who had just been frowning while moving the supplies stopped in surprise. Wu Yin also turned around and looked up. Su was even more incredulous. "Are you really not taking them?" Li Ji replied, "Really, I mean what I say." Su's smile hadn't even fully formed when she heard Li Ji's next words. "However, you need to answer me one question and agree to let me take one item of my choice within my line of sight. What do you think?" Su pondered without speaking. Wu Rentuya made the decision directly. "You can ask." Li Ji replied, "First we sign a contract." She smiled at Wu Rentuya on the opposite ship deck, then turned and handed the contract to Hee-jun, who had already freed her hands. "You sign it." Su exclaimed, "No, she can't sign." Li Ji and Wu Rentuya simultaneously asked, "Why?" Su replied, "She's just an ordinary member and doesn't have the qualifications to sign a contract with you." She knew that Li Ji asking for only one item and one question was definitely better than robbing them of all their supplies, and she was aware that the effects of contracts in this world were much stronger than in Blue Star. But for some reason, she felt that things wouldn't be that simple. Hee-jun, however, had a complete reversal from her earlier desperate attitude, rushing to the railing and defiantly saying, "Just because you say I'm not qualified, I'm not." She directly opened the panel and exchanged the contract with Li Ji, signing her name without hesitation. Contract has taken effect. Li Ji tucked away the contract and glanced at the various expressions of the leaders and behind the scene strategists of the hunter group. "All right, my question is, what is your relation to those who fell to their deaths?" As for the item, she tilted her hand, slightly pointing to the other end of the canyon. "That flying boat will do." A succession of bombshells kept falling. The hunter team's members wore different expressions, none more pronounced than Hee-jun's. Her eyes wide and her mouth slightly agape, every feature betraying shock and disbelief. Li Ji was unsure whether she was astonished by the question or incredulous that someone would take off in an airship, yet that did not prevent Li Ji from having already selected her as the point of breakthrough. "From the moment you robbed that plane and came along this road, there were at least 20 corpses, not counting those dragged off by the hyena-like beast men. If you claim those deaths have nothing to do with you." Li Ji smiled faintly. "Then I will punish you for breaching the contract." She spread her hands and cited Article 11, Clause 2 of the contract. The second party must provide truthful and complete information and avoid concealing any material facts. If the second party intentionally withholds facts or fails in the duty of disclosure, the first party has the right to terminate the contract and claim compensation up to 1,000 gold. The compensation shall be borne by all members of the hunter team. 1,000 gold. Hee-jun almost broke her voice. "Why didn't you just seize it?" "Li Ji, I am not after your 1,000 gold. As someone who cares for justice, I only wish to uncover the truth for these fallen comrades." Li Ji's gaze swept over Wu Rentia, and Su paused for a second on Wu Yin, then returned to Hee-jun. "That group that urged people not to collect Tianqi microdust, was it organized by you?" Through the cloak, Hee-jun could not see Li Ji's expression, but she felt a tangible oppressive stare. She swallowed and instinctively turned to look for Su. Hee-jun stood some distance from the railing. Su down on the airship could not meet her gaze at all. Whether by maternal instinct or something else, Su Su answered for her. We did not incite anyone not to collect Tianqi microdust. When we formed the group at first, we only wanted to trade our homemade parachutes for some extra resources. Li Ji smiled. Then how is it that your own parachutes landed safely while others' parachutes plummeted with a sickening thud? Su Su, when we sold the parachutes, we warned buyers, if you lack parachuting experience, do not purchase. But those who bought all claimed to have experience. You know how novices behave. We cannot verify each person's true skill. Can you blame us for that? Li Ji, and Su, what I am asking is why your people, your own members, each landed safely, and yet by such coincidence all landed in the same spot. Su Su, unable to evade the core question, sighed and spoke plainly. We'll be frank. While selling parachutes, we were also selecting team members. As you can see, a rudimentary team has formed here. After choosing suitable members, we trained them in parachuting. That is a team benefit and not included in the parachute sale price. Li Ji cast a sidelong glance at Wu Yin. He still wore an expression of pitiable bewilderment. She quietly snapped 2 photos with her panel before continuing. So you mean your fragile team members, after training, all landed safely, while those tall consumers were torn to pieces? Before Su Su could speak, Li Ji cut through, and one of them was your husband. Her eye of truth could discern the identities of the living, and of course those of the corpses as well. Connections between related people appeared as arrows linking them. Li Ji noticed an intriguing pattern. 1/3 of those who fell to their deaths were connected to the hunter team. The more brutal the fall, the deeper the connection. The composed Su Su's calm shattered. She looked nearly frantic toward Hejun. But with the thick hull between them, she could not see Hejun's face. Hejun spoke up. So what? My mother warned him many times if he chose to jump, who's to blame? Li Ji, what about the others? Hejun's eyes darkened with hostility. How should I know about the others? Li Ji looked at Su Su. Do you know? Su Su fell silent. This was the hunter team's deepest secret, something that must never be revealed. Li Ji sighed. It seems you intend to keep it hidden. Then I will have to invoke the contract and claim a fee for information loss. Hejun, you set out to steal everything from us, didn't you? Hejun spat. You speak of fairness. You're a robber. Li Ji, I've already said I'm not that sort of person. We are all compatriots. I have no wish to slaughter you. Just hand over all the Tianqi microdust. Hejun's hostile expression froze into bewilderment. You only want the Tianqi microdust. Li Ji added, and that airship. Hejun, you should have said so earlier. It's only. Su Su cut her off. Hejun. Her voice was resolute. We absolutely refuse. Li Ji, then it's 1000 gold. Wu Rentuya, you must have been after the Tianqi microdust all along, haven't you? By now the stratagems had run their course and the dagger was revealed. It was no surprise to Wu Rentuya that Li Ji had an aim, only that she had not guessed it sooner. Li Ji said calmly, I truly want to know how those people died. Of course I did come to your lair because of the Tianqi microdust. After the airship landed, Li Ji stepped down in a daze. She did not immediately reboard when she came to, because she had glimpsed Tianqi microdust strewn across the ground. At a rough count, there were more than 30 particles around the airship, and they were all scattered by the bodies. There were 11 visible corpses on the plain, each surrounded by at least 6 Tianqi microdust particles, and as the path extended into the woods, there were numerous scattered body parts. How many Tianqi microdust particles might there be here? Li Ji did not finish calculating before she hurried off to collect them. When she casually mentioned to Hao Shi and the others that Tianqi microdust would rise in value, it was meant to prevent them from becoming suspicious when they later saw her rifling through corpses to gather the particles. Later the hunter team arrived. Li Ji's first thought was how to get away, as she assumed they had come because 2 airships had landed in succession. The prize was too great, and she did not think of Tianqi microdust. Only when she confronted the hunter team did she notice the small cloth pouches at their waists rustling with sand, and that around the body parts leading into the forest, there was not a single Tianqi microdust particle left. Li Ji then guessed the hunter team had not come because of her, but had planned to come here all along. Later, as she piloted her airship and followed them back to base, she confirmed her suspicion. The base was too far from the plane for them to have set out only after seeing the airship. Only one conclusion remained: these people knew there were Tianqi microdust particles here and had come expressly for them. Couple that with someone in the region chat on the second day of the novice period urging others not to collect Tianqi microdust, and founding a group that already had over 1300 members. Li Ji dared not imagine how many particles the mastermind behind that group had already hoarded. She feared that the more she thought about it, the more excited she would become, and that nearby Tanshan Pass and Hejun would notice. What a twist of fate this was. It had brought her into contact with an enormous quantity of Tianqi microdust. She gave thanks for stepping off the ship. She gave thanks to the hunter team that came to rob them. She gave thanks for her so-called luck. Now I will tell you, those who died are all deserving of their fate. Wu Rentia had already recovered, but she was still bound, standing on the ship of the European emperor, locking eyes with Li Ji from a distance. We will land safely, and we indeed have our own methods. However, we are willing to give you that flying boat and the Tianqi micron and let this matter rest. Do you agree? Tuya, absolutely not. I agree. At the side of Wu Yin, the beast-eared woman, and Su Su along with Li Ji spoke simultaneously. Wu Rentuya, Is this what you call a just person seeking the truth for the deceased? Li Ji, I am a merchant. Everything I say is merely to achieve my own ends. Under the cloak, Li Ji's expression slightly changed. This was not what she intended to say. Wu Rentuya, so you don't care at all about how those people died? Li Ji, I do care. I want to know whether these people's deaths were caused by human intervention or by the game. The truth can help me assess the extent to which the game controls this world and humanity. But I really don't care about their lives. I only say this to embellish myself and to create pressure from a moral high ground exposing your flaws. This is just basic negotiation tactics. Having blurted out so much, Li Ji knew she had definitely fallen into a trap without knowing it and closed her eyes wearily. Wu Rentuya, what is your game nickname? Li Ji, return my Samsung 5 cost. Wu Rentuya, return my 3. This name sounds a bit familiar. Su, she is number 1 on the wealth leaderboard of Area 15. Wu Rentuya was taken aback. It's you? Wu Yin's eyes also showed more suspicion and scrutiny. She grabbed the beast-eared woman and whispered a few words in her ear. The beast-eared woman nodded. What is your real name? Li Ji. Is that all you want to ask? The item that allows you to designate someone to answer questions should be quite rare, right? Wu Rentuya, I just want to confirm your true intentions and whether you will exterminate us completely. She tugged hard with both hands, breaking the ropes, binding her, which fell to the ground. A thin blade appeared between her fingers, but she retracted it, hiding it in her arm. Wu Rentuya, I haven't harmed your friends. I hope you will keep your word. Take the flying boat and the Tianqi Micron, and we will consider this matter settled. Su, absolutely not. You know that flying boat and the Tianqi Micron are, Wu Rentuya. Aunt Su, I know, but there is no other solution now. Do you think if we refuse she won't just take it herself? Su looked at the dark cannon, muzzle, her face gradually paling. A sense of despair enveloped the entire base. Li Ji, I have something else to attend to later, so I won't get involved in your internal conflict. Hand over the items, and I will leave immediately. Wu Rentuya, you go get the Tianqi Micron. Su hesitated, but upon seeing He Jun on Li Ji's ship, she turned around and went inside. Soon after, she appeared with a large bag of Tianqi Micron. Li Ji did not disembark, but used the mechanism of the contract to directly hand over the Tianqi Micron. The Tianqi Micron appeared on the scale. The scale clearly calculated the quantity, 2,176 pieces. Li Ji knew this was definitely not all of their Tianqi Micron. However, the profits from this trip had already exceeded her expectations. It was time to stop while ahead. She did not want to force anyone into a desperate situation. Leaving a way out would make future encounters easier. Regardless of what others say, with Wu Yin's vengeful nature, she would definitely be keeping an eye on her. Although Li Ji did not know what her purpose was for lurking here, she was sure there was a motive. She left some leeway so that in future confrontations she could find a way to resolve things. Li Ji directly stuffed the Tianqi Micron into her merchant backpack and said, "Whose flying boat is that? Let's sign a transfer agreement. Wu Rentuya, I will sign with you." Li Ji quickly completed the contract and a dialog box popped up in front of her system. Detected player, return my Samsung 5 cost. Owning 2 flying boats with options to disassemble, fuse, upgrade, and network operations. Disassemble, restore the flying boat to its original material state. Fuse and upgrade, improve the quality of the main vessel, expand the area of the main vessel. Network operation, unmanned driving mode, networking, allowing the captain to operate 2 flying boats simultaneously. Li Ji unhesitatingly chose network operation. She intended to fish for cloud or at high altitudes, and she needed a flying boat as both a miner's residence and a harvesting site. This ordinary flying boat perfectly met her requirements. Although it lacked weapons and defense, the cabin and storage were spacious enough, and as long as more cloud networks were added later, it could be put to use. After making her choice, Li Ji did not delay, piloting the flying boat to slowly ascend, disappearing from the sight of the hunters' group. Wu Rentuya let out a slow sigh of relief. He Jun, who had just been released, exchanged glances with Su, quickly averting her gaze, her fingers curling. Did I cause trouble? Su said nothing, simply shielding her behind her and bowing towards Wu Yin. All of this is the result of my poor decision-making. I will take full responsibility. It's not your fault. Wu Yin gazed in the direction the flying boat had vanished, her face not showing the anger Su had imagined. She has always been good at posturing and lying with ease. It's normal for you to suffer a bit when she has her eyes on you. Wu Rentuya and Su were taken aback, and He Jun's mouth fell open. Sistering, do you know her? Wu Yin's lips curled slightly. She might be one of my few old friends. Su confused. Then why didn't you acknowledge her earlier? That way we wouldn't have to hand over the Tianqi Micron and the flying boat. Wu Yin, it's useless. Even if I expose her identity, she will pretend not to know me. He Jun, why? Wu Yin smirked. What is her purpose? Su, the Tianqi Micron. So how can you rob someone you know? He Jun, bewildered. But don't we want to stop her from robbing us? Do you know what will happen if she doesn't get what she wants? She will find ways to make you lose, even more, compensating for what she didn't get and what she should have had. Let the flying boat operate autonomously to the resource points marked on the map. Li Ji immediately refreshes the card pool, using up all his mental energy before upgrading, emphasizing a principle of waste not. He had refreshed 4 times before leaving 11 attempts remaining. Li Ji quickly drew cards. The blessing effect had worn off, and luck seemed to have been nearly exhausted. The cards drawn in those 11 attempts were all unremarkable. Li Ji's warehouse had gained some raw materials and food. The only surprise was that he had drawn 2 new one-time heavenly talent cards. Tracking one-time talent can be used on grade and below races. After use, coordinates of the target can be checked anytime within a day of the awakening. Invisibility one-time talent after use races below S grade cannot see through your level and true form. Usage count 33. Can be used for 15 Earth minutes at a time. Why do some people always draw some shady things in card games? Li Ji habitually ignored the words in parentheses, stored these 2 one-time talent cards, and took out the source card and intermediate duplication card. Successfully used the intermediate duplication card to copy Li Ji's grade source card. 3 source cards were stacked together. Li Ji's breathing slowed. 2,176 pieces of awakening dust synthesized indeed constituted a large asset, but the ability to upgrade was her greatest surprise today. Golden light flickered, gradually solidifying into coins floating in midair. Li Ji eagerly extended her hand, allowing the coins to fall into her palm. As the coins touched her skin, they transformed into a surge of power entering her body, and a dialog box popped up in front of her. Congratulations, player, you have reclaimed 3-star 5 cost. Level up to D3, gaining 9 attribute points, which can be allocated freely. Li Ji opened her current attribute table. Player attributes. Health 22. 6,524. 15 slight injuries, recovering equipment attribute bonus, mental 15. 515. 5 equipment attribute 2. 5 strength 10. 5 equipment attribute 2. 5 speed 14. 5 equipment attribute 4. 5 comprehensive combat power 11. 5 power of the mighty mouse. With the enhancement from the badge and boots, her attributes were now quite balanced. Mental power was her foundation and her greatest advantage. Recently, she planned to profit from selling low-grade raw materials to upgrade to high-grade materials, so her mental attribute must be increased. However, strength and speed would affect overall health and combat power. Her experiences of escaping at Black Iron Harbor and being suppressed by the Hunter group had already highlighted the importance of these 2 aspects. Li Ji felt that 9 attribute points were too few. It was simply insufficient. Therefore, some trade-offs were necessary. Li Ji did not hesitate for long. Add 4 points to mental, 1 point to strength, and 4 points to speed. In the short term, strength was relatively the least important. She lacked defensive techniques, and simply increasing strength wouldn't be of much use. Speed was different. The 5 attribute points gained from the combined enhancement of the badge and boots made her feel significantly lighter while running, and her agility and climbing and dodging obstacles had greatly improved. Li Ji wanted to try if raising her speed attribute to 18. 5 would yield even greater improvements. Point allocation. Successful player attributes. Health 33, able to peck with the rock beak bird equipment attribute bonus. Mental 19. 519. 5 grade ceiling equipment attribute 2. 5 strength 11. 5 lowest among all races equipment attribute 2. 5 speed 18. 5 don't touch the Tiger Clan's backside without wearing boots equipment attribute 4. 5 comprehensive combat power 15, power of a fox, health fully restored. Li Ji unwrapped the bandage, looking thoughtfully at her already healed fingers and palm. Did this mean that as long as she kept 3 source cards without upgrading, she could reserve them for use in critical moments? Blood revival. Full mental capacity. Isn't this more effective than any potent healing potion? However, Li Ji realized that the probability of this being applicable in reality was almost 0. She was currently too low in level. Races above grade wanting to kill her might not even give her the opportunity to use the source card for upgrading. More crucially, she couldn't let anyone know the secret of the source card. Li Ji pushed open the door of the cockpit and ran back and forth on the deck, feeling as light as a swallow. If she were to return to Black Iron Harbor last night, she would definitely not get hurt climbing that crystal door. Experiencing her gradual strengthening firsthand filled her with a sense of achievement, igniting an even stronger desire for power and strength. Li Ji leaned against the railing, looking at another flying boat not far away, waving her hand cheerfully. Tan Sheng Pass happened to be on the deck as well and waved back vigorously. In the cockpit, the Lucky Emperor saw this scene and turned to Haoshi. What do you think of Sanwo? Haoshi was training against a sandbag, and upon hearing he replied, without looking up, a person with very strong adaptability. The Lucky Emperor was momentarily taken aback before laughing. True, she does seem to adapt to this world quickly. Many times I feel like I'm still playing a game, but she appears to have fully integrated into this world and is seriously planning for the future. Haoshi retracted his fist, shaking his head. Not just that. The Lucky Emperor asked, what do you mean? Haoshi responded, recall your reaction when you first saw those corpses upon landing. What was your response? The Lucky Emperor thought for a moment, his face slowly paling. Nausea, fear. I didn't want to get down at all. She looked dazed. Right when I saw Sanwo, I wondered how this person had such strong mental resilience. Not only was she not nauseated by seeing corpses, but she also remained unfazed while searching for awakening dust. I thought maybe she frequently dealt with corpses on Blue Star, but so much happened later that I forgot about it. Haoshi said when she first got off the flying boat her breathing was very rapid, and she approached the corpses slowly, her steps heavier than when she descended. This was a clear sign of resistance, but once she reached my side, all those signs vanished. The Lucky Emperor sat up slowly. What do you mean? Are you saying she adjusted her mindset in the few steps it took to walk over? I remember you vomited for a whole day and night when you returned from the trial ground. Haoshi looked into the Lucky Emperor's eyes. That's exactly what I mean. Ming Chuan, with her psychological resilience, as long as she doesn't die, she will only grow stronger. Building a good relationship with her brings only benefits and no disadvantages. The Lucky Emperor replied, but what we want isn't to just hold on to a strong individual, we want to find a place to live steadily. Don't think about that for now. Haoshi sat down beside her. The reason I'm telling you about her changes is to remind you of another thing. The Lucky Emperor asked, what is it? Samwu is extremely vigilant, possessing a strong defensive psychology against others, not allowing herself to show weakness in front of anyone. This means she is unlikely to reveal her true self to anyone, nor will she easily trust others. However, the opposite is true. She is someone who is particularly easy to get along with, or rather particularly adept at interacting with people. A person who doesn't believe in others, yet can easily gain their trust. What do you think will happen when you interact with her? You'll be left with nothing. The Lucky Emperor exclaimed. Haoshi replied, no, you will find ways to earn her trust, and hope she can trust you. Why? The Lucky Emperor frowned. Because she already knows your talents, and the three of us owe her a huge favor. In the future, our interactions will only deepen, and the deeper the bond, the harder it will be to sever. She is the most likely to grow into someone who can protect Sheng or provide us with a stable life. Think seriously about it. Can you really refuse her? As Li Ji stood on the deck feeling the breeze, she mentally reviewed the events of the day. The more she replayed it, the more she realized how much she had underestimated the card of luck. From her encounter with the three fortunate ones to the hunter group at the scene of the fall, and finally to her acquiring the communication card that allowed her to collaborate with Gansheng Pass in their act, she learned about the talents of the fortunate ones and received blessings which led to her obtaining the source card and the Eye of Truth, turning the situation around using the Eye of Truth. Every step, if even one link was missing, would not have resulted in the current outcome. If she hadn't worn the coat from the auction day, she wouldn't have touched the communication card and would have been unable to contact Gansheng Pass. Had she remembered to put on her cloak, the hunter group would not have posed a threat to her. She would not have discovered the talents of the fortunate ones, nor would she have gained this unexpected fortune, much less level up to D3 today. Everything that happened today was driven by luck. The transition from D to the Eye of Truth was the most crucial and far-reaching link among them. She not only saw the information of the hunter group, but also the details regarding the fortunate ones Gansheng Pass and Master Hao. Real name Ming Chuan. Player nickname AAA, first fortunate one. Player talent blessing. Identity former freelancer, now captain of the lucky number. Aspiration find a safe docking point for the airship. Real name Ming Sheng. Player nickname Gansheng Pass. Player talent intuition. Identity former third-year student, now survival player. Aspiration return to Blue Star to continue studying. Real name Master Hao. Player nickname AAA professional, stand-in Master Hao. Player talent undying. Identity former national martial arts, Sonda, three-time champion, now defender of the 107th district of the Eastern 15 trials. Aspiration become stronger. The things a person desires most often reveal their weaknesses. Li Ji's intent to befriend them is not rooted in a desire for friendship, but rather in a wish to cooperate with them. However, these three girls are evidently naive, making it easier to gain their trust by approaching them as a friend. Now that she knows their weaknesses, it becomes easier to earn their trust and manage the potential risks that may arise from their collaboration. Especially the fortunate one. Her talent is truly extraordinary. Even if it can only be used twice a day and the effect varies from person to person, for some it is already a miraculous gift. Li Ji became alert. She must not let others know about the fortunate one's talent, especially not the authorities. Such a godlike support like the fortunate one is certainly a target for various organizations. And then there's Master Hao. Her undying talent is also immensely powerful, coupled with her identity as a former martial arts champion and now a defender in the trial grounds. Her future potential is vast and her investment value is high. She needs to find a way to quickly gain the trust of the fortunate trio and make them serve her purposes. While Li Ji was analyzing the fortunate one and Master Hao, she was completely unaware that they were also analyzing her from the airship behind. She had no time to concern herself with other matters now. The navigation prompt lit up with a green light. A large area of cloud mines was suspected ahead. Li Ji immediately returned to the cockpit, recording the coordinates and altitude while pulling out a blank map to check their specific location. She quickly discovered that they were very close to a patrol point of the Feather Spirit tribe, and several cloud mine regions nearby had already been occupied by the Feather Spirit tribe. Turn around. She signaled in the channel, swiftly adjusting the direction of the airship. No matter where they were approaching, someone else's territory without greeting could be viewed as provocation. The Feather Spirit tribe is in a grade race. Based on her experience interacting with the Feather Spirits other than Ling, this is not a gentle tribe. Rather, they exhibit some arrogance. If the airship approached and was viewed as provocation, it could easily anger them and incite conflict. Her airship has a safety zone barrier, but the fortunate ones do not. Li Ji did not want to expose her airship, nor did she want anything to happen to the fortunate ones, thus turning back was the best choice. Perhaps luck was still at play. Until both airships turned around and left the area, they did not encounter any patrols of the Feather Spirit tribe. Li Ji breathed a sigh of relief and was just about to adjust the course when a dialogue box popped up in front of her player. "You are very safe, sent you an urgent message." Li Ji raised her eyebrows. She recognized the urgent message. There was a feature in the upper right corner of the chat box, but she had never used it before. This function can only be used for friends added. Sending a message costs 5 copper, and it causes a dialogue box to pop up in front of the recipient. Similar to shaking or tapping on Blue Star, this feature is generally used only for urgent matters. Li Ji almost immediately guessed why "You are very safe" was looking for her. Upon opening the message, it was just as she expected. "You are very safe. Hello, Samsung 5F. I would like to represent the organization to discuss a collaboration with you regarding the Safety Zone division. Do you have time?" She was about to reply when she saw the message panel that opened with the chat box containing a message from Zilia. "Zilia, we found that the Sea Beast attacks are inextricably linked to the Scale tribe. The teleportation array at Black Iron Port has closed off the outbound passage, and Shun has been causing trouble at Black Iron Port every day recently. Don't say I didn't remind you." Li Ji immediately replied, "Got it, you're so kind. Have the raw material and parts areas opened. Remember to help me buy the materials, and we'll calculate the commission as agreed before." "Zilia, the situation has changed. Add another 10%. But I suggest you find a way to obtain the admission certificate for the Feather Spirit Avenue. The Feather Spirit Avenue is the most prosperous trading area to the east, and the annual trading conference will be held there soon. If you miss it, you will have to wait another year." "Li Ji, are we still talking about this with our relationship? And why are you advertising the Feather Spirit Avenue? Is there a commission for bringing in new customers?" "Zilia, I shouldn't have told you. Buying materials from me means more commission." Li Ji smiled as she closed the chat window. "You are very safe." Sent another message, "Comrade Samsung 5F. The organization is willing to rent your safety zone with the utmost sincerity. You can propose any requirements or ideas you have." As she expected, the authorities were the ones in a hurry. However, why did they only come to find her more than 2 hours after the ranking list was opened for such an urgent matter? Li Ji thought of countless more troublesome issues for the authorities, especially with the merger of districts. Before the merger, the official personnel in District 15 were limited, and their communication was also restricted. With fewer people, the cohesion was actually stronger. Ranking by position, decision-making, and execution would be quick. But now the 9,999 districts of Donchi had merged. If we consider 1 leader per district, there would be 9,999 leaders. Who should they listen to? Or is it a case of whoever holds a higher rank gets to decide? What about those of equal rank? Some felt that in this new world things shouldn't be done based on the rankings from Blue Star, or how would they manage those who truly possess stronger talents and abilities? Li Ji found it overwhelming to think about. She suddenly felt that being able to contact her within 2 hours was already remarkably fast. However, with such a massive personnel change and adjustment by the authorities, she wondered if it would affect her plans. "Give me back my 3-star 5F. Does this mean you can make the decisions?" Lian Xuan had been anxiously waiting for news from Li Ji. Upon seeing this message, she paused slightly, turning to the person beside her. "By good, tell her that we can make the decisions." "Jiang Yu, let's not. The extent of what we can decide is limited. The superior hasn't come down from the meeting yet, and with the current resource integration, we don't have much to allocate. If she demands everything like a lion opening its mouth, will you take responsibility?" "Lian Xuan, the temperature is dropping rapidly. The extreme cold could come at any moment. If we don't prepare shelters soon, I don't know how many people will freeze to death." "Jiang Yu, that's why I said you shouldn't have been so polite with her from the start. You should have demanded her cooperation in an official tone. As members of the public, they have an obligation to cooperate with us." By guest tone turned serious. "Jiang Yu, this is a new world now. For most people, there is no official authority. The 3-star 5F can choose not to cooperate with us, and if you maintain this attitude, it could easily ruin everything." "Jiang Yu, all right, who made you the psychology expert with the loudest voice? Fine, we'll do it your way." By guest's expression turned cold, ignoring Jiang Yu. She looked at Lian Xuan. "We should express our sincerity again and see what her demands are. Everything can be negotiated." Lian Xuan understood. "Yuan Xuan, we absolutely have the sincerity to cooperate. You can put forward your demands first, and we will discuss further." Li Ji saw this and knew her guess was correct. The authorities in District 15 had indeed experienced turmoil. Yuan Xuan could not take charge temporarily, but she had an absolute bargaining chip in hand, so she wasn't worried about the other party refusing to compromise. "Give me back my 3-star 5F. I indeed have the authority to delineate districts about 300 square meters. I plan to allocate a section for mining cloud ores." "Mining cloud ores." The superior's voice came from behind, and Lian Xuan and the others turned around to salute. "Ask her why she chose to mine cloud ores." Li Ji saw this question and knew the fish had taken the bait. "Give me back my 3-star 5F. This piece of information is worth billions. You can't afford it." Jiang Yu frowned. "That must be a typo." Lian Xuan said seriously, "The latter part indicates it wasn't a mistake." The superior pondered. "By Go, what do you think?" By Go deliberated. Based on our previous analysis of the 3-star 5 fee, her information is unlikely to be baseless. This suggests there is a strong possibility of cooperative intent, but she hopes to raise the stakes through this approach. The superior, how much do you value her billion in worth? By good thought for a moment. I believe it has at least 80 intrinsic value. The superior, you hold her in high regard. He turned to a young man with an unfamiliar face. Ban Ling, you are a financial analyst. Oh, what do you think? Ban Ling quickly jotted down calculations on paper and replied, I think it's overly exaggerated to say that information capable of mobilizing billions of funds could be obtained on the 4th day of the New World. Most successes rely not on data but on luck and opportunity, both of which are inherently unreasonable. The previous successes of the 3-star 5 fee have already endorsed her actions. I think we can probe a bit. Zhang Yui opposed that. Her success doesn't signify anything. No matter how capable she is, she's merely the top of a regional wealth list, not the top of a racial or global wealth list. Moreover, 300 square meters is a drop in the bucket for us. It can't accommodate many people. She's clearly trying to demand too much. Superior, using our resources now means risking it all on her, which could result in a total loss. Ban Ling calmly replied, so I was suggesting to probe, not to agree directly. If what she says is true, the value of this information is certainly worth more than billions, and her intrinsic value is even greater than that. By Go, I also lean towards probing first. Even if the negotiations fail, given the character of the 3-star 5 fee, it won't lead to a complete breakdown of talks. Lian Xuan silently listened without expressing any opinions. The superior then go ahead and ask. He turned to Bai Ge, you go ask. Lian Xuan switched the panel to external mode. Bai Ge quickly typed on the custom keyboard, we indeed do not have the billion funds to purchase this piece of information, but I believe in you and the value of this information. I would like to know what kind of cooperation model you are looking for. Our only requirement is that you allow 200 ordinary citizens to enter your area for shelter. Li Ji thoughtfully looked at this line of text. This was clearly not the tone of Yuan Xuan. Yuan Xuan spoke in an official tone, clearly showing integrity, but lacking flexibility. How often directives were conveyed without any embellishments in tone. This person sounded much softer and displayed negotiation skills, indicating that the authorities had raised their level of attention to the significance of her information. Give me back my 3-star 5 fee. 200 people are too many. Yuan Xuan, allowing 200 people into 300 square meters is indeed quite crowded, but we have no other options. The extreme cold is about to arrive, and only a few can upgrade their flying boats. Most people don't even have warm supplies or fuel. All we can do is save as many as we can. Li Ji was even more certain that the person on the other side was not Yuan Xuan. Yuan Xuan wouldn't resort to such emotional appeals, but she could. Comrade Yuan Xuan, you have truly spoken to my heart. As a fellow human, I sincerely want to contribute to my compatriots, but no one knows that I, the top of the regional wealth list, am merely a facade. It seems glorious, but in reality, I am in debt. Lending this 300 square meters is both to help my compatriots and to reduce leverage. My heart is willing, but my capability is limited. I feel ashamed. Li Ji wondered how the authorities perceived her message, as she certainly did not believe that the 200 slots they asked for would all be allocated to ordinary people. What she wanted were minors, not ancestors. She needed to sell a tragic narrative to establish the hard-earned tone of making money to prevent any second-generation relatives or illegitimate children from being sent to her. However, cooperation was still necessary. The Tianqi Weichen project was too vast for her to handle alone, and finding a powerful partner was a necessary choice. The authorities were her best, if not her only option. There were 3 reasons for this. First, the authorities were currently the largest and most effective organization among humanity, and Li Ji needed the intelligence they could provide. Second, buying and selling was merely a small business. To expand her operations, she had to find a suitable market, and currently, only the authorities could fulfill that. Third, the Tianqi Weichen project involved too many complexities, and it would inevitably lead to multiple upheavals in the future, potentially even triggering racial conflicts. The authorities joining would effectively create a defensive line for her. Yet Li Ji could not allow the authorities to think they were her only option. Her earlier statements would likely not be taken at face value by them, but they would reopen evaluations weighing the benefits and risks of long-term cooperation. The benefits were already laid out before her. Information valued in billions. The risks had also been disclosed. Renting out the safe zone was meant to generate income and pay debts. Any obstruction of her financial flow was not negotiable. Amidst the interplay of truth and deception, Li Ji had to leverage the information gap to secure the greatest benefit. You and the safety comrade, let's discuss this, please hold on. Bai Ge looked at the chief. The Samsung 5 fee has already planned for that piece of land, and it cannot be changed. She is very firm. Perhaps we can try to communicate with others. We've already communicated 3 rounds. We just finished a meeting, and those people want the largest safe zone. Has that top wealth-ranking figure from the race not been found yet? No. Finding them doesn't solve our problems. There are 9,999 zones, and their names are hidden. If they don't want to come out, they certainly won't come out. Moreover, even if we find them, they may not cooperate. The top combat power from Zone 816 doesn't even respond to messages. The best approach now is to redefine the safe zone quotas. The The Samsung 5F seems easy to negotiate with, but in reality, she is sharp and holds her principles. It is nearly impossible to break through from her side. This time I agree with Baigu. The Samsung 5F has never suffered losses when dealing with us. Sending a group of ancestors over would only bring trouble. If she gets upset and drives those ancestors out, how could you possibly stop her? The chief imagined that scene, his face dark as a pot bottom. Ill think of a way. If there is any important news from the Samsung 5F, come find me immediately. Understood. While the authorities debated, Li Ji arrived at a cloud mining area based on the empty map. But there was no cloud nearby. Li Ji gazed at the distant sun, feeling as if she had overlooked something. What exactly are you looking for, Sanwo? The voice of Tan Shengpass came through the channel, interrupting the fleeting inspiration in Li Ji's mind. Li Ji said, I'm looking for clouds. How do you find clouds? They drift around, sometimes there, sometimes not. Li Ji suddenly sat up straight. She had overlooked the characteristics of cloud mining. Earlier, she had focused all her attention on the mine aspect of cloud mining, naturally applying her thinking habits from Blue Star. Mines are fixed. Hence, she wanted to find a fixed area to establish a safe zone for harvesting cloud mining. But she neglected that clouds are not fixed. The gathering and dispersal of clouds could not be controlled at all. It was also the special circumstances of the initial area that misled her. In the initial area, it had become common knowledge or habit that everyone could harvest cloud mining every 2 hours. She had thought about many differences between the initial area and the true Qi Yuan continent, but had never considered the changes in cloud mining. No wonder the Yuling clan only set up patrol points and did not establish mining areas. This was the reason. Li Ji slumped back in her chair, realizing her oversight. Plans would have to be adjusted again. She did not dwell on her disappointment for long. In less than 2 seconds, she immediately got up and began to think of a new plan. Cloud layers change unpredictably, but there are always locations and times where clouds are easier to gather. For instance, tropical regions, the rainy season in summer, and cloud seas created by uplifted mountains. She could not choose the region now, nor could she control the seasons, but she could select and control the terrain. When she looked down from the wooden cabin earlier, she saw a continuous mountain range, and one of the towering peaks into the clouds met her requirements perfectly. If the clouds won't come to her, she would go to the clouds. Choosing to establish a safe zone near the mountains would also allow her to set up ground furnaces on the windward slopes, using the heat generated from burning to artificially gather clouds with the uplifted terrain. Though not as stable, it would provide a continuous resource. In the long term, this approach would actually be more profitable and more controllable than her previous plan. Most importantly, she had originally planned to distribute 600 units across high altitudes, mountains, and plains. This way, there would be connections between the high altitudes, mountains, and plains, making it easier for her to inspect at any time. The only hassle of changing plans was finding a reliable person to help her manage and guard the safe zone. This person needed to be able to calmly respond to potential encounters with other races while flying out to harvest cloud mining. Within the safe zone, this person would also need to manage the miners. Li Ji's gaze unintentionally drifted to the flying boat behind her, contemplating how to persuade them to agree to this request while setting the autopilot coordinates to those of the previous wooden cabin. Samuel. Hey, Samuel. Why did she turn around? There might be a situation ahead. Li Ji said, there's no situation, it's just that my plan has changed and am preparing to move the safe zone. What are your plans? We were just about to discuss this matter with you. Oh, Wang seemed to be weighing his words, speaking slowly. We would like to discuss with you to see if we can rent gold and you allow our flying boat to hover within the range of your safe zone. Or if you want other resources, I can help you find them. Li Ji nearly suppressed a smile. There's no need for us to negotiate among ourselves. You are welcome to stay in my safe zone. Weren't you saying that brothers should settle accounts clearly? Li Ji replied, of course brothers must be clear, but we are sisters. It's better to be good sisters who have shared life and death. Tan Shengpass remarked. It seems that's true. Li Ji, do you still remember the mountain range beneath our wooden cabin? Tan Shengpass, vaguely yes. Li Ji, it is naturally defensible, difficult to attack, easy to hold. A cold front is imminent and the mountains will serve as a natural barrier. Moreover, they offer caves, vegetation, timber, and at an elevation of roughly 1,000 meters we gain access to cloud mineral deposits as well. That is where I intend to establish the safe zone. Hausher seized upon the detail, a cold front. Li Ji, yes. Based on the accelerating drop in temperature, supplies recovered by cloud mineral harvesting and intelligence, I verified as reliable the cold front is approaching and may trigger extreme frost. Thus, my site selection prioritizes resilience against such conditions. Hausher fell into quiet contemplation. I see. Li Ji, what are your thoughts? Hausher, lately conflicts among beastmen in the trial zone have sharply declined. Instead, they're scouring the land, hoarding fuel, food, and other essentials. Now it all makes sense. It aligns precisely with the coming cold front. Tan Shengpass. Then shouldn't we finalize the location immediately? When exactly will the cold front arrive? And we'll need to stockpile supplies too. Oh Huang, Senwu, let's draw up a formal agreement. You saved us before. We already owe you a tremendous debt. To reside rent-free in your safe zone would be deeply uncomfortable for us. Li Ji feigned hesitation. Well, here's a proposal. My safe zone was originally designed for cloud mineral harvesting. You may dock your sky vessel within it. and in return, oversee the miners. Should they venture out to harvest, you'd also monitor their operations. Your stewardship would serve as rent. How does that sound? Oh, Huang and the others exchanged glances. How sure, let's discuss this among ourselves. Li Ji agreed. She courteously muted the Sky Vessel channel to grant them privacy, then opened her chat interface to check the status of negotiations with the official delegation. You are safe, we fully understand and support your safe zone planning. However, regarding the intelligence you mentioned, we'd like specific details and to align our respective requirements. Restore my 3-star 5 cost. My sole condition henceforth, I shall receive 3% of all cloud mineral output harvested by Dongqi's official operations. Bai Gu had sent the message early. The entire team waited in silence until the notification appeared, and every gaze snapped toward it instantly. The chamber fell utterly silent. Jiang Yu's mouth hung open for a long moment before he murmured, I thought she'd demand a lion's share, but this is a ravenous maw. 3% of all cloud mineral yield across Dongqi's 9999 zones, even from a single mineral type, would amount to an astronomical sum. What intelligence could possibly justify such audacity? Ban Ling. I suspect her intelligence is both precise and genuinely high value, as claimed. Otherwise, she'd have demanded something else entirely, not tied her compensation to mineral rights. Jiang Yu, a certain mineral resource, she's already slipped up. If we invest directly in cloud mineral harvesting stockpile, that very mineral, and sell at the opportune moment she foresees, we claim the billion credit intelligence, not her. Ban Ling, do you know what matters most in investment? Risk management. The 3-star 5-cost informant offered this intelligence specifically to distribute risk. If we exclude her, the entire burden falls upon us. And tell me, do you even know which mineral to hoard? If it fails to sell, how do you quantify the wasted manpower, resources, and time? More critically, do you know when to enter the market and when to exit? Jiang Yu, I uttered just one sentence, and you unleashed a torrent. Must you prove you're a financial analyst? Ban Ling's expression hardened. I spoke at length only in hope of enlightening a fool like you. Yet I am the one clinging to illusion. Jiang Yu, enough. Lian Xuan slammed his palm onto the table. Once he'd stilled the room, he rubbed his temples. Is this the time to argue? Neither we nor even the commander-in-chief can unilaterally decide. This must be escalated immediately. Bai Gu, I've already messaged the commander-in-chief. Lian Xuan, then we await his reply. Bai Gu, I'll respond to 3-star 5-cost first. Li Ji remained unaware that across the channel her proposal had already ignited another fierce debate. She saw only the message from You Are Safe. You Are Safe apologies. We've just merged administrative zones and colleagues from other regions haven't yet been fully reconnected. Even once contact is restored, authority may be temporarily limited. We must escalate this upward and ask for your patience. Restore my 3-star 5-cost. I'll negotiate only with those authorized. You Are Safe, understood. We've escalated the matter and will strive to reply within 24 hours. While no consensus emerged on the official side, Tanxing Pass and her companions had already reached a decision. How sure, the cold front looms. Before extreme frost sets in, we must secure sufficient supplies and fuel. There's no time left to search for alternate landing sites. Docking within San Wu's safe zone is unequivocally our best option. Oh Huang, my sole concern is lack of managerial experience. I fear I'll fail in overseeing her miners. Tanxing Pass beamed. I'd been fretting about post-graduation unemployment. Now I'm stepping straight into a leadership role. How many staff does San Wu hire? A dozen perhaps. Does that make me a junior supervisor? Li Ji heard the faint static hiss as the channel reactivated. Tanxing Pass's voice turned solemn. San Wu, we've deliberated. We cannot accept your original proposal. Though you refuse payment, we won't exploit your generosity. Instead, my elder sister will bestow a blessing upon you weekly. How sure will procure anything you require from the trial grounds. And I'll serve as your logistics officer. Any daily need, any personal matter, you may rely on me. Li Ji's fingers stilled over the game interface. A flicker of surprise crossed her features. The carefully rehearsed replies dissolved mid-thought, leaving only a soft, quiet smile in her eyes. Agreed. Tanxing Pass, then it's settled. Her vibrant voice rang clearly through the channel. Now, let us set course for our new home. The flying boat activated its autopilot. Li Ji had nothing to do and was about to take out the flying boat manual to study it when she remembered that she hadn't slept all night and had also gone a day without food. She decided to go upstairs to prepare something to eat. Using the brand rice cooker she bought today, she planned to cook some rice, chop a tomato, and stew it with beef along with stir-frying some vegetables. This would make for a very nutritious and balanced meal. The rice and beef would take some time. Li Ji simply cozied up on the sofa and opened the trading area, which had been renamed to the game mall. All the items that were previously listed in the trading area were gone, replaced by a shop called 0 Degree. Li Ji raised her eyebrows, slightly clicked on the shop, and found that it only had very basic items. Food materials, fuel, fabric. The only special item was the crystal energy. Li Ji saw common energies like green crystal and fire crystal, as well as the less common gold crystal and the rare energy known as Apocalypse Shard. Gold crystal shrank weapon base energy price, 10 gold per piece. Li Ji had heard of gold crystals from Zelia. At that time, they had just escaped from the auction house and reached halfway up the mountain, where Ling and the Feather Spirit tribe saved them. On the way down, Zelia mentioned Ling's weapon. It seems the emperor of the Feather Spirit tribe doesn't dislike her, as the rumors suggest. That bow is indeed a strength energy weapon starting at 300 gold. The core power requires at least 1 gold crystal worth 10 gold, which is why it pierced through that giant python's head in one strike. But if Ling has such a weapon, why don't you? Zelia rolled her eyes dismissively. This is Black Iron Harbor, not Walea Harbor. Merchants below level 3 don't even have the qualification to sell drank equipment and weapons. Even if I had such a weapon, I wouldn't sell it here. It was then that Li Ji learned the specific role of merchant levels, to gain access to higher level trading areas and the qualification to sell different goods. However, energies, materials, and food are not subject to level restrictions. Li Ji couldn't determine the level of the shop owner. Just as she exited 0 degree, she saw another new shop pop up in the mall. Modification shop. Clicking in, there was only one item: equipment modification, price negotiable. Seeing the name of this shop, Li Ji immediately thought of Wu Yin's talent for modification that she had seen with the true eye. Moreover, she was currently ranked first on the wealth list of Zone 16. Could Wu Yin's profession also be a merchant? Li Ji opened the chat box with the shop owner, hid her player name, and sent a message: can equipment without attributes and levels be modified? The other side, also hiding their player name, replied quickly, yes. Li Ji, do you have any successful modification cases I could refer to? The other side sent over a screenshot of information. Mechanical prosthetic limb. After ordinary prosthetic modification, joint flexibility, increased speed 1, although it was just 1. The ability to add attribute points already proved her capability. Seeing this screenshot, Li Ji became more certain that the person on the other side was indeed Wu Yin. Installing a mechanical prosthetic limb was not only what Wu Yin currently desired, but it was also something she had been working on back on Blue Star. With the identity, funds, and connections she gained as the sole heir of the richest person in Engshi, she recruited a large number of professionals and formed a research team dedicated to the development of exoskeleton robot technology. The last time Li Ji met her in Blue Star was when she intended to invest in Wu Yin's laboratory and start a technology company. She remembered that Wu Yin's emotions seemed a bit strange at that time, as if she was suppressing something. However, Li Ji was preoccupied with the company's IPO and only had an hour to meet her, followed by several meetings, so she didn't pay much attention and the collaboration didn't materialize. Their next meeting was with the Hunters Guild. Thinking of this, Li Ji also recalled that among the things Wu Yin wanted there were summon cards. She happened to have 2 summon cards. Summon card exclusive to humans, except for the 2 relatives from the second batch of human deployments. 1 summon card can summon multiple people into your sanctuary. Can summon your friends to descend beside you, must be bound in advance. Li Ji didn't want anyone to stay in her flying boat. For now, she also had no friends to summon, so she just glanced at this card and tossed it into a corner to gather dust, not paying it any mind. But what does Wu Yin need a summon card for? Her only relative was the former richest woman in Engshi, Ms. Wu Ling, but she passed away a year ago. As for her parents and other relatives and friends, to Li Ji's knowledge there were none. Ms. Wu Ling had only one daughter, who was Wu Yin's mother, Wu Yu, but she had passed away in an accident when Wu Yin was just 3 years old. Wu Yin's father also left the Wu family and started a new family. At the time, Li Ji wanted to discuss cooperation with her, partly because after Ms. Wu Ling's death, the Wu group was left without a leader and all factions were vying for power, with all attention directed towards the disabled Wu Yin. She and Wu Yin had a bit of camaraderie through shared hardship. Wu Yin's laboratory indeed had investment value, which is why she found time to meet her despite her busy schedule. Unexpectedly, they parted on bad terms. Li Ji still remembered the last thing Wu Yin said to her: wait for me to stand up. She couldn't hear the words that followed clearly, perhaps Wu Yin hadn't spoken them at all. Li Ji had originally wanted to ask more, but her assistant repeatedly reminded her that the next meeting was about to start, so she could only leave first. Who would have thought that after 3 years of busy preparation, she had indeed achieved the results she wanted? Yet before she could enjoy the fruits of this success, she found herself in this unfamiliar world while playing a game. Returning to square one, everything had to be started over. The rice cooker emitted a beeping sound, interrupting Li Ji's thoughts. The tomato stew with beef began to release a rich aroma. In the small room, a lively atmosphere suddenly emerged. Li Ji relaxed and asked if I want to modify the flying boat's cloud net to maximize its ability to harvest cloud, or do you have any modification plans? The other side replied quickly, yes, a deposit of 50 silver. You provide the raw cloud net materials, and the final payment varies from 1 gold to 3 gold based on the effectiveness. Li Ji, is that for a single cloud net or for the entire ship's cloud net? For the entire ship. Okay, I will send over the cloud net materials in a bit. Good. Another problem solved. Li Ji glanced at her friend messages and saw that the official had not contacted her yet. So she went ahead and launched her own shop in the game mall. Successfully settled in the game mall, please add products to your shop. Li Ji put the fluorescent moss spores that had automatically returned to her backpack in the trading area back up for sale at the same price, and added a batch of fast-growing mushrooms, originally setting the price at 80 copper per unit. But considering how hard the mouse tribe worked to cultivate these mushrooms, she also went through risks to obtain them. With the extreme cold approaching, food prices would surely skyrocket, so she might as well go all out. After pondering for a moment, Li Ji added a 1 in front of the 80. In extreme weather, such a nutritionally comprehensive food should be unique, right? Thinking of this, Li Ji changed the 1 to 3. What if she also faced food shortages then? Unable to help herself, she changed the 3 to 5. Seeing the price of 580 per unit for the fast-growing mushrooms, Li Ji couldn't help but exclaim. 1 unit of fast-growing mushrooms could last for 3 days if rationed. That means 9 meals. Calculating it out, that would only be 64 copper per meal. This is a price during extreme weather where even cabbage can sell for 20 per pound. If it weren't for her concern for her fellow beings and humanity, how could there be such a conscientious price? When could this no-cost business be done again? Li Ji pondered. The mouse tribe seemed to not hibernate right. Li Ji pondered how to establish friendly communication with the mouse clan, while significant divisions arose among the high-ranking officials of the various districts due to her. I believe the plan is still feasible, it's merely 3 of a certain mineral. If the news is true, we will secure 97 of the share, which would immediately alleviate the current economic issues. If not true, the investment cost is not substantial. I agree 3 is negotiable. The Eastern District can also negotiate. Well, what if we settle for 1 and some regions? Cooperation is achieved through negotiation. Opposed. Regardless of the truth behind the news, we need people to execute the plan. We already have limited manpower, and every individual must be utilized effectively. Our focus should still be on exploring the world and the trial grounds. Opposed. This person has a too mercantile nature and lacks progressive thinking, making them unsuitable for long-term cooperation. Agreed. With fewer people, we can arrange for fewer to gather cloud minerals. We already have this plan in place, which does not disrupt our overall strategy. Opposed. This is a matter for your District 15, and it should be resolved internally. Opposed. The projection meeting lasted over an hour, during which the leader of District 15 could hardly interject, frequently glancing at their superior. They were also currently the highest-ranking finance minister of the Eastern District. However, the finance minister remained silent, calmly listening to various opinions, occasionally jotting down notes with no visible bias. Once the arguing subsided, they slowly spoke up. I need to confirm whether our previously discussed divisions of labor still stand. Following the district's division, the first task for the leaders was to reassign different departments and positions according to the roles in Blue Star and the current situation. Contrary to Li Ji's speculation, most of the 9,999 regions did not have official representatives stepping forward, remaining in a state of anarchy with no leadership. In fact, there were only a few dozen true high-ranking officials. Among these, the highest administrative position was held by the former finance minister of Blue Star. Thus, this former finance minister directly succeeded as the current finance minister of the Eastern District. As soon as she spoke, the entire room fell silent. It stands. Then I will conclude that Zhao Wu and his team will serve as negotiation representatives to expedite cooperation with the 3 stars 5 fees, with a bottom line of 1 for all of Eastern District or 3 for half the regions. You will negotiate among yourselves. The leader of District 15 stood up and saluted. I assure you the task will be completed. Lian Xuan and others had long been waiting outside. Upon seeing their leader emerge, they eagerly inquired, Leader, how did it go? Zhao Wu replied nonchalantly, the issue has been resolved, and let Baigu lead the negotiations. Our bottom line is 1 for all of Eastern District or 3 for half the regions. Understood. Baigu and others quickly convened a small meeting to rehearse various possible issues and agreed upon their phrasing, after which they practiced with Li Ji using a very secure panel. You are very safe, comrade from 3 stars 5 fees. Sorry to keep you waiting. We have obtained negotiation authority. Are you available now? Li Ji was just preparing to eat. She poured the sauce from the tomato beef brisket over her rice, mixed it evenly with the beef before taking a bite, and felt the satisfying sensation of enjoying both meat and rice at once. She couldn't help but take 2 more bites before replying. Return me 3 stars 5 fees. You can speak when you have time. You are very safe. We express our most sincere intention to cooperate on behalf of the organization, although we might still need to discuss some details. Return me 3 stars 5 fees. Is it a safe zone or cloud minerals? Baigu pointed towards the table. Lian Xuan replied, Fortunately, we had not forgotten about the safe zone, and we discussed the details in advance. Zhang Yu, this 3 stars 5 fees, always negotiates without following the rules. Previously, when she mentioned the safe zone, she spoke of cloud minerals. Now that she's discussing cloud minerals, she's bringing the safe zone back into the conversation. Ban Ling, a very skilled tactic of confusing the issue and bundling negotiations. She intends to utilize cognitive interference to disrupt our judgment. 3 stars 5 fees must be a negotiation expert in reality. Baigu typed quickly. You are very safe. What are your thoughts regarding the safe zone? Return me 3 stars 5 fees. As previously stated, my safe zone will be used for gathering cloud minerals. I can agree to accommodate 200 people and will ensure their well-being while providing wages. My only requirement is that all 200 must be female. The ship is limited in space, so only the same gender can save room. I'll give you 100 slots and I will select the remaining 100 myself. This was a plan Li Ji had long considered. Gathering cloud minerals was not labor-intensive. The area of the safe zone was merely 300 square meters, so the cabins would inevitably need to be arranged with bunk beds, possibly even triple-decked. From both a management perspective and to save space, as well as for personal reasons, she only planned to hire female miners. Lian Xuan, the leader, said, "We will decide this matter ourselves." Zhang Yu, 3 stars 5 fees, must have anticipated this, throwing this matter out to ensure that we won't jeopardize the upcoming cooperation over such a trivial issue. By Gu, we indeed will not. Ban Ling, her proposal does not contradict our rescue objectives, and moreover, among the 100 slots, she only requested females without emphasizing age or physical condition. We can agree to that. Unanimously approved. Li Ji anticipated that the officials would agree to her request, and she smoothly proceeded to the next matter, one for all of Eastern District. This is my bottom line, which should also be yours. If we can sign, excellent. If not, then let's not waste each other's time. Bai Gu and the others exchanged glances. They had prepared many contingency plans and anticipated that Li Ji would bring up the safe zone. However, they believed that regardless of her tactics, her ultimate target remained the share of mineral resources and area. This is something that needed to be negotiated over time, and they were ready for a back and forth. However, they did not expect Li Ji to play completely out of the ordinary. Once the safe zone was settled, she directly stated her bottom line. While it indeed matched their bottom line. However, Zhang Yu, this is merely the first offer. I believe there is room for negotiation. Ban Ling, stop thinking that way. They've already guessed your bottom line. If you continue negotiating, she might flip the table on you. I wonder where you will go to cry then. Zhang Yu, negotiation involves give and take. How can we not negotiate? Accepting the bottom line given by the higher-ups is our duty, but striving for more benefits for the organization is a merit. You are very safe. All right, let's sign the contract directly. After sending this message, Zhang Yu noticed it stunned his face, turning crimson. By Gu. Did you not hear what I said? We can negotiate further. By Gu, this negotiation is under my leadership. I have the decision-making power. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can report it to the leader. Zhang Yu pointed at Bai Gu. You are harming the interests of the organization and collective. Ban Ling frowned. If you have differing opinions, you can raise them, but please don't come in here throwing accusations. Zhang Yu, am I throwing accusations? He scanned the others. Don't you all want to achieve something tangible? No one spoke. Zhang Yu sneered. Fine, I'll wait and see what benefits you gain by giving in to her. Bai Gu, we can discuss this matter later. Now that the contract has arrived, let's go through the terms together. The signing of both contracts went very smoothly. Li Ji sent a message to Tanxing Pass. We can start recruiting in advance. You as the logistics supervisor can temporarily take on the HR role and send out a recruitment notice for 100 people with food and accommodation provided, and the requirement is female. The efficiency of the greedy is remarkable. Li Ji barely took a couple of bites of food when she saw the recruitment information in the regional chat. A recruitment message was posted. Job content: cloud mine, harvesting. Job requirements: female. Job benefits: accommodation and meals provided. Salary structure: base salary of 300 copper, performance bonus of 200,700 copper. Is this the disparity of the world? I am still struggling to make ends meet with only 79 copper in my pocket, debating for ages whether to buy a loaf of bread, and now someone can offer a base salary of 300 to recruit people. Why only women? Men have a higher efficiency in mining. How do I sign up? I want to sign up. 300 copper a month. Who do you think you're fooling? How many people do you need? My sister and I can come. In just 4 days, a company is formed. Look at me. A 22-year-old graduate majoring in mining engineering. I can continuously harvest cloud mines without interruption. I studied petroleum. Can't cloud mines also yield oil algae? I should be quite qualified, right? The greedy is clearly also watching the regional chat. Her excited voice came from the flying boat channel, and after leveling up, her physical attributes strengthened. Li Ji was sitting on the second floor eating, and she could hear it clearly. A big team of 100 people. Immediately managing 100 people upon graduation. Wusan trusts me too much. I'm a bit scared. What should I do? I should have studied management back then. Do you think I can find books on management in the Tianxi continent? Am I still able to learn it now? The channel is still open. Oh, Wusan can hear everything. Li Ji sent a message. Were you guys talking just now? I was eating on the second floor and couldn't hear clearly. If there are suitable candidates, just message me directly. The lowered voice sighed in relief. She didn't hear. Greedy, don't worry, it'll definitely screen well. New messages popped up right after Greedy's message. You again claimed caught exiled video. Here Li Ji then remembered that she had also posted a bounty. In the video, a strong man with a bruised face lay on the ground surrounded by dense forest, and faint traces of blood could still be seen. Li Ji couldn't help but zoom in on the video. This place. Doesn't it resemble the forest where the hunter group robbed them? Li Ji zoomed in further and saw the corpses in the corner and the subtle traces around them indicating they had been disturbed, confirming that this was indeed near the hunter group's base. What a great place with the hunter group in front and hyena orcs behind. This exile is no different from sending him on his way. Return my 3-star 5 fees. The money has been transferred. You again claimed received. Boss, contact me for future cooperation. Familiar people get an 85 discount. Li Ji curiously asked, are you really short on money? It shouldn't be the case. She was ranked 12th in the region even after leveling up to D2, while the previous national martial arts champion, now possessing an undying talent, was only ranked 7th. This shows the value of being at the top of the regional combat power rankings. With such a high combat power, it shouldn't be difficult to monetize, right? You again claimed invincible and short on money, so remember to contact me when you have work hard emoji. Return my 3-star 5 fees. I actually have a job from 9 to 5 with meals and accommodation provided, base salary of 5 silver, performance bonus ranging from 1 to 10 silver. Are you willing to do it? You again claimed I am willing, boss. What do you want me to do? Return my 3-star 5 fees. This job only hires women. Is your gender an issue? You again claimed no doubt about it. I was born a female. I've never changed in my life. You should have a flying boat, right? They'll give you a coordinate. Let's meet there. You again claimed okay, boss. Goodbye, boss. Adding you again to the team was a sudden decision by Li Ji, but it was also something she had long planned. She brought Greedy and the other 3 into the team, mainly coveting the luck of the European Emperor's talent and Master Hao's combat power. But just as Su Su had her concerns. She wouldn't stay in the safe zone most of the time, only occasionally coming to patrol. So many things would be delegated to Greedy and the other 3 to make direct decisions. But the 3 of them had already formed a solid small team. If there was no one to check and balance them and power became too centralized, it would affect the stability of the entire team. Therefore, Li Ji had long thought about bringing in a third party to balance the 3 of Greedy. However, she was previously uncertain about who that person would be. Now that you again appeared, she felt it was worth a try. She wasn't worried about you again having ulterior motives. Reaching D3A, she should theoretically have reached the highest level of humanity. If she still hesitated before other humans, what was the point of her struggling to achieve a D rank? Thinking of this, Li Ji felt troubled. She leveled up quickly, but her ceiling was too low. D3 was still just D rank. Compared to other races in the Tianqi continent, she was merely a larger insect. She was still far from self-preservation. But can one still level up beyond D3? How does one level up? She had only been in the Tianqi continent for 4 days. Although she might have a bit more understanding of this world than other humans, when it came down to it, there were still too many things she didn't know. Li Ji pondered and found Celia's chat box, sending her a message. Dear Celia, have you eaten yet? I made braised beef, let me show you a glimpse. Celia did not reply. Li Ji not willing to give up. Celia, my friend, I am constantly concerned about your safety and the progress of Black Iron Port. Can you tell me about it? Celia cannot, there is hope. Li Ji quickly typed, actually, I just wanted to ask where I can buy the most accurate information. Celia, 1 gold. Li Ji quickly transferred 1 gold. Celia, the dense green market at the southernmost part of Dongqi. It is under the jurisdiction of the Holy Blood and Shadow races, and also the largest information trading place in the Tianqi continent. Li Ji, 1 gold for this little information. Celia, I will go there tomorrow. Li Ji, dear Celia, you have always been my best friend, my mentor on my career path. You must hope that someone travels with you along this journey, right? Celia, 10 gold. Li Ji, 5 gold. Celia, deal. Damn, what a huge loss. Having agreed on a time with Celia, Li Ji returned to the cockpit. The outlines of the mountains were already visible ahead, undulating and stretching for hundreds of miles, with over 10 peaks visible within sight, forming a dominating mountain range. The base of the Hunters Guild was also located at a corner of this mountain range. Although Li Ji had not surveyed the area in detail from her observations of the terrain, she felt that the wilderness market was likely situated in the lower area to the southeast of the mountain range. That was also the direction towards District 16. The flying boat continued onward as Li Ji prepared to head to the deck to observe the mountain range's direction and terrain. However, as soon as she opened the door of the cockpit, she felt a chill. The temperature had dropped again, at least by 10 degrees. 2 days ago, while crouching down to collect cloud nets, she wore the same coat and cloak, and at that time she felt the wind blowing into her clothes, but did not think it was too cold. But now, simply by opening the cockpit door, the wind against her hands and face felt piercingly cold. Li Ji returned to the cockpit and turned on the temperature control system. Fuel consumption would increase again. Fortunately, she had stockpiled plenty. Li Ji opened the regional chat and found that not many people mentioned the temperature drop. Instead, they were all pondering how to upgrade the flying boat. Indeed, the wooden cabins could not be moved, and most players, aside from collecting nets, hardly ever opened their doors. In a closed space with the doors shut, the temperature would drop much slower. A message popped up, comrade, with 3 stars and 5 costs. According to expert calculations, the temperature will drop by about 30 degrees within 3 days. Have you confirmed your safe zone location? When is it suitable for us to send people over? The flying boat had already slowed down and was approaching the peak Li Ji had marked. After pondering for a moment, Li Ji replied, at the latest by tomorrow afternoon. You are very safe, okay? Please remember to keep warm. Li Ji closed the chat window and began searching for a suitable landing spot. Lucky number requests to open the chat channel. Do you agree? Agree. The voice of Tan Sheng Pass came through. 5-3, I have already filtered out 100 people, but there are too many applicants. Many say they are female, but from the chat I feel they sound like males. I'm not very sure. Do you want to take a look? Li Ji said. Only keep the 99 you think are suitable. Let these people leave their coordinates, and the official ship will come to pick them up. The officials can tell who is male or female, and we will recruit more as we filter them out. Tan Sheng Pass replied. Okay. Li Ji said, get ready, we are about to land. The The record of the flying boat showed that this mountain range was vast aside from the area near the plains marked as the territory of the Fox clan. The rest was unclaimed. Li Ji could choose any piece of land she liked to establish her territory. She already had a location in mind. At an altitude of 121 meters, there was a protruding platform about an acre in size at the mountainside surrounded by swirling clouds above and rich vegetation below, making it a perfect dock for the flying boats to land and take off. Typically, miners could rest here and also leave the flying boats to move around on the ground. Li Ji's two flying boats docked perfectly side by side on this platform. The lucky number of the European Emperor also descended. All three flying boats stopped, occupying only one-third of the area. Li Ji went upstairs to change her coat into a down jacket and put on a cloak before stepping down from the flying boat. Tansheng Pass and the European Emperor also changed their clothes. However, theirs were not down jackets, but thick cotton clothing wrapped tightly from top to bottom. Only Teacher Hao still wore a hoodie and jeans, looking completely unfazed by the cold. Li Ji hesitated and asked, "Who made your clothes? Why not go to the trading area to buy one?" These two pieces of cotton clothing looked too rough with cotton visible at the shoulders. Even if bought in the trading area, it shouldn't look like this. Teacher Hao turned her head away. Tansheng Pass lowered her head. The European Emperor said, "I made them myself." Li Ji replied, "It looks thick because you made it yourself." On the slope, only the sound of the wind blowing was heard. The European Emperor had a long face. "I don't know why I changed my profession to a tailor. I've never sewn anything in my life, but to level up, I can only practice more." Li Ji chuckled, awkwardly unsure of what to say. She couldn't just say that she wanted her clothes made by her in the future to practice. She was going to travel and do business everywhere. She couldn't afford to lose face. Li Ji took out the construction platform. "I plan to build a house here so that those on the flying boats and those on the ground can take turns." Tansheng Pass widened her eyes, "Mining 24 hours a day." Li Ji replied, "If it's in shifts, it would only be 12 hours, and I've improved the cloud net, so the automated machines can collect cloud ore at intervals. The key is to classify and store the different types of cloud ore." The European Emperor said, "Then we need to build a big warehouse." Li Ji nodded. "Indeed, the warehouse needs to be larger. If I find space items later, I will embed them in the warehouse to save a lot of space." The European Emperor asked, "How big of a space item do you want?" Li Ji thought for a moment. "About 10 slots should be enough. After all the minerals will be categorized. One slot can hold 10000 units of one type of mineral. Less valuable or fewer quantities can be stacked in the warehouse and the rest put in the space." The European Emperor asked, "Is this possible?" She opened her hand, revealing two red buttons in her palm. Li Ji casually picked up one of them and detailed information popped up. Space button, a reward from a sewing master with spatial talent. Each button has 6 slots of space and can be embedded in any object randomly gifted to juniors of the same profession. Her eyes were red enough to drip blood. Li Ji could no longer ignore the latter part of this message, because she was truly envious. This button. Li Ji's gaze shifted from the crooked red button at the European Emperor's neck to the conspicuously prominent red button at Tansheng Pass navel. She swallowed hard. "How many do you have?" The European Emperor nonchalantly replied, 5. "Every time I make a piece of clothing, a dialogue box pops up saying that the sewing master recognizes my talent and gifts me a space button. At first I thought there was only one, so I casually sewed it onto a piece of clothing. Later I received one after another, and now each of us 3 has one button on our cotton clothes." Teacher Hao extended her hand from her pocket, revealing a red button between her index and middle fingers. "I don't like it sewn onto my clothes, but it's too conspicuous." Li Ji's mouth and cheekbones lifted simultaneously. "Haha, really? Space equipment is indeed not that hard to come by. I even embedded one in the cockpit as a backup." Haha. The European Emperor casually said, "Since we have no use for them, you can take these too and use them. If something better comes along later, you can exchange them." Li Ji casually remarked, "Is there anything special about the buttons on your cotton jacket?" The European Emperor thought for a moment. "Are you referring to the attributes? Generally, the clothes I make can add 2 points of defense, and occasionally they might grant a bit of spirit or speed, but the probability is low. The total attribute points usually won't exceed 4 points. For points, her precious boots only add 2 points. She couldn't bear to take them off even while sleeping, and the badge attached to her thermal shirt only adds 2 points to each attribute as well. 5 points. Ha! Li Ji's expression stiffened. "Why do I feel a bit cold? It must be because the down jacket isn't warm enough. How about you make me a cotton jacket too? The cotton jacket along with these 2 buttons would be 3 gold. The European Emperor pondered that 3 gold wasn't much and casually agreed, "All right." As they spoke, a dilapidated flying boat approached. Tansheng Pass was the first to notice, pointing in that direction. "There's a flying boat." Both Master Hao and the European Emperor instantly became alert. Especially Master Hao, who after the previous ambush by the hunter group was even more eager to acquire a weapon. Once back on the flying boat, she felt safe buying 2 guns and ammunition. Although they were just ordinary firearms, holding them in her hands brought her a sense of security. Li Ji speculated that it should be the "you are the right person" flying boat, but to be safe she reminded Master Hao, "They should be our people, but I'm not sure. You should keep your gun raised." Tansheng Pass asked, "Are those the miners?" Just as Li Ji was about to speak, the flying boat had already stopped halfway up the mountain. The hatch opened, and a tall bald man stepped out. "Hi ladies, who among you is a 3-star 5 cost? I am the right person for you." As the burly man turned to speak, everyone noticed that his shiny bald head was adorned with very delicate features. She seemed to have gotten used to the gazes of others and directly explained, "I'm a woman, no doubt about it. I didn't wash my hair on the ship and it got too greasy, so I shaved it off." Tan Sheng Pass swallowed hard. "How tall are you?" "You are the right person," replied, 195 centimeters, but I tell people I'm 188 centimeters because 188 is a lucky number. To make money, I'm willing to shorten my bones by 7 centimeters. Tan Sheng Pass exclaimed, "You should just give me those 7 centimeters. My biggest wish in life is to reach 170 centimeters. "You are the right person," shook her head, looking at Tan Sheng Pass' petite stature. "That's difficult. I grew up playing basketball and practicing martial arts since childhood, and my whole family is tall. I'm just a bit taller than the average height." The European emperor murmured, "Those who are parched die of thirst, and those who are flooded die of flooding." The European emperor and Tan Sheng Pass are sisters, both of similar height, appearing to be around 165 centimeters. Master Hao was only slightly shorter than Li Ji, probably around 170 centimeters. But Li Ji felt a bit envious. 178 centimeters was her ideal height. If she could grow another 6 centimeters, she'd be very happy. "You are the right person," asked. "Are we starting work today? Does the salary begin from the first day of employment or from when the official work starts? What will the work entail?" Li Ji pointed to the construction platform. "We're still in the planning phase. Currently, we need to build a dormitory and storage here. That ship will also need to be modified into a fishing vessel and dormitory working in shifts. You can choose either the day or night shift." "You are the right person," asked. "What will I be doing in building the house?" "I'm very strong." Li Ji replied. "No need, mainly we have blueprints and materials. The construction platform can handle it." However, she currently had neither blueprints nor materials. Sheng Sheng asked the people you recruited if any of them studied architecture or civil engineering. "See if anyone can draw blueprints. I can pay 100 copper for each drawing." "Okay." Tan Sheng Pass immediately sent a message in the group. Li Ji said, "I'm still the 3-star 5 cost you called me. Just call me 3-5. I'm also the captain of this fishing boat, and these are." After introducing "You are the right person," the European emperor and Master Hao to each other, Tan Sheng Pass introduced herself as well, and the initial team was basically assembled. Someone said she studied architecture and has a talent for it. If it's simple blueprints, she can draw them and will charge only 50 copper. Li Ji's eyes lit up. A talent for architecture. Have her draw a sample. Sure. Li Ji then opened the game store. In the 0-degree shop, there were many materials available, including wood, stone, and iron. But she didn't directly purchase. Instead, she found the trading area in the upper right corner of the game store. Indeed, the trading area hadn't disappeared. It had just moved to a new location, making it easier for other players to barter or purchase needed items. Li Ji was about to search for the materials she wanted when several dialog boxes popped up in front of her. "Your online shop completed a transaction experience. 1 Your online shop completed a transaction experience. 1 Your online shop completed. The experience limit for selling the same type has been reached." The fluorescent moss spores indeed have a good market. They were traded 12 times in a short while. Although limited by the cap, it still earned her 10 experience points, occupying half of the experience bar. Li Ji opened her profession panel shop. Black Market Merchant Li Ji Shop, Level 1, 1020 Shop Anchors 1. Wilderness Market, 2. Black Iron Harbor, 3. Shop Status Freestall Upgradable Shop Equipment Merchant Cloak Merchant Backpack Fair Scale. She estimated that the fast-growing mushrooms would only sell when the extreme cold arrived. To quickly reach level 3 in her profession, she needed to actively engage in trading. Closing the panel and dialog boxes, Li Ji found many desired materials in the trading area. With one-click searching and purchasing, these items were placed directly on the empty ground in front of her. She opened Celia's chat window. "I need a large quantity of raw materials urgently. They'll give you a 3 commission. When can you get it done?" Celia responded quickly this time. "Send me the list. I'll get on it right away." "Celia, when will you come to Black Iron Harbor to pick up the goods?" Li Ji sent over a list. "Let's go to the transit station." Friends can use the player panel to transfer items to each other, but there are volume limits. Generally, only small items can be sent. For a large quantity or bulky items, they must go through the trading area. However, the trading area would take a commission. Li Ji felt that the biggest advantage of being a merchant was being able to conduct shop transactions directly. Yet Celia rejected her. Celia only offline transactions, no online channels. Li Ji had long noticed this issue. Regardless of the merchant's race, in this world where technology is far more advanced than Blue Star, they still insisted on the most primitive face-to-face transactions. Only a few merchants would be willing to trade online. Last time when the red or went through the transit station, Celia had shown some resistance, but it was likely due to a lack of trust, so she agreed. Now, however, she rejected without hesitation. Li Ji was genuinely curious why. Isn't it a waste of time to personally run for every piece of goods? Celia, if personally selecting goods is a waste of time, then you don't deserve to be a merchant. Li Ji, I trust you. Celia, you are afraid of the deep end. Li Ji, who said that? What am I afraid of? Can she kill me in the teleportation array? Celia, if the deep end isn't here, then come quickly. Li Ji, I'll be there soon. Coming right away. I have something to take care of, so I'll leave for a bit and be back shortly. The port was piled with various materials, with robots transporting and assembling them, while merchants from the forging clan and other races were engaged in discussions. Li Ji looked around, but couldn't find Zilia. Just as she was about to ask online again, she heard Zilia's voice. Chen has gone to catch the trader, so she won't be back so soon. Come out. Li Ji, I'm not afraid of her. I really have something urgent to return to. Zilia, don't you want to know about the verdant market? Li Ji stepped out of the teleportation array. She diverted the topic. What are those people gathered there doing? Zilia, since Black Iron Port is going to be rebuilt anyway, everyone hopes to upgrade the trading area level and is discussing how to allocate the zones. Li Ji unbuttoned her down jacket, took it off under her cloak, put it in her backpack, and nodded absent-mindedly. Zilia, what are you thinking about? Li Ji, Zilia, it shouldn't be cold in the south, right? Why aren't there any merchants bringing southern goods to sell here? The north of Dongqi is about to be shrouded in cold currents. If the food and materials from the south are transported to the northeast and north at this time, they should make quite a profit. Zilia, do you know how vast the Tianqi continent is? Even the air fortress of the Forging clan takes 30 Tianqi days to fly from the south to the north. If you want to use the teleportation array, you must obtain access qualifications for 4 zones and pass the most meticulous inspection of Qiyuan. Li Ji pondered. Is this the reason why you are unwilling to trade online? Zilia's lowered voice carried a hint of caution. Qiyuan knows everything and monitors everything. If you don't want every transaction you make to be under its scrutiny, you must make a more troublesome but safer choice. Li Ji frowned. Is it the same for all races? Zilia affirmed. It is the same for all races. The Xingyi race left the Tianqi continent and took refuge in the starry sky precisely because they detest Qiyuan's omnipresence. Li Ji seemed to have heard of this race somewhere. Zilia, do you know how many races there are on the Tianqi continent? Is there a book somewhere that introduces all the races of the Tianqi continent for sale? Zilia, there are too many races on the Tianqi continent. I only know about those that have participated in the century rating, but the books in all cities only record the races that appeared in the last century rating. Those that have long been erased by the river of history will be wiped out by Qiyuan. Li Ji had never seen the cities of the Tianqi continent. She curiously asked, which city is closest to Black Iron Port? Zilia, are you referring to the land, the sky, or the sea? Li Ji, it should be the domain of the Yuling race in the sky. Zilia, the closest is indeed the Yuling race's satellite city, No. 187, but there are more cities than just those of the Yuling race above it. The main city of the Yuling race is built on the enrichment layer above, which are the storm layer and the rapid flow layer, inhabited by the dragon race. The edge layer used to be inhabited by the Xingyi, and it's said that there are spatial ores everywhere along with the time remnants of ancient trial grounds. If you're lucky, you might find complete Tianqi crystals in the energy storms, which is a pilgrimage site for all adventurers, scholars, and merchants. This place sounds very dangerous. Adventurers and scholars are one thing, but why would merchants join the fray? Zilia seemed to see through Li Ji's skepticism and casually remarked, a Tianqi crystal is worth 100 million gold coins. Li Ji thirsting for knowledge. How can I get to the edge layer? Zilia, first you need a vehicle capable of traversing storms. Secondly, you must reach at least S rank. And lastly, and most importantly, you must gain the recognition of the Tianqi race. Li Ji, how can I gain the recognition of the Tianqi race? Zilia lifted her eyelids and stared at Li Ji with her murky eyes as if looking at a clueless fool. Li Ji, don't look at me like that. I'm a new race, it's normal not to know. Zilia's shoulders shook, and soon her hoarse voice sounded like a crow cawing. She laughed for a while before saying, it's been a long time since I've heard such an interesting question. Even if I am certain that you are trying to pry information from me, I can still give you one piece of information for free. She coughed twice. To gain the recognition of the Tianqi race, you first need to meet and recognize them. In the 10th century of the Tianqi era, no one had seen the Tianqi race for 197 years prior to this century. Some say they grew weary of this world and have long since traversed space and time, while others say they simply disguised themselves as another form and walked the Tianqi continent. Zilia's shoulders shook again. Perhaps you are the lucky one who will see the Tianqi race walking on the continent. Li Ji's expression remained unchanged. Getting older, excessive joy or sorrow is not good for the body. Don't be so emotional in the future. Before she could retort, Li Ji immediately threw out the next question. What is the difference between Tianqi crystals and Tianqi shards? Zilia, perhaps still feeling amused from earlier, did not ask her to pay for this question. 1,000,000 Tianqi shards cannot match the effect of a single Tianqi crystal. Tianqi crystals are refined by the Tianqi race, using spiritual power, providing you with all the strength you desire. Zilia suddenly stopped, her murky eyes fixed on Li Ji, including vitality and the power to break through racial, genetic, and mental limits. Li Ji's breath hitched. This was due to Zilia's seemingly all-seeing gaze, and also because she felt an inexplicable arcane sense of familiarity at this moment. Li Ji was just about to take a closer look when Zilia had already lowered her head, her cloak hiding her expression. She stepped forward. Any further inquiries will cost you 1 gold per piece of information. Li Ji, Is the verdant market also at this price? Zilia, it depends on who you ask. Most of the time my information is more valuable than what you find at the verdant market. Li Ji ignored her self-promotion. Does the verdant market sell any items? Zilia, there are items outside the verdant market. Li Ji wanted to ask more, but Zilia was already impatient. Questions about the verdant market also cost money. Your items are all here, so settle up and leave quickly. Li Ji checked everything and confirmed that the quality of the materials Zilia provided was above average. She transferred 103 gold to her. She sighed. You make more money selling information than as a middleman. Zilia, information can't be sold at any time, nor can just anyone provide it. She turned to Li Ji, her wrinkles unable to hide her glee. I've received news that Chun is about to hurry back. Rushing back to the hillside at the fastest speed, Li Ji gasped for breath as he laid out all the materials. Tansheng Pass, of course it's to get the house built sooner. Sister, what about the orange juice you drew last time? Quickly give Sanwu a bottle so she can catch her breath. Taking the orange juice handed over by Oh Huang, Li Ji gulped down several mouthfuls. A figure flashed before her eyes standing on the battleship, and upon seeing her his eyes widened in shock and a fierce expression, both frightened and wanting to laugh. During this period, she really couldn't go to Black Iron Port anymore. Seeing that Li Ji had caught her breath, Tansheng Pass handed over a blueprint. According to your requirements, a 5-story building covering an area of 280 square meters with double staircases. From the first to the third floors, there are 11 six-person rooms, on the fourth floor 6 double rooms, and on the fifth floor 5 single rooms, for a total capacity of 215 people. Li Ji carefully examined the various materials and parameters noted on the blueprint, feeling that there should be no issues, and directly fed it to the construction platform. With the materials and blueprints in place, the construction platform worked swiftly. Before long, the foundation was laid and various wood, stones, and metals were cut and fused in different proportions, arranged and combined to form the walls, roof, and floor. Li Ji and the others had never witnessed such a scene of house construction. Not a single person moved, they all stood in place watching. Oh Huang sighed, a perfectionist could enjoy this for a whole year. Yu again sighed. If Blue Star had this speed of construction, housing prices would definitely drop significantly. Perhaps I could afford a house then. Li Ji replied. The rise in housing prices on Blue Star is not much related to construction technology, but is determined by land systems, financial environments, and population structures. Technological improvements may slightly reduce the rate of price increases by less than 10, but they cannot reverse the upward cycle driven by land finance and financial policies. Therefore, in the long term, the overall market volume will not change. Instead, leading enterprises can obtain higher premiums through technological barriers, accelerating the clearance of small and medium-sized developers and completing industry reshuffling a few years earlier. Yu again gave a thumbs up. No wonder you are the boss. Li Ji couldn't help but join in, feeling momentarily awkward, but smoothly saying, You may not have a house on Blue Star, but you have one here with me. Yu again replied, Right. So now I can say I have both a house and a vehicle. No wait, I'm part of the flying boat tribe. Tansheng Pass raised both hands. It's most important to follow the right boss. Li Ji suppressed the corners of her mouth, pondering seriously. As the first veteran employee of our company, you can choose a room first. Yu again was enlightened. That's why I feel so poor. She raised both hands. Long live the boss. The boss is the greatest. I love you. Li Ji moved aside, rescuing her line of sight that was blocked. Let's all go choose together. The blueprint was constructed according to Li Ji's requirements, building 5 independent suites on the top floor, each with a bedroom, living room, bathroom, balcony, and a small independent kitchen. After Li Ji waited for them to finish choosing, she automatically moved into the room with the best view near the right side staircase. All 5 rooms had their owners from left to right. 501 for House Sure, 502 for Tansheng Pass, 503 for Oh Huang, 504 for Yu again, and 505 for Li Ji. The 5 rooms shared a corridor with 2 large terraces on either side of the staircase. If the flying boat stayed hovering, Li Ji could easily park it beside the terrace. Li Ji looked at the terrace before entering her room. This room was much larger than the one on her flying boat, approximately 50 square meters. It was a very standard rectangular layout. To the right of the entrance was a bathroom, and to the left was a long kitchen leading into a spacious area. There was a large mountain view balcony directly facing the back mountain with greenery visible through the window, making for a lovely view. However, the sound insulation was average. Yu again's excited voice came through. Mom, I finally have my own house. I want to stay with Sanwu for a lifetime. The voices of Oh Huang, Hao Shi, and Tansheng Pass also came through. Oh Huang, I really don't understand. You've never worked a day in your life. How can you be so flattering? Hao Shi, this is the first time I've realized she can flatter so well, and after so many years of friendship, I never noticed. Tansheng Pass, you all don't understand. This is called workplace skills. I started learning from short videos in my freshman year, and after 3 years of refinement, I've mastered it. Now I've caught the opportunity. Just wait, I will definitely become Sanwu's chief confidant. He'll reach the pinnacle of life. Oh Huang, then he'll wait for you to become successful and elevate us all. Tansheng Pass, no, you misunderstood. It's Sanwu who becomes successful and we ascend. Hao Shi, I really can't take it anymore. Oh Huang, I don't want to see her face any longer either. the sound of their footsteps walking out. Tan Sheng Pass muttered from behind. One day you will realize I'm the most right. Li Ji, showing her big teeth, waited for her to finish boasting, then cleared her throat, took a deep breath, and adjusted her down jacket before walking out of the room with poise. At that moment, a message popped up in the game shop. The modification shop has completed the transaction. Would you like to accept the goods? Accept. Would you like to store it in the storehouse? The game shop also has another advantage. It has 6 storage slots similar to spatial backpacks capable of storing up to 1 units of the same item. She chose to store it directly. As for the surveillance mentioned by Zilia, having grown up in big data, she was naturally alert, but she could not produce the same sense of crisis as Zilia. Big data might monitor everyone, but it could not focus on each individual. Li Ji believed she was not qualified enough to be monitored by Qi Yuan, who was feared by the entire continent. In other words, if Qi Yuan really wanted to monitor her, would changing the location to store her goods prevent Qi Yuan from knowing what she was doing? This was a world with technology higher than that of Blue Star. If the so-called monitoring made even this glass species Zilia feel scared, then her hiding and resistance would not have any effect, but would instead constrain herself. Of course, when trading with other merchants, she would still follow their rules. It was all about convenience. Sanwu, look. Just as Li Ji placed her things down, she heard Tan Sheng Pass' voice change in tone. Instinctively following her gaze, she saw the orange sunset had been obscured by clouds that had floated in. The sunlight gradually dimmed, and the clouds began to tremble, becoming indistinct. It wasn't until a creature flew out from the clouds that Li Ji realized it was not a cloud at all, but a mass of creatures with bat wings, each one about twice the size. This creature was gray-black all over, with pointed ears, red eyes, sparse fur, tightly packed teeth, and sharp claws. It opened its mouth, emitting frequencies indistinguishable to human ears, flying towards the clouds below, directly towards Li Ji and the others. You again, and Haosher instantly entered a combat state. Li Ji immediately opened the official shop, searching for this special device, specifically targeting birds and creatures that attack at night, that you are very safe mentioned before. It didn't take long to find 2 types, the ultrasonic bat repeller and the laser bird repeller. The former cost 50 points, and the latter cost 20 points. Without blinking, Li Ji bought them both. She checked the manuals, calculated the best installation spots, climbed up. But that wouldn't work. Li Ji said, these 2 need to be installed on the roof. The 2 should be installed together at about 1/3 of the left side of the roof. Who will go install them? The warehouse and cafeteria were built on the left side of the roof. Installing them on the left would allow these 2 devices to cover those areas perfectly. How sure it'll go? You again, it's a matter of 1 minute. She pulled out a sack from somewhere, directly took the instruments and stuffed them inside, then flipped out of the corridor, climbed onto the roof, using her waist and abdomen strength, her thigh and calf muscles working simultaneously as if there were steps in the air, and she easily jumped up. In less than a minute, she flipped back down from the roof. It's done. The last glimmer of the sunset was about to vanish beyond the horizon. The lurking night bats were stirring restlessly. Their flapping wings, silent yet overwhelming, surged towards the newly established safe zone built by Li Ji. Tan Sheng Pass closed her eyes while Li Ji felt a bit of sweat forming in her palms. She had to see the effects of these 2 devices with her own eyes. If they proved ineffective, she would need to deploy the protective shield to fend off the attack. Fortunately, as the night bats flew closer, they seemed to lose their way, flapping their wings in confusion. Some of them dashed chaotically through the ranks, disrupting their formation, causing tightly packed companions to tumble to the ground, which startled the other night bats into scattering and flying off in different directions. It's effective. Li Ji immediately placed 3 more orders in the official store. 1 order was to be placed on the fishing boat, as work needed to continue through the night. The other 2 orders were for her own boat and a backup. The others also sighed in relief. No one wanted to work hard all day only to be anxious at night. However, not all the night bats had flown away. A portion continued to circle in the air or return to the trees to wait, as if unwilling to abandon this place. Li Ji and the others dared not sleep. On their first night here, they could only take turns to keep watch, needing to assess the situation before making further plans. Time passed gradually. The night bats resting on the trees remained alert, their eyes fixed intently on this side, until the sound of more vigorous wing flapping echoed. Li Ji's pupils constricted. Rock-beak bird. She immediately raised her voice. Everyone back to the rooms. Li Ji could not forget that her health bar was at 33 points, and she could only engage in a pecking contest with the rock-beak bird. She was AD3 in attributes. The others needed not to mention. The one who had matched the number just rubbed her wrist. This little thing I can take on 2 at once, don't worry. Haosher also retracted his gun, binding the boxing wraps on his wrists and hands, gazing at the 3 lonely rock-beak birds approaching. Li Ji warned, don't confront them directly, the rock-beak birds are fierce. Tan Sheng Pass remained calm. It's fine, don't be afraid. Sure has caught and eaten one before. The meat was particularly tender and super delicious. Li Ji was half skeptical and half hopeful, praying that the official bird repeller would be effective, while also unable to resist the urge to see if these 3 rock-beak birds were truly weak. If they were indeed weak, what did the stupid game mean by saying she was a rookie pecking against the rock-beak bird? Li Ji's prayers bore fruit. The three rock-beak birds did not fly towards them, but rather directly targeted the night bats circling in the trees and skies. The night bats scattered, but still the rock-beak birds picked off quite a few one by one. After satisfying their hunger, they landed on the branches to preen their feathers, their heads turning as they kept their gaze fixed on the remaining night bats that had not completely fled. Seeing the attacking power and aggressiveness of the rock-beak birds, Li Ji began to rejoice that the bird repeller was effective, and she felt that even though the game spoke harshly, it at least stated the truth. Until the one who matched the number leaped over the low wall, flipping from the 5th floor to the 1st in just a few moves, then darting straight towards the nearest rock-beak bird. This fierce charge startled Li Ji and caught the attention of the rock-beak birds. The three birds simultaneously turned their heads in one direction. Without hesitation, the one who matched the number surged forward, aiming directly at the nearest rock-beak bird. The rock-beak bird squawked twice, flapping its wings to engage. The one who matched the number dodged swiftly, her hands quick, grabbing the rock-beak bird by the neck and snapping it with a gentle twist. Li Ji's eyes widened. The second rock-beak bird let out a wail and joined the third in a dive. They coordinated their attack, one pecking at the eyes of the one who matched the number, while the other attempted to sneak up from behind, trying to disrupt her focus. The one who matched the number lightly leaped, twisting and kicking in the air, causing the rock-beak bird attempting to peck her eyes to plummet, crashing to the ground motionless. The other rock-beak bird, its eyes reddened, let out a shrill cry, its sharp beak aiming for the vulnerable neck of the one who matched the number. Its beak was stained with the blue blood of the night bats, the bird's face filled with hatred and a determination to die. However, the one who matched the number didn't even bother to dodge, facing the sharp beak with bare hands. Crack! From such a distance, Li Ji heard the crisp sound of the beak breaking. The one who matched the number had broken the bird's beak with a single punch. Li Ji stood in the corridor watching as the one who matched the number dragged the bodies of three large birds towards her. Her mind was in turmoil and her expression extremely complex. The one who matched the number revealed 8 teeth, grinning brightly. "We have meat for tomorrow's meal." Everyone was elated as if they had just won a battle. Li Ji, despite her reluctance to believe it, had to ask, "Duiheo, you're so powerful, your combat power must be high, right?" The one who matched the number replied nonchalantly, "My combat power isn't high, only 10, but my talent is for heavy attacks, which means my attack power stacks with each hit. Sometimes it'll even trigger a berserk mode, and currently my highest combat power in berserk mode is over 30. Boss, even though I'm still weak now, I will definitely become stronger in the future. Do you believe me?" Li Ji laughed. "Ha ha, I believe you. Don't say anymore, I need to go to the bathroom." It's fine, it's fine. She had her own strengths too. Combat power varies from person to person. Just because she was weak now doesn't mean she would remain so in the future. Moreover, she might be weak, but her employees were strong. Not to mention the cost-performance ratio of the one who matched the number was absolutely maximized. Having comforted herself, Li Ji finally emerged from the bathroom. At this moment, dawn was approaching, and Oh Huang, seeing that everyone was tired, set up a camping sofa and tables for people to rest. Tan Sheng Pass, wrapped in a blanket and nestled in the sofa, saw Li Ji approaching and said, "The night bats attacked many people. The regional chat and East Chi chat area are discussing this matter. We've lost over 700 people in District 15, and now there are only 92817, 92816 left." Li Ji nodded. "Have we lost any workers?" Tan Sheng Pass replied in a low tone, "We lost 17. Li Ji glanced at the sky. "It will soon be dawn, and the night bats have already left. Let's go retrieve those workers." Tan Sheng Pass exclaimed in surprise, "Really? Are we going now?" Li Ji responded, "It's best to go now. Offering help and saving people from peril would enhance employee loyalty." Li Ji quickly arranged 4 routes. She headed south, Tan Sheng Pass, and Oh Huang went north. The one who matched the number headed east, and Hao Shi drove the fishing boat west, all 4 lines simultaneously retrieving people, aiming to bring them back as quickly as possible. Before departing, Li Ji emphasized, "When you retrieve people, remember to reassure them, tell them that the safe zone has bird-repelling devices and measures against the night bats, and they will never have to experience such things again." Tan Sheng Pass replied, "The boss thinks of everything. I guarantee to complete the mission." Seeing her cheerful demeanor, Li Ji sighed internally and reminded her, "You and Oh Huang stay in the cockpit and don't come out. Let them stay on the deck, understood?" Tan Sheng Pass's gaze was clear, her attitude cooperative, understood. Li Ji helplessly looked at Oh Huang. Oh Huang also felt helpless. "I understand, don't worry." Li Ji followed the coordinates to pick up people one by one. As she had expected, when her flying boat stopped before the dilapidated wooden houses pecked by the night bats and rock beaks, most of the people inside displayed expressions of overwhelming joy mixed with tears, having survived a disaster. They cooperated well. Quietly sitting on the deck, even though they were still fearful, they merely wiped away their tears silently. Some who were injured did not utter a word. They simply pressed their hands against their wounds, biting their lips, worried about disturbing others and fearing being thrown off the ship due to their injuries. There were also those who, after calming down, showed curiosity, leaning over the railing to look down, gradually revealing expressions of relief. Some individuals had no sense of vigilance at all. They found a corner on the ship to close their eyes and sleep, while others wandered around casually. The last type of person occasionally cast furtive glances towards the cockpit and cabined their eyes, concealing hidden thoughts. Li Ji observed quietly. By the time the sun was high in the sky, everyone had been picked up. When her flying boat returned to the safe zone, the boats of the European Emperor and Master Hao had already arrived. Tan Sheng Pass sat on the terrace ready applying medicine to the European Emperor. Li Ji sighed inwardly. The worry she had anticipated had indeed come to pass. What happened? Tan Sheng Pass looked up, tears streaming down her face. There were robbers. After she choked out the words, Li Ji understood the general situation. The initial phase of picking up people had gone smoothly, but when they were about to pick up the second last person, a group of people suddenly surged forward before the flying boat had even stabilized. It turned out this group had been eyeing the fishing boat and the safe base since they saw the recruitment advertisement. They had formulated a detailed plan using tools to locate a girl who had been accepted and had ambushed her at her home the previous night. As soon as the European Emperor's ship arrived, they swiftly boarded, taking other workers hostage and demanding that Tan Sheng Pass and the European Emperor open the cockpit door, threatening to kill the others if they did not comply. The lucky ship had high defensive attributes. If they did not open the door, there would be no problem. Yet those people shockingly began to kill without hesitation. The European Emperor did not open the door. One by one, the dead lay outside. She knew she couldn't bring these people back to the safe zone and quietly contacted Master Hao. The two flying boats met, and Master Hao eliminated the group of robbers. However, most of the people on the ship had already died, leaving only two girls hiding in a corner. Seeing that everyone was dead, the European Emperor, unable to contain her anger, stepped out and fired 2 shots. To her surprise, one person who was not completely dead retaliated in a dying struggle, wounding the European Emperor's thigh, cutting into the femoral artery, causing blood to gush out, mixing with the pool of blood on the deck, creating a horrifying scene. If it weren't for the recovery potions they had, it was likely they wouldn't have been able to hold on until returning. The European Emperor's face turned pale, but her tone remained relatively calm. Fine, stop crying. Tan Sheng Pass tears fell like raindrops. I should have pulled you back and not let you go out. It's my fault for being too timid. I couldn't get up no matter what from where I squatted. If I had held on to you, you wouldn't have been hurt. And those people. She sobbed heavily, unable to catch her breath, only able to inhale repeatedly. Li Ji understood that she was not just crying because the European Emperor was injured, but because she was frightened by the scene of those robbers killing. It's all over now, but you've done very well. You stayed in the cockpit and didn't come out, which protected both you and your sister. Tan Sheng Pass shook her head, but they are all dead. Her eyes were filled with panic as she looked at the blood and bodies on the lucky ship that had not yet been dealt with, tears falling again. The front deck was silent. Everyone displayed expressions of either sorrow for the fallen or resentment and fear. Li Ji said that was an accident. Tan Sheng Pass replied, but Li Ji interrupted her. There are no buts. Even on Blue Star, accidents can happen at any time. Tan Sheng Pass retorted tearfully, but such things definitely wouldn't happen on Blue Star. Li Ji closed her eyes briefly to calm her emotions and gently said, now you should calm down. Master Hao, you and the European Emperor stay with her. I will go settle the others and will be back shortly. Master Hao nodded. Just as Li Ji was about to leave, she heard the European Emperor comforting Tan Sheng Pass, patting her on the back with soft words. It's alrighty, everything will pass. But I feel like I will never forget. Suddenly Li Ji turned around and looked at Tan Sheng Pass. Everything will never pass. Tan Sheng Pass was taken aback. Her sobs stopped abruptly and she hiccuped. You will encounter more of such things in the future. Not only strangers can die, your sister might die, Master Hao might die, I might die. No one can claim how many days they can survive in this world. Li Ji looked into Tan Sheng Pass' eyes. You saw someone die and you were powerless. Your closest person was injured and you couldn't stop it. Then what? What did you do? Tan Sheng Pass was stunned. Her sobs ceased and she hiccuped. Li Ji coldly remarked, you are crying. I don't want to say whether crying can solve problems, but you have made everyone uneasy with your tears. You directly undermine the morale of the entire team, creating an atmosphere of insecurity in this newly established safe zone. Tan Sheng Pass' tears fell. Her mouth opened as if she wanted to apologize. Li Ji interrupted her. Don't think that what you encountered today will pass. The notion that things will pass is merely a comforting lie for the weak. If you do not face your fears, they will forever haunt you. If you do not become strong, your weakness will always leave you in a passive position. Next time you encounter a similar situation, you will still be helpless, crying, pitying yourself, seeking comfort. Then waking up from nightmares, living in a daze day after day until you become a corpse yourself. Do you think that is the most terrifying thing? No, you could also become a slave, be meat on someone else's table, be a pet, or be an animal observed in a cage by a different race. Li Ji's gaze turned icy. But if you ask me to evaluate, I can only say you deserve it. Tan Sheng Pass' face turned pale, and Master Hao had already stood up, his eyes warning. Li Ji ignored her. You have your sister, you have Master Hao, you have a better starting point and stronger capital than everyone here. But after the incident, other than crying, complaining, and hoping someone would comfort you and tell you it's not your fault, what else have you done, eh? Master Hao said, stop talking. The European Emperor lowered his eyes and held Master Hao back. Let her speak. Master Hao killed those people. The European Emperor went out to finish them off, and you did nothing. Of course, I could also comfort you falsely before saying you did well by closing the door. But what about next time? You will still hide inside sheltered by your sister and Master Hao using their flesh and blood as your wall. What about your instincts? Master Hao interrupted her. She was not in a position to do anything at that time, isn't what you said. Li Ji repeated each word. What about her talent, her intuition for danger? Master Hao was taken aback. Tan Sheng Pass suddenly raised her face, tears falling like a string of beads, her pupils trembling violently. I often sense danger, but nothing has ever happened. Li Ji responded, talent needs training, not constant squandering. You indulged in comfort, enjoyed being protected, felt fortunate for your luck, and thus did not value it, allowing it to become a sixth sense that could be ignored. Thus talent can be taken away, and luck may disappear. And you all. Li Ji looked at Master Hao and the European Emperor. Has the crisis she felt never occurred, even once? Or did it occur even dangerously, but you did not tell her? Seeing the expressions of Master Hao and the European Emperor, Li Ji already knew the answer. You too are the enablers who turned her into a useless person, accomplices. This world is a meat grinder, and you willingly let your sister and friend become mere meat for slaughter. Li Ji did not linger. She said calmly, I have other matters to attend to, my words end here. You three can choose to stay or leave. As she walked halfway, she turned back saying, but debts must still be repaid. I won't make a loss in this deal. The designated ship was already hovering, waiting for the people to board. Upon seeing Li Ji approach, a tall figure of nearly 2 meters instantly stood upright, revealing a compliant smile. I need to step out for a moment. The officials will come to deliver someone in the afternoon. Please handle it. If anyone causes trouble, just throw them off the mountain. The designated ship reassured, don't worry. Li Ji boarded her flying vessel, lying back on the bed, feeling somewhat restless, as she tousled her hair before straightening it and locating Zelia's avatar. Is it submerged? You won't see her once you reach the mountaintop. Come quickly. Li Ji opened her professional panel and chose to teleport to Black Iron Port. As she steadied herself, she saw a group of lizardmen guards forcefully escorting a shadow shrouded in black cloth up the mountain. A corner of the black cloth revealed a glimmer of scales, somewhat familiar. Let's go, my ship is over there. Zelia always seemed to appear just outside Li Ji's line of sight. She lowered her head, curious, and asked, who was that group of lizardmen guards escorting? Zelia replied, the main culprit behind the attack on Black Iron Port. Li Ji raised an eyebrow, so they've caught him. Zelia chuckled hoarsely, who knows? She led the way, and before long Li Ji saw a deep gray, alloy-armored flying ship. The hull was painted with dark red flame patterns featuring retractable mechanical arms and cargo doors on the sides, with massive thruster nozzles at the rear. Overall, it was 3 times the size of her flying vessel. Zelia approached, and the side hatch automatically opened with a retractable elevator descending. She stood on it looking back. Aren't you coming? It's about to sink. Li Ji hurriedly boarded the flying ship. Zelia introduced as she walked. These hatches are temperature-controlled cargo holds divided into normal temperature, refrigerated, and explosion-proof areas. Above is the loading system, and ahead is the cockpit. Li Ji's gaze swept over the high-tech interior before following Zelia into the cockpit, instantly captivated by the holographic star map projector in front of her. This was far more advanced than her navigation system, displaying not only the surrounding airspace and trade routes, but also marking the distribution of various factions. Zelia took her seat in the driver's position, the prosthetic limb automatically connecting to the control system, while another screen lit up, catching Li Ji's attention. This is the geodetic detector. Zelia casually explained, it can detect cloud mines, earth mines, and sea mines through energy fluctuations. The flying ship did not glide, but took off directly. Li Ji only saw the scenery change in front of her, yet felt no sensation of movement, as if she were still on flat ground. Zelia disengaged from the prosthetic limb and jumped down from the driver's seat, saying, there is no teleportation array between the dense green market and Black Iron Port. We will fly there in about 2 keki times. Let's go upstairs for a drink. Li Ji asked, is your flying ship a custom build or a finished product? How much does it cost to buy? Zelia replied, it was customized after being finished, around 300 gold. If you want, I can give you a discount. Li Ji instantly withdrew her interest. I can't afford it. Zelia laughed heartily. I admire your frugality. Above the cockpit was a massive suite occupying the entire second floor. Upon entering, there were various oddly shaped small stones with a sandpit and a resting area resembling sofas beside them. Zelia invited Li Ji to sit wherever she liked. Li Ji searched for a while and finally sat down on a relatively comfortable stone. Zelia remarked, this is a moonstone, a specialty of the Twin Seas. What can it be used for? Zelia replied, it glows in the dark. Li Ji pointed to another small stone placed in the center of a metallic pedestal, asking, what about that one? Zelia mocked, that one is equally worthless. Li Ji inquired, which one is the most valuable? Zelia answered, that one, the Holy Shadow mark from the core ruins of Holy Shadow City. This small stone can grant you the protection of the Twin Moon Empire. Li Ji followed Zelia's pointing hand and asked protection from the Twin Moon Empire. The Twin Moon Empire is the only permanent neutral nation on the Tianqi continent. The Holy Blood and Dark Blood are ancient races on the Tianqi continent and are the only races not participating in the century ratings. Therefore, no matter what happens even during the century ratings, the peace of the Twin Moon Empire will not be shaken. Li Ji's mind flashed with many thoughts, and only one question escaped her lips. If I want to have real estate in the Twin Moon Empire, or say open a shop, what conditions would I need? Zelia poured a cup of a thick blue-green liquid that did not mix well into a glass. She handed Li Ji a cup and downed her own in one gulp, letting out a satisfied sigh. It's not strange for you to think this way. Oh, all merchants wish to open a shop in the Twin Moon Empire, but the Twin Moon Empire cannot accept all merchants. Li Ji waited for her to continue. Zelia added, your occupational level must reach at least level 5, and the Twin Moon Empire only accepts merchants from clever races and above. Li Ji remained silent for a moment, then asked, Zelia, have you heard of entities that break the racial level limits? Zelia replied yes. Li Ji's eyes lit up. Zelia said, those are extremely rare. Every individual who breaks the racial level limits is the strongest of their race. Li Ji, your race has already spread across the Tianqi continent, and the information I've received indicates that you are a very large race. This is both a good thing and a bad thing. You should understand what I mean. Li Ji certainly understood. No matter where one was, becoming the strongest of a race is an exceedingly difficult task. For most people, the probability remains eternally zero, and a large population means more outstanding individuals, which brings Li Ji's chance of becoming the strongest human closer to zero. Li Ji asked, but how do you define the strongest? Is it the highest combat power, the highest intelligence, or something else? Zelia replied, any of those could be true. Each entity that breaks the racial limits is recorded in the Tianqi Celebrity Tower. They have existed, leaving behind history and legends. If you get the chance, you can visit Twin Moon City, where the 3 major lists of Tianqi stand, and the Celebrity Tower is there as well. It is the most peaceful and prosperous city on the Tianqi continent, yet it also reveres fame, achievements, and ambition. Li Ji gazed out the porthole at the vast ocean. The reflection in the window showed her ambitious eyes. Twin Moon City truly was a city to yearn for. The ocean gradually gave way to a sprawling forest. But what held Li Ji's gaze was a floating city above the forest, composed of hundreds of pristine white floating islands. Beneath the floating city lay a shadowy city, a complete mirror image of the aerial metropolis formed by the shadows of the floating islands. These 2 cities existed as counterparts, connected by light bridges and magical whirlpools. Saints with a pale golden complexion, their skin shimmering with a subtle pearlescent glow, and dark beings with a dusky hue, their forms seemingly merging with the shadows, traversed the area. Celia's flying ship began to descend. She said, that is Saint Shadow City, but our destination is not here, it's below. Li Ji reluctantly shifted his gaze to the forest below the city. To his surprise, the forest was filled with towering giant trees, with all buildings constructed atop the trunks and canopies connected by wooden bridges. The ship landed on a leaf of one of the giant trees. Li Ji followed Celia off the ship. As his feet touched the green leaf surface, he felt a firmness that was somewhat soft, reminiscent of a carpet laid over marble. In the midst of his astonishment, a massive flying ship passed right before his eyes, landing on an even larger tree. Li Ji looked up, seeing that the tree's leaves almost obscured the sky. As the flying ship settled, someone descended from above. The leaves swayed, and through the gaps Li Ji could clearly see that it was a giant over 5 meters tall. Celia said, in the verdant market, different models of ships have corresponding leaf types for docking. Over there is the exclusive docking port for the mountain giants. Li Ji nodded in response, unable to tear his eyes away. A procession of armored beings passed by, only their eyes visible. What race are they? Li Ji asked. Celia replied, those are golems created and controlled by mages from the saints and shadows, maintaining order in the verdant market. This was the first time she had seen mages in the Tianqi continent. Li Ji was amazed, while Celia seemed unfazed. Let's go, we need to head down. Celia grabbed a vine and pulled down. 2 green leaves interlaced at a 90-degree angle, forming a chair-like seat behind her. Celia sat down, and the vine wrapped around her and the leaves, then they suddenly descended. Li Ji copied her, tugging at the vine. The green leaves lifted her, and before she could brace herself, she found herself sitting on the leaf. As her safety strap clicked into place, she was instantaneously airborne and landed on the ground. The tree people can definitely tell you're a newcomer. They love to play like this. Li Ji glanced back, a smile creeping onto his lips. I think it's quite fun too. Celia replied, after a few times it loses its charm. She led Li Ji through a series of wooden bridges, soon arriving at a hollowed-out tree trunk. This is the information exchange. You can take a look yourself, though I have things to attend to. I'll contact you again before I leave. Li Ji nodded, watching Celia disappear among the legs of various races and parting the floral curtain to enter. The first thing that caught his eye was countless vines descending from the heart of the tree. Below these vines were wooden plaques. Li Ji approached and picked up one of the plaques. A voice echoed, providing information about the demon race direction potions, a location treehouse 127 on the 4th floor. He picked up another plaque, purchasing news about the Feather Spirit Race Direction Trading Conference. Contact method, the 4th Rong tree on Cyril Avenue. This was a place for releasing and acquiring information. Li Ji walked past these vines and moved forward. He spotted several electronic machines. A small tree person saw Li Ji and immediately approached, saying, "Hello, guest. Are you looking to purchase information or sell information?" Li Ji replied, "I want to purchase information. Please provide the content of the information." Li Ji said, "I want to know how to break the racial limit." The small tree person tapped a few times on the machine. All the text and symbols were incomprehensible to Li Ji. Input completed. The small tree person said the information purchase costs 10 silver. Would you like to pay directly? Li Ji replied, "I want to know something more specific, a way to break the limit besides becoming the strongest." The small tree person thought for a moment, canceled the order, and re-entered the information. For special information, should I narrow down the range of traders? I can choose the traders. Of course. There are many who know this information, but what each person knows can vary. For instance, a scholar might know about scholarly directions, or a core crystal race might know their own direction. Is there someone more comprehensive who understands various directions able to provide me with more specific and complete advice? The small tree person pondered. There happens to be a dark being on duty today. You can ask that individual. She knows a lot, but her information does not come cheap. How much? Li Ji asked. The small tree person replied, "One piece of information costs 10 gold. Isn't that the same price as Celia?" Li Ji said, "I want to speak to that dark being." Okay. The small tree person entered the information and the machine spat out a leaf. Murmur Tower level 7, number 112, you can go directly there. Li Ji took the leaf and ascended the spiral staircase along the tree trunk. Upon reaching the second floor, he discovered that this level was divided into hundreds of soundproof rooms formed by leaves or tree houses. There were a total of 77 such soundproof rooms. Li Ji climbed to the 7th floor and quickly found Murmur Tower number 112. He lifted the leaf and entered only to find it pitch black inside with only the leaf veins emitting a faint glow. "Please take a seat." A voice echoed in the darkness. Li Ji squinted and noticed a figure sitting not far away. The person blended completely into the shadows. Had it not been for her skin displaying a certain cold metallic sheen, Li Ji would not have noticed her. Newborn race. The dark being sat up straight, her tone revealing a hint of interest. "You've just finished the novice period, and you've already found the murmur tree. You have great potential to become a whisperer. Have you changed your class? Are you interested in working here?" Li Ji replied, "I have changed my class." Oh, her interest waned instantly. "What is it you want to know?" "Let me see. Breaking the racial limit." The dark being sat up straight again, her voice more excited than before. "Why are you asking for this information? Your newborn race just entered the Tianqi continent on the 4th day. Even if you know about racial limits, you shouldn't be seeking answers to this question at this time unless you have already reached the limit of your racial level." The dark being stood up, excitedly tearing off a leaf and recording in front of Li Ji. "A racial limit powerhouse has appeared among newborn races. What is your profession?" the dark being asked. Li Ji replied, "How much is this piece of information worth?" The dark being said, "If you put it that way, you must be a merchant." Li Ji deliberately did not wear the merchant's cloak today. However, due to past experiences, he brought the 2 buttons given to him by the lucky one, placing the cards and goods he would use into the buttons. To his surprise, the dark one recognized her identity at a glance. But upon reflection, he found it quite normal. As a professional information gatherer, the whisperer possessed keen observational skills and the ability to analyze information, which were fundamental qualities of the profession. Li Ji did not deny it, but instead steered the conversation back. "What is the method to break the racial limits?" The dark one simply replied with 4 words, "The heart of the strong." Li Ji pressed further, and then, "There is no and then. The only way to break the racial limits is to have a heart of the strong." What is the difference between that and becoming the strongest of the race? Becoming the strongest of a race is merely a summary of limited phenomena seen by some, and not every strongest of a race can break the racial limits, nor does every strongest possess a heart of the strong. Since you are the first to find me from the new race, I can offer you a suggestion for free. Find the strength within yourself that you truly recognize and believe in, not the mundane kind, and then execute it. The dark one said, "I have answered your question. The transaction is over." Li Ji emerged from Yeda and reviewed the news about Dongxi in the information hall on the 1st floor. She found that most of the information was about trial areas and various races, with very little regarding commerce and trade. She found a chilling piece of news. Just 10 silver coins. The high priest of the witch spirit clan predicts that the extreme cold in the northern border may last for 70 Qi Yuan days, and the demon clan will hatch bloodthirsty spirits in advance, using the flesh and blood of the new races to strengthen the numbers and powers of the bloodthirsty spirits preparing for the century raiding. After reading, a layer of cold sweat had already formed on her back. She immediately found the previous trend. "I need information on the bloodthirsty spirits." The trance searched on the machine. "The popular science information is only 100 copper. Li Ji handed over the money. The Treant pulled out a leaf and read aloud, "Bloodthirsty spirits are frenzied experimental bodies bred by the demon clan for war and plunder. They amalgamate various biological genes and live on blood, possessing immense strength. They can fly 100 miles upon hatching, and when mature can fly 1,000 miles in a day. If they receive ample flesh and blood to supplement their strength, they may grow into bloodthirsty demons. Li Ji asked, are there specific attributes and weaknesses of the bloodthirsty spirits, and also of the bloodthirsty demons? The treant replied, the popular science information consists of 2 articles for 200 copper. Li Ji readily paid the amount. The treant took out a leaf and read, the initial attributes of the bloodthirsty spirits are not high, and they are very fragile generally with attributes around 10 strength, 20 speed, and 10 health. However, at maturity strength and speed can reach 50 and 100, while health increases depending on whether they receive enough flesh and blood to supplement their strength. If there is enough flesh and blood for supplementation after evolving into bloodthirsty demons, their speed, strength, and health will receive a tremendous boost. In the last century's rating, there were 12 bloodthirsty demons, with their highest strength reaching 279, speed reaching 311, and health reaching 500, making a significant contribution to the demon clan's grade rating. The weakness of the bloodthirsty spirits is high temperature and fire, which is why they usually only appear during the coldest periods. Their vision has degraded, relying mainly on smell and hearing. As long as one remains quiet and stays in a solid enclosed space, they can evade the bloodthirsty spirit's detection. However, bloodthirsty demons do not have such weaknesses. They have evolved to possess sight, and only a sufficiently strong shelter and high temperature can hinder them. Of course, the best way is to leave the area where bloodthirsty demons are present, as each bloodthirsty demon can command at least 100 bloodthirsty spirits. If surrounded by them, even grade races will find it difficult to escape the predicament. As the treant read through the leaves, Li Ji's expression grew increasingly grave. She was almost certain that the demon clan released the bloodthirsty spirits, specifically targeting humans. Weak yet numerous humans are the perfect prey for the bloodthirsty spirits. Li Ji couldn't bear to imagine how many bloodthirsty demons could be bred from billions of humans. She meticulously recorded all the information and then looked for some details about the new races. However, most of it was observational. For instance, there are new races in all 4 major regions, and the mind spirit race is large in number, which were not very useful pieces of information for her. Li Ji spent another 90 copper to purchase information on food, fuel, and airship modifications. Exiting the information hall, she headed straight to the gathering place of the Manbull clan in the lush green market to buy food. Located in the sparsely wooded northeast corner, near a water source, the stalls of the Manbull clan were arranged along the meandering stream, appearing neat and orderly. As Li Ji approached, she first caught the aroma of grilled meat and the scent of hay and grains. Several chubby Manbull children with short horns ran past her, each holding a bitten grilled sausage. An elder scolded from behind, "Don't run around." The children giggled and jumped directly into the stream, frolicking and playing in the water. The splashes of water hit Li Ji's shoes, and the surface of the water reflected the dazed look in her eyes. This seemed to be the first time she saw real children in the Tianchi continent. These children seemed no different from those on Blue Star. They played, frolicked, and were cared for and protected by their parents, looking carefree. The stalls of the Manbull clan were also very clean, with tents, long tables, and goods neatly stacked with hides piled into blocks and tools hanging on wooden racks. "Would you like a piece of grilled meat?" a broad-shouldered Manbull asked kindly. Li Ji replied, "How much?" The Manbull said, "The one who splashed water on you earlier is my child, so consider this piece of grilled meat as compensation for you." Li Ji took it, but did not eat. Instead, she asked, "If I want to purchase a large quantity of food, who should I look for?" The Manbull's eyes brightened. "How much do you need? What kind of food? You can ask me." Li Ji replied, "I see you have a lot of grains as well as jerky, cheese, butter, and wine. I want all of those." The Manbull stepped out from behind the stall. "I have grilled meat and smoked sausages. The oats and rye flour over there are sold by my sister, and cheese, wine, and butter are my brother's business. How much do you want?" The chieftain of the Man Nyo tribe was even more robust and towering. She appeared with a hearty laugh, carrying a sack of unoffloaded grain on her shoulder, her features honest and unpretentious. Li Ji repeated the items he was about to purchase and said, "If possible, I hope we can establish a long-term cooperation trading at the Nonglu market, and I can pick up the goods myself." "That's wonderful." The chieftain of the Man Nyo tribe introduced herself. "I am Nyo. What is your name?" "Li Ji." "Li Ji, from now on you are a friend of the Man Nyo tribe." Li Ji smiled. "It is an honor to be a friend of the Man Nyo tribe. Let's discuss the price." "Nyo," she glanced at the woman from the Man Nyo tribe earlier. "Did you not tell her the price?" The woman replied, "I mentioned that the roasted meat is 32 copper per unit, and the smoked sausage is 38 copper per unit." Nyo, she said, "Yes, that is a very reasonable price." Li Ji said, "If we are to cooperate long-term, I hope the prices can be lowered a bit." Nyo, she replied, "It can't go any lower. We just supplied a batch of meat and grain to the Yuling tribe, and our food reserves are already low. The money earned will also be used to purchase weapons and tools from the Rongduan tribe, so we simply cannot lower it." Li Ji proposed we can sign a contract. "I assure you that I will pick up a batch of goods every 5 days with no less than 500 units of grain, 200 units of meat, and 100 units of vegetables each time, and I will prepay 30 of the deposit for each pickup, starting with a 30-day trading cycle." Niyoshi stomped her feet twice and glanced at Li Ji, pretending to pace. If it's such a long-term cooperation, we can indeed lower it a bit, but it can't be too much after all our food reserves are limited. Li Ji stated the average price of vegetables at Nonglu Market is 6 copper per unit, meat is 20 copper per unit, and for grain oats are generally 5 copper per unit, while rye flour is 6 copper per unit. And then there's wine. Li Ji listed the prices he had found in the information hall. Nio's eyes pacing steps became smaller. Li Ji expressed, I hope to purchase at 80 of the market price, which is quite a suitable price. You know, Chieftain Nio, the Nonglu Market has more than just the Man Nio tribe selling grain. I sought you out because I share the same spirit of contract as the Man Nio tribe and respect food. Niyoshi halted her steps, saying, for just food we are indeed making too little profit. However, if you are willing to purchase some cow bile and leather, I believe we can reach an agreement. Is it also at 80? Niyoshi sighed, business has been slow lately, so let's go with this. She took out a contract, take a look, and see if there's anything that needs changing. Li Ji took the contract, confirmed the food quantities were correct, and scanned over the stipulation of each time must include the purchase of 10 units of medicinal cow bile, 50 copper per unit, and 10 leather jackets, 15 copper per jacket, then signed his name. My friend, I will have someone bring your goods right away. The Man Nio tribe was quite strong, and soon the 500 units of oats, 500 units of rye flour, 200 units of vegetables, and 300 units of beef that Li Ji requested were all moved over. For the remaining roasted meat, smoked sausage, barley wine, cheese, and butter, Li Ji also requested 100 units each. According to the agreed 80 discount, the prices were 2,000 copper for oats, 4,800 copper for beef, 2,400 copper for rye, 960 copper for vegetables, plus 1,600 for barley wine, 2,240 for roasted meat, 2,400 for smoked sausage, and 2,880 for butter and cheese. The total came to 1 gold, 9 silver, and 280 copper. But in addition, there were the medicinal cow bile and leather from the Man Nio tribe, totaling 650 copper. The final settlement amount was 1 gold, 9 silver, and 930 copper. Goods exchanged for payment. Li Ji placed everything into his spatial button, added Nio Shi as a friend, and headed towards his next destination, the Trant base. The purpose of finding the Trants was primarily to purchase wood for fuel. The fuel she had stored was only enough for her flying boat, and she still needed to prepare fuel for her fishing boat and the dormitory in the safe zone. Moreover, with the presence of bloodthirsty spirits, the more fuel stored, the better. As she walked, Li Ji listed all the items she had just purchased from the Man Nio tribe on her marketplace. For essential food items like oats, rye flour, and vegetables, she marked up the prices tenfold based on the purchase price. For premium food items like cheese, butter, beef, and sausage, she marked them up 15-fold. Barley wine saw the steepest increase. In the cold winter, wine is not just food, sometimes it is a strategic resource. She marked it up 30-fold. After listing her new items, Li Ji discovered that her fast-growing mushrooms had sold 2 orders, and her professional experience had reached 1220. Before she could close the store page, 2 messages popped up. An anonymous player purchased 5 units of oats, 5 units of beef, 3 units of vegetables, 1 unit of cheese, and 1 unit of barley wine. Transaction completed. Your online store completed a multi-type transaction. Experience 2. The experience value increased by 2 points. This was also the reason for her rapid listings. Li Ji realized that the profession level was more important than she had imagined. It was not just the admission threshold for certain trading zones, it was also a credential for gaining access to the teleportation arrays in the 4 major regions, which was crucial for her future store location. Li Ji looked up at the huge floating city connected by light and shadow. Whether in the shadows where the light and shadow trains traversed through the teleportation arrays, or on the white floating islands with their elegant and vibrant gardens, each place looked prosperous and stable. The business she aspired to do in the future must rely on a completely safe and neutral location. Holy Shadow City was the best choice. No matter what, she had to obtain the qualification to enter Holy Shadow City. Li Ji withdrew her gaze and plunged into the Trant base without looking back. Purchasing wood went very smoothly. She acquired 500 units of wood for 50 silver coins, and since her button could not hold any more, they agreed for her to come back tomorrow for another batch and sign the contract. Celia had just completed her own business and came to meet Li Ji, seeing her purchase such a large amount of which she understood. Are you stockpiling fuel for your compatriots? Li Ji had just placed the wood into her spatial button, packing them in units of 100. Hearing this, she looked up, her expression still a bit bewildered. What do you mean? Celia said, although the extreme cold is approaching, you shouldn't need this much wood for just yourself. If it's not for your compatriots, are you planning to use it all yourself? Li Ji nodded firmly, her face filled with righteousness. You are right. I am preparing it for my compatriots. The cold wave is coming soon. Oh, how can I bear to let my compatriots suffer in the cold and hunger? By the way, Celia, I've run out of money because of stockpiling wood and food. Can you introduce me to a skilled and affordable flying boat engineer with a good cost-performance ratio? It would be best if they could fully upgrade the outer shell of my flying boat using the best thermal insulation materials. My budget is only around 20 gold coins. Ooh, perhaps you could sponsor me with some materials. 20 gold, and you still. Put on your cloak. Zelia's leisurely mockery snapped taut. Her prosthetic limb whirred into place as the cannon that had once threatened Li Ji trained itself on the shimmering air ahead. Li Ji quickly drew a cloak from a hidden button and draped it over his shoulders. No sooner had he done so than the air ahead twisted into a vortex and a figure emerged from within. A single crimson pattern marked the newcomer's brow, bony wings unfurled from her back, her eyes red against dark hair. As she walked, her cloak billowed like a mantle behind her. "Zelia, it has been so long. Why leave without even a word?" Zelia sneered, her tone a naked contempt. "Luo Hong, after all these years you're still only a levels even merchant. What right have you to expect me to greet you?" Luo Hong, the demon kin called Luo Hong, curled the corner of her mouth into a smile of teeth. "Just because you're near death. I am still young." She spread her arms, and the cloak that trailed her turned into a sweeping arc as she spun. "See, my body brims with vitality while you are already descending into decay, much like the future of your Rongduan clan." She began to cackle. "I'm so eager for the ratings 2.5 years from now. I hear the Yinxiao clan has prepared extensively. I wonder whether the Rongduan have any countermeasures. After all, if you hadn't sabotaged them back then, who knows who would have been ranked S." Luo Hong covered her mouth to laugh, but her eyes studied Zelia's face. Seeing Zelia's eyelids barely move, Luo Hong's gaze flicked to Li Ji at the side. "Who is this? I heard you were seeking a successor. Could it be that there is no talent left in your clan, and you simply picked someone off the roadside?" Zelia gave a cold laugh. "Instead of worrying about the Rongduan, perhaps you should worry about your own kind. Qiyuan has probably already issued warnings. Don't be surprised if before the century raiding the demon kin are wiped out by Qiyuan." Luo Hong's smile faltered and turned icy. "Zelia, you go looking for longevity trinkets and primal sources everywhere. Are you seeking to prolong your own life, or Odin's?" She stared intently at Zelia's expression, and when she noticed the deepening lines at the corner of Zelia's mouth, her smile broadened. "Your Rongduan are not only losing merchants, your master craftsmen are down to Aoding alone. You are destined to be this century's 10th failure. Rather than flounder in such an ugly decline, perhaps you should savor these last 2.5 years of dignity." She turned away with a sneer. The cloak lifted by the wind brushed the back of Li Ji's hand, cool and disdainful. Li Ji kept his gaze lowered until she vanished, then looked toward the ever-silent Zelia. Zelia spoke, her hoarse voice sounding even older. "Let us go." Li Ji followed quietly at her side, weaving between the races as they made for the great tree where they had disembarked. "Zelia, let us discuss a collaboration." Zelia's prosthetic limbs stilled. She turned to regard Li Ji with an unreadable face. Li Ji disregarded the scorn and appraisal in her eyes and got straight to the point. "You must have noticed the commercial potential of the Yinxiao clan's microcrystal energy converter, and you know the future value of Tianqi Weichen." Zelia's nasolabial lines deepened. "You want to invest in Tianqi Weichen?" Li Ji replied, "No, I intend to open a bank." "A bank?" Zelia echoed. Li Ji corrected, "Or rather, I am preparing to establish a cross-racial clearinghouse." He lowered his voice, candid and intimate, with a hint of complaint. "On the Tianqi continent, transactions between races are largely conducted offline. Portals and conveyances reduce much of the transport time, but most races, especially hostile pairs, have non-interoperable trade and transit. Take the Rongduan and the Yinxiao clans, for example." Zelia's gaze grew colder. Li Ji pretended not to notice and continued, "Yet you need Yinxiao craftsmanship and they need your techniques. In practice, both sides obtain each other's goods by various means." Zelia asked bluntly, "What is it you want to say?" Li Ji unfolded the plan he had long envisioned. "My clearinghouse will issue a kind of credit certificate allowing goods that cannot normally circulate between races to be traded within my establishment. For instance, you deposit Rongduan weapons with me, and I issue a warehouse receipt. That receipt can be subdivided into smaller units. Anyone holding a piece can at any time exchange it for weapons of equivalent value. Likewise, you can use that receipt at my clearinghouse to purchase items other races have deposited. In this process, you need neither increase your inventory nor run errands yourself, and you need not fear the other side defaulting. I will assume all the transactional risk." A thoughtful look passed through Zelia's eyes. "What will you gain from this?" Li Ji, "I will collect fees. For example, if Heidi Port's annual trade volume is roughly 1 million gold and half of that flowed through our clearinghouse, I would only charge a 0.5 handling fee. That equates to 2,500 gold a year. If you take a 50% share, your annual net is 1,250 gold. You would not need to supply extra manpower, only to endorse my clearinghouse and become one of its directors. In doing so, Rongduan merchants would automatically become friendly partners of the clearinghouse." Zelia's gaze sharpened. Li Ji's expression remained calm, confident. When he first observed the archaic financial structures on the Tianqi continent, the thought of a grand venture had formed in his mind. But the fund's background and strength required were vast and complex. He could only begin with the simplest exchange. Even so, truly launching such an institution would be exceedingly difficult. First, the initial partner race would be crucial. Li Ji's first choice had been Ling. Ling's character, background, and status were satisfactory, but she had a fatal shortcoming: insufficient influence within the Yuling clan. She could not firmly establish the clearinghouse on her own. Inevitably, a more powerful partner with broader resources and greater clout would be needed. The second candidate Li Ji fixed upon was Zelia. She was the most qualified person he had encountered so far, yet he had not found a way to persuade her. Only when he heard the demon kin mock Zelia just now, recalling Zelia's former threats and solicitations toward him, Did he realize the Rongduan clan's current plight? Was Zelia's greatest vulnerability? Rongduan merchants are faltering, and Zelia has no heir. At that moment, he understood an opportunity had arrived. Li Ji had deliberately waited until Luo Hong had left, and until Zelia's agitation had eased, but her worry persisted, likely turning over the Rongduan's future, then struck at the clan's future as the fulcrum to persuade her. Yet these arguments alone would not suffice. His voice softened, taking on an intimate bluntness tinged with complaint. Zelia, I meant what I said before. I have always regarded you as a mentor in my profession. Though you once trained a cannon on me, you also saved my life. I want to cooperate with you because I respect you and admire your achievements. I hope our ties, with you and with the Rongduan, might deepen and endure. After all, when I first arrived in this world, the first weapon I unexpectedly obtained was crafted by Master Aoding, and the first friend I made was Lai Li. I believe this is fate. Celia had not spoken for a long time. She simply measured and pondered with a scrutinizing gaze, her expression gradually becoming grave. Get on the ship first. Celia turned first, her prosthetic limb guiding her ahead. Li Ji quickly caught up, speaking lightly. Celia, I need to leave a marker in front of, otherwise I'll have to take your ship again next time. Celia asked, have you reached level 1? Li Ji replied, almost level 2. Celia's contemplation deepened, but her pace began to slow. The two soon arrived at the junction of the giant tree, the market of the barbarian ox tribe, and the tree folk stronghold. Li Ji stopped, saying, I'll leave a marker here for now. She opened her profession panel. Shop Black Market Merchant Li Ji Shop, Level 1, 1720, Shop Marker 1. Wilderness Market, 2. Black Iron Port, 3. Shop Status Freestall Upgradable Shop Equipment Merchant Cloak Merchant Backpack Fair Scale. Her experience points increased by 3. It seems the black market in the game shop had made 3 sales during this time. Li Ji clicked on the markers. Would you like to anchor the marker yourself? Yes, a golden coordinate phantom appeared before Li Ji. She moved it to a spot she deemed suitable. Anchoring marker. Marker anchoring failed. Please anchor at a location that allows marker placement. Li Ji was slightly surprised. Previously, her markers had all been automatically anchored teleportation arrays. Today, having come on the flying ship with Celia, she intended to find a spot close to the barbarian ox tribe and tree folk as a marker, only to discover that not everywhere could be anchored. Celia seemed to have just come back to her senses, saying, You can't anchor here, you need to go to the giant tree over there. Li Ji retracted the marker. The two traveled in silence. Celia said, That tree is a free anchoring zone. You can find a suitable leaf there to bind a marker, and I'll wait for you on the ship. Li Ji climbed the tree and chose a vibrant green leaf about 3 meters long among those that had already been anchored. Anchoring marker. You have successfully added a marker. Dense green market. New leaf no. 1761219 on the profession panel. The third marker changed from to dense green market. Li Ji crossed the wooden bridge and reached the giant tree where Celia's flying ship was docked. The ship lowered its elevator. As soon as Li Ji stepped in, Celia said, I have 4 questions. Please go ahead. First, how do you convince other races to store their goods with you? Second, how do you ensure that the warehouse receipts you mentioned cannot be forged? Third, even if the trading center opens with your race and strength, how can you ensure that this business can continue without being taken over by others? Fourth, how do you determine the value of the goods? If the stored goods depreciate during this period, will they still be traded at the nominal value of the warehouse receipt? Li Ji understood. Celia had already been moved. What she needed to do was alleviate her concerns, or rather to make her believe that she had a plan and the ability to handle issues. For the first question, I plan to persuade Ling to join us, which will secure a certain supply from the Feather Spirit tribe, and then develop merchants from other races at the Feather Spirit tribe's trading convention. Of course, choosing partners also hopes that you can invite some trustworthy merchants to store their goods here for the trading center. For the second question, I have a special anti-counterfeiting mechanism that can provide authentication. Her card library is the best anti-counterfeiting mechanism. As long as a sufficient quantity of material cards can be found, no one can forge them. Once the trading center expands, different material cards can represent warehouse receipts of different denominations. For the third question, I actually believe that my race is my greatest advantage in opening the trading center. All races on the Apocalypse continent have connections, whether friendly or hostile, but connections make it hard to believe in fairness. As a newly arrived race on the Apocalypse continent, I naturally represent neutrality and fairness, making it easier to gain the trust of other races. As for strength, this is indeed my only disadvantage, but I will do my utmost to level up, and will find ways to unite more powerful collaborators to deter those with ulterior motives. Li Ji grinned at Celia, saying, You are also one of my supports. Celia took a sip of tea, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes smoothing out a bit, but she remained silent. Li Ji said, As for the last question, I plan to establish my own information channel, and I trust my judgment. Celia set down her teacup. If you want to establish such a trading center, the location must be the Twin Moon Empire. Li Ji nodded in agreement. I think so too. Celia said, But I have already told you the entry requirements for the Twin Moon Empire. You are still far from it. I can work with you on the condition that you must reach level C before the trading convention. Li Ji could not refute. Celia's requirement was very reasonable. Level C is the minimum level for entry into the Twin Moon Empire. Without reaching it, everything would just be talk. But what is the heart of a strong person? As if seeing through Li Ji's doubts, Celia slowly spoke. From the day I met you, I recognized you as a strong person. Li Ji saw the shimmering light in Celia's eyes. She meaningfully said, strength is not about level, but about the heart. Li Ji, I hope you won't disappoint me. Li Ji swore, don't worry, I never disappoint anyone. She took out the fair scale, quickly inputting terms with her mind, and soon generated a contract. Then let's sign a letter of intent first. Celia smirked, you really don't disappoint me. Li Ji bared her teeth. Thank you for the compliment. Once the contract was signed, the confidentiality clause took effect, and Li Ji finally felt relieved. The best part of the Apocalypse continent is the unprecedented strength of contract enforceability. Once a contract is signed, there is basically not much room for loopholes. She was genuinely worried that Celia would listen to her idea and act on her own. Although the forging tribe seems to have offended quite a few races, making it difficult to expand the trading center later, Celia's efficiency in acting alone is much higher than collaborating with her. Celia said, since we may cooperate in the future to avoid you dying early, let me give you a free reminder. Be careful of the demon race you just met. She has already marked your aura and is likely eyeing your flesh. Don't accidentally become her blood food. Li Ji's grin instantly vanished. Why didn't you say that earlier? Celia replied, that was just between you and her. Li Ji smiled without humor. You really don't disappoint me. Celia's eyes sparkled with mirth, likewise. After successfully upgrading to a partner, Li Ji was not polite at all and began to extract free information. To avoid an early demise, could you kindly tell me how to deal with the demon race? Celia replied, you are dreaming. She is an A2, and you are merely at grade. Even if you reach grade, there is no way to confront her. The only thing you can do is to avoid her like you did with Chun. Li Ji responded, surely the noble A-grade demon would not lower herself to come kill me personally, right? What would she do if she truly had her eyes on me? This time Celia did not mock Li Ji. After pondering for a moment, she said, the demon race has raised many demonic beasts, and since you are in Dongqi close to the northern border, it is precisely the time for the demon race to hatch bloodthirsty spirits. It is very likely she will send a bloodthirsty spirit to find you. Having received the desired information, Li Ji nonchalantly said, then I should have a way to deal with the bloodthirsty spirit, right? Dealing with a bloodthirsty spirit is simple. A sealed and secure space will suffice. The difficulty lies in confronting a bloodthirsty demon spirit, as its power, speed, and vitality will increase significantly only high temperatures. Celia paused, lifting her eyelids in suspicion. Did you know about the bloodthirsty demon spirit when you mentioned upgrading the thermal insulation materials for the airship? Li Ji replied, I happened to see the information in the information hall. Celia could not believe that Li Ji could accidentally find a piece of news related to the bloodthirsty spirit among millions of messages. It could only mean that she had sensed something and specifically sought out this information. This indirectly proved her keen ability in information analysis and collection. Celia spoke in a flat tone, since you know how to deal with it, why are you asking me? Li Ji replied earnestly, the messages in the information hall are broad and cannot be tailored to my personal needs, providing a custom plan to deal with the bloodthirsty demon spirit. But you are different, Celia. Oh, I believe that with your understanding of me, you can certainly help me find the safest plan. Celia's aura became more intense. She maintained a straight face. Even if you flatter me so much, I won't upgrade your airship for free. At most, I can take you to find Master Zivil, who is skilled in airship modifications. Li Ji grinned. As expected, you understand me well. I knew that with your connections and knowledge, you would definitely help me find the most suitable master for my airship modifications. Celia warned, I must remind you that Master Zivil charges very high fees, much more than if you upgraded the airship yourself. You need to be mentally prepared. Li Ji felt an ominous premonition. If Celia said it was very expensive, just how expensive could it be? How many gold coins should I prepare psychologically? At least 200 gold coins. Li Ji's eyelids twitched. 200 gold coins. She had only spent about 2 gold coins to upgrade to a high-level airship, and now, just for modifications, it would cost her 200 gold coins. She thought she still had 812 gold coins, enough for a small investment. But now Celia told her that would only be enough for 4 modifications of the airship. Celia's gaze turned inquisitive. Zivil is the most expensive airship modifier, but he uses only the top-notch materials. If you can prepare the materials yourself, the price will decrease somewhat. This was probing whether her funds were sufficient to open an exchange, and also inquiring about her previous Tianqi crystal shards and red or origins. Li Ji remained unflustered. If it can lower costs, that would be the best, but it depends on the specific materials. If I can prepare them myself, I will think of a way. Seeing she couldn't extract anything else, Celia changed the subject. If you want to participate in the trading conference as a merchant, you need to reach level 3 profession in at least half a month, which shouldn't be too hard for you. Li Ji assured, don't worry, I will quickly improve my professional level. The airship landed at Black Iron Port. Celia noticed Li Ji sitting still, as unmoving as a mountain, and remarked sarcastically, are you too fond of my airship, or did you see Qin standing at the teleportation gate? Li Ji took a sip of her viscous drink. I am just contemplating why the Scale clan would attack Black Iron Port. Celia began shutting down the airship system without looking back. What have you thought of? Li Ji replied. Logically speaking, someone of your level as a merchant shouldn't be stationed at Black Iron Port. Yet you have been here all along, while during this time newly transferred merchants of the Scale clan have faced considerable rejection. She recalled her first day at Black Iron Port being mocked by the raw material merchants for being a Scale clan merchant. The Scale clan merchants were indignant, using their status to oppress others. Yet the raw material merchants were not intimidated, instead boasting that even the Star clan had to follow the rules. In reality, it was not so strict among merchants of different levels. However, when she defied Celia's wishes, Celia directly suppressed her with her level, leaving her no choice but to comply. Later, when Shun wanted to kill her, he acted without hesitation. Yet Li Ji later reflected that this did not actually contradict what the raw material merchant had claimed about Black Iron Port having its own rules. This implied that the rules of Black Iron Port and the rules of the raw material area were in fact two sets of rules. Celia and Shun were in a struggle for control, one defending while the other sought destruction, and neither wanted Black Iron Port, but rather the raw material area. The entire Black Iron Port had nearly turned to ruins, yet the raw material area had only a portion of its outer wall collapsed. Looking back, Celia's tent was right on the mountain path closest to the raw material area. Li Ji was almost certain that the raw material area must hold something that the Forging clan and the Scale clan were both striving to obtain with great effort. However, she would not point that out at this moment. Celia valued her now and wanted to collaborate to make money, which was one matter, discovering her secret and wanting to silence her was another. Li Ji feigned profundity, saying, I believe it is because the Scale clan wants to seize control of Black Iron Port from the Forging clan. Celia turned back. It is not surprising that you can see this. Chen has gone up the mountain, you better. Li Ji interrupted. I will wait until she goes completely up before disembarking. Celia, I remember the stone mines and yin yin in the raw material area have always been cold iron. How about you give me a 50 discount for 10000 units? Celia replied, what do you think? Li Ji grinned. I think it is feasible. Celia added, I think Shin should not go up the mountain at this time, but should come over to discuss business with you. She donned her cloak, quickly walked to the edge of the ship, and turned back. Then let's make it 60 off. You can't just let it slip through your fingers. Celia remarked, I called Chun. Li Ji replied, if we are leaving then fine, I don't want it that much anyway. As Li Ji returned, she sensed that the atmosphere on the mountain was amiss. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of her second-floor bedroom, she saw a group of unfamiliar individuals blocking the dormitory entrance. A standoff had formed between two groups of people. Li Ji descended to the cockpit and activated the recording device of the flying vessel, noticing two hovering crafts at the cliff, each with personnel stationed on board. Seated in the pilot's seat, she opened the defense armament panel. Defense value 0 points, weapon status dormant, weapon damage value 100 points, 910. Li Ji adjusted the position of the light crossbow cannon, aiming it at the two crafts parked side by side. The sound of the crossbow's base rotating caught the attention of both sides in the standoff. One individual shouted, is that the boss? Hao Shi relaxed slightly at the tension in the air, saying, it should be. The other side grew anxious. What's going on? It's the craft that activated its defense system. Wasn't it confirmed that there was no one here? I don't know what's happening either. The conversation of the two leaders was interrupted by Li Ji. Step back, everyone, return to your vessels. If everyone is not on board within 1 minute, these two crafts will be forfeited. Please wait, shouted the personnel on the stationed craft, waving from the deck. She yelled, are you the Sanqing Wufei? We mean no harm, we are only here to send the agreed-upon individuals. Li Ji responded coldly, if you've delivered them, why don't you leave? The individual from the opposing group shouted loudly, those people want to steal our rooms. They were told to stay on the third floor. Some claim they have families and need personal space, directly moving into the double rooms, while others want to pry into the room I selected on the 5th floor. Li Ji remained silent. The station personnel said, Sanqing Wufei comrade, we are not unreasonable, we just want to negotiate. Is it possible to adjust the rooms because of these people? Li Ji interrupted, I don't care who these people are. You brought them here under the guise of seeking refuge. I am not in the habit of babysitting you. If you can work, then do so. If you cannot, then leave. Your words are quite uncouth. A person stepped out from the crowd, speaking aggressively. We are at an age where we could be your guardians. Li Ji's tone was flat. There are 37 seconds left, you better hurry up. Sanqing Wufei comrade, could you disembark? We need to communicate face to face. There seems to be a misunderstanding between us. 27 seconds. The cannon adjusted its direction, aiming at the vessel's power compartment. Li Ji replenished the ammunition used on the hunter group earlier. The heavy metallic sound of the rounds rolling in the magazine and being loaded through the guide rail into the rear of the cannon was rough, yet powerfully intimidating. Board the vessel. Some still attempted to resist, but were pulled onto the ship by those aboard and nearby. 27 seconds. Not more, not less. All 37 individuals facing off against the group had boarded the two flying vessels. Sanqing Wufei comrade, may we sit down and discuss things properly now? Li Ji ignored him and opened the chat panel, locating the avatar of the You Are Very Safe. Is this the sincerity of the official collaboration with me? You are very safe replied quickly. What happened? Were there too few people sent over? We expected to send 100 people, but the attack by the night bats last night resulted in the deaths of 35 individuals, so we could only send 65. The rest will be sent in the next batch. Li Ji sent the footage she had just recorded to You Are Very Safe. I need an explanation. Baigu, who was using the You Are Very Safe account to communicate with Li Ji, took a deep breath after watching the video before turning to Lian Xuan and asking, who handled this matter? Lian Xuan had also seen the chat logs and video. He was silent for a moment. Jiangyu. Baigu suddenly stood up. Didn't we say that anyone could handle it? But he couldn't. Lian Xuan replied. Ban Ling was seconded elsewhere. You and I both have matters to attend to. He was the only one available. It was my oversight. Baigu responded, you should speak to the superior about it. She quickly typed, I sincerely apologized. It was indeed our mistake. We will immediately recall individuals not on the list and provide you with a compensation plan by tonight. How does that sound? You are very safe. You are not the real You Are Very Safe, are you? Baigu was not surprised that Li Ji could tell the difference. She typed without hesitation, yes, we have a dedicated team to interface with you, and I am the psychological analysis expert of that team. You are very safe. Based on your analysis, do you think I will continue to cooperate with you? Baigu replied, we fully understand that this oversight has impacted your trust in us, and trust cannot be restored with mere words. The only thing I can do is present a remedy scheme that meets your expectations. Li Ji's eyebrows twitched slightly. The psychological analysis expert before her was indeed professional. You are very safe. Immediately remove those who should not have remained and present a remedy plan within 3 hours. Just as she finished typing, some individuals began to emerge from the upper structure of the opposing craft. They were entirely different from the group that had previously faced off against Li Ji. Some were frail, some elderly, and others were disabled. They kept their heads down, assisting each other, limping as they walked out. The station personnel spoke with a complicated tone. Sanqing Wufei, comrade, these are the 65 individuals registered to be sent over. Now that everyone has arrived, we will take our leave. From within the cabin, a light voice floated out. I'd like to see whether she would prefer the disabled or us able-bodied ones. Li Ji remained silent, only lowering the cannon. Boom. A violent explosion shook the mountain. Everyone on the deck and at the mountainside dropped to the ground. Amidst the ringing in her ears, Li Ji's voice came through, unyielding. If you don't leave now, the next shot will turn you from able-bodied into a pile of wreckage. The two flying vessels quickly turned around, maintaining a safe distance to observe from afar. Li Ji paid no attention to them. She stepped out of the cockpit, looking at the official personnel trembling next to the cliff, and the workers who had just emerged from the dormitory, gazing over with varied expressions. Her voice was steady and unhurried. I do not care why you are here to apply for this job, nor do I care about your previous identities or physical conditions. Under my supervision, everyone must perform the same tasks and meet the same workload. The cloud network can harvest with a click, but the classification of ores has assessment standards. Each person must sort at least 1200 units of cloud or daily. If you fail to meet your performance for 3 consecutive days, you will leave here directly. Remember, this is a mine, not a charity organization. The mountainside was silent and no one dared to speak. Li Ji took out oatmeal, beef, and vegetables from her spatial backpack and casually changed the topic. Today is your first day at work. Let's have a good meal to welcome you all. I wonder if anyone can cook. Originally fearful and nervous, even contemplating backing out, the workers' eyes lit up at the sight of the food piled beside Li Ji's legs as they swallowed hard. The sound of swallowing saliva was clearly audible. Most of those who chose to come and catch the cloud mines were either lacking in combat strength or unable to survive alone. During the 3-day novice period, they had hardly eaten their fill, with some having gone over 24 hours without food. Now the plump oatmeal, fresh beef, and vibrant vegetables were right before them. They could no longer entertain thoughts of leaving. They eagerly signed up and raised their hands. Boss, I can cook. I worked in a cafeteria on Blue Star. Boss, my family runs a restaurant. We have 3 chain stores. I can boss, I'm really good at cooking. I'm a food blogger. I know a bit about dishes from various places. Li Ji replied. Prepare dinner for 152 people, oatmeal, beef, and vegetable porridge. How much oatmeal, how much beef, and how many vegetables do we need? The few who had just signed up began calculating. The one involved in the restaurant business raised their hand. Boss, can I know how many grams of oatmeal one person would typically eat? Others looked over curiously. Someone muttered, is that even a question? Li Ji replied, based on a standard of 30 grams per person. Then we should prepare 9 pounds of oatmeal plus 9 pounds of beef and 10 pounds of vegetables. Any leftovers can be used for extra servings, and in this weather it won't spoil. We don't need that much meat, an ant from the cafeteria immediately interjected. Oatmeal porridge fills you up, and with meat and vegetables 8. 5 pounds of oatmeal, 5 pounds of beef, and 5 pounds of vegetables will be just right. Li Ji looked at the girl who claimed to be a food blogger. She appeared to be in her early 20s, quick on her feet, with a somewhat anxious expression carrying a sense of determination. I think 9 pounds of oatmeal, 5 pounds of beef, and 6 pounds of vegetables would be best. Li Ji said, great, you'll be the head chef, and the other 2 will assist you. The girl was startled, her face flushed with excitement. I will do my best. Li Ji handed her the ingredients and glanced at the others who had taken their places. Let's go upstairs for a meeting. Tang Shengpass nervously glanced at Oh Huang and Hao Shi. Both pretended not to see and followed Li Ji upstairs. What was called a meeting was actually just on the terrace. Li Ji found a sofa to sit down, but noticed that the others were still standing. Why are you still standing? Sit down. The one who had taken their place immediately sat down next to her. Tang Shengpass pursed his lips and quickly sat down next to Li Ji. Oh Huang and Hao Shi casually found chairs. Li Ji said, from now on we will be divided into 3 departments: security, finance, and administration. My idea is that security will be managed by the one who took their place, and Hao Shi. You two can take turns on duty. Finance will be overseen by Oh Huang, including food distribution and storage in the kitchen, and administration will be managed by Tang Shengpass, mainly coordinating the other 2 departments. Hao Shi, I have no objections. The one who took their place, no problem. Li Ji, you can select suitable candidates from among these workers to train. Once they are trained, it will make your jobs easier. The one who took their place, I think that girl who managed the kitchen earlier is good. She's bold, willing to ask and do things, and she looks healthy, not too fat or too thin. Li Ji, then you can communicate with her and see what she wants to do. She then turned to Tang Shengpass. Your task for the next few days is to observe these people and give them ratings of excellent, good, qualified, or unqualified. I will filter this batch based on the ratings and continue recruiting to fill 200 people within 3 days. Tang Shengpass sat up straight. Okay. Li Ji directly transferred 50 gold to Oh Huang. You will handle all aspects of funding and procurement from now on. Oh Huang looked in disbelief at the suddenly increased balance in his account. You just gave it to me directly. Li Ji, what else would I do? Oh Huang gave a thumbs up, generous. Li Ji stood up. Let's leave it at that for now. Oh, I have other matters to attend to. Wait. Li Ji looked at Tang Shengpass. Is there anything else? She immediately turned to the direction of the cafeteria. I just wanted to ask you why you chose that young girl to manage the kitchen instead of that cafeteria aunt. Does she have some special advantage that I didn't see? Li Ji, no. Tang Shengpass was taken aback, turning back. Huh? Li Ji, I picked her because I found her pleasing to the eye. Tang Shengpass, but what if she isn't suitable? Li Ji replied nonchalantly, then we will switch to someone else. Tang Shengpass, but the other 2 clearly have more experience. Li Ji's so-called experience is hard to verify under circumstances where we cannot conduct background checks. Authenticity is difficult to discern. Li Ji saw a flashing message on her panel and waved her hand. I have matters to attend to. Call me when it's time to eat. Instead of returning to her room, she went back to the flying boat hovering it next to the dormitory terrace and lying on the bed inside. You are very safe. We have clarified today's situation. One of our colleagues saw the numbers were not right and took the liberty to add others. Our superior has directly expelled him from our group and compensated you with 100 units of random energy, 1 piece of equipment, with 5 attribute points and priority usage of the latest technology from the Donchi Research Institute. Lastly, our Minister of Finance has personally ordered the increase of the originally planned 500 mining areas to 800. Li Ji saw the final exclamation mark. She could roughly identify the excitement on the other side. To be honest, this compensation from the officials was indeed sincere. However, it was still far from what she wanted. Return my 3-star 5 fee. I demand that at least 9,999 mining areas be opened in all of Dongqi, and I want the previous one of mineral resources raised to 2. You are very safe, 3-star 5 fee, comrade. To be frank, your request is nearly impossible to fulfill. Jiang Yu was packing his things and also saw the chat record, sneering coldly. I have said long ago that this 3-star 5 fee is not worth appeasing. He is just a petty person who made a fortune by luck, unaware of the heights of heaven and earth, greedy and insatiable. I am leaving first, and I suggest you all hurry up and find a way to leave. He walked towards another area with a box in hand, but caught a glimpse of the chat box out of the corner of his eye. Return my 3-star 5 fee. You all should take a look at this before you continue. Return my 3-star 5 fee. Has sent you the manual for the microcrystal energy converter. Do you wish to receive it? For some reason, looking at this line of text, Bai Gu felt her heart rate quicken. Receive. Microcrystal energy converter manual has been received. Would you like to view it immediately? Please note that this document has been encrypted and has a reading time limit 30 blue star minutes starting from the moment the document is opened. Countdown 2959. Bai Gu instinctively chose to examine it, only to find the countdown beginning instantly. She flinched in alarm, then swiftly steeled herself, carefully studying the instruction manual while calling for Ban Ling. Quick, fetch the commander, and summon the technical and RD teams, immediately. Not only had Jiang Yu already collapsed backward, but every other team member, including Lian Xuan, had also seen the countdown instruction manual. Ban Ling dared not delay, or she dashed out at once. Bai Gu retrieved paper and pen and began rapidly sketching the script data and diagrams. Yet the Tianqi continent teemed with myriad races, each possessing its own unique script, styles so divergent that even mimicking their basic forms proved daunting to the uninitiated. Bai Gu sketched repeatedly, yet her transcribed characters bore no resemblance to those on the manual, even to her own eyes, though the data and diagrams remained accurate. Lian Xuan snapped to attention. Hurry. Everyone, copy it. Divide the text among yourselves. The others hastily produced paper and pens, frantically transcribing. The commander and research team arrived in haste, greeted by this very scene. What's happening here? What is this? The commander's voice and the head researcher's overlapped simultaneously. The latter all but vaulted forward in 3 strides, lunged toward Li Anquan's position, shoved him aside, and fixed his gaze, unblinking, upon the diagrams and data. Several other scientists hurried forward. Is this a newly developed energy converter from an alien race? Let me see. It appears to be a device that recycles and purifies discarded energy. Calculate the figures. I'm computing them now. Wait, efficiency exceeds 85%. Which energy source? What was its original efficiency? Tianqi dust. Its baseline utilization was merely 3%. Tianqi dust. Silence crashed over the chamber like a physical weight. The commander's hand resting rigidly at his side trembled visibly. Though he'd spent his life in the military and knew little of science, he understood numbers. What did the leap from 3 to 85% signify? Anyone who could count knew precisely. Someone swallowed hard. Another knocked over freshly packed personal belongings. No one noticed what others were doing or thinking. Especially the commander. His trembling fingers fumbled for the latest prototype communication device and dialed the most urgent contact number. Minister, something's happened. No, this is Fortune. Or rather, not quite. I'll let Lao Zhao explain. A woman with silver-streaked hair snatched the bulky vintage-style communicator. Minister Lin, you must acquire this instruction manual by any means necessary. It is the absolute top priority of our RD agenda this year, without exception. The commander interjected, Lao Zhao, that's not what I meant. We're talking about Tianqi dust, right? Tianqi dust must be supplied to our lab in full measure, no less than 1,000 units per month. A round-faced young assistant tugged discreetly at his mentor's sleeve and gestured emphatically. Correction, 10,000 units. Minister Lin remained composed. First, tell me the full sequence of events, concisely, and focus only on essentials. An alien race has engineered an energy converter capable of elevating Tianqi dust utilization from 3 to 85%. Its instruction manual is currently in the possession of Qin District Chief. I must obtain it. It's not in my hands. It's with the wealthiest individual in our district, the top name on the wealth list. By Go added, Commander, we offended her earlier this afternoon. A meeting in 10 minutes. Offer compensation immediately and ascertain her name. She's the one demanding 1% of mineral rights. The one who insisted on give me 3 stars 5 fees. Ah, she seeks Tianqi dust then. Exactly. Stabilize, give me 3 stars 5 fees. Ascertain her demands precisely. Such talent must be secured. As reward, your District 15 will receive an additional 5% allocation this month. Minister Lin ended the call abruptly. The commander's exhilaration subsided somewhat. Have you spoken with comrade? Give me 3 stars 5 fees. What did she say? She now demands 2%. The commander blinked. 2%. Dr. Zhao murmured. With such leverage in hand were I her, I'd demand far more. Teacher, can we secure our 10th of Sandinite quota? Isn't it cloud mined, or not mountain mined, or subject to depletion, but cloud captured? So long as clouds gather, Tianqi dust can be harvested. These units must be directly allocated to our budget. Approval is non-negotiable. She also insists on establishing no fewer than 9,999 harvesting stations. 9,999 is insufficient. Minimum 30,000. The commander nodded silently. No wonder give me 3 stars 5 fees exuded such confidence. Who wouldn't, holding such an irrefutable trump card? As officials convened their emergency meeting, Li Ji sat calmly eating oatmeal in the canteen. Its flavor was unremarkable, bordering on unpleasant. Too little water rendered the porridge dense as rice. 1 sip parched the throat, as if stretching too li. Meat and vegetables were likewise scarce. Yet workers devoured it ravenously, as though savoring celestial ambrosia. The young woman Li Ji had recently appointed kitchen supervisor sat hunched over her bowl, silent, her nose reddened. Li Ji finished his bowl of oatmeal cleanly. Only after everyone else had eaten did he speak, voice calm and measured. This porridge fails my standards. The young woman's eyes brimmed. She said nothing. The veteran cafeteria staff exchanged glances with the 3-year catering crew. Li Ji asked, are you truly a food blogger, or is that claim fabricated? She lifted her head sharply. Absolutely true. I cook exceptionally well. It's just that when preparing this porridge. Her gaze flickered between the 2 older women, torn, uncertain whether to accuse. The senior catering worker rose. I told her plainly. Too little water. She refused to listen. Youthful stubbornness still. Li Ji cut her off, turning to the younger woman. Finish your account. While cooking, they both insisted on helping. Aunt Sun washed and chopped the meat and vegetables. As soon as those were added, Aunt Zhang offered to add water, but poured excessively. I tried to pour some out, yet the pot was too large for me to lift alone. She assisted, and much spilled along with half the meat and vegetables. You couldn't control the pot, yet blame me. If you lack the strength, don't grasp such a heavy vessel. Don't you understand your place? That statement holds merit. Everyone knows their proper role. Li Ji addressed Aunt Zhang. You are dismissed. She stared stunned. Why me? I assigned you to assist in the kitchen, to cook, not to deliberately disrupt. I did no such thing. I've stated this repeatedly, so consider this my final declaration. This is a mining camp, not a corporation, not a charity. You may address me as boss, but I prefer to be called its sovereign ruler. When I say one, it is one. On my domain, dissent holds no place. My command is your sole standard of execution. Subterfuge, insubordination, or failure to meet performance benchmarks all warrant immediate dismissal. Is that understood?